You just got out of prison. Your girlfriend Zhao Yaqi makes a request to you in the new house. Archer, let me be your woman one last time. You froze as you looked at the familiar yet unfamiliar face before you. Seeing you unresponsive, she grew somewhat anxious. Are you going to do it or not? I only have half an hour at most. The next moment, you pounced on her like a starving wolf, to vent all 5 years of pent-up frustration. 20 minutes later, Zhao Yaqi straightened out the wrinkled Cheongsam, instantly transformed back into that blissful bride. She glared at you with resentment in her eyes. Qin Che. You're being too rough, I'm all swollen now. You lie on the bed, a teasing smile curling at the corner of your lips. You understand men better than before. It seems you've learned a lot in these 5 years. She smiled faintly. You're still the same as ever. The kissing felt so stiff and unnatural, but he's grown a lot stronger and his strength has increased significantly. Then, you put on your clothes and asked, give me a reason, do you love that person? Zhao Yaqi raised her delicate eyebrows. I don't love anyone right now. Only love money. He is wealthy and very good to me. In this society, love can't put food on the table. You'll understand it later. I understand. Wishing you a happy wedding. With that said, you turned and walked straight toward the window. But just at that moment, Zhao Yaqi suddenly called out to you. Eyes filled with reluctance. Qin Che. Can we meet again and be friends in the future? Be friends? You paused slightly, then let out a cold laugh. What kind of friends? Is it meaningful? You didn't answer, turning over and leaping down without a hint of hesitation. Yet you did not leave. He instead leisurely walked back to the wedding venue through the main entrance. As soon as you entered, you saw Zhao Yaqi walking towards the groom. The groom asked curiously, Yaqi? What happened to your leg? She immediately blushed coyly and said, it's nothing. I just twisted my ankle a bit while changing into the evening gown. After saying that, she took the groom's arm and went to toast the guests. You averted your gaze and took a seat at an empty table, devouring greedily. 5 years, and you've never touched meat. Today we must eat to our heart's content. Full and satisfied. You looked up at Zhao Yaqi's beaming face, silently thinking to myself, you're right, money really is a great thing. Half an hour later, carrying a canvas bag, you arrive in front of a shabby little shop. This was once the place your father devoted over a decade of his life to. At this moment, a pleasant voice interrupted your thoughts. Archer. You turn your head and look back. A voluptuous woman in a long skirt swayed her hips as she walked. It was Li Qiuyan, the proprietress of the neighboring Sichuan restaurant. She grabbed you and looked you up and down. What are you staring at, you little brat? Are you angry with Auntie Yen? You grinned. Yeah, I'm now an orphan without parents. Aunt Yen, you won't abandon me, will you? Li Qiuyan yanked you over. You little brat. Spouting nonsense as soon as you're back. Come home with me and take a bath to wash off the bad luck. But you pointed at the shabby shop. No rush. Aunt Yen, I'll go home first to check. With that, you reach out to pull down the roller shutter. Don't move. Li Qiuyan, however, grabbed hold of you. That guy Guya has also been released. He took over your family's shop. He even threatened to convert it into a video hall. Get everyone to go and show their support. Dogtooth, he's asking for death. You instantly gritted your teeth, your eyes filled with murderous intent. Dogtooth, one of the murderers who killed your father 5 years ago. He slashed a full 5 times, each strike aimed to kill. He was sentenced to 20 years, yet he got out of prison before you did. But you are not surprised. That bastard just had someone spend money to reduce his sentence. Don't be impulsive. Li Qiuyan quickly tried to dissuade you when she saw your fierce expression. Now you can't mess with that Dogtooth. After coming out, he recruited several followers. A few days ago, the pork seller Zhu Dashan's leg was broken. You were afraid Aunt Yen would worry, so you could only nod emphatically. Don't worry, Aunt Yen, I won't provoke him. But a fire ignited in your heart. The murder of one's father is an irreconcilable enmity. Blood must be paid with blood. Moreover, he took over your shop even if you could tolerate it. He won't let you off either. In this day and age, nice guys finish last. You must reclaim the shop, and you must also take Guya's life. To reassure Aunt Yen, you suddenly flashed a wide grin. Aunt Yen, I came out this time just to earn and save money properly to marry a wife. Li Qiuyan's expression finally softened a bit. Pulled you into their own restaurant. Then help out in my shop. Auntie Yen will pay you 500 yuan, with meals and accommodation included. Immediately after, she leads you into the inner room. Here's a set of clean clothes for you. There was even a pair of men's briefs. Go take a shower first, I'll be waiting for you upstairs in the loft. Alright. A dozen or so minutes later, you finish showering. Whether the bad luck has been washed away is unclear. But the scent Zhao Yaqi left on you is completely gone. You were bare-chested, wiping water droplets as you walked into the attic. Li Qiuyan raised her delicate eyebrows and sized you up from head to toe. That brat, the food inside is that good? Look at your physique, so big and strong. He's tan now, more masculine. She gazed at your toned, sun-kissed muscles, wondering if it would be tough to chew. You smiled at her, Aunt Yen. You've also become more beautiful, more feminine. Smooth talking. Li Qiuyan rolled her eyes at you. That's right. Your father gave me a box before the accident happened. It's said to be left for you. As she spoke, she bent down and began rummaging under the bed. This posture instantly made the dress on her body tighten, outlining a large and round curve. It makes your heart burn with a restless heat. Very soon, Li Qiuyan pulled out a red wooden box with peeling paint. This is it. Your dad said there's not enough space at home. I kept it for safekeeping and never opened it. You took the heavy wooden box, filled with doubt. You've never seen this box before. Why would father have entrusted it to Aunt Yen for safekeeping? Take a look. Maybe your dad left you a family heirloom. Li Qiuyan also looked curious. The corner of your mouth twitched, yet your gaze remained fixed on her. Auntie Yen, your button is undone. It turned out that when she leaned forward just now, a button on her chest popped open. 2 patches of snowy white faintly visible, the ravine deep and profound. You just realized. Aunt Yen turned out to be such an exceptionally voluptuous woman with full breasts and curvy hips. Li Qiuyan looked down, her pretty face slightly flushed, just casually tugged at the collar. Can't resist the overwhelming expanse of pure white. You little brat, itching for a beating, daring to take advantage of me. At this moment, suddenly, shouts of abuse and the sound of smashing came from outside the restaurant. Hey! Whose broken bicycle is blocking the entrance to our Dogtooth Brothers shop? Smash it! Ah! I just bought a brand new forever bicycle. Next came a series of screams begging for mercy. Oh no! It's the thugs under Guya coming to collect the management fee. Li Qiuyan hurriedly got up and rushed out. At the staircase, I turned back again. You little rascal, don't come out. They recognize you, wait until I send them away. But you stood up directly. Aunt Yen, I'll go with you. Sooner or later we'll meet, there's no avoiding it. After speaking, you didn't care whether she agreed or not. He took the lead and walked down first. You little brat, get your ass back here right now. Li Qiuyan stamped her feet in frustration and hurried to catch up. As soon as she reached the shop entrance, Li Qiuyan greeted the 2 thugs standing there with a beaming smile, offering one a cigarette in one hand and tea in the other. Big brother, please spare us. Our guests didn't know the shop next door belongs to Dogtooth's crew. Show some mercy, these are honest construction workers just trying to make a living. By then, a middle-aged construction worker on the ground had been beaten to a pulp, his face swollen and bruised, too scared to utter a sound. The 2 thugs finally stopped, flinging their steel pipes aside as their lecherous eyes roamed over Li Qiuyan. Oh, isn't this Sister Yen? Haha, what a coincidence. Starting this month, your shop's management fee is going up to 1,000. If you can't pay up, come chat at Shuanqing Tea House. If you can make our Big Meng happy during the chat, ha ha ha. Li Qiuyan's chest heaved violently with rage at the words. These bastards were greedy as hell. 1,000 yuan in management fees? Why even bother running her food stall? She might as well find a factory job. But she had no choice. She couldn't afford to cross these people. Forcing a smile, she turned and headed back to her stall to fetch the money. Just then, Chen Feng suddenly grabbed her hand. Aunt Yen, we won't be paying this management fee anymore. Chapter 3, Auntie, I want a different way of life too. Li Qiuyan, still being pulled by Chen Feng and not fully comprehending the situation, was suddenly confronted by one of the yellow-haired punks. You! Where the hell did this piece of come from? Who the on this street dares not pay the management fee? Say another word and see if I don't cripple you. Another bald thug stepped forward, raising his steel pipe threateningly. Chen Feng stared at them coldly. Go tell Dogtooth that Chen Feng is back. He can't take my shop, and as for the management fees, I'll discuss that with Boss Lei. Chen Feng? The yellow-haired punk gasped in shock. You're ing Chen Feng. Take him down. He roared, but the bald thug behind him instinctively took 2 steps back, staring intently at Chen Feng. 5 years ago, right here, he'd seen this kid stab someone to death. Back then, he'd been like a madman. Remembering that scene, the thug felt a chill run down his spine. What the hell are you standing there for? Get him. Bang. Before he could finish his shout, Chen Feng lunged forward like an arrow, driving a fist into his ribs. The heavy blow crushed his liver. Seeing the blonde punk fall, the bald thug swung his steel pipe at Chen Feng without hesitation. Chen Feng deftly sidestepped, then delivered a vicious kick to the groin. The bald thug doubled over, clutching his crotch and howling in agony. One punch, one kick, and both thugs wielding steel pipes were rendered combat ineffective. Get lost. Chen Feng didn't strike again. His cold command sent the 2 thugs scrambling to help each other up and flee in panic. Only after running a distance did they turn back to hurl threats. Chen Feng, you wait, you bastard. This isn't over. Once the thugs were out of sight, Li Qiuyan, still shaken, touched her chest and glared at him. You brat. I told you not to cause trouble. Now we've pissed off those Dogtooth guys for good. Let's see what you're gonna do about it. After a few seconds of silence, Li Qiuyan pouted again. You didn't get hurt just now, did you? Go up to the attic. I'll check you over and give you some money. You should hide out in the South Central District for a while, then get yourself into a factory for me. She'd already made up her mind, Chen Feng would hide out and get factory work. The South Central District was packed with factories. The thugs from Dongping District South Old Street wouldn't dare venture that far. If Dogtooth came looking for trouble again and wouldn't let it go, she'd just sell the shop and get a factory job herself. Aunt Yen, don't panic. I caused this trouble, so I'll take responsibility. Back in the attic, the two sat on the edge of the bed. Chen Feng looked at Li Qiuyan earnestly. Take responsibility? Take responsibility with what? Your life? Li Qiuyan rolled her eyes again. Stop overthinking this. Listen to me. Take this 500 yuan and get out of here. Call me once you reach the factory. With that, she tightly wrapped the plastic bag in her hand and thrust it into Chen Feng's grasp. She then pulled out a pen and paper to scribble down the shop's landline number. I'm not leaving. Chen Feng shook his head. Not only am I not leaving, but I'm going to reopen the barbershop my old man left behind. What's Dogtooth got on me? He's just some street punk. I'm not scared. You won't leave? Do you want to get beaten to death like your old man, hacked to pieces right at the doorstep? Li Qiuyan's pretty face flushed crimson with anger at Chen Feng's words. Her full chest heaved as she grabbed the first thing she could find on the bed and swung it at him. You're not afraid, but I am. I'm afraid you'll get yourself beaten to death, you good-for-nothing brat. As she shouted, her eyes reddened, brimming with tears that spilled uncontrollably the moment she blinked. Aunt Yen, don't cry. Hit me, yell at me, anything but crying. It makes my heart ache. Chen Feng sighed helplessly, reaching out to wipe the tears from Li Qiuyan's face. I've already fought back and made my stance clear. Aunt Yen, stop trying to talk me out of this. Hiding isn't the answer, we can't run away forever. After wiping Aunt Yan's tears, Chen Feng lit a cigarette, his mind drifting back to scenes from the past. My old man spent his whole life enduring. In the end, his wife ran off with another man, and he didn't end well either. And you, Aunt Yen, if you hadn't kept yielding, letting that scumbag take advantage of you time and again, you wouldn't be suffering like this now. Li Qiuyan listened, as if the words had touched the deepest scar in her heart. She bit her lip tightly and said nothing. After a long silence, she slowly lifted her head. Yeah. I've been bottling it up for over a decade, enduring it for over a decade. This life. I've had more than enough of it. She spoke each word deliberately, perhaps with too much force, her body trembling slightly. But, what choice did we have? We had no money, no power, no connections. Like countless other migrant workers in this city, we were rootless drifters. The fury and resentment that had just surged within her gradually subsided. She, Li Qiuyan, had once been young and full of spirit. Back then, she followed her close friend from the same village, Qin Xiaoya, Chen Feng's mother, to Binjiang, dreaming of striking it rich and living a life of luxury. But alas, the very first man she met in Binjiang shattered her dreams. For that man, she had shed tears and blood, carried his child and had abortions. Yet in the end, she was left with nothing. If not for Chen Feng's father stepping in, perhaps Li Qiuyan would have been sold into nightlife by that man, doomed to a life of prostitution. Chen Feng met Aunt Yan's dim, helpless gaze, yet his own face hardened with resolve. No money? We'll earn it. No power? We'll fight for it. No connections? We'll fight our way through. As he spoke these words, Li Qiuyan lifted her eyes to meet Chen Feng's gaze, and a ripple stirred within her heart. Feeling his cold, ruthless gaze, she instantly knew what he was up to. Be honest, you're thinking of joining the underworld, aren't you? That's a one-way street. Just on this old street alone, so many lowlifes and thugs have fallen. Guys like Dogtooth? Who knows when they'll get hacked to death on the roadside by their enemies? Chen Feng merely shook his head indifferently. Join the underworld? Aunt Yen, don't you understand? Wherever there are people, there's a world of its own. We're already in it. This old street is that world. Dongping District is that world. Binjiang is that world too. With that, he crushed his cigarette butt into the ashtray and exhaled a thick plume of smoke. In this world, just drifting along is useless. I, Chen Feng, am here to make my mark. Whoever stands in my way, I'll trample them underfoot. This conviction had taken root in his heart the moment he was shackled and walked through the prison gates 5 years ago. Those 5 years of prison suffering were not endured in vain. Prison was a melting pot, a place where all kinds of people gathered, and all manner of skills could be learned. Chen Feng used those 5 years to hone lethal combat skills, learn the treacherous nature of human hearts, and understand the brutal rules of the underworld. You little brat, you dare lecture your aunt now? You've really grown up, haven't you? I won't interfere anymore. Do whatever you want, but you're taking me with you. After a long while, the smoke cleared in the cramped attic. Li Qiuyan suddenly reached out, cupping Chen Feng's resolute face in her hands. Auntie, I want a different kind of life too. Chapter 4, A Man Can Never Say No. Old East Street, Xuanxing Tea House. Huang Mao and Baldy scrambled into the first floor hall, just in time to see Dogtooth flirting with a heavily made-up, busty girl sitting on a wicker chair. Dogtooth, no. Bad news. Chen Feng's out. Dogtooth, who had been in high spirits preparing to get down to business, was instantly enraged by the interruption. What the hell are you freaking out for? Who the hell came out? He plunged his hand into the busty woman's blouse and gave her a hard squeeze. She winced, eyes rolling back in her head, but didn't dare utter a sound. Dogtooth, it's Chen Feng. The son of Chen Yuanshan, the guy you chopped to death at the beauty salon 5 years ago. The bald guy shuddered in fear and blurted out. Damn it! That useless kid? He chased the two of you away? What kind of mess are you guys in? Spill it. Hearing Chen Feng's name, Dogtooth was taken aback. That kid was just a hot-headed bookworm. How could he take on 2 men after only 5 years inside? We got ambushed. Otherwise, we would have crippled him for sure. Yellowhair felt humiliated too, afraid Dogtooth would think they were useless. He didn't dare mention that Chen Feng had knocked them both down in just a few moves. Dogtooth, that kid's way too cocky. Not only did he incite that at the Sichuan food stall to refuse paying management fees, but he also threatened to take back the beauty salon shop. Dogtooth kicked Yellowhair in the ass. Slut my ass. That Li Qiuyan is the woman brother Meng has his eye on. You little bastard, watch your mouth from now on. If you dare talk nonsense again, don't blame me for showing no mercy. Truth be told, he fancied Li Qiuyan too. Every time he went to the food stalls to collect fees, he couldn't resist trying to get a little something extra. But remembering Feng Meng's warning, he always held back. After the tirade, a vicious glint flashed in his eyes as he growled, "Ing bastard. If I can chop his old man to bits, I can do the same to him. Baldy, go find some men. Tonight, I'm going to cripple him." The two thugs nodded in agreement, turned, and left the tea house to gather reinforcements. Today's management fee went unpaid, and his men got beaten up. Dogtooth was seething with rage. He grabbed the busty girl and headed for the nearby cheap hotel, planning to take his anger out on her first. At the Sichuan-style food stall, Li Qiuyan was cleaning the kitchen with Xiufun, the waitress who also handled dishwashing and food preparation. Between washing vegetables and prepping ingredients, the two women handled all the work. No choice though, the food stall did brisk business, averaging over 100 yuan daily and sometimes hitting 300-400 yuan on peak days. But she kept prices low, aiming for thin margins and high volume. After covering utilities, rent, and labor costs, not to mention the management fee, the monthly profit barely topped 2,000 yuan. Hiring another server would only squeeze those margins further. Xiufun, you saw what happened at lunch today. Scared you, didn't it? Li Qiuyan chatted with Xiufun as they bustled about. I'm not scared at all. I'm used to it. These days, it's like this everywhere. Last year at the factory, I saw over 100 people from the Bashu gang and Luyan gang fighting. 7 or 8 died on the spot, blood everywhere. Xiufun shrugged it off with a casual smile, implying she'd seen worse. Li Qiuyan nodded and casually asked, "Glad you weren't scared. Xiufun, are you happy working for me? 600 yuan a month isn't as much as you made at the factory." Xiufun smiled again. "It doesn't compare, but I love working for you, Sister Yin. No supervisors bullying me, and the food's great." He. She genuinely loved working here. Sister Yin might have a fiery temper sometimes, but she was truly kind. Li Qiuyan suddenly shook her head, forcing a troubled smile. "Well, Xiufun, I'll be blunt. Feng and I crossed Dogtooth today. He won't let it go. You'll get dragged into this mess too. What I mean is, I'll pay you through the end of the month, plus an extra half-month's wages. You should go back to the factory." She had already made up her mind. Since she was going to follow Feng on his ventures, this restaurant was no longer sustainable, and frankly, there was no point in keeping it open. "Sis Yen, Alright, I'll listen to you." The smile vanished from Xiufun's face. After a moment of hesitation, she stammered, "Then, when should I leave?" "The sooner the better. Pack your things. I fear that bastard Guya might come looking for revenge tonight," Li Qiuyan said, pulling an envelope from her pocket and handing it over. "Take the money and go. Live well from now on. Earn some money, go back to your hometown, and find a good man who will cherish you." Xiufun hesitated for a few seconds before taking the envelope and opening it to count the money. It totaled 1,000 yuan, 100 more than Sister Yen had mentioned. "Thanks, Sister Yen. You, take care too. Once I earn enough in Binjiang, I'll return home and treat you to hot pot." I'll remember that." After finishing her last day of work, Xiufun cleaned the kitchen spotless before taking off her apron. As she left, her eyes glistened with tears. Li Qiuyan watched Xiufun's retreating figure and murmured to herself, "Feng, Auntie has no more worries now." Back at the shop, she pulled down the rolling gate. Tonight, she'd close for good. After dinner, Chen Feng returned to the attic. Lost in thought, he scribbled and drew on a piece of paper. Several names were written on the paper, connected by lines. 4 names bore an X beside them, while 2 names were marked with a circle. The first name crossed out was Guya. "Feng, I sent Xiufun away." Li Qiuyan climbed up to the attic and stood behind him. She glanced casually at the paper on the table but didn't look any longer. "Get someone to haul away the kitchen equipment from the shop tomorrow. Sell it for whatever you can get. I've saved up 5,000 yuan here, it's all yours. From now on, don't ever complain that I'm holding you back." Chen Feng paused slightly, set down his pen, and turned to look at Aunt Li Qiuyan, who was smiling warmly. "Aunt Yen, thank you. He knew his hard luck Aunt Yen had truly made up her mind, staking everything on him. Therefore, he couldn't afford to lose. Don't call me auntie anymore. Call me sister. I'm only 8 or 9 years older than you. Don't make me sound so old. Chen Feng's lips curved upward. A woman in her 30s is in her prime. You're not old at all. I love calling you auntie. I'm used to it, can't change it now. Their eyes met, and they shared a knowing smile. In the cramped attic, a bittersweet, ambiguous atmosphere began to quietly ferment. Bang! Clang! Bang! Clang! Suddenly, the sound of a rolling door being smashed echoed from downstairs. Dogtooth is here. Aunt Yen, stay upstairs. No matter what you hear, don't come down. Li Qiuyan's panic was laced with deep concern. There must be a lot of them, and they're armed. Feng, can you handle this? A man can't say he can't handle it. Chen Feng turned and smiled before opening the attic window and leaping down. Chapter 5 I, Zhuba, will make a name for myself. Outside the shop downstairs, Dogtooth led 7 or 8 thugs, each clutching a rolled-up newspaper. Anyone who'd wielded one knew what lay inside a blade. Chen Feng had heard in prison that wrapping a knife in newspaper followed the rule of 3 wraps, for layers, no exposure. The blade must be wrapped 3.5 times, with the tip exposed no wider than 4 fingers. This ensured concealment while allowing for a swift, sudden draw. These thugs clearly weren't professionals. Aside from the bald guy and the guy with the yellow hair, the rest were probably just random people Dogtooth had picked up off the street to make up the numbers. Dogtooth watched Chen Feng leap from the 2-meter-high loft and land solidly. A flicker of surprise crossed his mind. This kid really seemed different from before. But what did a few extra bodies matter? Besides, Dogtooth wasn't exactly a pushover himself. You little bastard, we meet again. Pretty good at jumping, huh? His face twisted with malice as he raised his knife, pointing it at Chen Feng. 5 years ago, you got lucky the cops showed up before I could finish you off. Today, your luck's gonna run out. Chen Feng merely stared back coldly. You stabbed my father 5 times back then. Today, I'll repay you tenfold. Kill him. 1 cut, and I'll reward you 500. Dogtooth was indeed vicious. With a furious roar, he was the first to charge forward, his machete raised. Tearing through the newspaper, the cold blade swung down with a heavy chop. Chen Feng sidestepped the blade and immediately countered with a heavy punch. Though Dogtooth wasn't trained in martial arts, he'd seen enough fighting to react quickly. He spun to dodge the punch. Thud. His reflexes weren't slow, but his movements were too sluggish. The punch slammed hard into his face, crushing his nasal bone. 2 upper incisors flew out, spilling blood that stained half his face crimson. Ah! You bastards! Come at me! Kill him! In that split second, Baldy in yellow hair had already led the thugs in a charge. Chen Feng's expression turned cold. The roundhouse kick he'd been preparing for Dogtooth shifted momentum mid-air, slamming into a thug's temple with brutal force. The thug collapsed instantly, unconscious. The next instant, another blade slashed from behind. Chen Feng sidestepped the attack while lunging forward, driving a punch into the left lower ribcage of the blondie. The blow shattered his liver. The blondie let out a wretched scream and collapsed, unable to rise. Come on. Keep coming if you're not afraid to die. Within mere seconds, 2 thugs were taken down. Chen Feng let out a cold snarl, his eyes flashing with wolf-like ferocity. He swiftly picked up a cleaver from the ground and swung it down at the blonde-haired thug, who lay clutching his stomach. Swish. Ah. F. The yellow-haired thug's right hand was severed cleanly. Who else? Several thugs trembled in fear, their hands shaking as they gripped their knives. Do it. 1 cut, and I'll reward you $1,000. Dogtooth wiped the blood from his face. Seeing the thugs trembling like leaves, he suddenly bellowed, doubling the reward to 1,000. 1,000 for 1 slash? That's no small sum. These days, 1,000 yuan was already a factory worker's monthly wage. If they could land 2 or 3 blows, these thugs could skip work for a month and spend it chasing girls. Go! Slash him to death. Him, what's there to be scared of? The thug's blood boiled at the words. The bald one charged first, only to realize he was the only one brave enough when he reached Chen Feng. The others were screaming their heads off, but they turned tail and ran, scattering in all directions. Truth be told, this sort of thing happened all the time, even in brawls involving a dozen or more fighters. And these guys were just hired thugs, paid by Dogtooth to fill the ranks. For a measly 200 yuan bounty, who the hell would risk their life? Chen Feng didn't even glance at the fleeing thugs. He planted his foot firmly on the ground and drove off with a powerful kick, sending the bald thug crashing to the ground. Before the bald punk could even raise his knife, he was already sprawled flat on the ground. Dogtooth. Payback time. Chen Feng glared at him with murder in his eyes. At that moment, Dogtooth was completely shaken, his legs trembling like the worthless punks he'd once cut down. Chen Feng was too fierce. He'd seen plenty of tough guys on the streets who could slash and kill, but he'd never been cut down by someone like this. Today, he finally got his lesson. Pay your debt. Dogtooth suddenly cursed, then spun and fled. Though his words were defiant, his courage had deserted him. In street fights, you could fear death, but you couldn't lose your nerve. Once your courage was gone, your fate was sealed. He sprinted for his life, but his legs were already giving way. Just as he turned into an alley, his feet stumbled. Thwack! That single stumble allowed Chen Feng's machete to slice deep into Guya's back. Immediately following, a powerful punch slammed into the back of his skull. Dogtooth hit the deck, his mind reeling from the punch. As he rolled over, a razor-sharp machete was already pressed against his throat, slicing open a bloody gash. Chen Feng! No! Brother Feng! Master Feng, spare me! 30,000. Give me a chance. 30,000 for my life. From now on, whenever I see you, I'll call you Master Feng. I beg you. Chen Feng's eyes showed no mercy. 30,000? You think too highly of yourself. These days, a lowlife's life wasn't worth 30 grand. The words barely left his mouth before the machete in his hand came crashing down. My leg. Ah! Chen Feng severed Dogtooth's Achilles tendon with one slash, then struck again. Blow after blow, 50 in total, not one more, not one less. Each strike carefully avoided vital organs. Dogtooth had no strength left to scream, his body a bloody mess, every tendon in his hands and feet severed. Even if he didn't die, he was crippled for life. Chen Feng didn't want him dead just yet. Killing someone in broad daylight wasn't something to be taken lightly. He had no connections and no money. If someone reported him, he'd either die or rot in prison for the rest of his life. Besides, keeping Dogtooth's worthless life had some minor use. Upstairs by the window, Li Qiuyan had turned pale at the sight, covering her mouth to stifle a scream. Chen Feng looked up and motioned for her to hurry down and open the roller shutter door. It took Li Qiuyan a moment to react before she scrambled downstairs in a panic to open the door. Chen Feng dragged Dogtooth, limp as a rag, into the restaurant and tossed him onto the floor. Aunt Yen, can you borrow a motorcycle? Li Qiuyan stammered, yes. Yes, Zhu Duchan's family across the street has one. I'll go knock on their door. 10 minutes later, Li Qiuyan returned. Behind her followed a young man with a simple, honest face and a build as sturdy as an ox. He pushed a black, old-model Jia motorcycle, looking no older than his early 20s. The earnest young man suddenly grinned, his eyes brimming with admiration. Bro! Brother Feng, I saw everything just now. You're so fierce. I wanna hang with you. Li Qiuyan immediately smacked him on the forehead. You pig-headed fool. What are you tagging along for? Go home and help your old man sell pork. And listen, you didn't see anything tonight, got it? The earnest youth shook his head vigorously, his expression unwavering. No. I won't. If I stick with my old man, I'll just be selling pork my whole life. I wanna hang with Brother Feng. Zhu Ba. I wanna make something of myself too. Chapter 6, Negotiating with Tiger Lei. Chen Feng gave Zhu Ba a cold look. Go back to selling pork with your dad. I don't take on new recruits. He had serious business to attend to now. He wasn't even sure if he could establish himself on Old East Street, let alone have the time to recruit underlings. He wasn't in a position to wave flags just yet. After speaking, he hoisted the barely breathing Dogtooth onto his motorcycle. Aunt Yen, pull down the rolling door tonight. Don't open it for anyone. With that warning, Chen Feng revved his engine and vanished down the street. But Chen Feng didn't see Zhu Ba's eyes, filled with unwavering resolve, following his retreating figure. 20 minutes later, Shuanqing Tea House. The ground floor entrance was sealed shut, with two thugs smoking cigarettes and guarding the double roll-up doors, baseball bats in hand. Upstairs, lights blazed brightly. Amidst the clamorous din, occasional bursts of excited screams pierced the air. Thud! Chen Feng slammed on the brakes and tossed the blood-soaked Dogtooth out the window. You little bastard, are you blind? Can't you see this is Shuanqing? Get that guy out of here now. A long-haired thug saw the scene, flicked his cigarette butt to the ground, and charged forward. Chen Feng merely glanced at him before jumping out of the car. Grabbing Guya by the collar, he dragged him along the ground, leaving a long trail of blood in his wake. I want to see Boss Lei. Who the hell do you think you are? Boss Lei isn't someone you can just see whenever you want. Get lost, or I'll cripple you. Before the long-haired thug could finish, Chen Feng pressed a knife to his throat. Don't push me. With that, a heavy punch sent the long-haired thug flying backward, slamming hard into the rolling door with a loud clang. The commotion downstairs quickly alerted the people inside the tea house. Meng, someone's causing trouble downstairs. Another thug quickly pulled a walkie-talkie from his waist and called for backup. Chen Feng glanced at him but made no move to stop him. He hadn't come to Shuanqing to beat up a few punks. He was here to see Boss Lei and negotiate terms. And negotiating terms required leverage. And his bargaining chip wasn't the dog's teeth lying on the ground like a dead dog, those teeth were merely a stepping stone. Upstairs on the third floor, in a lavishly decorated mahjong room, a scarred man in a black short-sleeved shirt stood behind a middle-aged man, pouring tea and lighting his cigarette. The scarred man in black, originally named Feng Meng, was the top enforcer under Lei Lao on Old East Street and also Lei Bo's right-hand man. He had once saved Lei Lao from a mob attack by over a dozen thugs. The scar stretching from his eye to his jawbone was a souvenir from that incident. A call crackled through the walkie-talkie strapped to Feng Meng's waist, but no one in the mahjong room paid it any mind. He silenced the device and leaned close to the middle-aged man's ear. "Boss, I'll go check downstairs. I'll bring you a bowl of pork knuckle noodles when I return." The middle-aged man replied indifferently, "All right, go ahead. But be gentle. If it's some ignorant youngster, just cripple one hand. That'll teach him a lesson." Feng Meng nodded, turned, and headed downstairs. There, beside an old blackjaw motorcycle, stood Chen Feng. "Kid, know where you are?" Chen Feng looked up, his sharp gaze locking with Feng Meng's. "I know. Shuwenqing Tea House. Boss Lei's turf." With that, he suddenly grabbed the half-dead dogtooth by the collar with one hand. "You're Feng Meng? Recognize this guy? Keep talking, and he'll bleed out." As the words fell, the veins on Chen Feng's arms bulged slightly. With a powerful swing, he tossed Guya like a punching bag, sending him crashing precisely at Feng Meng's feet. Feng Meng was stunned. The strength of this kid was insane. A single swing of his arms could hurl a man 4 or 5 meters. Staring at the bloodied, unrecognizable figure at his feet, he froze for a few seconds before crouching down. His expression darkened when he saw the dog tooth hanging around the man's neck. "Dog tooth?" Feng Meng's lips trembled. "Who are you?" No sooner had the words left his mouth than over a dozen thugs wielding machetes burst out of the tea house, surrounding Chen Feng. Each thug radiated fierce intimidation, their faces hardened with ruthlessness. They were clearly battle-hardened veterans who'd tasted blood, nothing like the street punks who filled the ranks elsewhere. Feng Meng beckoned to 2 of his men, signaling them to carry Dogtooth inside. Only then did he turn to glare at the cold-faced youth across from him, his face turning ashen. "Whoever you are, if you don't give us an explanation today, you're dead. You lot can't hold me." Chen Feng shook his head. Before his words had fully faded, he suddenly charged forward. In 2 strides, he closed the distance to Feng Meng and brought down a devastating elbow strike. Feng Meng, as Lei's top enforcer, reacted with lightning speed, blocking the attack with a well-timed punch. Unfortunately, his strength was significantly lacking. The collision of elbow and fist sent Feng Meng staggering back 3 steps. Seizing the moment, Chen Feng delivered another powerful punch, landing squarely on Feng Meng's chest. Thud! A dull thud echoed as the blow knocked the wind out of Feng Meng, his face already turning pale. Cough, cough, cough. Damn it! He coughed violently several times before catching his breath. Immediately retreating a few steps, he shouted angrily, signaling a dozen thugs wielding knives to charge forward. "Hold it! Stop embarrassing me." Just then, a deep, smoky voice echoed from the teahouse hall. A middle-aged man stepped forward. The man had a round, full face and slightly narrowed eyes, giving off the warm, friendly vibe of a neighborly uncle with a perpetual smile. But those who knew him understood, beneath that perpetual smile lay a heart as ruthless and treacherous as the darkest shadows. This man was Lei, the top boss of Old East Street, known on the streets as Lei Tiger. These days, while big shots roamed the streets, only 3 men in all of Old East Street had risen to the level of Lei Tiger. Leaping Tiger toyed with his amber bracelet. "You're Chen Feng, barber at beauty salon. Chen Yuanshan is your old man, right?" Chen Feng remained silent, merely nodding. Leopard Tiger sneered coldly, his eyes narrowing to slits. "Heh, you're quite the hothead, young man. What? Learned a few tricks and came to avenge your old man?" Chen Feng remained silent, but his gaze fixed on Lei Lavu without flinching. "Kid, if you're looking for revenge, you've got the wrong guy." Lei Lavu's narrowed eyes suddenly widened slightly. "But you've trespassed on my turf and crippled my men. You owe me an explanation. Though I haven't wielded a blade in years, I still value my reputation. Don't accuse me of bullying the young. Out of respect for your father who once shaved my head and washed my face, I'll give you a chance to speak." As soon as he finished speaking, over a dozen more thugs in black burst out of the tea house, bristling with aggression. Chen Feng's expression darkened slightly. His peripheral vision took in the nearly 30 thugs filling the space. Suddenly, he tossed the cleaver in his hand onto the ground. "Uncle Lei, I know exactly who's after my father. I'm not here to seek revenge, but to propose a deal." Uncle Lei's expression shifted slightly, a hint of amusement flickering across his broad face. "Heh, what terms do you wish to discuss?" Chen Feng spoke calmly. "From now on, I'll collect the management fees for the western section of Old East Street. The required payments will be delivered to Uncle Lei on time every month. Additionally, the beauty salon shopfront was left to me by my father. I want it back." Chapter 7, Yongshan Casino. "Chen Feng, what the hell are you thinking? Boss Lei, this kid's asking for trouble. He actually dares to negotiate terms with you." Before Lei Tiger could speak, Feng Meng behind him couldn't hold back his rage. If Lei Tiger hadn't been there, he would have ordered his men to charge forward and hack the kid to pieces. His rage stemmed partly from the kid's sheer arrogance. He'd just been bested in a one-on-one fight. But the bigger reason was that this kid actually dared to try to snatch me from his mouth. The management fees for the West District had always been collected by Feng Meng. He only needed to hand over 20% to Lei Tiger each month as a token of respect. Truthfully, it was all for show. A big shot like Lei Tiger couldn't care less about such peanuts as management fees. Collecting that 20% signaled one thing: Lei Tiger ruled the West District. As the saying goes, the big shots eat the meat while the underlings get the soup. This management fee was the soup left for the minor leaders of the West District. But this broth was no small portion. Old East Street spanned 2 large urban villages in Dongping District. There are 400 or 500 commercial establishments of all sizes. Beyond legitimate shops, there are arcades, massage parlors, hair salons, billiard halls, video arcades, and all manner of entertainment venues. The combined management fees from these establishments were no small sum. The West District alone accounted for over 100 shops. Among them were over 20 entertainment venues. The monthly management fees from these small establishments alone were enough to keep Feng Meng well fed and living quite comfortably. Now Chen Feng was demanding to seize the West District's management fees. It was like robbing him of his livelihood, akin to killing his parents. How the hell could he tolerate that? Mengzi, you've been with me this long, why are you still so impatient? No one takes control of the West District venues without my say-so. Lei Tiger patted Feng Meng's shoulder, then turned his gaze to Chen Feng. A sharp gleam flashed in his narrowed eyes. Kid, an appetite too big will kill you. The West District's venue rights are no small matter. What gives you the right to demand I hand them over? Or rather, what gives you the right to compete with Mengzi for them? There was no way Lei Tiger would hand over the arena management rights to Chen Feng. This kid hadn't taken a bullet for him, nor had he done him any favors or earned any merits. Yet he didn't shut the door completely. Chen Feng's display of skill had stirred a hint of admiration in him. Why? Because I can help Uncle Lei seize back the Yongshan Casino near the West District. Chen Feng's eyes sharpened, a faint smile playing at his lips. Uncle Lei, that casino is worth control over 10 streets, right? I know you've always wanted to take Yongshan. I heard you nearly lost your wife over that place? Chen Feng hadn't wasted his 5 years in prison. 2 years before his release, he'd already begun gathering intelligence on all the major underworld factions in Binjiang. He knew the situation in Dongping District's Old East Street like the back of his hand. Knowing your enemy and yourself ensures victory in every battle. Having resolved to walk this path, he would spare no effort in preparing thoroughly. That was the confidence behind his bold move to cripple Dogtooth and single-handedly storm Shuanqing Tea House the moment he walked free. Bull! But before Chen Feng could finish speaking, Feng Meng erupted in rage. You little punk! You know how many bloody battles I've fought with Goldtooth's men without taking him down? You think you can pull it off just by talking big? Believe it or not. Mengzi, look at you getting worked up again. How many times have I told you to keep your cool when trouble comes? How can you ever accomplish anything if you can't stay calm? Leopard Tiger narrowed his eyes, interrupting Feng Meng with deliberate slowness before turning his gaze to Chen Feng. Kid, you can brag all you want outside without paying the price. But here, if you can't back up your big talk, you'll pay dearly. Got it? He, Lei Tiger, had indeed long coveted the Yongshan Casino. For this place, he'd not only lost 2 of his most daring and ruthless henchmen. During the last negotiation with Goldtooth, his beautiful wife had nearly been tricked to death at the bargaining table. This incident had been gnawing at his chest, robbing Lei Tiger of both sleep and appetite. Even his virility in bed had suffered, prompting his beautiful wife to complain bitterly that he was getting old and should stay away from bloodshed, instead doing more good deeds. And cultivate virtue for a long life. Chen Feng remained unflappable. Uncle Lei, give me 10 days to take down the Yongshan Casino. The West District turf control and the beauty salon will be mine. He knew full well that mere words wouldn't secure control of the West District. But if Lei Tiger would grant him 10 days, combined with the plan he'd meticulously crafted before his release, he was 70% certain he could seize control of the Yongshan Casino. A 70% chance was worth the gamble. Win, and he'd truly establish himself in Old East Street. Lose, and he'd have no choice but to fight for his life. Ha, you're a spirited youngster, much better than your honest barber father. Lei Laovu suddenly burst into 3 loud laughs. But what if you can't take Yongshan within 10 days? Without hesitation, Chen Feng declared, if I fail to take Yongshan, I'll sever my own arm to atone before Uncle Lei. With nothing to his name but his worthless life, staking one arm on a chance was already a win for him. Lei Tiger's face remained warmly smiling, but he remained silent for a long while. After a dozen seconds of silence, he suddenly turned to Feng Meng. Mengzi, since the West District field management is now in your hands, you decide this matter. Whether to give this kid a chance is entirely up to you. I'm getting old now. In the future, Old East Street will be your young generation's domain. Feng Meng froze at the words, cursing inwardly. The old fox was playing his usual tricks again. He clearly had his mind made up but was making him guess. Guess his ass. If he had to choose, it meant sending over 30 brothers to finish the kid off right then and there. He'd been under Lei Tiger for 4 years, and what he feared most was this old fox making them choose. Pick right, and he'd be all smiles. Pick wrong, and it'd be skinning alive and chopping off his balls. Feng Meng pondered for a long moment, his head spinning, before tentatively speaking up. Boss, this kid took down that good-for-nothing Dogtooth. He fought me one-on-one and held his own. His skills and determination are undeniable. I think maybe we should give him a chance? Let him try? Fine. Feng, Uncle Lei will give you this chance. 10 days is your limit. I'll be waiting for your good news. Leaping Tiger waddled over to Chen Feng, slapping his shoulder like a friendly neighbor. Youth is wonderful, full of drive and passion. You've got a bright future ahead. Chen Feng smiled back. Thanks for the consideration, Uncle Lei. But to take down the Yongshan casino, I'll need your support. At that, Uncle Lei's laughter abruptly stopped, his round face darkening instantly. Feng, there's something you might not know. After that last incident with Gold Tooth over the casino, Prince Wang Jian couldn't stand by and watch. He personally ordered us to keep a low profile lately. So publicly. Uncle Lei can't really help you. Chen Feng sneered inwardly. The old fox spoke sweetly, but in truth, he merely wanted to use him as cannon fodder. Chapter 8, The Death of Dogtooth. By the time he returned to the food stall, it was already 3 in the morning. From a distance, Chen Feng spotted Juba, that hulking figure standing like a towering iron pillar at the entrance, a butcher's knife in hand. Hey, brother Feng. As soon as he parked his motorcycle, Juba strode over with a wide grin, flashing him a simple, honest smile. Chen Feng froze. You're standing guard here with a butcher's knife instead of sleeping at this hour? Truth be told, with that big guy planted at the entrance, he did look a bit like the fierce Zhang Fei. But that honest, broad face was just too comical to intimidate any evil spirits. Brother Feng, I'm standing guard. You're off doing important things, so of course I gotta watch over the house. Shuba looked dead serious, patting his thick chest solemnly. Chen Feng rolled his eyes. Your place is just across the street, isn't it? Here, take your motorcycle back. Here's $50 for gas. Now get home and sleep. The big guy was stubborn though. He shook his head repeatedly, refusing the money and refusing to leave, just standing there like a statue at the doorway. Brother Feng, you're exhausted tonight. Go home and sleep first. I'll guard the door for you. Chen Feng was speechless. This big guy was sticking around. If he couldn't be shooed away, so be it. If he wanted to guard the door, let him. Chen Feng pulled out his keys expressionlessly, unlocked the rolling gate, went inside, and slammed it shut with a clang. It wasn't that he was heartless, but he didn't want to harm this honest, simple giant. Venturing into the underworld wasn't like the brotherhood in vendettas, beautiful women and fiery liquor portrayed in movies. It was a one-way path of blood and tears. Once you stepped onto this road, your life became cheap. If not for the blood feud weighing him down, if his life weren't already worthless, he wouldn't have chosen this path. Closing the door, Chen Feng shook his head inside. He'd let Aunt Yen handle the persuasion tomorrow. Their familiarity might work. If not, Juba's old man could always give him a good beating with a stick. That should straighten him out. Just as he reached the attic staircase, Chen Feng heard the sound of rushing water. The fresh scent of soap, mingled with a faint feminine fragrance, wafted straight into his nostrils. Why was Aunt Yen bathing so late at night? He pondered for a moment. Perhaps Aunt Yen was too worried about him to sleep. The thought made him feel guilty. He had just gotten out of prison and already caused her so much trouble, dragging her into this mess. Feng, is that you back? Chen Feng was lost in thought when Aunt Yen's slightly frightened voice came from the bathroom. It's me. Aunt Yen, go ahead and bathe. I'm just going up to the attic to get something. He deliberately raised his voice to reassure her. After everything that had happened today, she must be scared and panicked. Wait, Feng, could you bring me my nightgown? It's on the bedside table up in the attic. Oh, okay. Chen Feng thought to himself, Aunt Yen was so absent-minded she'd even forgotten to bring a change of clothes. He scrambled up to the attic in a few quick steps. He spotted the neatly folded nightgown on the bedhead. Just as he reached to grab it, a pair of purple panties suddenly fell out. Chen Feng's eyes widened. He quickly picked it up. It felt soft, and this color was actually quite pretty. Listening to the rushing water in the bathroom, he instinctively glanced at the purple fabric in his hand, and a wave of heat surged through him. Feng, did you find it? Hearing Aunt Yen's prompting, he casually stuffed the purple panties into the pajamas and descended the attic stairs. Aunt Yen, I left it on the stool by the door. I'll head back upstairs now. Through the bathroom door, Aunt Yen's voluptuous silhouette was faintly visible, making Chen Feng's desire burn even more intensely. He hurriedly dashed up to the attic, afraid he might act impulsively and make a mistake. Soon, Li Qiuyan emerged from the bathroom, not wearing her nightgown but wrapped in a bath towel. The towel was too small to fully conceal her curves, leaving her rounded, white buttocks barely hidden. Hey kid, how'd things go? Did you hurt yourself anywhere? Let me check you out later. Chen Feng looked up at her words and froze instantly. At that moment, Aunt Yen resembled a perfectly ripe peach, tempting him to take a bite. It went smoothly. Aunt Yen, it's too late now. You, get some rest. I'll head downstairs. His eyes darted nervously as he grabbed the paper and pen and dashed downstairs from the attic. You've grown up, but your courage has shrunk. Now you're shy with your aunt? You're sleeping upstairs tonight. I won't eat you, you know. A playful glint flashed in Li Qiuyan's beautiful eyes as she called downstairs. I'll just crash downstairs for the night. Aunt Yen, you should get some sleep. Chen Feng blurted out without turning his head, though inwardly he cursed himself. Aunt Yen, don't push your luck. He didn't consider himself a saint, but Aunt Yen had been his mother's close friend, watching him grow up. One couldn't. At least there had to be some boundaries. Sigh. Li Qiuyan let out a wistful sigh from the attic, slipping the bath towel from her shoulders. Chen Feng shook his head vigorously, barely suppressing the rising heat. Picking up paper and pen again, a cold gleam flashed in his eyes as he crossed out the name Dogtooth, his gaze settling on another. Li Yong. 5 years ago, one of the 6 men who hacked his father to death outside the barbershop. 5 years ago, this man was just a low-level thug hanging around the arcade on Old East Street. Now, he'd transformed into a small-time boss under Zhou Jinyang, the big shot of Old East Street's Middle Street. Li Yong had even opened his own arcade on Middle Street, making a decent living for himself. After dealing with Dogtooth, Li Yong was his next target for revenge. But Li Yong was his key to taking down the Yongshan casino. He couldn't just go after him with the same brute force he used on Dogtooth. Chen Feng stared at Li Yong's name, his mind racing as he fell deep in thought. Meanwhile, inside a shady clinic, Fang Meng looked at Dogtooth, lying on the bed wrapped in bandages like a rice dumpling, and shook his head with a sigh. Meng. Big brother Meng, avenge me. The only parts of Dogtooth visible, his eyes glowed with venomous hatred as tears streamed down his face. He wasn't dead, but his limbs were crippled. He'd be a useless shell from now on, a fate worse than death to him. Fang Meng nodded firmly, a fierce glint flashing in his eyes. Dogtooth, calm down. I swear I'll avenge you. I'll make sure he suffers worse than you did. Ah. Brother Meng, what do you mean? Didn't Dr. Liu just say I'd pull through and wouldn't die? Dogtooth shook his head violently, his eyes darting wildly. An ominous foreboding made his whole body tremble. Dogtooth, look at the sorry state you're in now. Living is just torture. You'd be better off dead. I'd even save on funeral expenses. Before he could finish, Fang Meng suddenly pulled a thin iron wire from his pocket and wrapped it tightly around Guya's neck. Cough. Cough. Brother Meng. You. Ugh. Damn it. Dogtooth, don't blame Brother Meng. Blame Chen Feng. Rest easy, I've picked you a prime feng shui spot. Go in peace. A minute later, Dogtooth drew his last breath, his head slumping limply over the edge of the bed. Behind Fang Meng, 2 henchmen turned ashen-faced, too stunned to react. Even as cigarette butts fell onto their crotches. This was the real underworld. There were no big brothers with boundless loyalty. When you couldn't swing a knife, couldn't take a life, couldn't get the job done, you'd be discarded like a dead dog. Chapter 9, Veteran Hardware. By 6 in the morning, Chen Feng had already completed 800 push-ups and finished a full set of boxing drills. Beads of sweat as large as soybeans rolled down his sharply defined muscles. This was a habit he'd cultivated in prison, maintained without fail for 5 years. Hearing the grunting sounds from below, Li Qiuyan couldn't sleep either. Tossing her disheveled hair, she slipped into her pajamas and came downstairs. Wow, exercising this early? Look at you, drenched in sweat. Go take a shower. I'll make breakfast. Her gaze lingered on Chen Feng's solid, muscular frame, and her pretty face flushed slightly before she turned and swayed her hips into the kitchen. Chen Feng nodded, gave Li Qiuyan a smile, and headed into the bathroom to shower. The moment he closed the door, a pair of black cotton briefs hanging behind it caught his eye, still carrying the unique, mature scent of Aunt Yen. Chen Feng's handsome face flushed. Being aroused so early in the morning, he'd intended to cool off, but the shower only made him feel hotter and hotter. Soon, Auntie Li Qiuyan emerged from the kitchen carrying 2 bowls of fragrant scallion oil noodles. Chen Feng smiled at the aroma. It's been years since I've had Aunt Yan's noodles. They still taste just the same. A maternal smile spread across Aunt Li's face as she watched Chen Feng slurping noodles heartily. Without thinking, she ruffled his hair. Take your time. No one's rushing you. You'll have this every day from now on. Don't burn your mouth. Chen Feng nodded, then suddenly remembered something and looked up. Oh, Aunt Yen, has Ah Chang been by lately? Ah Chang was his childhood friend, Zhang Ah Chang. The two were so close they were practically inseparable. For the past 5 years, Ah Chang had visited him in prison twice a month without fail, rain or shine. But to his surprise, Ah Chang had promised to pick him up yesterday for his release. Yet a whole day had passed, and there was still no sign of him. Chen Feng felt uneasy, fearing Ah Chang might have gotten into trouble. Li Qiuyan furrowed her delicate brows. You remind me I haven't seen him on Old East Street for days. That kid probably got busted selling pirated DVDs at his stall. She knew Ah Chang well. He used to hang out at the hair salon with Ah Feng, but after graduating from junior high, he never settled down. He spent his days peddling goods on the street. He peddled everything from socks and underwear to little pills, pirated DVDs, and tiger penis wine. Don't underestimate his little street stall business. When things were good, he actually made a decent profit, but it was unstable. Occasionally, he'd run into tough customers who'd beat him up, steal his goods and money, and he'd just have to take it. Since their goods were mostly shady, either counterfeit or smuggled, they never dared call the cops. No way. Chang's too street smart to get caught by the enforcement squad easily. Even if he ended up at the Public Security Bureau, he'd be out by now with just a few discs. Chen Feng shook his head, sensing something was off. Aunt Yen, I need to run an errand. Stay in the shop. If Chang comes by, tell him not to leave. Have him wait here for me? Li Qiuyan nodded. Got it. Be careful out there. Don't try to be a hero. Your life comes first, okay? She'd noticed it yesterday. Since getting out of prison, Feng wasn't the same. Not only had he bulked up, becoming tougher and more aggressive, but his heart had changed too. He'd grown harder and more ruthless. But she still worried about Chen Feng, fearing that once he stepped outside, she might never see him return. Don't worry, Aunt Yen. I value my life and I'm tough as nails. Chen Feng turned back with a smile, pulled open the roller door, and was about to step out when he saw Zhuba, the pork vendor diagonally across the street, grinning at him with his usual simple-minded expression. Good morning, Brother Feng. Chen Feng ignored him with a cold expression, turning right and walking away. Zhuba tried to say something, but his father, Zhu Dashang, smacked him on the butt with his cane. Shut your damn mouth. Finished trimming those pork bones yet? Stay away from that kid from now on, got it? Once upon a time, he'd constantly urged Zhuba to learn from Chen Feng, to study hard and get into a good university to bring honor to the family. But now, the once promising college student had become a released murderer. He refused to let his beloved son associate with a killer. Failing to get into university wasn't the end of the world. Being an honest butcher selling pork could still support a family. Soon after, Chen Feng hailed a cab to Bantian village. After passing several abandoned factory sites, he found a hardware workshop called Veteran Hardware. He came specifically to retrieve a knife. A month before his release, he had asked Chang to find a master craftsman surnamed Lu here to make him a special short knife. During his 5 years in prison, he had learned short knife techniques from a middle-aged death row inmate. He found the machetes and large cleavers used by thugs awkward to handle. It was said that Master Lu had once been a technician at an arms factory in the 60s or 70s. Crafting a custom short knife was no challenge for him. He could even build guns and cannons with ease. The dagger measured 1.5 inches wide and 9.5 inches long. Its blade was double-edged, one side serrated with a blood groove, and the handle featured 5 finger holes. Young man, this knife you've requested is quite something. Master Lu, his face framed by a snow-white beard, examined the short blade he'd crafted with his own hands, his expression brimming with satisfaction and pride. I got a bit itchy-fingered and made a small dagger based on this short sword. The blade is very thin. If a skilled swordsman hides it at his waist and draws it suddenly, tsk. As Master Lu spoke, his gaunt right hand suddenly darted to his waist. A cold gleam flashed as a sharp dagger, gleaming with a dark sheen, appeared in his grasp. Chen Feng's eyes narrowed sharply. He inwardly marveled, fine blades both of them. What surprised him even more was the master's deftness in drawing the dagger, a simple yet swift, precise, and steady motion. This Master Lu was no ordinary man. The rumors on the streets are true. Master Lu's work is indeed top-notch. Chen Feng bowed with a clasped fist in martial courtesy before accepting the sword and dagger. He held them in his hands, testing their weight and feel, a hint of excitement playing at the corners of his mouth. These two blades formed a perfect pair, seemingly crafted just for him. Master Lu, 600 yuan is certainly not enough to repay your dedication and craftsmanship. Consider it a token of appreciation from a younger generation. Please accept it as pocket money for tea. Chen Feng pulled out 600 yuan from his pocket. It was actually quite a sum. Many migrant workers couldn't earn that much in a month these days. But Master Lu was no ordinary man. When dealing with someone of genuine skill, one must show proper respect. You never knew when you might need their help someday. This was a lesson he learned in prison. The middle-aged death row inmate who taught him knife fighting said it was called respecting one's teacher and honoring the way. You're a kid who knows the ropes, kid. I'll take this money. 600 bucks isn't small change. These days, there aren't many young guys like you who know how to play by the rules in this line of work. With that, old Lu waved him off and turned back into his workshop. Chen Feng clasped his fists in a bow, his gaze sharpening as he studied the short dagger in his hand. Chapter 10: An Undying Enmity Against Gambling and Drugs. After leaving Veteran's hardware store, Chen Feng intended to follow his plan and first scout out the Yongshan casino. His plan was straightforward: take care of Li Yong first, then deal with Li Yong's cousin. Of course, he wasn't after Li Yong's cousin herself, but rather to use her as a pawn in his scheme. While in prison, Chen Feng had investigated through his middle-aged death row mentor that Li Yong had a cousin working as a beautiful dealer at the casino. Though described as a beautiful dealer, she was actually just average-looking, but she had a great figure, curvy in all the right places. Most importantly, she possessed a seductive charm. Using her figure and allure, she had climbed into the bed of Luo Chang, the casino's manager. His real target was Luo Chang. Take down Luo Chang, and securing Yongshan would be practically guaranteed. This interlocking scheme, premeditated against the unprepared, was the only way to seize Yongshan. Had he followed Feng Meng's approach, leading his men into a head-on confrontation, even victory would have come at a devastating cost, ultimately leaving the casino beyond his grasp. The underworld wasn't just about fighting and killing, it was also about outmaneuvering your opponents. This was a lesson he'd learned behind bars. Of course, his petty schemes were nothing to seasoned veterans, but taking down a small casino was manageable. Shortly after, Chen Feng appeared at an arcade wearing a black baseball cap. This arcade, Lightning Arcade, was run by Li Yong and was located just 200 meters from the Yongshan Casino. Though it was morning, the place was already packed with arcade gamers. The air was thick with smoke and noise. At the entrance counter sat a red-haired thug handling coin exchanges. Further inside, 3 slot machines stood. Only one machine had a crowd gathered around it, some betting on the old devil, others on the apple, occasionally erupting in excited shouts. Chen Feng glanced casually at the action. Several rounds had gone by without a single payout, yet the gamblers only grew more frenzied, their eyes bloodshot as if they'd been playing all night. He roughly estimated that these few gamblers alone could easily contribute over 1,000 yuan in daily revenue to Li Yong. This arcade was profitable as hell. After circling the place without spotting Li Yong, Chen Feng was about to leave when he caught sight of a stocky man with a thick gold chain around his neck walking in. "Redhead, what the are you doing sitting on the counter playing? Can't you see the floor's covered in cigarette butts and sunflower seed shells? Clean it up now, or I'll make you eat it. We've got a big client coming this afternoon. Don't mess with my money making." This was Li Yong. The moment he entered, he raised his hand and smacked Redhead right on the forehead. He grabbed a small notebook from the counter, muttered curses under his breath, and stormed upstairs. As he brushed past Chen Feng, he glanced sideways. Seeing the dozen or so coins in Chen Feng's hand, he assumed he was just a customer and paid him no mind. But Chen Feng keenly noticed the dark red bloodstains on Li Yong's chest and arms. "Brother Yong, I just cleaned up. That damn group had no manners, they littered while playing. I'll go clean it up now." Redhead looked genuinely aggrieved and hurried off to clean. Chen Feng pushed down his cap rim and glanced at the wall clock. It was 10:30 a.m. Taking advantage of Red Hair's distraction, he casually grabbed a bottle of soda from the counter and strolled out of the arcade. He didn't go far, instead crouching down in a small alley across the street and watching the arcade entrance. About half an hour later, he spotted Li Yong exiting the arcade and quietly followed him. Li Yong, oblivious to the shadow behind him, strode with arrogant, reckless confidence straight to the Yongshan Mahjong Parlor. The Yongshan Mahjong Parlor served as a front for the Yongshan Casino. The real gambling den was hidden in the basement beneath the Mahjong Hall. Chen Feng didn't follow inside. Even if he had, it would have been pointless. Without an insider to guide him and carrying less than 1,000 yuan, he wouldn't have been allowed into the underground gambling den. But his original goal was just to scout the area and get a general idea of Li Yong's movements, which he had already accomplished. Chen Feng circled the casino perimeter once more, committing the surrounding terrain, street layouts, and shop locations to memory before departing. Returning to the old East Street food stalls at noon, Chen Feng's stomach growled with hunger. He eagerly entered the shop, eager to see what Aunt Yen had cooked, but suddenly froze. Sitting on a chair inside, a young man with long, messy hair was covered in blood. Aunt Yen was holding a bandage, carefully wrapping it around his wounds to stop the bleeding. Wasn't that Chang? How had he ended up looking so terrible? Ah, Chang! Chen Feng's expression darkened. As he approached, he saw the young man covered in injuries, his face beaten black and blue, a gash running across his head. "Feng! Brother Feng, save my sister!" Ah Chang grabbed his arm urgently, his eyes filled with panic, completely oblivious to the blood dripping from his head. "Hold on. Let Aunt Yen bandage your wounds first. What happened to your sister? Tell me slowly." Chen Feng grabbed a bottle of alcohol from the table and poured it directly onto Ah Chang's head. The pain made him wail like a child, cursing profusely. "Brother Feng, it's Li Yong. They kidnapped my sister and are forcing me to pay back a 50,000 yuan gambling debt. If I can't pay, they'll hurt my sister." Chang's eyes were bloodshot, his face twisted with rage and hatred, but also heavy with self-blame. Smack! Mid-sentence, he suddenly slapped himself hard across the face. "You've gotten into gambling?" Chen Feng didn't stop him from hurting himself, his sharp gaze suddenly turning cold. Before he'd gone inside, he'd warned Ah Chang more than once, no matter what petty crimes he committed on the outside, he absolutely must stay away from gambling and drugs. If he touched either, their brotherhood would be over. Li Qiuyan's face flashed with a complex mix of emotions and faint disgust. She knew the temperament of a gambling addict all too well. The man who had cheated her time and again was one such gambler. After losing, he'd regret it so much he'd want to jump off a building, yet he lacked the courage to do it. When he got money again, he'd gamble some more, until he became neither human nor ghost, just a madman. "No! Brother Feng, I was set up. That bastard Li Yong forced me into it." Zhang Aqiang sensed the icy glare from his best friend and hurried to explain. "The other night, I was selling DVDs at the street corner. One of Li Yong's henchmen bought 10 Hong Kong action flicks in one go. But when it came time to pay, they said they didn't have enough cash and made me go with them to the Yongshan Mahjong Parlor to get the money. Once we got there. Brother Feng, I swear they set me up. You know I've always listened to you. I know exactly how my family fell apart. I, Zhang Chang, will never associate with gambling or drugs. Chen Feng finally understood. Chang had indeed been set up by Li Yong's men, but ultimately, it was because the kid was too greedy. Of course, in this world, who isn't greedy for money? But before succumbing to greed, it's best to remind yourself of one thing: there's no such thing as a free lunch. That said, avenging a brother's enemy and rescuing his sister were non-negotiable. Chapter 11, Something's Off. Time, location, their demands. Chen Feng shot a disapproving glare at the pitifully battered Chang. This kid had a fatal flaw: he thought his street smarts made him untouchable everywhere. But in the real world, that kind of petty cleverness was the easiest way to get yourself killed. But the situation was urgent now. He'd deal with the kid's flaws after getting the job done and saving the hostage. Tonight at 9. They told me to bring all the DVDs and 50,000 in cash to an abandoned factory in Bantian village. Cash for the person. Zhang Aqiang quickly added, they warned that if we dare call the police, we'll be waiting to collect our bodies. Chen Feng pondered for a moment before asking, why do they want your discs? How many do you actually have? Logically, Li Yong's gang shouldn't have targeted Chang, a mere pirated disc vendor, and gone to such lengths to set him up by kidnapping his sister. Something was off about this. I don't know either. Maybe they just want to squeeze me dry. I've got over 200 discs total, all top-notch stuff. They probably want to sell them for a profit. Zhang Aqiang thought about it and found it strange too. This gang was involved in arcades, gambling dens, and loan sharking. They wouldn't suddenly switch to selling discs, would they? Feng, Li Yong is one of the men who killed your old man. What if he knows you're getting out and is coming for you? Using Chengzi's situation as bait to lure you in. Don't be foolish and fall into their trap. Li Qiuyan, who had been silent until now, suddenly spoke with a look of deep concern. Chen Feng glanced at Aunt Yen. Her words sparked a flicker of caution in him. Her suspicion wasn't entirely unfounded. But even if it was a trap, he had no choice but to go. Chang, give me the keys to your rental. I'll go get your things. You find a clinic to treat that head wound first. Don't let it get infected and mess up your brain. Chen Feng shot Chang a disapproving look and punched him playfully in the chest. Feng, send Chang to that shady clinic at 69 West Street. Ask for Bai Shui. She's my sister through thick and thin. Her medical skills are top-notch, and she's trustworthy and safe. Li Qiuyan's eyes lit up as if suddenly remembering something. Chen Feng looked surprised. He'd never known Aunt Yen had a close friend who ran an underground clinic. We'll talk about that later. Just know that clinic is trustworthy. If you ever get hurt and can't go to the hospital, you can go to her. Seeing his skeptical expression, Li Qiuyan hesitated to explain further when she noticed Chang present. She decided it was better to discuss this privately with Feng later. After all, it involved some of her little secrets. Though curious, Chen Feng didn't press further. If Aunt Yen hadn't told him, she surely had her reasons. Shortly after, Aunt Yen took Chang to the clinic for treatment. Chen Feng returned to the attic, stashed the custom-made short knife under the bed, and carried only the dagger with him before heading to Chang's rental to retrieve the discs. But the moment he pulled down the roller shutter, his peripheral vision caught something amiss. He was being followed. And it wasn't just one person, two individuals, one in front and one behind. A playful curve touched his lips. Feigning nonchalance, he strolled leisurely into a narrow alleyway. Thud. The moment he entered the alley, a dull thud echoed behind him. Turning, he saw Zhuba, that big oaf wielding a sharpening rod, grinning dumbly at him. He. At Zhuba's feet lay a passed-out bald thug. Chen Feng's mouth twitched. Why are you following me? This big oaf wasn't helping his old man sell pork at the butcher stall. What the hell was he sneaking around after him for? He. Brother Feng, I've been keeping an eye on your shopping trance. I spotted that bald cat lurking nearby ages ago. He clearly had bad intentions toward you. So I followed him, waited for his guard to drop, whacked him out with a club, and took care of him for you. Zhuba grinned like an idiot, feeling proud of his big favor for Brother Feng. He even puffed out his chest, thick as a mountain, in satisfaction. Chen Feng was speechless. This guy really intended to latch onto him. But credit where credit was due. Zhuba was as sturdy as a bear, appearing clumsy and simple-minded, yet he had sharp eyes and worked meticulously. Chen Feng waved his hand dismissively. Well, thanks for the offer. I'll buy you a drink sometime. Now get back to selling pork. Your dad's hurt his leg. Instead of hanging around here, you should be helping him out. Ha, no need to thank me. Zhuba scratched his head sheepishly, only to look up and find the alley completely deserted. Meanwhile, Chen Feng arrived at Chang's rented room. Inside, it resembled nothing more than a doghouse, littered with takeout boxes and cigarette butts everywhere. He glanced around casually before pulling a black burlap sack from under the bed. He dumped its contents out and froze. Box after box of DVDs were printed with all sorts of explicit images, their titles each more vulgar than the last. Titles like The Widow's Kind Neighbor, My Domineering Female Boss, The Plumber's Amazing Skills, and Mother's Away, Her Best Friend Stays Over. His blood boiled. Was this what Ah Chang called Hong Kong blockbusters? This was clearly Japanese adult films, stuff for grown men. But these discs did sell for more than Hong Kong action flicks, and they were hard to come by. He estimated that if he sold this sack of goods, he could easily make 10 to 20,000 yuan. Li Yong might not care about that kind of money, but his men certainly wouldn't turn their noses up at it. Besides the discs, the sack contained a point-and-shoot camera. Chen Feng tested it and found it still worked. A mischievous grin suddenly spread across his lips as if he'd thought of something. Without further inspection, he casually stuffed a few discs into his pants pocket before hoisting the black sack and heading out. He didn't even lock the door on his way out. His stinking rental was so foul that thieves would run away just from the smell, better to let it air out. Back at the old East Street food stalls, Aunt Yen had already returned, while Ah Chang was still getting in 4 drip at the shady clinic. "You little brat, couldn't you have skipped tonight?" As soon as she saw him return, Li Qiuyan carried the food to the table, her large eyes flashing with deep unease and worry. The more she thought about Ah Chang's situation, the more uneasy she felt, and the more she didn't want Chen Feng to take risks. "Aunt Yen, I know what I'm doing. I'll be prepared." Chen Feng stuffed his mouth with Aunt Yen's twice-cooked pork, wiping his lips. "Besides, Li Yong slashed my dad. I'll get him back sooner or later." After speaking, he buried his head back in his meal. Aunt Yen watched him silently, saying nothing more. She knew Feng had grown up once he made up his mind, no amount of persuasion could change it. She felt she couldn't help much. All she could do was wait for Ah Feng to return, ensuring he had a hot meal ready after a day of fighting. "Oh, Aunt Yen, you can't keep this place closed forever. I'm thinking of turning it into an arcade. We'll split the profits 50-50. What do you say?" After finishing his meal, Chen Feng suddenly turned to Aunt Yen. "That's a great idea. I hear arcades are incredibly profitable, way better than this old lady's food stall. Forget 50-50, give me just 20% and I'd be over the moon." Li Qiuyan's eyes lit up as she asked, "Feng, if you get your shop back, what do you plan to do with it?" At the mention, scenes from the former beauty salon flashed through Chen Feng's mind, and a faint smile touched his lips. "Run a hair salon. I'll even keep the name Beauty Salon." Chapter 12, Keeping the Promise to Save a Life. Li Qiuyan was surprised. Chen Feng had decided to go into the underworld, so why was he still thinking about hairdressing? How much could such a small salon earn, especially one that wasn't a disreputable hair parlor? "Aunt Yen, this salon was left to me by my father. Opening it is a way to carry on his legacy. You know, I've mastered his craft, even surpassed him." Chen Feng smiled, recalling his early days in prison when he'd shaved and washed the hair of his death row master. Back then, if it weren't for this skill, he didn't know how many beatings he would have endured, nor would he have learned so much from his master. But that reason was only part of it. He had deeper plans for running the barbershop, though he didn't need to share too much with Aunt Yen just yet. You're right to think that way. I support you. From now on, you'll be handling this old lady's hair." Li Qiuyan agreed that Chen Feng's idea was sound. Whether it made much money or not, it was at least a legitimate way to earn a living. As they spoke, Ah Chang walked in, his head wrapped in bandages. He had originally intended to get his hand bandaged too, but since he planned to rescue his sister tonight and a fierce battle might ensue, he feared the bandage would hinder his movements and declined. "Brother Feng, what's the plan for tonight?" Ah Chang greeted Li Qiuyan with a smile as he entered, then turned to ask Chen Feng. He was anxious inside. His sister was a vulnerable woman, and she was quite attractive. Every minute she spent in the hands of those bastards meant more danger. "First, go to a hardware store and buy a few bags of lime powder. I'll stake out the location early tonight. You bring this bag of adult DVDs and show up on time. You'll be out in the open while I stay hidden." Chen Feng understood his urgency and cut straight to the plan. Ah Chang's eyes lit up upon hearing this. "Brother Feng, that lime trick is pretty sneaky. I heard about some guy on the streets who took down several big shots with just a bag of lime powder." He thought Chen Feng's idea was brilliant. A college-educated mind was just so much more reliable than his own street smarts, which always left him scrambling when things got serious. Chen Feng shot him a look. "The lime powder is for your escape. You'd better practice beforehand, don't end up blinding yourself when it counts." Though throwing lime was a dirty trick, it could save your life in a pinch. Chen Feng didn't consider himself particularly brave just because he'd mastered combat and killing techniques. When faced with ambushes by truly ruthless thugs who weren't afraid to fight to the death, even Chen Haonan would have to make a run for it. Meanwhile, Fang Meng glared furiously at the bald man with 2 massive bruises swelling on his head. Useless piece of. You got spotted by just anyone and knocked out. How the hell didn't they kill you?" He cursed under his breath, then glanced at the line of underlings behind him, his rage boiling over. He felt like he was surrounded by a bunch of useless trash. If it weren't for his incompetent men, he would have already helped Boss Lei seize the Yongshan casino. "Brother Meng, that kid was too alert. And he definitely had backup, that's why I got spotted." The bald henchman stammered nervously, "Brother Meng, I lost the target, but I discovered something." He then reported to Fang Meng what he had seen during his reconnaissance, Zhang Aqiang walking into the food stall covered in blood. Fang Meng's eyes narrowed in suspicion as he pulled out a file from his desk. "Zhang Aqiang? That street vendor selling DVDs who's Chen Feng's childhood friend? Yeah, that's him. That kid sells pirated DVDs everywhere. Once he got busted and ended up in the same cell as me. Almost got his ass kicked, but I couldn't stand by and let it happen, so I saved his ass. Seeing Feng Meng's expression, the bald man felt his intelligence was valuable and quickly added. In reality, he'd got it backwards. Last time they'd been booked, it was Zhang Acheng who'd saved his ass. Though not as skilled in a fight as Chen Feng, the kid specialized in dirty, underhanded tricks. I'm talking business here. Why the hell are you dragging assholes into this? Itching for trouble? Feng Meng glared at the bald guy before turning to his other two men. Yangzi, head to the Sichuan food stall now. Keep a close eye on Zhang Acheng. Report any unusual activity immediately. He pulled a mobile phone from his leather briefcase and tossed it to Yangzi. Feng Meng didn't actually believe Chen Feng could take down the Yongshan casino, but he didn't mind making trouble for the kid. After slashing his men, he still had the nerve to try and muscle in on his turf? Did he really think Feng Meng was some pushover? 10 days from now, I'll make sure you're dead. At 8 p.m., Chen Feng had already crept near the abandoned factory number 3 in Bantian village. He was now hiding behind a discarded large injection molding machine. Tap 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 tap. Soon, accompanied by the roar of engines, footsteps drew near. Chen Feng narrowed his eyes, peering through a crack. 9 figures emerged, all armed, but he didn't see Ah Chang's sister. Li Yong was nowhere to be seen either. Chen Feng frowned but remained composed. Li Yong's absence suggested 2 possibilities. First, this was entirely Li Yong's men targeting Ah Chang to extort his money and goods. Digging deeper, it could also involve his supply channels. Second, Li Yong had already arrived and was holding Ah Chang's sister hostage. The bastard was hiding in the abandoned factory complex, observing the movements at factory number 3. If it was the first scenario, then it was straightforward: beat them into submission and make them hand over the hostage. With just him and Ah Chang, taking on 9 thugs across the way wouldn't be too much trouble. If it was the second scenario, it was highly likely, just as Aunt Yen suspected, that this was a trap set by Li Yong, waiting for him to walk right into it. Chen Feng didn't make any rash moves. He hid behind the injection molding machine and patiently observed. However, after arriving, the thugs did nothing but sit on the ground, shooting the breeze, smoking, and playing cards. Their idle chatter revolved around trivial topics like which brothel had girls with the biggest butts or which ones were the most flirtatious. Half an hour later, another car pulled into the factory grounds. 2 figures emerged from it. One of them was Li Yong. Zhang Yun, Chang's sister, was also forcibly dragged out of the car. Her hands were bound, her mouth stuffed with cotton cloth, her hair disheveled, and her face visibly swollen. Yet her clothes remained relatively neat, suggesting nothing too severe had happened yet. Chen Feng's expression darkened slightly. Li Yong's arrival meant this wasn't just about the tens of thousands of yuan or the large stack of cash in Ah Chang's possession. Soon after, another set of footsteps approached. Ah Chang had arrived. He carried a black burlap sack in one hand and a rebar rod in the other. Brother Yong, Wang Xin, I brought the money and the goods. Please release my sister. You guys are formidable. I, Zhang Acheng, admit defeat. The money and goods in this bag are my tribute to Brother Yong. Zhang Acheng said, tossing the sack forward. Wah? Upon seeing her younger brother, Zhang Yun shook her head vigorously, uttering muffled sounds. Watching this unfold from the shadows, Chen Feng couldn't help but regard his good buddy with newfound respect. In this situation, Chang remained surprisingly composed. Though his words hinted at yielding, he showed no sign of backing down. Meanwhile, behind Li Yong, the brown-haired Wang Xin teased, Huh? Little Changxiang, when the hell did you get so gutsy? Actually daring to come alone to rescue your sister. Your buddy Chen Feng's out here, right? Why didn't you call him to give you some backup? Chapter 13, Ah Chang's Dirty Tricks. Hidden in the shadows, Chen Feng understood immediately. Aunt Yen had guessed correctly. Li Yong was indeed targeting him. I brought the ransom money as you demanded. There was no need to bring him along. I trust your reputation on the streets, Brother Yong. You wouldn't make things difficult for a mere street vendor like me, would you? Zhang Acheng's face darkened. Though panicking inside, he knew Chen Feng was nearby and forced himself to maintain a brave front. You piece of trash, did we really need Brother Yong go through all this trouble kidnapping a woman to threaten you? Wang Xin spat out the curse with utter contempt. Only then did Li Yong's face harden with cruelty, erupting into 2 loud, arrogant laughs. Since that little bastard Chen Feng didn't show up, we'll tie you up first. Tell me, would your dear brother come to die for you? Ha 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 ha. But at that very moment, Chen Feng suddenly burst forward. Li Yong! With a cold shout, he charged toward the long-haired thug guarding Zhang Yun. Thwack! The specially crafted dagger flashed with a sharp gleam. With one swift stroke, it severed the thug's right wrist, blood spurting instantly. Ah! My hand! Damn it! The long-haired thug's blood-curdling scream pierced the air, finally snapping Li Yong's men out of their stupor. But Chen Feng's movements were lightning fast. Seizing that brief moment, he sliced through the ropes binding Zhang Yun and rushed her to Ah Chang's side. Chen Feng, it's you! Li Yong's eyes flashed with malice as he glanced at his screaming subordinate on the ground, then quickly signaled his men to rush over and bandage the wound to stop the bleeding. Today's kidnapping had indeed been a trap he'd set for Chen Feng, a scheme to earn his men some easy money while simultaneously avenging his own brother. Back then, Chen Feng, in a fit of rage, had stabbed to death the very man who was his own brother. But Chen Feng's sudden ambush, crippling one of his men in a single exchange, had completely thrown him off guard. He had assumed that with 10 battle-hardened men who'd seen blood, taking down Chen Feng and Zhang Yachan would be a breeze. They'd definitely finish off Chen Feng. But that scene had sent shockwaves through him. After 5 years inside, this kid had come out so damn fierce. Not just fierce, but ruthless, wiping out men without a second thought. Cut him down, you bastards. 30 grand each for the kill. Kill. Enemies meeting only intensified their hatred. Li Yong wasted no words. At his command, 9 henchmen charged forward like madmen, machetes raised. Damn it! You bastards! How dare you bully my sister, Zhang Yachan's sister? I'll cut you all to pieces. Zhang Yachan, fueled by Chen Feng's earlier strike, showed no sign of retreat despite the encirclement. His eyes blazed crimson like a ravenous wolf. Chen Feng grabbed him by the arm, glancing at the black sack on the ground and giving him a meaningful look. Protect your sister. Watch my back. Though he'd taught the kid some underhanded tricks, Zhang Yachan was now blinded by rage. If he charged out head-on, he'd be cut down in seconds. Zhang Yachan understood, regaining his composure. The two stood back to back, shielding Zhang Yun while subtly edging closer to the black sack. At that moment, Li Yong's thugs swung their blades down. Chen Feng's expression turned cold. He spun his knife in a backhand grip, sidestepping the cleaver swing. In the next instant, he thrust the blade backward, instantly piercing the thug's shoulder blade. As he pulled the short knife free, blood spurted out. The first thug to charge forward clutched his shoulder, letting out a wail of agony, already incapacitated. Kill. Li Yong's thugs proved no match for Dogtooth's crew. Seeing their comrade wounded only fueled their fury. 3 thugs immediately surrounded Chen Feng, 2 in front and 1 behind, swinging their machetes at him. Chen Feng's face hardened with ferocity. As he parried the blows with his dagger, he spun and delivered a sidekick, knocking one thug to the ground. He flipped the dagger from a reverse grip to a forward grip, slicing off the thug's ear before driving the blade into his shoulder. Just then, one of the yellow-haired thugs, who had been grappling with Ah Chang, flashed a vicious look. He spun around and thrust his spear fiercely toward Chen Feng. Chen Feng had no time to dodge completely, only managing to shift his body slightly to avoid the vital areas as he braced to take the spear head-on. Thud! A dull thud echoed as Zhang Yachan's rebar rod whipped upward, smashing viciously into the yellow-haired thug's groin. The pain sent him reeling, clutching his crotch and howling in agony, instantly rendered useless. Ah! Damn it! Zhang Yachan grinned. Ha, try pulling dirty tricks in front of me, you'd better call me grandpa. But his triumph lasted only seconds before a knife blade sliced his back. He cursed furiously, feeling his back. His hand was covered in blood. Yet he felt no pain for the moment, only growing more excited. Grabbing the stunned Zhang Yun, he charged toward the black sack and suddenly crouched down. The 2 thugs, drawn by his movements, assumed he'd been stabbed and couldn't stand, charging forward to deliver 2 more blows. Whoosh! Just then, Zhang Yachang suddenly pulled a bag of lime powder from the sack and smashed it open with all his might. One thug instinctively swung his knife to block, sending the powder flying. Both thugs were instantly blinded. Zhang Yachan charged forward, swinging his steel bar repeatedly. Each blow landed squarely on the groin and crotch of both attackers. Though he struck with brutal force, he kept his head clear, shielding his sister Zhang Yin behind him. This was a tactic honed from years of enduring beatings, combined with moves taught by Chen Feng during prison visits. It wasn't overly damaging but quickly incapacitated opponents. While he neutralized the 2 thugs with lime powder, Chen Feng's short knife felled 3 others. All 3 had their knife-wielding hands severed by precise, ruthless cuts. The viciousness had vanished from Li Yong's face, replaced by sheer terror. Only Wang Xian and another thug remained capable of fighting. Terrified beyond reason, they could barely steady their blades. If not for fear of Li Yong's retribution later, they would have fled already. To them, Chen Feng's fighting style bore no resemblance to street thug brawling. He moved like a special forces soldier on the battlefield, brute strength, lightning speed, every strike deadly. And damn it, he had Zhang Yachan right beside him, full of dirty tricks and dirty tricks. Now it was 3 against 2, with the advantage clearly on the other side. He'd only thought to lure Chen Feng out for an ambush and revenge while he was fresh out of prison, never imagining he'd so severely underestimated Chen Feng's ferocity and ruthlessness. Li Yong, get on your knees. Chen Feng suddenly pointed the blade's tip and droplets of blood dripped onto the ground. Li Yong felt Chen Feng's cold, domineering aura and his heart trembled. He had earned his position as a minor lieutenant under Zhou Jinya through real, bloody combat. Yet now, facing the newly released Chen Feng, he couldn't even muster the courage to charge forward with his blade. Kneel my ass. Wang Xian, Quan, follow me and slash him to death. After a dozen seconds of hesitation, his face twisted into a savage glare as he roared and charged forward. Li Yong, having weathered fierce battles, possessed both courage and ferocity. He chose not to flee but to confront head-on, a wise decision. Any brother who'd been in the thick of it knew that if you faced a skilled fighter, turning and running meant certain death. Quan hesitated not a moment, his eyes blazing with fury as he raised his blade and charged. Wang Xin paused for a few seconds before following suit, though he set his sights on Chang. A cold gleam flashed in Chen Feng's eyes as his left hand casually rested on his waist. Kill. Chapter 14, No Mercy, No Survival. The moment Li Yong charged forward, Chen Feng knew the bastard was going all out. He, too, was prepared to fight to the death. Even a lion gives its all when hunting a rabbit. He didn't underestimate his opponents just because he'd taken down a few thugs. Li Yong and his men were clearly no docile rabbits. In the underworld, the greatest taboo was underestimating one's enemy. Countless formidable fighters had met their end precisely because they had looked down on their opponents. Chen Feng himself had learned this lesson the hard way during his 5 years in prison. In the next instant, Li Yong and Quan charged forward. Two figures, two blades, one from the left, one from the right, slashed simultaneously. Their power and speed far surpassed those of the earlier thugs. Chen Feng lunged forward, dropping his shoulder to ram into Quan's chest just as the man swung his cleaver down. He then deftly dodged Li Yong's powerful, heavy slash. Quan's chest tightened with the impact, robbing him of strength. The next instant, his face twisted in horror as Chen Feng's short knife plunged into his shoulder socket. Ah! Damn it! Quan screamed in agony. Beside him, Li Yong's eyes flashed with a sly, triumphant gleam. He spun suddenly, swinging his blade down toward Chen Feng's left shoulder. At that moment, Chen's face twisted into a vicious grin. He flung his machete aside and wrapped both arms tightly around Chen Feng's right hand, the one gripping the knife. Chen Feng froze momentarily, a cold gleam flashing in his eyes. Just as Li Yong's blade descended, Chen Feng planted his foot hard, propelling both himself and Chen 2 steps sideways. Swish! Thud! As the cleaver sliced a layer of flesh from Chen Feng's right shoulder, a sharp double-edged dagger appeared in his left hand. He plunged it viciously into Li Yong's right shoulder. A vicious expression hardened on Chen Feng's face as he twisted the dagger savagely before yanking it out. The serrated blade tore away chunks of flesh and blood. Ah! Damn it! Li Yong screamed in agony, about to swing his blade again, when a cold gleam flashed before his eyes. The dagger had pierced his right wrist, severing tendons as blood spurted out. Clang! The machete fell to the ground. Li Yong stumbled backward 3 steps, his body reacting instinctively. Chen Feng was about to pursue, but Chen clutched his right arm tightly, dragging him back with all his might. Young! Go! Go, damn it! Go and avenge me! Chen's eyes reddened as he roared, his hands tightening once more. Chen Feng's short knife pierced clean through his shoulder blade. Quan! You're insane! Let go, you bastard! You'll die! Li Yong yelled, but glancing at his now useless right hand, he glared at Chen Feng with venom in his eyes. Moments later, he turned decisively and ran, shouting over his shoulder, Chen! From now on, your mother is my mother, your wife is my sister. I'll kill that bastard and avenge you. But once again, he had underestimated Chen Feng. With his left hand now free, Chen Feng flipped the dagger, transforming it into a fist that slammed viciously into Quan's throat. Quan instantly choked, passed out, and collapsed to the ground. Chen Feng accelerated like a cheetah, closing the gap faster than expected and blocking Li Yong's path. You're not getting away. The words barely left his mouth before the dagger was pressed against Li Yong's throat. You're ruthless as hell. I admit defeat. Li Yong clutched his bleeding wound, his eyes dim and his face resigned. He had fought with everything he had, but he had lost. Losing meant accepting defeat, but the price of that single loss might just be his life. Such was the brutal, merciless nature of the underworld. Chen Feng glanced sideways at the fierce battle between Chang and Wang Xin. Both were already covered in blood, fighting with such ferocity that if it continued, they might bleed out. Tell your men to drop their knives and put their hands on their heads. Li Yong glanced at the two men and nodded helplessly. Wang Xin, we're screwed. Wang Xin spun around. With their boss's throat held to the blade, what was the point of fighting anymore? He shot Chang a fierce glare before finally tossing his axe to the ground. Chang was already fighting on sheer willpower alone. He had no strength left, otherwise, he would have been cut down long ago. He picked up the knife and pressed it against Wang Xin's throat, but remained silent, waiting for Chen Feng to speak. Li Yong suddenly dropped to his knees. Chen Feng, I admit defeat. You crippled my right hand. Add another 200,000 yuan, can you spare my life? What the hell is face or dignity worth compared to your life? Chen Feng shook his head coldly. 5 years ago, my old man begged for mercy too. Did you spare his life? I remember you slashed him 6 times. Before Li Yong could respond, Chen Feng's dagger flashed. With lightning speed and precision, it severed the tendons in Li Yong's other arm. F.N.I. Cold sweat poured from Li Yong's body as the curse he tried to scream was forced back down his throat. Chen Feng's expression remained grim. I recall you have a cousin at the Yongshan casino. Contact her now. Have her bring your money here. I won't kill you. Li Yang suddenly roared, I'm already beaten. What more do you want, Chen Feng? I'll give you the money. But don't drag my family into this. Don't touch my sister. Chen Feng sneered coldly, "Ha! Did you think about sparing your family when you kidnapped Ah-chan's sister? Stop stalling. If you keep this up, your so-called brothers might die outside the hospital." As he spoke, his gaze fell upon the unconscious Ah-chan. You had to hand it to the guy, he was a real man, fierce, ruthless, and utterly loyal. Chen Feng respected that kind of person from the bottom of his heart. But alas, they stood on opposing sides. Respect was one thing, but when it came to action, he showed no mercy, only greater ruthlessness. Such was the way of the underworld. One couldn't stand firm without ruthlessness. The slightest mercy shown to an enemy was cruelty to oneself and one's brothers. Put yourself in his shoes. If Li Yang had the upper hand, Chen Feng would likely be dead by now. Don't worry. I've little interest in your cousin, that beautiful dealer. I won't take her life either, though that depends on my mood. You have 20 seconds to decide. As he spoke, Chen Feng removed the light gold imported watch from Li Yang's wrist, picked up a black leather briefcase from the ground, and retrieved the mobile phone inside. Chen Feng, I hope you keep your word. Li Yang held out for 5 seconds before yielding, reciting the landline number for the casino counter. Chen Feng quickly dialed the number and pressed the phone to Li Yang's ear. A minute later, a delicate voice came through the receiver. Lulu, I'm in a bit of a rush and need some cash. Go to the safe under the bed in my room and take out all the money. Li Yang didn't dare play tricks. He made up an excuse to get his cousin Zhou Lu to bring the money immediately. Half an hour later, Zhou Lu arrived in a Xiaoli sedan, carrying a large black leather briefcase. As soon as she stepped out and saw the blood-soaked floor, she merely glanced at Li Yang, his hands covered in blood, and turned to get back into the car. Zhang Aqiang rushed forward and yanked her back. Who are you? What do you want? My cousin's affairs have nothing to do with me. I know nothing. Do whatever you want to him, but don't involve me in this. Feeling Chen Feng's icy glare, Zhou Lu shuddered involuntarily. The sight of her heaving chest made Aqiang swallow hard. Chen Feng's lips curled into a playful smirk. Heh, don't worry. I won't touch you, and I won't kill you either. Zhou Lu froze, her panic deepening. If they'd just let her go, she'd gladly take a beating. It wouldn't cost her a single piece of flesh. Chapter 15, Brother Yong, rest in peace. Then what do you want to do? I brought all the money. And, when I left, Cheng Ge from the casino saw me. If I don't get back soon, he'll get suspicious. Zhou Lu couldn't figure out what this man wanted, stammering out her words. Brother Chang? You mean Luo Chang, right? I hear he's quite fond of you. What do you think he'd say if he saw you getting cozy with another man? Chen Feng suddenly sneered coldly. Li Yang, this guy's risking his life for you. Don't you plan to reward him? Look at this brother, his eyes are practically falling out of his head staring at your cousin's chest. He's clearly drooling. He glanced at Wang Xian kneeling on the floor, then pulled the point-and-shoot camera from the black sack beside him. Ha? What are you doing? Zhou Lu seemed to catch something in his words but didn't fully grasp it. Li Yang's expression froze. You want to get Luo Chang? It suddenly clicked. Chen Feng hadn't orchestrated all this to target his cousin Zhou Lu. He was using her as leverage to pressure Luo Chang, the head of the Yongshan casino. As for why Chen Feng had targeted Luo Chang and how he planned to deal with him, that remained a mystery to him. He thought for a moment, then looked at his beloved cousin. All the care he'd shown her, all the times he'd stood up for her, fought her battles, he'd always treated her like a real sister. But her behavior just now had truly broken his heart. Seeing him beaten so badly, she'd only cared about escaping herself, showing him not a shred of concern or worry. As the saying goes, whores have no heart. In his eyes now, Zhou Lu wasn't his damn cousin, she was nothing but a ing. With that thought, he cursed inwardly while shouting at Wang Xian. Xian, stop ing around. I know you've wanted to her for ages. Now's your chance, do whatever you want. She's Luo Chang's woman, ha ha ha. The taste of that, mmm. If only his hands weren't crippled, he'd jump on her himself, making that heartless taste his fury. Wang Xian, kneeling on the ground, eyes gleaming with lust, stared intently at Zhou Lu before him, feeling both excited and hesitant. He'd fantasized about Zhou Lu countless times before, but she was Luo Chang's woman. If he actually went through with it and Luo Chang found out, he'd die a miserable death. What the hell are you hesitating for? You're letting meat fall from your lips. Are you waiting to die? Seeing his cowardly hesitation, Li Yang cursed angrily. Only then did Wang Xian rise and slowly approach Zhou Lu. He understood that if he didn't follow Chen Feng's orders, he wouldn't even wait for Luo Chang to kill him. Chen Feng would finish him off right now. Brother Yong, I'll do it. Ha 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 ha. He snarled, grabbing Zhou Lu by the hair and slamming her against the wall. Aqiang, get multiple angles. Make sure it's clear. Chen Feng handed the point-and-shoot camera to Aqiang, who immediately got the hint. He chuckled, grabbed the camera, and struck a pose. He'd bought this point-and-shoot camera specifically to photograph beautiful women, but never imagined it would be used for something like this today. This was way more interesting than taking pictures of pretty girls. Zhou Lu panicked and tried to resist, but Wang Xan slapped her hard twice on her most voluptuous spot, then pressed a knife against her waist. Zhou Lu instantly fell silent. She wasn't afraid of being violated, she feared being photographed. If Luo Cheng ever saw these photos, she'd be dead meat. She dared not imagine how horribly. But now, she was utterly powerless to resist. All she could do was control her facial expressions, forcing herself to look more tormented than aroused. A few minutes later, just as Wang Xan finished pulling up his pants, Chang kicked him, cursing, "You useless piece of." I wasn't done yet. Zhou Lu, standing nearby, shot Wang Xan a look of utter contempt. A low-level thug was just that, nothing compared to her Changgu. A few shaky thrusts left her hanging, and now he slobbered all over her. Disgusting. Bro, can I go now? When her gaze fell on Chen Feng, she instantly transformed into a docile little lamb. It wasn't because Chen Feng radiated any kind of domineering aura, but because those photos he just snapped could end her life at any moment. Chen Feng merely smiled. No rush. He gave Chang a knowing look, and Chang understood immediately, raising his machete to press against Wang Xan's neck. 2 minutes later, Chen Feng led the group into a cluttered, abandoned workshop. Kill him. From now on, Old East Street won't have a Brother Young anymore. There'll only be you, Wang Xin, Brother Xin. Chen Feng suddenly produced a dagger and handed it to Wang Xin, who was still relishing the taste of the past few minutes. Chen Feng, you. What do you mean? I did everything you asked. You promised not to kill me. You. Li Yang's face twisted with terror at the sight. He didn't want to die. Even with his hands crippled, living was better than death. He still had over 100,000 yuan stashed away. If he could just survive, even if he couldn't make it in the underworld anymore, he could take the money back home and start a small business. He could live comfortably. Chen Feng only sneered coldly. If I don't kill you, my old man will haunt my dreams. He then snatched the rebar from Ah Chang's hands and smashed Li Yang's kneecap with a single blow. Ah! Damn it all, Chen Feng. You'll die a miserable death. Li Yang collapsed to the ground, writhing in agony and cursing. Chen Feng didn't look back at him. Instead, he suddenly handed the dagger to Zhou Lu, who stood frozen in terror nearby. Or you do it? See how your cousin tricked you out here and got you beaten up? Don't you want revenge? Oh, and if you don't kill him, those photos you just snapped will be in Luo Cheng's hands tomorrow. Zhou Lu shook her head violently, but Chen Feng shoved the dagger into her hand. You have 10 seconds. If you don't act now, you'll lose your chance. Lu, don't listen to him. He's a liar, never trust a word he says. Thud. Before Li Yang could finish speaking, the dagger plunged deep into his chest. Thud. 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 Zhou Lu went berserk, stabbing again and again. Blood spattered across her face until Chen Feng pulled her back, forcing her to stop. See cousin, don't blame me, if I hadn't acted, they wouldn't have spared you either. I'll burn extra joss paper for you every year from now on. Li Yang's eyes bulged with rage, blood bubbling from his mouth as he glared at Zhou Lu. You. He never imagined he'd meet his end at the hands of his cousin, the very girl he'd brought from their hometown. Meanwhile, Chen Feng had already handed the dagger to Wang Xin. Your turn. Finish him off with a couple more stabs. Just for show. Otherwise, I'll have a hard time explaining this, you understand? Wang Xin looked at the older brother he'd followed for 3 years, his eyes welling up. Brother Yong, rest in peace. Thud. The next moment, he seized the dagger and plunged it deep into Li Yang's throat, one swift, fatal strike. Chapter 16, Gambling Cuts Fingers, Drugs Sever Bonds. Li Qiuyan waited anxiously by the attic window, glancing toward the intersection repeatedly, silently praying that Chen Feng and the others would be safe. Finally, Chen Feng, Ah Qian, and a woman appeared at the intersection. A huge weight lifted from her heart. She hurried downstairs to open the door. You little rascal, you're finally back. Come here, let Auntie see if you're hurt anywhere. We're fine. Let's talk inside. Chen Feng turned back to pull down the roller shutter, placing 2 sacks and a black leather briefcase on the table. Ah Qian, take your sister upstairs to rest first. We'll discuss serious matters when you come down. Ah Chang nodded and helped Zhang Yun up to the attic. Zhang Yun still hadn't recovered from the shock. Her face was pale, her eyes dull, clearly overwhelmed by fear. Sis, don't be scared. Stop overthinking things. Just get some sleep. After helping Zhang Yun lie down, Ah Chang looked at her with deep concern. He truly regretted bringing her from their hometown to Binjiang. His sister was too fragile, it would be better to send her back home. With a soft sigh, Ah Chang turned and headed downstairs. Snap! Chen Feng lit a cigarette, tossed one to Ah Chang, and opened the black leather briefcase Zhou Lu had brought. Inside lay neatly bundled stacks of bills. Li Qiuyan startled, but didn't ask questions. She glanced at the money twice before her gaze settled on Chen Feng. Seeing the bloodstains on his clothes, she couldn't help but frown. She didn't know what Chen Feng and the others had done tonight, but she understood deep down that this money had been earned with their lives. Chang, here's 200,000. Take 20,000 for now. Zhang Achong shook his head. Brother Feng, that's too much. 5,000 is enough for me. You saved my sister tonight and even paid off my gambling debts. It wouldn't be right for me to take more. Though he was greedy for money, the sight of the 200,000 yuan in the bag made his mouth water. He knew that back in their hometown, many villagers couldn't earn even 10,000 yuan in a year. But accepting 20,000 yuan made him feel guilty. Most importantly, he knew Chen Feng had big plans after getting out. This 200,000 yuan would be crucial to him. Stop fussing. Take it when I tell you to. If you can't even handle this much cash, what kind of adventurer are you gonna be? Remember this, money is a man's backbone. With cash in your pocket, you carry yourself differently. Chen Feng shot Chang a withering look, snatched 2 bundles of bills, and slammed them down in front of him. After a moment's thought, he pulled out half of another bundle, roughly 5,000 yuan. Keep this money separate. We need vehicles to get things done. Go get 2 decent motorcycles, no old junkers. Best to get 2 Honda Kings. Motorcycles were highly maneuverable, darting through streets and alleys with ease. But these days, many were knockoff assemblies with unreliable quality. Constant repairs were one thing, but if one stalled mid-mission, it could be deadly. Got it. I'll handle it, Brother Feng. I've got connections for the bikes. Done today. Qiang didn't hesitate, stuffing the money into his black burlap sack. Between brothers, many things don't need to be said. Chen Feng took a deep drag on his cigarette before turning his gaze back to Li Qiuyan. And Yen, take out 10,000 from the remaining funds. Over the next few days, have someone clear out the store's inventory and contact the renovation crew. It's time to get our arcade up and running. Li Qiuyan nodded. Alright, I'll handle it. While she couldn't help with the violent affairs outside, she was determined to handle these household matters properly, hoping to lighten Chen Feng's burden. Suddenly, Chen Feng fixed a stern gaze on Qiang. After a few seconds of silence, he placed the specially made dagger from his waist onto the table. Remember the oath you swore when you first visited me in prison? Go ahead. Qiang froze instantly, his expression turning as sour as eating 2 pounds of. Li Qiuyan, standing nearby, sensed the tense atmosphere. She opened her mouth to speak, but seeing Chen Feng's cold expression, she chose to remain silent. Brother Feng. I remember. Cut off fingers for gambling, sever ties for drugs. After a long hesitation, Qiang finally spoke. As he slowly picked up the dagger, a hint of ruthlessness gradually flickered in his hesitant eyes. I admit my mistake. The words barely left his mouth when he raised the dagger and slashed viciously at his right hand resting on the table. Thud. But in the next instant, the blade, still mid-air, pierced a large, calloused hand instead. Blood dripped steadily, flowing straight down the blade's edge. Remember that. Chen Feng's piercing gaze locked onto Qiang's panicked eyes. Feng, you're out of your mind. Can't we just talk this out? Who talks to their brother like this, letting him stab himself? Li Qiuyan stamped her foot in frustration, cursing as she fetched the first aid kit from the loft to stop the bleeding. But Chen Feng stopped her. Aunt Yen, don't panic. It's just a minor cut. I need Qiang's answer. Qiang, what are you standing there for? Answer, Brother Feng. Li Qiuyan glared impatiently at the dumbfounded Qiang. The kid was still standing there like a piece of wood, making her so frustrated she wanted to slap him twice. Brother Feng. I'll remember this. Qiang, will never forget this knife wound you took. Only then did Qiang lift his head, his eyes brimming with tears, and give Chen Feng a firm nod. He'd been tricked and coerced into gambling twice by Li Yang's men, and though he'd felt wronged by Chen Feng's punishment. But when Chen Feng's palm blocked that blade, he finally understood he'd made a mistake. If he hadn't been greedy for a small advantage, he never would have given others the chance to set him up. He silently vowed never to repeat the same mistake. Just remember that. Now help me pull this dagger out, quick. Chen Feng's expression immediately softened at the words. He smiled and pointed at the dagger still lodged in his hand. Oh, okay. Just bear with it, Brother Feng. Just as Chang snapped back to attention and reached for the dagger, Li Qiuyan smacked him hard on the forehead. Are you stupid? He told you to pull it out, but aren't you afraid of getting blood all over your face? Li Qiuyan glared at Chen Feng again. Come on, let's go to Clinic 69. Aunt Shui will treat your wound. Chen Feng raised an eyebrow and made a funny face at Li Qiuyan, signaling he didn't want to bother going to the clinic. Truthfully, this wasn't his first time dealing with a palm puncture wound. He had experience handling it, quickly pulling the blade, stopping the bleeding, and disinfecting it were all minor tasks. Besides, the blade of this dagger was thinner, making it easier to stop the bleeding. But Aunt Yen didn't care. She grabbed him and started pulling him toward the exit. Chen Feng sighed inwardly. He knew Aunt Yen still saw him as the big kid he used to be. Chang, you're coming too. Those 2 cuts on your back don't hurt anymore, right? Outside, the 2 brothers bickered playfully on the dimly lit street as they followed Li Qiuyan. Soon, they arrived at the entrance of a small shop at number 69, West District, Liaodong Street. After Li Qiuyan banged on the door for 2 or 3 minutes, the rolling shutter slowly opened. The door was opened by a beautiful young woman in a nightgown, who appeared to be about the same age as Aunt Li. Her silky, voluminous hair cascaded over her shoulders, and the loose lavender nightgown did little to conceal the proud curves of her chest. Out of courtesy, Chen Feng averted his gaze, but the image of her mature, sensual beauty was already etched into his mind. The young woman immediately noticed the dagger still embedded in Chen Feng's left palm. Her delicate brows furrowed slightly. "Xiao, why did you bring someone else here again?" Chapter 17, The Beautiful Woman by Xue. At the very back of the convenience store, beyond a hidden door, lay a room of over 20 square meters, the actual clinic. Chen Feng surveyed the space, curiosity stirring within him. The clinic wasn't large, but it was clean and tidy, fully equipped with various medical instruments, even featuring a simple operating table. It was nothing like the filthy, makeshift backstreet clinic he'd imagined. After taking in the surroundings, he thought to himself, a woman running a black clinic like this on Old East Street? She's no ordinary woman. "Xiao Xue, this is Chen Feng." He accidentally pricked his finger. "Could you tend to it for him?" Li Qiuyan shot a disapproving glance at Chen Feng, who was still looking around, and pulled him toward the beautiful woman. "Call her Auntie Xue." Chen Feng felt awkward. He smiled slightly, wanting to call her something but unable to bring himself to do so. Calling such a stunning beauty auntie right off the bat felt terribly inappropriate. "Take off your clothes and lie down first." The beautiful young woman slipped on a white coat and said calmly. Chen Feng froze. "I'm not injured anywhere except for a cut on my palm. I don't need to take my clothes off, do I?" The young woman merely raised an eyebrow at him. Just as she was about to speak, Li Qiuyan glared at him. "Take it off when told. Aunt Xue is a doctor from a major hospital. Just listen to her." Speechless, Chen Feng yanked off his blood-soaked shirt, revealing a body sculpted with defined muscles and a map of old scars, large and small. The young woman's gaze lingered involuntarily on his physique for a moment before she slipped on medical gloves and bent down to examine the wound. "Lie still." Chen Feng genuinely wanted to stay still, but the sight of her ample, swaying curves as she bent over, along with the mature fragrance wafting from her deep cleavage, assaulted his nostrils. As a man in the prime of his youth, he found it impossible to resist. Fortunately, after a quick check confirmed no other injuries, the beautiful young woman rose swiftly and began treating the knife wound on his palm. Disinfecting, removing the blade, stopping the bleeding, debriding, suturing, bandaging. The beautiful woman worked with focused concentration, her skilled hands moving swiftly. In less than half an hour, she completed the entire procedure with practiced precision. Chen Feng felt a stir within. This woman performed minor suturing procedures with more ease than he cooked a meal. Such a skilled surgeon, why would she open an unlicensed clinic here? Before long, Ah Chang's knife wound was also treated. Just as Chen Feng was about to ask for the consultation fee, the beautiful young woman pulled Li Qiuyan out of the treatment room. "Qiuyan, what's been going on with you these past few days?" As soon as they stepped outside, Su Qing fixed her gaze on Li Qiuyan, her pretty face filled with concern. "What do you mean, what's wrong?" Li Qiuyan looked utterly baffled and indifferent. "You never came to see me before, but these past 2 days, you've brought 2 thugs here for treatment. Have you forgotten everything that happened? Do you forget the pain once the scars heal?" Bai Shue's chest heaved with anger at her utterly unconcerned demeanor. "Chen Feng isn't a thug. He's Qin Yu's son and he's like my half-son." Li Qiuyan's expression hardened at the word thug, her gaze locking onto Bai Shue. "Stop worrying about me. I have my own plans for the future. You take care of yourself. Forget it. I can't control you, and you shouldn't interfere in my life either." Several minutes later, the 2 women finally returned to the treatment room. Chen Feng looked at the 2 voluptuous, mature women before him and couldn't help but make a silent comparison in his mind. Aunt Yen and Dr. Bai Shue were both curvaceous and alluring, yet each possessed distinct qualities. Aunt Yen radiated a gentle, maternal grace like a kind neighborly aunt who naturally inspired warmth and protection. Su Qing, on the other hand, carried an air of aloofness and competence, like a formidable career woman, making one want to conquer her. "Aunt Xue, are there any dietary restrictions I should be aware of these days?" Chen Feng made small talk as he pulled a stack of bills from his pocket, a total of 2,000 yuan he had prepared in advance. Of course, treating Ah Chang's injuries wouldn't cost nearly that much. He was doing this to build goodwill. If an emergency or serious injury arose later, the small gesture of goodwill might just save a life. Avoid spicy foods, smoking, and alcohol. Get plenty of rest, stay out of trouble, and don't get stabbed. Bai Shue shot Chen Feng a cold glance, took the money from his hand, and without even checking the amount, tucked it into the pocket of her white coat. Chen Feng froze. Those words were undeniably sound. But he could tell there was more to it. This curvaceous beauty didn't seem too fond of them, Aunt Yen included. But her attitude didn't matter. As long as she took the money, it meant she could get things done. Next time they came back, it wouldn't be for Aunt Yen's sake, it would be for the cash. Leaving the clinic, they returned to the food stall past 1 a.m. Chen Feng and Ah Chang made do by pushing 2 tables together downstairs for a makeshift bed, while Li Qiuyan and Zhang Yan slept on the small bed in the loft. Meanwhile, on another front, on the second floor of a video arcade near Shuanxing Tea House. "Brother Meng, you should have seen it. That little bastard is no human being. He took down 5 or 6 of Li Yong's men with just a short knife. 2 underlings were briefing Feng Meng on what they'd witnessed while tailing Zhang Axiang. I check Li Fei, Li Yong's younger brother, was stabbed to death by that little bastard 5 years ago. So you're saying Li Yong dug a pit for that kid, planning to finish him off? What happened next? Feng Meng pondered for a moment before asking curiously. If Li Yong's dozen or so men could take down Chen Feng, that would solve a problem for him. Then, we got knocked out with 2 blows. When we woke up, everyone was gone. The thug's face turned beet red. He froze for a few seconds before stammering out his words. Knocked out? What the hell kind of knockout is that? Are you all useless pieces of? Feng Meng erupted in a torrent of curses, kicking his useless subordinates to the ground. Yet a flicker of suspicion crossed his eyes. He'd sent men to tail Chen Feng twice, and both times they'd been knocked out. Was Chen Feng just that cautious, covering all bases, or was someone helping him? The more Feng Meng thought about it, the more off it felt. He leaned toward the latter explanation. Chen Feng had only been out for a day or 2. Where would he get that many people? And if no one was secretly aiding him, how could his men have been humiliated twice in a row? His own men hadn't always been this useless. If someone was helping him, who could it be? Could it be Boss Lei? He couldn't possibly be trying to prop up that little bastard, could he? The thought made Feng Meng's expression darken further. Early the next morning, Ah Chang headed out after breakfast to handle 2 tasks, developing photos and finding a way to buy a motorcycle. Li Qiuyan began contacting restaurant-owning friends to sell off items from the food stall at a discount. After a night's rest, Zhang Yun felt much better and busied herself alongside Li Qiuyan. Chen Feng, meanwhile, headed out early for the Yongshan casino. What surprised him, however, was that the pork stall diagonally across the street hadn't opened yet, and Shu Ba, that big oaf, wasn't around either. Chapter 18, Giving Wang Xian a Hand. At that moment, in a storage room beneath the Yongshan casino, Wang Xian was addressing 7 or 8 thugs. From now on, working for me, Wang Xian, will be no worse than working for Brother Yong. We're all brothers here. If I get a bite of meat, you brothers get a sip of soup. After he finished, not a single one of the brothers below him chimed in. Wang Xian's face twisted with awkwardness and a hint of ferocity. He silently cursed them as a bunch of ungrateful bastards. Then a hothead frowned and spoke up. Wang Xian, I don't buy that Brother Yong went back to his hometown. If he really left, he wouldn't have skipped saying goodbye to us brothers. Yeah, and how did Quan get crippled? You didn't stab him in the back, did you? Another thug chimed in, his face flushed with anger, clearly not giving Wang Xian any respect. Seeing he couldn't intimidate them, Wang Xian dropped the act. I'm not the one trying to boss you around. Brother Luo Changcheng gave the orders himself. If any of you have a problem with that, get the hell out of here. With that, he kicked over the chair in front of him and stormed out, slamming the door behind him. Truth be told, he did have 3 or 4 loyal brothers under him, but they'd all been injured the night before. Otherwise, these guys wouldn't have dared to defy him. Wang Xian stormed out of the casino, fuming, trying to figure out how to deal with these traitors. If he couldn't even control these few, Luo Chang would never back him, let alone let him take over Lightning Arcade. But the moment he stepped outside, he bumped into Chen Feng. His expression immediately changed, and he stammered nervously, Bro. Feng, what are you doing here? To help you out, of course. Chen Feng smiled faintly. Judging by your mood, Li Yong's men must have given you a hard time. Without waiting for Wang Xian's reply, he headed toward Lightning Arcade. With Li Yong suddenly gone, Lightning Arcade hadn't opened today. He figured the place wouldn't open until Wang Xian formally took over for Li Yong. Wang Xian frowned. How exactly do you plan to help me? Chen Feng now held the photos of him killing Li Yong and his affair with Zhou Lu, 2 pieces of evidence that held his life in their hands. With that leverage, Chen Feng wouldn't even threaten him, let alone help him. Let's talk somewhere else. Chen Feng walked straight to a quiet rice noodle shop nearby, ordered 2 servings, and plopped down. Wang Xian followed suit, sitting across from him. Chen. Brother Feng, what do you mean by this? Nothing complicated. I'll help you deal with Li Yong's men, secure your position with Luo Cheng for now, and at least get you access to the core operations of the Yongshan casino. Chen Feng ate his rice rolls without even glancing at Wang Xian. He kept Wang Xian around precisely to replace Li Yong. With Wang Xian and Zhou Lu working together inside and out, their chances of taking over the Yongshan casino increased significantly. As for the specifics of their inside-outside coordination, that depended entirely on what role Wang Xian could play. But now it seemed he'd have to give Wang Xian a push. Otherwise, the guy was just useless trash. Brother Feng, what are you doing? Are you trying to take down the casino or Luo Chang? Don't mess around. Wang Xian blurted out in alarm the moment he heard the words. He might not be the sharpest tool in the shed, but he wasn't a complete fool. Hearing about the casino business, he'd already guessed Chen Feng's intentions. But he had no desire to antagonize Luo Chang. Killing Yangda had been a desperate move. If Chen Feng really went after Luo Chang, Wang Xian wouldn't dare even if given 2 sets of guts. Who was Luo Chang? The underworld called him Yen Luo Chang, the King of Hell. That nickname wasn't given lightly. Luo Chang was Zhou Jinya's most formidable enforcer. Not only was he a formidable fighter, but he was also notoriously ruthless. If you fell into his hands, you'd find it hard to even die. Wang Xian remembered it clearly. Once, a traitor had emerged in the gambling den, and Luo Chang had tortured him for 3 days and nights straight before he finally died. The gruesome sight still gave him goosebumps whenever he thought about it. Don't worry about what I'm up to. Just sit properly, or you'll get yourself killed. Chen Feng shook his head, his gaze cold as ice. Think about how many people want to replace Li Yong. Forget about getting a cut of the casino profits from Luo Chang. Just the Lightning Arcade alone brings in over 100,000 a month, right? Do you know how many thugs the 10,000 could buy? Though his words were meant to fan the flames, they weren't exaggerated. With Li Yong gone, certain men under him would pounce on this juicy prize like starving wolves. If Wang Xian couldn't solidify his position quickly, he might genuinely be torn apart by them. Wang Xian's expression darkened instantly. He hadn't ignored this possibility, but he hadn't considered it with such depth and clarity. Now, hearing Chen Feng's words, he was genuinely panicked. I get what you're saying, but those bastards are completely unyielding. Wang Xian's voice grew heated with frustration, yet he felt utterly helpless. Those hardcore guys all fought bloody battles alongside Li Yong. They're fiercely loyal, but they only recognize Li Yong. Trying to intimidate them? It's damn near impossible. Chen Feng stared at Wang Xian as if he were a little kid. Loyalty? Does loyalty put food on their table, fill their bellies, or get them women? They don't just recognize Li Yong, they recognize money, they recognize strength, they recognize whoever is tougher than them. Wang Xian fell silent for a moment. His gaze toward Chen Feng grew complex, even tinged with fear. He sensed an oppressive pressure emanating from Chen Feng that made him uncomfortable. He'd heard Li Yong mention Chen Feng's name countless times before, painting him as an impulsive, hot-headed killer. But now it seemed Li Yong hadn't understood Chen Feng at all, or rather, hadn't understood the Chen Feng after his release from prison. Li Yong's death was no accident. I promised them benefits for joining me, but they didn't buy it. As for being ruthless? My men are all in the hospital now. What do I have left to prove? Wang Xian buried his head in his soda, a flicker of resolve flashing in his eyes. Brother Feng, just tell me straight, what do I do? He'd come to terms with it. With Chen Feng holding the leverage, he'd follow his lead. Besides, this kid wasn't just ruthless, his methods were leagues beyond Li Yong's. Maybe following him could lead to a brighter future. As for offending Luo Chang? He'd already ed Luo Chang's girl, what else was there to fear? Deal with the immediate problem first, worry about the future later. Promises won't cut it. That's just painting a pie in the sky. Who the hell listens to empty promises? You gotta pay up cold, hard cash and a cut of the arcade profits. Chen Feng glanced at Wang Xian again. Just giving perks won't cut it either. You have to show them your strength, make them fear you just like you feared Luo Chang. Wang Xian looked confused. What exactly should I do? Chen Feng didn't answer right away. He finished his last bite of rice noodles, placed 2 yuan on the table, stood up, and only then smiled. Find me the toughest guy among them, his name and where he lives. Just wait for my call. With that, he tipped his cap and walked away. Got it. Thanks for the help, Brother Feng. Wang Xian stared at Chen Feng's retreating figure for a few seconds before scrambling to catch up. Chapter 19, The First Fortune. At 8 o'clock that evening, a blood-soaked, bearded man was dumped at the entrance of Lightning Arcade. Simultaneously, Wang Xian's mobile phone rang. The man is yours. Take your people to the arcade and open it. The rest is up to you. A glint of satisfaction flashed across Wang Xian's face. Got it. I know what to do. Hanging up, he immediately rallied Li Yong's original crew to assemble at the arcade, claiming he wanted to discuss the reopening plans and reason with everyone. Soon, a crowd gathered at the arcade. When they saw the blood-soaked, bearded man lying at the entrance, their expressions turned grim. One ear had been sliced off and one eye gouged out. This man was none other than Zhang Biao, the strongest fighter among them and the most likely candidate to succeed Li Yong. When they looked up at Wang Xian again, shock and fury filled their eyes. Let's talk inside. Wang Xian's face hardened with cruelty as he pushed open the arcade door and strode inside first. 2 thugs carried the bearded man into the arcade. The others exchanged glances, hesitated for a moment, then followed inside. The last 2 men suddenly looked at each other, a flash of viciousness crossing their faces before they slammed the rolling door shut with a clang. I called you all here today for 2 reasons. First, deal with the traitor. Wang Xian's gaze swept over the group as he suddenly drew a dagger from his waist. That bastard Lu Biao was secretly poaching our big spending slot machine customers from Lightning Arcade. I caught him red-handed, beat him up, and brought him here for you all to decide his fate. As he finished speaking, the 7 or 8 people in the arcade exchanged glances, but no one spoke up. Since you've got nothing to say, we'll follow Brother Young's old rules: 3 stabs, 6 holes. Wang Xian finished speaking, then suddenly smiled and opened a leather pouch on his back. Before we deal with the traitor, Wang Xin, will honor my promise. Inside is 50,000 yuan, not much, just the blood and sweat I've saved over the years. Today, I'll share it with my brothers. 6,000 each. Take the money, and from now on, we're family. The men, who had been seething moments ago, now had eyes that gleamed brighter than the stacks of bills before them. Big brother Xin is generous. You caught that traitor Zhang Biao right off the bat. Your skills and methods are impressive. After a dozen seconds of silence, someone finally couldn't hold back. He grabbed a bundle of bills and bowed toward Wang Xin. With the first one going, the second and third followed suit. Finally, the redhead looked at the money on the table, then down at Zhang Biao on the floor. Wang Xin, you've got some balls. I'm outta here. And you guys? Once Quan Ji's healed, you're all gonna spit back every damn cent you took. He turned to leave, but after taking just one step, two men blocked his path. Wang Xin glared at him with a vicious expression. A Quan is finished. He's a cripple now. You want to end up like him? Or maybe you want to go find Yonga back in his hometown? If that's what you want, we'll gladly give you a ride. Before the words faded, the two who'd taken the money first drew cleavers from under the table and pressed them against Red Hair's throat. Tonight, Red Hair was destined to never leave the arcade. Meanwhile, on the other side, after helping Wang Xin deal with Zhang Biao, he grabbed a quick bite at a roadside stall before heading back to the food court. He'd done everything he could teach and do. As long as Wang Xin wasn't stupid, he should be able to ascend smoothly. As for the specifics of Wang Xin's plan, Chen Feng neither knew nor cared. After winding through the streets, he arrived at the food court at 9 p.m. The food court sign had been taken down. Upon entering, he saw the place was mostly empty, with only a table and a few chairs and stools left. Two brand new dark red motorcycles were parked inside, and Chang was cheerfully polishing them. Aunt Yen was busy cleaning, working up a sweat. Spotting Chen Feng return, she swayed her hips as she came to greet him. Feng, we've sold off everything from the food stall. It only brought in 3,000 yuan total. I've put all that money into our account. You've got a lot on your plate now running errands, opening the arcade, so don't worry about it being too little. Chen Feng smiled. Alright, Aunt Yen. You've been in business for 7 or 8 years. You can handle the finances for now. He deliberately raised his voice so Chang could hear. After all, the three of them were now in this together, a small team, if you will. Clear divisions of labor had to be established so everyone knew their place. Money and accounts were especially prone to causing trouble, and right now, he trusted Aunt Yen the most to handle the finances. She was like a mother to him. Though a bit stingy, that was actually a virtue. Li Qiuyan immediately wanted to refuse. This was over 100,000 yuan more money than she'd ever seen in her life. And it was money Feng and the others had fought tooth and nail for, risking their lives and blood. Moreover, this sum represented Feng's first major capital investment, the foundation for future growth. Before she could speak, Chen Feng cut in. Aunt Yen, please don't refuse. I can only trust you to manage this money now. Besides handling finances, we also need you for logistical matters. That way, Chang and I can focus on our work outside without worry. Chang quickly chimed in, exactly. Aunt Yen, managing the finances in daily life is the only way we can live with peace of mind. With the matter laid out so plainly, Li Qiuyan could no longer refuse. After all, it would help ease Chen Feng's burden, and she truly was the most suitable person for the job. Fine, I'll handle the accounts for you. But let's be clear, don't you dare complain I'm stingy. Just then, Chang remembered something and pulled a small canvas bag from under the table. Brother Feng, all the photos are developed and right here. Come check them out. Don't say my photography skills aren't pretty good. Chen Feng shot Chiang a withering look and motioned for him to stash the photos away before Aunt Yen spotted them. The photos depicted explicit and violent scenes. Aunt Yen would never handle them. Deep down, Chen Feng didn't want to involve Aunt Yen too deeply, especially in these bloody, life-threatening violent affairs. He wanted to shield her from such things as much as possible. Just then, Zhang Yun emerged from the kitchen carrying a tray of food. Only then did Chen Feng notice Zhang Yun. Chang's sister had delicate features and a well-proportioned figure. Sensing his gaze, she instinctively looked up, as if to say something, but stopped herself. Dinner's ready. Come try my sister's home cooking, it tastes just like when we were kids, ha ha ha. Chang set down his goods, drawn by the aroma of the food, and opened a few bottles of Pearl River beer. Chen Feng also gestured for Aunt Yen to sit down. The four of them gathered around the table, ready to eat. Suddenly, the sharp screech of a motorcycle skidding to a halt echoed outside the door. All eyes snapped toward the entrance, and everyone froze. What's going on? Shu Ba, who's that on the bike? Li Qiuyan was the first to rush outside. Seeing the scene before her, her face drained of color, turning pale and then ashen. Chen Feng also rose and walked to the doorway. There stood Zhu Ba, covered in blood, like a brown bear that had just torn into its prey. On the motorcycle lay a man, his body mangled beyond recognition. Chapter 20, Zhu Dashan's tragic demise. Facing the stares of several people, Zhu Ba didn't even blink an eye, frozen in place as if petrified. You little cutie. Say something. You're going to drive me crazy. Li Qiuyan's heart pounded with anxiety. She glanced again at the person on the motorcycle, her suspicions already confirmed, yet she dared not look directly. Chen Feng had already keenly noticed the plaster cast wrapped around the rider's right leg. If his guess was correct, that man was Zhu Ba's father, Zhu Decheng. After a long, frozen moment, Zhu Ba finally stirred. His vacant gaze flickered with a savage, beast-like ferocity. Thud! He suddenly burst through the door, crashing to his knees. Brother Feng, my dad's dead. I want to kill someone. I'll chop them all up and feed them to the pigs. Chen Feng tried to pull him up, but couldn't budge him. The big man was planted like an iron stake. He stopped wasting his energy. Without responding to Zhu Ba, he grabbed the still-dazed Chang and together they hauled Zhu Decheng off the motorcycle and into the shop. With a clang, the rolling door slammed shut. After examining Zhu Decheng's body, Chen Feng's brow furrowed deeply. The man was already dead. What made Chen Feng frown and grow solemn was the sheer brutality of Zhu Decheng's death. Every inch of his body, except for his head, was covered in wounds. There were no knife cuts, only injuries inflicted by blunt force, as if he'd been beaten to a pulp. It was clear he had been beaten to death while still alive. Even after witnessing countless brutal scenes over the past 5 years, Chen Feng felt a wave of revulsion at such savagery, especially when inflicted upon an ordinary butcher. This was excessive. After a moment of deep thought, he waved for Aunt Yen to take Zhang Yun upstairs first. Only after they had gone did he turn his gaze to Zhu Ba, who knelt on the floor, his eyes bloodshot. Do you know who did this? Zhu Ba hesitated and shook his head. Chen Feng pressed, then how did you get these injuries? How many were there? They hacked at me. 12 bastards. They ran off fast. Make them come down and kneel before my old man to apologize. By this point, Zhu Ba had finally calmed down somewhat. Chen Feng was slightly startled. This big oaf was indeed a fierce fighter. Taking down 10 men single-handedly wasn't something brute strength alone could accomplish. Where did this happen? Who's your old man messed with? Over in the South Central District, at a dump site, Zhu Ba pondered. My old man's always polite to outsiders, never offends anyone. But he beats and curses me the worst. Recalling their past life together, Zhu Ba, a man nearly 2 meters tall, let tears fall steadily down his cheeks. Chen Feng didn't interrupt Zhu Ba. He'd experienced this kind of pain himself. Any consolation from outsiders felt superfluous and hollow at a time like this. Zhang Aqiong stood silently nearby, chain-smoking one cigarette after another, lost in his own thoughts. After a long while, Zhu Ba stopped crying and said nothing more, only staring straight at Chen Feng. Brother Feng, let me join you. This time, his eyes held not only resolve but also a terrifying glint of ferocity. They outnumber me. I can't fight them all, can't kill them all. But if I follow you, Brother Feng, I know I can avenge myself. From now on, my life, Zhu Ba's life, belongs to you. With that, he slowly turned and bowed his head 3 times, slamming it hard against his father Zhu Decheng's body. Father, I swear I'll kill them all and avenge you. He then turned again, shuffling step by step to Chen Feng's feet. Brother Feng, before I wanted to follow you to make something of myself. Now I follow you for revenge and killing. Whoever you tell me to take down, I'll take down. Whoever you tell me to kill, I'll kill. Chen Feng remained silent for a long moment, glancing between Zhu Ba and the motionless Zhu Decheng on the ground. Snap. He lit a cigarette, exhaled a smoke ring, and nodded firmly. First, we'll handle Uncle Chang's funeral arrangements and let him rest in peace. Revenge can't be rushed. Zhu Ba understood Brother Feng had agreed and stood up. Alright, I'll follow Brother Feng's lead. Chang, go to Lightning Arcade and find Wang Xian. Have him get a car over here. We'll give Uncle Chang a proper send-off. Chang tossed his cigarette butt aside, patting Zhu Ba's broad shoulder before heading out. Take care, old 8. We're brothers now. We'll avenge Uncle Chang together. With that, he revved his motorcycle and sped off toward Lightning Arcade. Soon after, Wang Xian personally drove a Toyota Hiace van to the scene. Seeing Zhu Decheng's gruesome remains, he wanted to say something but held back. At 2 in the morning, Zhu Decheng's body was cremated, but his ashes remained at the funeral home. Zhu Ba vowed that once he made a name for himself, he would return to the funeral home, collect his father's ashes, and bring him back to the countryside of Bincheng in the north for a proper burial. On the way back, Wang Xian informed Chen Feng that he had successfully taken over Li Yang's position. He guaranteed that within 3 days, Luo Chang would hand over surveillance and security duties near the casinos back in trance to him. Before leaving, Wang Xian asked Chen Feng one last thing. Chen Feng, Wang Xian had already done more than enough. Truthfully, Chen Feng didn't need Wang Xian to stir up trouble at the casino. Just a little discreet assistance behind the scenes was sufficient. Moreover, he had no intention of exposing Wang Xian as a card to play. Keeping him in Yongshan would prove invaluable for future purposes. After returning to the food stall, Zhu Ba headed home alone. He needed to pack up his things. Though he was done with the pork stall, he still had a lot of equipment. Tools like boning knives and sharpening rods, things he was comfortable using. Now that he wasn't slaughtering pigs anymore, they'd be perfect for hacking and fighting. Now only Chen Feng and Chang remained at the food stall. Chang, first thing tomorrow morning, have Aunt Yen give you 15 grand. Go get a cell phone and 3 pagers. Doing business without communication tools is way too inconvenient. The two sat cross-legged on the floor. Chen Feng handed Ah Chang a bottle of beer and they drank again. All right. I've got 2,000 yuan left over from buying the motorcycle today. That covers the pagers. I'll just ask Aunt Yen for another 8,000 yuan. I've got connections for all this stuff. Ah Chang downed half the bottle in one gulp, then suddenly scratched his head. Brother Feng, my sister wants to join us, but she's too shy to say it. Honestly, I don't think she's cut out for this kind of life in Binjiang. I want to send her back to our hometown. Ah Chiang spoke from the heart. Zhang Yun had barely been with them for half a month before getting kidnapped once. Plus, she was too timid. This life of cutting it close to the bone just wasn't right for her. Chen Feng pondered for a moment. It depends on what your sister wants. If she wants to stay, she could help Aunt Yen with some odd jobs. If things go smoothly, our arcade should open in 10 days and we'll need extra hands then. His perspective differed from Ah Chang's. People change. He could see Zhang Yun changing since leaving the abandoned factory. She eagerly helped Aunt Yen with chores day and night. And tonight, witnessing Zhu Dashan's pitiful state hadn't fazed her. She was a woman with remarkable resilience. At some point, Zhang Yun had descended from the attic. Her delicate, fair face flushed crimson as she declared loudly. I'm not going back to my hometown. I want to stay in Binjiang too, with Brother Feng and Aunt Yen. I want to earn money too. Chapter 21, The Old Courtyard Where Death Lurked. Chen Feng smiled. Then welcomed Sister Yun aboard. He had hoped she would stay. This woman appeared fragile and seemingly clueless, yet she possessed remarkable adaptability. Chen Feng had also glimpsed the ambition in her eyes. Most importantly, she was someone he knew inside out and could trust. Chen Feng never believed women were any less capable than men in the underworld. In prison, he'd encountered a woman who was beautiful, skilled in combat, cunning, ruthless, and possessed a commanding presence, the boss of the neighboring cell block. Even his death row mentor held deep respect for that woman, warning Chen Feng to avoid provoking her whenever possible. Hearing this, Chang gave a helpless smile. Since Brother Feng had spoken, he couldn't really say anything. But he kept a wary eye on things, vowing to remind his sister to shadow Aunt Yen closely and learn as much as possible to avoid causing trouble for Brother Feng. By around 11 a.m. the next day, Ah Chang had handled the matter. 5 pagers and 1 mobile phone cost a total of 13,000 yuan. This was through his own connections. Buying them on the open market would have cost at least 25,000 yuan for a single Motorola 8800X, the black brick. After receiving the goods, Chen Feng distributed the pagers, 1 each for Aunt Yen, Ah Chang, Zhuba, and Zhang Yun. Chen Feng glanced at them and smiled faintly. From now on, we'll be working together as one family. Aunt Yen, buy some good food tonight, we'll have a proper meal. These 4 formed the core team of Chen Feng's post-prison operation. Though small in number, they were more than enough to get things done. He didn't spell it out too explicitly just yet, though. Everything depended on him taking care of Yongshan and solidifying his foothold first. That moment would mark the true beginning of leading everyone into the underworld of Binjiang. Phone, with more people now, we need to figure out lodging. Xiao Yun and I can squeeze onto the loft bed, but you 3 grown men can't keep sleeping on the floor. Plus, with the arcade renovation starting in a couple days, the loft won't be livable either. Li Qiuyan spoke up, and only then did the others realize the issue. Chen Feng smiled faintly. Aunt Yen, you decide what to do about this. Whether it's renting a place nearby or temporarily using the space next door at beauty salon, either works. He felt confident leaving such matters to Aunt Yen. He knew her well. If she brought up the issue, she must already have a plan in mind. Here's what I had in mind. That large detached courtyard next to the vegetable market is perfect. It has 5 rooms and 2 back doors leading directly to Riverside Boulevard, convenient and secure. Sure enough, Aunt Yen had already scouted out the property. Everyone agreed it was a good choice. Everyone on Old East Street knew the detached courtyard house. Rumor had it that it belonged to a wealthy local family, but after someone hanged themselves inside, it had stood empty ever since. It couldn't be sold, no one wanted to rent it, and now it was overgrown with weeds. But what did these streetwise guys fear about a place where someone had died? A spacious courtyard like that would be far more comfortable than those cramped tenements in the urban villages. When Ah Chang first arrived in Binjiang, he lived in one of those cramped apartments. He was so scared that even when he went to pee, he worried Uncle who from across the way might grab his bird. Alright, Aunt Yen, you found a great spot. Set up a meeting with the landlord. See if we can rent it today. We'd like to move in sooner rather than later. Li Qiuyan gave him a cheeky grin. It's all been arranged. We were just waiting for you, the head of the household, to give your approval. Her expression seemed natural, but to the others, it didn't look like an aunt teasing a younger relative at all. It felt more like a mistress flirtatiously coaxing her master. Li Qiuyan seemed to sense the strange looks from the others. A blush spread across her mature cheeks as she pulled Zhang Yun up to the attic. After packing their things, the two prepared to go out and discuss a long-term lease with the landlord. Chen Feng thought it over. For safety's sake, he had Zhuba accompany them. With his imposing build and the fierce glint in his eyes now, anyone with half a brain wouldn't dare provoke him. Chang, head back to Veteran Hardware and ask Master Zhang to make little Ada Wolf's Tooth Club. That big guy's got serious strength. When it comes down to it, that thing could scare the crap out of a bunch of cowards. Chen Feng had seen Zhu Bao wielding a sharpening stick to beat people. Such a massive figure swinging that short, thin stick looked downright comical. A Wolf's Tooth Club was different. Its heavy shaft studded with steel spikes offered devastating destructive power and sheer intimidation. Paired with Zhu Bao's bear-like frame, few could withstand it. Got it. Just picturing Zhu Bao wielding that Wolf's Tooth Club got Chang all fired up. He hopped on his Honda King and sped off. Meanwhile, Chen Feng picked up his mobile phone and dialed the landline at the front desk of the Yongshan Casino. Hello? Please tell Miss Zhou Lu that I'll be waiting at our usual spot at noon. The photos she requested are ready. Without waiting for the receptionist's response, he hung up. Cell phones were expensive, so he had to use it sparingly. He was confident that as soon as Zhou Lu heard the word photos, she would definitely come to the old spot to meet him. The usual spot, of course, was the abandoned factory zone number 3 from the night before last. At that moment, in a suite on the 3rd floor of the Yongshan Casino, Zhou Lu rose naked from the bed, her ample breasts bouncing as she prepared to take a shower. A lazy voice drifted from behind her. Lulu, I'm planning to have all you beautiful dealers switch to bikinis. That'll definitely have those lecherous gamblers going wild, ha ha ha. Zhou Lu feigned modesty, oh, Chenggu, I wouldn't want that at all. Wearing something like that, wouldn't those bad men see everything? Wrapping herself in a towel, she pouted cutely. Brother Chang, honestly. I don't even want to work at the casino anymore. I just want to be your woman, you know? Serve only you, just you. Please? Truthfully, she genuinely hated being a dealer at the casino. Every day, she had to stand for hours in front of all those gamblers, wearing a short skirt that barely covered her but pretending to be serious while dealing cards. Worse, the pay was pitiful, barely what she used to make selling beer at the KTV. Now that she was hooked up with big brother Luo Chang, getting laid by him every now and then brought in thousands or even tens of thousands a month. Why would she want to go back to that grueling job? It was just asking for trouble. Plus, Chen Feng had something on her. She'd been on edge these past few days, terrified that continuing this job would lead to serious trouble. Luo Chang's expression changed instantly, a wicked grin spreading across his lips. What's wrong with other men watching? I love seeing them drooling over something they can't have. Those ES are just whores, ha ha ha. His laughter abruptly halted. Lulu, did you know your cousin Li Yong didn't just go back to his hometown? His own men killed him. Zhou Lu shuddered at the words. What? No, impossible. His own brothers? How could they? Luo Chang watched her cower like a frightened little rabbit and burst into loud laughter. Why not? In this world, people chase money, women, and power. For wealth and status, even wives betray their husbands, let alone subordinates. You agree, right? Chapter 22, Zhou Lu's thoughts. Zhou Lu's face drained of color, panic gripping her heart. Could Luo Chang have discovered something? I'm not that kind of woman. Brother Chang, don't compare me to those women. You know what they're like, don't you? Oomph. It must be said, this woman's acting was truly impressive. A single pouting protest instantly masked her inner panic. Luo Chang's mouth twisted into a wide grin. Ha 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 ha. Of course I believe you wouldn't betray me. You wouldn't dare. Remember that stinking Ahong? Ha 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 ha. Zhou Lu paled at the mention, stammering, of course I remember her. She deserved it for keeping that pretty boy. Truth be told, she and Ah Hong had been close friends. They'd both worked as beer girls at the wealthy KTV. Ah Hong was prettier than her, but not as bold. She lacked that certain sassiness. Less than 2 months after Ah Hong hooked up with Luo Chang, she ended up with one of her fellow villagers. When Luo Chang found out, he buried them both alive. Alright, I won't tease you anymore. Get to work. Luo Chang smirked, satisfied his warning had hit home. Got it, brother Chang. Zhou Lu hurriedly pulled on her clothes. Minutes later, as soon as she arrived at the venue, the front desk girl called out to her, Lulu, someone just called looking for you. They said to pick up some photos at the usual spot at noon. Zhou Lu froze for a moment before realizing it must be Chen Feng looking for her. Her expression immediately darkened. Pick up photos? He was just using those photos to blackmail her. At noon, Chen Feng waited for an hour at the abandoned factory before spotting Zhou Lu's Shelly sedan. Soon, Zhou Lu parked and sashayed toward him, her hips swaying. Miss Zhou Lu, you're quite punctual, Chen Feng chuckled, pulling 2 photos from his pocket and handing them over. Zhou Lu took the photos. Her face turned pale when she saw the first one, then flushed crimson upon seeing the second. One photo showed her stabbing Li Yong to death. The other showed her pressed against a wall, her pretty face flushed red after being taken advantage of by Wang Xin. What do you want? Name your price. 10,000 should cover these photos and the negatives, right? If you want it, I'll let you have your way with me twice, at most. Chen Feng sneered, looks like Luo Chang treats you well, huh? Dropping 100,000 like that. Truth is, I could use the cash, but screwing you? No thanks. Not my thing. He hadn't expected Zhou Lu, a mere croupier, to casually produce 100,000 yuan. It seemed Luo Cheng's management of the Yongshan casino was indeed rolling in money. No wonder Tiger Lei had his eyes fixed on Yongshan. He'd lost several men and nearly paid with his wife's life, yet he still insisted on taking over that place. 100,000 yuan wasn't a small sum for him now, it would be foolish not to take it. As for this woman, sure, she was all sass and had a voluptuous figure, but he just couldn't muster any interest in someone who'd been around the block a few times. Chen Feng rubbed his nose. Besides the 100,000 yuan, I need you to do me a small favor. If you cooperate fully, I'll give you all these photos and negatives. What exactly do you want me to do? I can't do anything to betray Brother Chang. If he finds out, he'll kill me. Zhou Lu wasn't stupid. She understood that Chen Feng was using the photos to blackmail her, likely demanding she do something detrimental to Luo Chang or the casino. I don't need you to betray Luo Chang. All I need is for you to report Luo Chang's whereabouts to me regularly over the next few days, along with details on any gamblers winning over 50,000 yuan daily at the Yongshan venue. Chen Feng sneered coldly. This little task shouldn't be too hard for you, right? Zhou Lu hesitated only briefly before agreeing. I can do what you ask, but no longer than 5 days. Any longer and Luo Chang will catch on. She had expected Chen Feng to ask her to poison Luo Chang or do something else dangerous, but it turned out to be just providing information. This was simple enough for her. As long as she was careful, she wouldn't be caught. After all, it was only 5 days. Once she got the negatives and photos, she'd turn her back on him. If Chen Feng dared threaten her, then she'd whisper in Luo Chang's ear and have him eliminate both Chen Feng and Wang Xian. Then no one would ever know about her murders or her own affairs. Chen Feng had no idea the sultry woman before him was already plotting his demise. Truthfully, even if he knew, he wouldn't care. After finalizing the details with Zhou Lu, he returned to the food stall to find Aunt Yen and Zhang Yan already packing their bags. It seemed the compound had been secured. Aunt Yen worked with surprising efficiency. Feng, you're back just in time. There's something I need to discuss with you. The moment she saw Chen Feng return, Li Qiuyan set down her work, wiped the sweat from her brow, and approached him. Go ahead, Aunt Yen, Chen Feng said, stubbing out his cigarette. It's about that old courtyard. We've secured the lease, but the owner, seeing we want a long-term rental, suggested selling the entire place outright. The price isn't steep, and it would save her the hassle. She won't be returning to Binjiang after the sale. Total cost is 60,000 yuan, including all the furniture and fixtures inside. Li Qiuyan was actually very tempted to buy it. Prices for some of the old walk-up buildings on Old East Street were now hitting 1,500 yuan per square meter. This large courtyard was at least 300 square meters. Though it was a bit run down, getting it for 60,000 yuan seemed like a steal no matter how you looked at it. Chen Feng's lips curved upward at the suggestion. Buy it. As long as all the paperwork and certificates are in order, we're in. Why pass up a bargain? He had studied finance in college, though he hadn't graduated, and his eye for real estate was already more forward-thinking than most. Binhai's economy had been booming these past few years, with even factory rents skyrocketing daily. In his view, Binhai's land and property values were bound to peak. It was only a matter of time. And now, for 60,000 yuan, they could acquire a large courtyard spanning over 300 square meters. It would not only solve their housing problem but also serve as a land investment. Seeing Chen Feng agree so readily, she beamed with delight. Great. Hand me your ID. I'll go negotiate with the landlord right now and push for an early transfer. Chen Feng pulled his ID from the canvas bag he'd brought upon his release from prison. Aunt Yen, should I and Juba accompany you? Li Qiuyan chuckled and quickly replied, just Juba is fine. The landlord is a young lady in her 20s. Don't worry, she looks like a proper young lady from a good family. Nothing will go wrong. With that, she took Zhang Yun by the hand and the two turned and walked out the door. Chen Feng picked up 2 bags of luggage, closed the door, turned left, and walked through a narrow alley to reach the old courtyard. Pushing open the gate, he saw Juba and Ah Chang rolling up their sleeves, busily weeding and cleaning the yard. Chen Feng frowned. The weeds had completely overgrown the yard. It would take them days to clear it all with just a few of them. Stop working for now. Ah Chang, go find a construction crew. Leave the professional work to the pros. We've got more important things to do. Chapter 23, The First Operation. Soon, Ah Chang had arranged for a construction crew to arrive. Professionals were a different story. With several diesel weed trimmers and manual removal, it didn't take long before the weeds and mud were cleared from the yard. The total cost was 100 yuan, and they even leveled the ground in the courtyard. After the crew left, Chen Feng closed the courtyard gate and ushered Ah Chang and Juba into the main living room. Though filthy and foul-smelling inside, he was surprised to find a complete set of rosewood furniture, mostly intact and usable after a good cleaning. Ah Chang lit a cigarette, his face lit up with excitement. Brother Feng, you said you had serious business to attend to. Are we finally going to stake our claim and plant our flag? Shu Ba's face remained expressionless, but curiosity flickered in his eyes. He followed Chen Feng partly to avenge his father and partly to carve out a respectable life for himself. Hearing about serious business, he couldn't help but perk up. Don't get ahead of yourself. The time isn't right yet. Chen Feng glanced at the two before adopting a serious tone. Even if we seize territory now, we couldn't hold it. Without a powerful backer, we'll forever remain street punks. Ah Chang pondered this thoughtfully. Brother Feng, so you've found a patron? Just tell us what you need us to do. He understood that surviving in the underworld wasn't just about fighting spirit, it was far more complex. While he had some street smarts, there was much he didn't grasp yet. He knew he had to learn by observing Brother Feng closely. I've chosen my patron Leopard Tiger from the West District of Old East Street. Chen Feng nodded, cutting off Ah Chang before he could speak. I've already negotiated the terms with him. Help him take over the Yongshan Casino, and the management rights for the entire Western District of Old East Street will be mine. Then we can officially raise our flag and build our empire. Ah Chang and Zhu Ba were both stunned into silence. Leopard Tiger? A man's reputation precedes him. In Old East Street, whether you were an upstanding citizen or a street thug, you'd heard of Lei Tiger's fearsome reputation. He was a true heavyweight. If even he couldn't take down that casino, what made Chen Feng think he could? Brother Feng, do you really think the few of us can take down the Yongshan Casino? Ah Chang knew Chen Feng had changed a lot during his 5 years inside, learning all sorts of skills. But no matter how skilled he was, pulling teeth from a tiger's mouth was impossible. Of course we can't take it over. But we don't need to take over the casino, we just need to give Lei Tiger a hand. It's not as hard as it sounds. I already have a plan. A flash of ruthlessness flickered in Chen Feng's eyes as he continued, my plan is simple. Tonight, we start robbing. We target the gamblers who win big at the casino. We do it for 3 straight nights until they're too scared to gamble. He glanced at Ah Chang and Zhu Ba, both staring blankly, utterly bewildered. Stealing money isn't the goal, it's to create trouble and pressure for the Yongshan Casino. The real killer move is setting up a scheme. Ah Chang, you'll contact Wang Xin then. Brother Feng, that's one devious move, huh? After hearing the plan, Ah Chang felt a surge of confidence. If Chen Feng's scheme went smoothly, they might even help Lei Tiger seize control of the casino. Even if they failed, the gambling funds they seized would still be a huge windfall. Either way, it was a sure bet with no downside. Of course, he had no idea that Chen Feng would pay with an arm if he failed to seize the casino. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been laughing. Chen Feng then went over some details, emphasizing 2 key points: strike hard and move fast. In the underworld, robbing gamblers was a cardinal sin. If discovered, neither the casino nor the gamblers would leave any survivors. Of course, some underground casinos themselves would target certain high-rolling gamblers. That was a different story altogether. Hell yeah! Fortune favors the bold. This is basically robbing thieves. After the discussion, Ah Chang stubbed out his cigarette, visibly agitated. He'd been in the game for years, done all sorts of things, but never anything as thrilling as robbing gamblers. Zhu Ba remained expressionless. Had his father, Zhu Dashang, still been alive, he might have followed along with a dumb grin. But now, he was like an emotionless hulk. Finally, at 5 in the afternoon, Li Qiuyan returned with Zhang Yun, carrying a stack of documents and paperwork. Feng, it's done. She shoved the paperwork into Chen Feng's arms. You little rascal, now you've got a place in Binjiang. Li Qiuyan beamed with joy, radiating the same satisfaction and happiness a mother feels seeing her grown son settle down and build a life. Chen Feng glanced at the papers in his hands, kept only his ID card, and handed the rest back to Aunt Yen. Aunt Yen, you keep these for me. He trusted Aunt Yen completely. In his heart, she felt closer to him than his own mother, who had remarried. Aunt Yen accepted without hesitation. Having managed so much money already, safeguarding these property documents was merely a minor task. Most importantly, she didn't feel comfortable letting Chen Feng handle these papers himself. A man venturing into the world needed a woman to manage his affairs. With Chen Feng currently without a partner, she was the only one he could trust to look after his household. With the housing issue resolved, everyone finally had a place to call home. Aunt Yen then hired several cleaners and led Zhang Yun in a thorough spring cleaning. After hours of work, the rooms were finally livable. After dinner, at 10 p.m. sharp, Chen Feng's mobile phone buzzed. The 2 fat guys won 100 grand. They'll probably leave the venue in half an hour at most. One wears a big gold chain, the other's bald, easy to spot. Zhou Lu's voice came through the phone. Chen Feng didn't respond. He hung up immediately and called Wang Xin instead. Tonight, it's your turn to step up. Putting down the phone, a ruthless glint flashed in Chen Feng's eyes. Ah Chang, Lao Ba, get ready. It's time to get to work. As soon as he finished speaking, Zhang Achang and Zhu Ba nodded in unison, knowing Chen Feng had already locked onto tonight's target. The trio returned to the food stall, pulling out the black baseball caps they prepared that afternoon and slipping them on. Each armed with a machete wrapped in expired copies of the Binjiang Daily, they sped off on their Honda King motorcycles toward the Yongshan Casino. Soon, the trio arrived at a dimly lit alley beside Yongshan. According to the plan, Ah Chang would stay here with the motorcycle engine running, ready to provide backup at any moment. He and Zhu Ba would carry out the operation, then quickly leave the scene after success. Chen Feng and Zhu Ba, taking advantage of the dim lighting, made their way to the casino's back door. Why the back door? Zhou Lu had told him about it. The Yongshan casino had a back door specifically for timid gamblers who had won money. To reassure patrons, security personnel were usually stationed at the back entrance to escort them part of the way. Yesterday, Luo Chang had already assigned Wang Xian to oversee security at the back entrance. After waiting about 10 minutes, their target appeared. Two pot-bellied men, beaming with satisfaction, strode out with an air of superiority, followed by 4 thugs. Chen Feng's eyes narrowed as he whispered, "Strike the moment they reach the parking lot. Don't get carried away, just grab the briefcase and get out of there." Chapter 24, What's with the youngsters' low-key act? The parking lot lay about 100 meters from the casino's rear entrance. The two gamblers walked while laughing loudly, boasting about their incredible luck these past 2 days and planning to return tomorrow. They even generously tipped their henchmen behind them 200 each. "Thanks, Boss Joe. Your generosity explains your winning streak. Welcome back tomorrow." Just as they reached the parking lot, the thugs who'd received the tips turned to leave, grinning. Suddenly, a dark figure burst out. Before the thugs could react, a burly man, built like a bear, blocked their path. Thud. It was Zhu Ba who struck first, using the back of his machete to knock one thug unconscious. "Someone's busting the joint. Take him down." The remaining 3 thugs finally snapped to attention, drawing weapons from their waists and bellowing partly to bolster their own courage, partly to summon reinforcements from the casino. At their shout, Wang Xian, who had been guarding the entrance, immediately rushed over with 2 henchmen. "Damn it all to hell. Daring to cause trouble at Yongshan? You must be tired of living." Meanwhile, while Zhu Ba held off the thugs, Chen Feng had already taken down 2 fat gamblers who were opening their car doors, completely unprepared. "Let's go." Chen Feng hoisted 2 black briefcases and barked at Zhu Ba. But by then, 3 thugs had already swung their knives at Zhu Ba, while Wang Xian and his men arrived on the scene. "You 2 watch the bosses, don't let them get killed. Leave this big guy to us. You 3, go get our money back." The 3 casino thugs hesitated for a moment. The 2 fat men were clearly knocked out and didn't need watching. But then they reconsidered the gamblers' safety was paramount, and with their numbers, assigning 2 men to protect them made perfect sense. Under Wang Xian's arrangement, the original 7-2 advantage became 5-2. Chen Feng saw the 2 thugs charging forward instead of retreating. He lunged forward, kicked out, and brought down one with a single swing of his cleaver. Turning, he delivered a sidekick to the temple of the other thug. Both thugs were taken down in less than 10 seconds. On the other side, Zhu Ba fought with extraordinary ferocity, each strike heavy and powerful. Wang Xian and his 2 men couldn't get close to him. However, Zhu Ba was also trapped and couldn't break free for the moment. If they delayed any longer, once the casino staff arrived, it would be difficult to retreat smoothly. Just then, the thug who had been guarding the overweight gambler prepared to charge at Chen Feng, only to be halted by Wang Xian. "Damn it, don't panic. Protect the hostage. If anyone dares touch our Yongshan gambler, I'll kill them myself. You 2, hold off this big guy. Give us a minute, our brothers will be here to back us up." Wang Xian cursed under his breath, swinging his machete as he charged at Chen Feng. Without another word, he swung his blade. But the thugs didn't notice the flash of triumph that crossed his eyes. Chen Feng sidestepped the furious slash, then swung his own machete in a backhand motion, slicing cleanly across Wang Xian's arm. Flesh and blood spattered as Wang Xian let out a piercing scream, collapsing to the ground. Ignoring Wang Xian, Chen Feng charged to Zhu Ba's side in 2 strides and growled, "Go hard." He'd just seen clearly, Zhu Ba, that hulking brute, possessed astonishing strength, but he'd held back, failing to take down the 2 punks immediately. That hesitation had cost him dearly 2 deep cuts. At the command, Zhu Ba's eyes flashed with savagery. He swung his blade with brutal force, driving it deep into the shoulder blade of one of the thugs. "Retreat!" Chen Feng delivered a kick to the groin of the thug in front of him, who immediately clutched his groin and let out a wail of pain. At that moment, over a dozen henchmen burst out from the casino's back door. "Over there! Kill them!" Chen Feng grabbed Zhu Ba and sprinted toward the alleyway. Chen Feng moved swiftly, but surprisingly, Zhu Ba despite his bulk kept pace. By the time they reached the alley entrance, Ah Chang had already arrived on a motorcycle to pick them up. "Get on!" The 2 jumped onto the motorcycle. Ah Chang revved the engine, and the trio vanished into the dim alley in an instant. "Damn it! Get in the car and chase them!" A bald, burly man who had just reached the alley entrance spat fire from his eyes as he cursed. He was about to rally the convoy to give chase. "Chase my ass! Bunch of useless idiots. Do any of you even know which way they went? Hurry up and report to Brother Chang." Just then, Wang Xian limped over, his leg now bearing 2 fresh knife wounds deep enough to expose bone. "You, Wang Xian. You're telling me how to do my job? If it weren't for you useless pieces of, would they have gotten away?" The bald man pointed an accusing finger at Wang Xian's nose, his voice thick with indignation. You idiots! Why didn't you wait until I was hacked to death before showing up? If Fan Daxiang hadn't arrived late, those two wouldn't have gotten away. Wang Xian fired back without backing down. He and several brothers were injured, one critically with a shattered shoulder blade. This time the bleeding was severe, just the herbal medicine alone would cost thousands. With nowhere to vent his rage, his anger boiled over. Of course, his deliberate provocation of Fan Chang wasn't purely for venting, it was also to buy time for Chen Feng. Meanwhile, Chang rode his Honda King through narrow alleys, winding through 7 or 8 lanes before returning to the food stalls. Back at the food stall, Chen Feng opened 2 black leather bags and gave them a cursory glance. Over a dozen bundles of bills totaled around 120,000 yuan. Without lingering, he carried the black briefcase to the kitchen and hid it inside the wood-burning stove. Chang, Zhuba, strip off the clothes you wore earlier and burn them. You two head back to the compound later. I'm going to Old Soldier Hardware. After giving his instructions, Chen Feng changed into a gray short-sleeved shirt and a pair of work pants, then rode out on his Honda King. He wasn't sure if the casino people had seen the motorcycle's license plate, but they definitely saw its color. To be safe, he'd either have to destroy the bike or change its paint job. Chen Feng pondered for a moment. It seemed wasteful to destroy a brand new motorcycle, so he decided to repaint it instead. 20 minutes later, he arrived at Veteran Hardware in Bantian Village, only to find the iron gate locked. He knocked for 7 or 8 minutes before Master Lu's impatient voice came from inside. Who's the bastard disturbing this old man's sleep so late? Chen Feng plastered on a smile and pressed his face against the gate's crack. Sorry, Master Lu, it's me. I've got an urgent matter and need a small favor. Master Lu shuffled to the door in flip-flops, frowning. What? Got into trouble? This is a hardware shop, not a shelter. No room for troublemakers. He turned to go back inside, but Chen Feng quickly interjected. Master Lu, I apologize for the disturbance. I just need to change the color of my car. This red is too flashy, I want something more low-key. Old Master Lu glanced at the red Honda King behind him and shot him a disapproving glare. Youngsters out on the streets? Keep a low profile? Yeah, right. I'll paint it bright green for you. Leave it here. Come pick it up tomorrow night. With that, he opened the iron gate and shoved the motorcycle inside. Chen Feng thanked him repeatedly, pulling 6 bills from his canvas bag and slipping them into Master Lu's hand. Master Lu, thank you for your trouble. Master Lu took the money, his expression still sour. Now get out. This old man needs his sleep. Chapter 25, Father's Final Letter. This old Master Lu really had a peculiar temperament, but since he needed his help, Chen Feng had to maintain a respectful attitude. It must be said, this old master possessed genuine skill. Not only did he craft excellent knives, but Chen Feng hadn't forgotten that earlier display of knife work. Come to think of it, Old Soldier Hardware had been recommended by his death row master. He'd said that after getting out of prison, if he wanted to make something of himself, he'd have to learn more from these veteran craftsmen. Looking back now, the death row master's words held some truth. By the time he returned to the courtyard, it was late at night. Aunt Yen had arranged the largest bedroom for him, complete with a study, while she herself slept in the room next door. The room had been tidied up, but it still carried a lingering musty odor. Chen Feng sat at the desk, pulling out the sheet of paper with the names written on it. He picked up a pen and drew an X next to the name Li Yong. His gaze then fell upon the 4 names beside it, Zhao Dalong, Yu Meng, Chenin, and Xianshi. His thoughts drifted back 5 years, to the scene of his father being hacked to death in the street. Of the 6 perpetrators back then, he had already dealt with 2, Dogtooth and Li Yong. But for the remaining 4, Chen Feng had nothing beyond their names. Eliminating them would prove far more difficult. After deep contemplation, his piercing gaze settled on a name in the center of the white paper, Luo Chang. Beside it was a woman's name, Su Qian. Luo Chang, nicknamed Yen Luo Chang, was notorious for his ruthlessness in Old East Street. According to Chen Feng's investigations while in prison, Luo Chang maintained his position as Zhou Jinyang's top lieutenant not only because of his ruthlessness, but also because of one crucial trait, extreme caution. But to help Lei Tiger take down Yongshun, this ruthless man had to be dealt with. Of course, he didn't intend to kill Luo Chang. As his death row mentor had taught him, the most effective way to subdue someone wasn't murder, but to seize their weakness, for every person had vulnerabilities. Luo Chang's weakness? Lust. The character for lust carries a hidden blade. Luo Chang had numerous women, whom he likely viewed as mere playthings. But in Chen Feng's mind, these women were like sharp blades hanging over Luo Chang's head. The sharpest blade among them was a woman named Su Qian. Tonight, they had successfully robbed 2 gamblers from Yongshun without incident, but they had already alerted the enemy. Luo Chang would undoubtedly tighten security from now on. Tomorrow's operation would certainly not go as smoothly, but Chen Feng had devised a new plan. They would not strike near the casino tomorrow night. Meanwhile, in the second-floor office of the Yongshun Casino, Luo Chang reclined on the sofa, his face dark as he glared at Wang Xian and Fan Daxiang. So you're telling me the 2 people managed to snatch the gamblers' money right out from under a dozen of your men? Wang Xian's arm and leg were wrapped in bandages, his face etched with terror, unable to meet Luo Chang's gaze. Brother Chang, they were clearly well prepared and had planned this for a long time. Plus, our backup was too slow, that's how they succeeded. Several of our brothers got hurt and they were brutal. I suspect they're people under Lu Hanlong from the East District. Bald-headed Fan Dachyoung seethed inwardly. That bastard Wang Xin was shifting the blame onto him, but he dared not erupt in front of Luo Chang. Brother Chang, should I take the guys and search every street right now? We'll definitely track them down. Luo Chang's brow furrowed deeper after hearing both men. Search my ass. If we mobilize, the whole old East Street will know our Yongshan guests won money and got robbed. His sharp rebuke made Fan Dachyoung nearly jump, but he said no more, only stubbing out his cigarette with a fierce flick. Ever since he, Luo Chang, took charge of Yongshan, not only had there been no incidents of robbing gamblers or blackmail, but even the cops had to steer clear of Yongshan. No one dared cross him. And tonight, only 2 men had carried out the attack. Something about this incident felt off to him, though he couldn't quite put his finger on what it was. Though Luo Chang couldn't decipher their motives, his years on the streets hadn't been wasted. One thing was certain, they were almost certainly targeting the gambling den. And it was highly likely they were Lei Tiger's men. That old fox surely hadn't given up on devouring the juicy prize that was Yongshan. Can't win a fair fight? Time to resort to dirty tricks. Effective immediately, reinforce security at the back entrance and parking lot. Also, select 10 brothers who aren't afraid to go all out. Have them lie in wait inside the van parked in the lot. Keep all gambler information strictly confidential, especially regulars. After each session, personally escort them to their vehicles. If any trouble arises again, don't blame me for being ruthless. Remember, only when the house thrives do we all profit. He pondered for a moment before swiftly making his arrangements. Back at Lightning Arcade, Wang Xin entered a room alone and pulled out his mobile phone to call Chen Feng. Less than a minute later, Chen Feng hung up, a faint trace of gravity flickering in his eyes. From Wang Xin's message, Luo Chang had already guessed someone was targeting Yongshan, and his preparations were thorough. A big shot like Luo Chang was indeed no pushover. He handled things with meticulous precision. But as the saying goes, you can only steal for 1,000 days, but you can't guard against thieves for 1,000 days. And right now, Chen Feng was the thief lurking in the shadows. After pondering for a long time, Chen Feng was about to take a shower and go to bed when he stood up and noticed the red wooden box by the bookshelf. His gaze froze. He'd been too busy these past few days to open it and see what his father had left him. Holding the red wooden box, scenes from the past flashed through Chen Feng's mind. Xiaofeng, once you're at school, make sure to get along well with your classmates. If you can help them, do so. Understand? Xiaofeng, is your living allowance still enough? I'll send you another 100. Xiaofeng, don't go work at the factory during breaks. Come home early. Xiaofeng. Xiaofeng. As he thought about it, Chen Feng's eyes began to redden. He slowly opened the red wooden box. On top lay an envelope addressed to Xiaofeng. Beneath it lay his father's livelihood, a set of barbering tools. Chen Feng tore open the envelope. When he saw his father's square, neat handwriting on the stationery, tears fell uncontrollably. Xiaofeng, Dad misses you. By the time you read this letter, I may no longer be by your side. But that's okay, every man must grow up and walk his own path. Do you think your old dad is a pushover? I taught you kindness and integrity, hoping you'd live a peaceful, ordinary life. Maybe I was wrong. Xiaofeng, don't blame your mom. She had no choice but to leave with your sister. Truthfully, she's the one I owe the most in this life. Xiaofeng, no matter what path you choose in the future, remember this, never push things to the absolute limit. Leaving others a way out is also leaving yourself a way out. Goodbye, Xiaofeng. Chapter 26, What kind of man was he? Chen Feng finished reading his father's letter, tears blurring his vision. It was the first time he had cried in 5 years. A man's tears are seldom shed lightly, only when his heart is truly broken. His tears now stemmed not only from sorrow, but more from longing and unyielding resolve. After an unknown span of time, Chen Feng's tears seemed to dry up. His bloodshot eyes now gleamed with a sharp, cold light. He would avenge his father. Not just those who had laid hands on him, anyone connected to his father's death would not escape his wrath. It was a pity his father hadn't mentioned a single word in his letter about who he might have offended, nor left even the slightest clue. But Chen Feng was certain, before the incident, his father must have sensed it or perhaps even known that he would face murder. Otherwise, he wouldn't have inexplicably left behind such a final letter. This couldn't possibly be as simple as the original verdict claimed, a drunken brawl escalating over a trivial argument. For the moment, Chen Feng couldn't make sense of it. But as long as he could capture the remaining 4 killers, he was certain he'd uncover something. Pushing his thoughts aside, he turned his attention to the tools inside the mahogany box, a hand-pushing knife, a razor. These tools had accompanied his father for years. Though worn, they still seemed to carry his father's lingering presence. Chen Feng took them out one by one. Only after emptying the box did he notice a hidden compartment at the bottom. Gently pushing it open, he froze in place. Inside lay a large black star pistol. Beside it sat a curved lapel pin bearing a simple hunter's emblem, nothing particularly remarkable. How could his father, a barber, have a gun? Chen Feng had never used a gun, but he had learned firearms knowledge from his death row mentor in prison. He knew full well that in Binjiang, only two types of people could possess a big black star. First, gang bosses like Luo Chang. Second, inland assassins often used big black stars. But his father, Chen Yuanshan, was just a barber. He wasn't a gang boss, nor was he an assassin. The more Chen Feng thought about it, the more confused he became. In that moment, he felt as if he barely recognized his own father. Was he truly just an honest barber? For the first time, Chen Feng doubted who his father truly was. Perhaps nostalgia and tears were exhausting. Lost in thought, Chen Feng ended up falling asleep. When he awoke, it was already 6 a.m. With mixed feelings, Chen Feng packed up the wooden box, stepped out the door, and walked into the courtyard. An hour later, after completing 800 push-ups and a full set of boxing techniques, he was drenched in sweat. Morning training was both a habit cultivated in prison and a requirement imposed by his death row master. His master had once warned him with these words: "The martial world is inherently one of fighting and killing. Only those who can fight and kill have the right to discuss human relationships and social conventions. No matter how far you rise, never allow yourself to become a weakling." Chen Feng wholeheartedly agreed. It was precisely through his fighting prowess that he had earned respect in prison, allowing him to survive 5 years unscathed. After washing away the stench of sweat, he stepped out of the bathroom just as Aunt Yen emerged from the kitchen. She wore a form-fitting spaghetti-strap tank top, her snow-white chest glistening with droplets of sweat. Her lower body was clad in pure blue polyester cotton blend lounge pants, accentuating her voluptuous, curvaceous figure. Chen Feng stared, lost in thought, and suddenly recalled his childhood. It seemed Aunt Yen had once bathed him. Back then, he was very young and mischievous, refusing to let her wash him and deliberately splashing water all over her. Looking back now, he realized how much he'd taken for granted back then. "You little rascal, what are you staring at? Do I have flowers on my face?" Li Qiuyan shot him a playful glare. "There are no flowers on your face, but you're more beautiful than any flower," Chen Feng smiled, unable to hold back his true feelings. He couldn't explain why, but ever since his release from prison and that one meeting with Su Qing, he'd come to realize that mature women like Aunt Yen, curvy and full of charm, held far more appeal than any innocent young girl. "You insolent little brat, all smooth talk and no respect. I see you've really gone bad." Though Li Qiuyan frowned, she didn't seem angry. Her tone carried a hint of inexplicable resentment and awkwardness. Truthfully, before Chen Feng went to prison, he often joked around with her like this. She never found it strange, just thinking of him as a child who hadn't grown up yet. But now it was different. Chen Feng had grown up, becoming a real man. When certain words came out of his mouth now, they carried a different weight. "Feng, I've made some oil and vinegar noodles. Go get them from the kitchen yourself. I'll take Shu Ba to Aunt Shue's place to treat his wounds. Those 2 cuts on his back look pretty deep. With this heat, they could get infected if left untreated." Li Qiuyan turned her head away and slipped on the plaid shirt from the stool. Chen Feng thought for a moment before saying, "Aunt Yen, I'll take old 8. It's not right for you, a woman, to keep taking us big guys to shady clinics for our injuries. I've been there once anyway. From now on, Aunt Yen, you don't need to worry about these things anymore." Li Qiuyan realized he had a point. Besides, Bai Shui wasn't exactly welcoming of her presence. It was better to avoid going and risk another argument. "All right, then go yourselves." Chen Feng nodded and went to the farthest right room in the courtyard to wake Shu Ba. "Oh, and that woman is actually your mom's good friend too. She's like an aunt to you. But she's cunning, so keep your guard up. Don't spill everything, got it?" Just before leaving, Aunt Yen suddenly remembered something and offered a parting warning. Chen Feng didn't understand why, but nodded in agreement. He had assumed Aunt Yen and that beautiful young doctor were close friends, but it seemed his understanding was off. Of course, none of that mattered. What counted was getting to the black clinic for treatment. The key point was that the beautiful young woman's medical skills were truly extraordinary. It took only 10 minutes to walk from the compound to Clinic 69. Knocking on the door, Bai Shui appeared in her white coat, though it couldn't conceal her impressive figure. Her expression, however, remained icy cold, as if he owed her hundreds of thousands. "Come in." Chen Feng gave a faint smile, leading Zhu Ba past the small shop outside and straight into the inner consultation room. "Who's injured? Come sit down." Bai Shui didn't even glance at them. "Oh, me. 2 slashes on my back." Zhu Ba obediently sat down on the stool beside the examination table, then promptly pulled off his shirt, revealing 2 dark red wounds. Bai Shui gave them a cold glance, grabbed some medical cotton swabs, and began probing and inspecting the wounds without regard for Zhu Ba's discomfort. "It's starting to fester. You'll need antibiotics to fight the infection, plus stitches. Total, 200. After the examination, Bai Shui stated flatly, her beautiful eyes shifting to Chen Feng, who was glancing around restlessly. Having run her black market clinic for years, she could instantly discern who would be footing the bill. But Chen Feng keenly caught a hint of subtle complexity in the beautiful young woman's gaze as she looked at him. He felt a twinge of doubt but didn't show it. Smiling, he said, "Auntie Shui, I'll leave the money here. Thank you for your trouble. Yet Bai Shui suddenly interjected, running a barbershop is actually quite nice. Much better than all that fighting. Back in the day, I often had your father do my hair. He was very skilled. Chapter 27, Aunt Yan's Incident. Chen Feng was taken aback. Why was Bai Shui suddenly bringing up his father and the barbershop? Moreover, he had never seen this beautiful young woman visit beauty salon, nor did he know his long-absent mother had such a coldly elegant friend. His curiosity was piqued, but remembering Aunt Yan's warning, he held back from asking more, merely offering a smile. Aunt Shui, my dad passed his skills down to me. If you ever want your hair done, you can come to me. His words were mostly polite, but also an attempt to build rapport. After all, injuries would be commonplace from now on, and he didn't want to see a cold, unwelcoming face every time he came in. Never would have guessed. Thought you only knew how to chop people up. Bai Shui gave a cold chuckle before falling silent, focusing entirely on treating Zhu Ba's wounds. Chen Feng gave an awkward chuckle, unsure how to respond. Though he called her Auntie Shui, in his heart she was nothing more than the beautiful doctor running the black clinic. She was nothing like Aunt Yan, who had watched him grow up. Still, he couldn't help but steal a few extra glances. Though Bai Shui was cold, she was highly professional. The focused look on her face as she worked held a certain charm. In less than half an hour, Zhu Ba's wound was treated. The two thanked Bai Shui and prepared to leave. Just as they turned to go, Bai Shui suddenly called out to him, hesitating as if she had something to say. Chen Feng, the underworld isn't a place for the faint of heart. If you haven't joined a faction yet, get out while you still can. Don't end up like you. She trailed off. Never mind. Forget I said anything. Chen Feng froze at her words. Though Bai Shui's tone remained icy, he could tell she was offering genuine advice. Thanks for the warning, Auntie Shui. I know what I'm doing. He didn't say much more. There was no turning back now. Ever since crippling Dogtooth and eliminating Li Yong, there was no going back. Brother Feng, did you get involved in the underworld to seek revenge too? To avenge Uncle Yuanshan? On the way back, Zhu Ba, who had been silent the entire journey, suddenly asked. Chen Feng pondered for a moment, then patted Zhu Ba's broad shoulders as thick as a giant pumpkin and said, yes and no. Whether I chose this path or not, I would have sought revenge. There are countless roads in life. In truth, whether it's black or gray doesn't really matter. He didn't give Zhu Ba a clear answer. Everyone had their own take on the underworld. His own perspective stemmed largely from the teachings of his death row master and his own experiences. As for Zhu Ba, come to think of it, they were quite similar. Both had fathers hacked to death. Both were just worthless lives. Oh, I see. Zhu Ba's eyes were a bit dazed, but he still nodded firmly. For him, only by making his way in the underworld could he become someone and avenge his father. Back in the courtyard, only Ah Chang was crouched by the wall, happily slurping noodles from his bowl. Chen Feng asked, where are Aunt Yan and Sister Yun? Ah Chang stood up, wiping his mouth. They just went out. Said they're getting some simple furniture and daily necessities to make everyone more comfortable. Chen Feng nodded. Aunt Yan was indeed thoughtful in handling these details. Brother Feng, do you think it's safe for Aunt Yan and Sister Yun to go out alone? Zhu Ba suddenly frowned. Brother Feng, remember that first time someone followed us? Actually, when Ah Chang went to buy lime later, he was followed too. I knocked him out from behind, which is why it didn't affect your rescue that day. Chen Feng's heart sank with a bad feeling. He glared at Ah Chang, who was slurping noodles. Do you know where they're going? Ah Chang quickly realized the gravity of the situation and replied, Huaxiang Furniture Mall. He had wanted to follow them, but Aunt Yan said they needed to buy some women's items and it wouldn't be appropriate for him to tag along, so he stayed behind. Now that he thought about it, he felt like a complete idiot. If anything happened to Aunt Yan or his sister, he'd never forgive himself. Chen Feng snapped impatiently, stop eating. Come with me to find them. Without being told, Ah Chang tossed his bowl aside and followed. Lao Ba, you stay home and wait for them. Chen Feng didn't really blame Ah Chang that much, he blamed himself more. He'd overlooked the fact they'd been followed earlier. At the same time, he found himself admiring Lao Ba, the big oaf, a little more. He might seem simple-minded, but he was actually quite observant. He had already guessed who was following them. It had to be someone sent by Feng Meng. He'd crippled Feng Meng's henchman Dogtooth and was now trying to seize control of his turf. In this line of work, face and money were paramount. And now, Chen Feng had not only humiliated him but was also trying to take his money. No one could swallow that humiliation. The only reason he hadn't immediately sent men to deal with him was because Lei Tiger was holding him back. But that didn't stop Feng Meng from causing trouble. He could sabotage him in secret or target those close to him, otherwise, Feng Meng wouldn't have sent someone to follow him. The compound wasn't far from Huaxiang Furniture City, just a 20-minute walk. But every extra minute meant more danger. Neither woman had brought their pagers, so Chen Feng didn't want to take any chances. He hopped on Lao Ba's Jialing motorcycle and sped toward Huaxiang Furniture City. Upon arriving at the furniture mall, Chen Feng and Ah Chang split up to search. Huaxiang Furniture City, though called a furniture market, was actually half furniture store and half vegetable market. The place was packed with people, especially in the morning. The crowd was dense, and the cacophony of vendors' shouts and cries filled the air. You could be standing on the street pointing at someone across the way and yelling at them, and they still might not hear you clearly. Chen Feng didn't rush into the crowd, knowing that would be inefficient. Instead, he scanned his surroundings, his gaze settling on a 3-meter-high platform. He leapt up in a few quick strides, using several stone slabs for leverage, then looked up, his gaze sweeping across the rows of shops. This tactic proved effective. Within a minute, his gaze locked onto a shop entrance where a chaotic crowd had gathered. Chen Feng could vaguely make out Zhang Yun's figure. Seeing her, he felt a wave of relief wash over him. He leapt down from the platform and sprinted straight toward the shop. But the moment he reached the shop entrance and pushed through the crowd, his expression darkened. Only Zhang Yun stood at the shop entrance, no sign of Aunt Yen. Zhang Yun stood there, panicked and furious, arguing with the middle-aged shop owner. The onlookers around them seemed to relish the spectacle. "Hand over my sister. She just went into your shop to look at the shoe rack, and in the blink of an eye, she was gone. If you don't release her now, I'm calling the police. Go ahead and call the cops. Who's afraid of you? I've run this shop for 5 or 6 years, and this is the first time I've ever dealt with such a blackmailer. If you weren't a woman, I'd have already beaten the crap out of you." Chen Feng heard only that much before bursting forward, a dagger already pressed against the owner's abdomen without a trace of hesitation. "Take me inside to search. If I don't find her, you'll regret this." Chapter 28, Human Traffickers, the Yunnan Gang. Chen Feng wasn't bluffing out of desperation. He saw right through the shop owner's lie. Right next to the shop hung a sign advertising its 1-year anniversary sale. Yet the owner claimed it had been open for 5 or 6 years? What a load of bull. More importantly, Chen Feng knew that these days, many human traffickers in Binjiang used shops like this as cover. People would wander into a store and never be seen again. Shops like this always had hidden doors, with a black minivan parked behind them at all times. The middle-aged shop owner's face drained as he felt the knife pressed against his stomach. Don't do anything rash. That woman never set foot in my shop. If you don't believe me, I'll take you inside to see for yourself." Was he scared? Of course he was. Anyone who dared pull a knife in broad daylight, regardless of whether they had connections, was definitely no pushover. But he wasn't terrified either. In this line of work, he'd encountered similar situations before. As long as the person wasn't found here, there was nothing they could do to him. Besides, he had his own gang backing him. Chen Feng ignored him. He pressed the dagger forward slightly, driving the tip half an inch into the middle-aged man's abdomen. Blood seeped out immediately, and the man's tone softened. "Brother, I'm just a legitimate furniture shop owner. Don't cause trouble." Chen Feng remained coldly indifferent. "Sister Yun, come in and pull down the shutter." Though terrified and flustered, Zhang Yun obeyed, stepping inside to forcefully pull down the roller shutter and lock it from the inside. After the door closed, Chen Feng's gaze was so cold it sent shivers down one's spine. He slammed the middle-aged man onto the table and brought the knife down. Slashing. The man's right fingers were severed cleanly. Blood spurted out, and he let out a blood-curdling scream like a pig being slaughtered. "Ah! My hand. Tell me where he is, or you'll lose all 10 fingers." Chen Feng grabbed the man's hair, forcing him to look up into his icy eyes. The man looked up and saw a murderous intent in the young man's eyes. He had felt this kind of intent before. Only those who had taken a life possessed such a savage glint. This young man had killed before. His mind cleared instantly. If he didn't tell the truth, he might truly die. I'll tell you. The person was taken by the Dianan gang. I was just covering for them. They usually take their captives to an abandoned building in the southern district first. If you hurry now, you might find them en route. The license plate has been A2817. The middle-aged man dared not hold back. Any further delay, and he feared he might lose this finger for good. Hope you're not lying to me. After speaking, Chen Feng flung the severed half-finger from the table onto the floor and crushed it under his heel, leaving the middle-aged man no chance to reattach it. This, he thought, would serve as a small lesson. Upon receiving the information, Chen Feng instructed Zhang Yun to find out Chang first and return to the compound together to await further news. He, however, rode alone on his old Jialing motorcycle, heading straight for the southern district. After they left, the middle-aged man hastily bandaged his wound to stop the bleeding. His eyes glowed with venom as he picked up the crushed, pulpy finger from the floor. He then pulled out his pager and sent a coded message. You cut off my finger and I'll make sure you die." Chen Feng had been too hasty, failing to anticipate that the middle-aged man would alert the traffickers. Otherwise, he would have at least knocked the man unconscious before leaving. Fortunately, only one main road connected Old East Street to Rin South District. As for side roads, he couldn't cover them all. The other party was driving a van and likely wouldn't take detours. Chen Feng's face was cold as ice. He sped along the road, keeping a sharp eye out for the van. He dared not think about the consequences if he failed to find Aunt Yen. Right now, only one thought filled his mind: he would bring her back safe and sound, even if it cost him his life. Suddenly, a dilapidated silver gray van ahead caught his attention. Its rear displayed an advertisement for Huaxiang Furniture City, and the left window had been replaced with pure black frosted glass. But its license plate wasn't been a 82817, it was paying a 62993. This was completely different from what the middle-aged owner had described, and it was an out-of-town vehicle. Chen Feng paused briefly, then decided he couldn't afford to wait. He had to intercept it and check first. Roar! He floored the throttle, overtaking the van in mere seconds. Just 50 meters ahead, a red light forced the van to slow down. Chen Feng slammed on his brakes, risking a collision, then executed an on-the-spot drift. As he leaped off the motorcycle, its momentum sent it crashing to the ground, sliding under the van's chassis and wedging itself beneath the tire. The van slammed on its brakes, followed by a torrent of curses in a thick accent from the 3 southwestern provinces. "Damn it, you bastard! Trying to get yourself killed?" A man with a shoehorn face, cigarette dangling from his mouth, leaned out the window, his face twisted with arrogant fury. Chen Feng didn't react impulsively. Instead, he smiled as he pulled out a pack of cigarettes from his pocket and walked over. "Sorry, bro. This crappy bike skidded out from under me. Almost killed me, and scared you guys too. I'll move it right now." As he reached the driver's side of the van, he distinctly heard muffled moans and faint unusual sounds coming from inside. The advertisement for Huaxiang Furniture Market, the driver's southwestern accent, and the sounds coming from inside the vehicle. Chen Feng instantly knew Aunt Yen was in that van. But he remained calm, casually resting his right hand on the door handle. "Bro, it was an accident. I should stop and discuss compensation with you guys." But before he could finish, the shoehorn-faced driver suddenly drew a machete and swung it down toward his head. Startled, Chen Feng sidestepped the blow. With his right hand, he yanked the door open, grabbed the shoehorn-faced driver, and yanked him out of the car. A flying kick to his temple sent the driver crashing to the pavement, unconscious. Without a word, he slid into the driver's seat. Simultaneously, the specialized dagger at his waist was already pressed firmly against the throat of a bearded man in the passenger seat. Before the bearded man could use the rebar he'd grabbed, Chen Feng flung him out the window. Only then did Chen Feng fully survey the van's interior. This modified cargo van held Aunt Yen, her hair disheveled, bound hand and foot, her mouth sealed with yellow duct tape, her entire body unconscious. Beside Aunt Yen, another woman was struggling frantically, emitting muffled grunts. "Get off!" Chen Feng's dagger suddenly sliced through the bearded man's neck, drawing a trickle of blood. "Who the hell are you? Daring to hijack our Dianan gang's vehicle? You won't get away with this. I advise you to get off the truck now, or you won't be able to handle the consequences." Despite the dagger pressed against his throat, the bearded man still spat out threats with arrogance. He had the Dianan gang backing him. He didn't believe this young punk would actually dare to touch him. In Binjiang, whether you were a street thug or an ordinary worker, who the hell didn't know the Dianan gang's notorious reputation? Chen Feng's eyes flashed with cold fury. The dagger in his hand suddenly plunged an inch into the man's chest. "Get out of the car if you don't want to die." The bearded man clutched his chest, crimson blood seeping through his fingers. In that moment, panic finally gripped him. He didn't dare utter another word and jumped out of the car. Chen Feng immediately untied Aunt Yen, cradled her into the passenger seat, and helped her recline before turning the car around and driving away. As for the struggling, sobbing woman, he'd leave her bound for now better than distracting him while driving. Chapter 29, Set aside compassion, respect others' fates. Chen Feng didn't head straight back to the compound. Instead, he circled around twice before driving toward Veterans Hardware. Aunt Yen regained consciousness during the ride. Upon learning she'd nearly been trafficked, a wave of terror washed over her. She clutched her ample chest, taking several deep breaths to steady herself. "You brat, thank you for saving me. Otherwise, I can't even imagine the consequences." As she gazed at Chen Feng's profile, her pretty face flashed with relief at surviving the ordeal, mixed with a hint of peculiar expression. "Aunt Yen, I saved your life. Is that how you plan to repay me?" Chen Feng's lips curved into a faint smile. "What else should I use to thank you? Do you expect me to breastfeed you, buy you candy, and rock you to sleep like when you were a child?" Li Qiuyan rolled her eyes, then flushed crimson as she realized what she'd said. "Just drive properly." Chen Feng had always loved teasing Aunt Yen since childhood, though back then it was mostly her who teased him, the innocent little boy. Now things were different. He'd grown up and was teasing Aunt Yen back, and it was actually quite amusing. Soon, the beat-up van pulled up at Veterans Hardware. He'd taken this detour for 2 reasons. First, to avoid prying eyes. Second, to get old Master Lu to help him deal with this vehicle. Even though it was a beat-up van snatched on impulse, it was still a van. Having a vehicle would make things much easier going forward. Besides, it was already an unregistered black market vehicle with fake plates. Just repaint it and swap in another black plate, and it would be good to go. These days, plenty of vehicles on the road were unregistered like this. As long as there were no accidents and it wasn't caught, it wasn't much of a problem. Besides, he wouldn't be driving the van around everywhere anyway. Arriving at Veterans Hardware, he spotted a flashy dark green motorcycle parked outside. Old Master Lu was sitting nearby, fanning himself with a palm leaf fan and sipping clear tea. Damn it, you stole this bike? I don't deal in stolen goods here. As soon as Chen Feng stepped out of the van, old Lu gave him the cold shoulder, ready to shoo him away. Chen Feng chuckled. Master Lu, you're overthinking it. I found this bike and thought you could help me deal with it. He then helped the still dizzy Ant Yen off the bike. Master Lu's eyes widened in surprise. You found this woman too? Chen Feng gave an awkward smile. No, she's my friend. I picked her up along the way. He opened the cargo door and lifted the tightly bound, gagged woman out of the truck. Damn it! This can't be your friend, can it? Get the hell out of here. Don't cause me any trouble. Master Lu's expression darkened instantly. He grabbed the mallet in his hand and began making gestures like he was herding pigs. Chen Feng scrambled to explain, Master Lu, it's a misunderstanding. Listen to me first. Bull. Get lost. Old Master Lu swung his mallet wildly. I rescued these two from the Yunnan gang. This one's my friend, and the other I just picked up along the way. This car, well, I took it. Chen Feng was speechless but decided to tell the truth. Though this old man wasn't part of the underworld, such things couldn't possibly be hidden from him. Chen Feng hadn't intended to conceal anything anyway, his earlier words had merely been playful banter. The Yunnan gang? Those damn human traffickers, huh? No wonder. But you've pissed them off, kid. Good luck with that. Here's my advice, you still have time to get out of here. Old Master Lu frowned slightly, a flash of contempt and disgust crossing his eyes. No choice. They kidnapped my friend. If I've pissed them off, so be it. Running isn't an option. If I were scared, I'd quit this life and go back to my hometown to grow sweet potatoes. Chen Feng gave a faint smile, saying little more. He knew little about the Dianan gang, but had heard of them in prison. Like other local gangs, they'd started as mutual aid groups for migrant workers from different regions coming to work in Binjiang. However, as their numbers swelled and their influence grew, their nature changed, gradually degenerating into a criminal syndicate. Though not particularly large, the Yunnan gang specialized in heinous crimes like human trafficking and even organ harvesting. On the streets of Binjiang, most other factions kept their distance from the Dianan gang. Master Lu, I know you're a seasoned craftsman who avoids trouble. I only asked you to repaint this car so I could make do with it. Now I realize I was being presumptuous. Chen Feng finished speaking and pulled Li Qiuyan away, preparing to leave. Truthfully, any auto shop could handle this kind of job for a fee, but it was easy to get caught not by law enforcement, but by the underworld. At Old Master Lu's place, however, that risk was virtually non-existent. Because the death row master had said that Old Master Lu's true livelihood wasn't his craftsmanship, but the secrets he guarded. The old master also said that whatever old Lu didn't want anyone to know, no one could make him reveal. Chen Feng thought it sounded a bit far-fetched, but his master's words always held truth. Besides, he trusted Veterans Hardware far more than any other auto repair shop. What the hell are you rushing for? You're turning down money like it's... Did I say I wouldn't take your job? Master Lu's expression softened slightly as he approached. This beat-up band's probably on its last legs. I'll just tinker with it a bit for you, charge you $100, leave the car here, and get out of here. Chen Feng chuckled at this. Then I'll trouble you, Master Lu. He grabbed Li Qiuyan's hand and started heading out. Don't call me master. I'm not a damn fortune teller. Call me old man from now on. As they walked out, Old Master Lu's grumbling shouts echoed behind them. Chen Feng shook his head and chuckled. Old Master Lu might be hot-tempered, but he was a genuinely amusing old fellow. Whoa! But halfway out, the woman bound and gagged on the floor suddenly began thrashing violently, shaking her head wildly and emitting muffled whimpers. Chen Feng hesitated for a moment before finally untying her bonds and removing the tape from her mouth. Sir, thank you for saving me. Thank you, thank you. The moment she was freed, the woman knelt on the ground, tearfully expressing her gratitude over and over, almost bowing her head to the ground. Only then did Chen Feng properly examine her. Though her hair was disheveled and her clothes torn, she was clearly quite attractive, not quite as stunning as Aunt Yen, but still a pretty girl. Don't kneel. Get up quickly. My Xiao Feng can't bear this. Before Chen Feng could speak, Aunt Yen couldn't bear to watch any longer and stepped forward to help the woman up. But the woman suddenly burst into tears. Wah? Please take me in. I have nowhere else to go. I can do anything: wash clothes, cook meals, do manual labor. I just need a place to stay. I beg you. She clutched Li Qiuyan's hand as she wept, clinging desperately like someone at the end of their rope grasping at a lifeline. Anyone watching would feel a pang of pity. But Chen Feng merely shook his head, his tone flat. Sorry, I only saved you by chance. Our place is small, there's no room for another person. With that, he pulled Li Qiuyan away without a second glance at the kneeling woman. It wasn't that he was heartless, but rather that he remembered his master's words, to set aside compassion and respect others' destinies. Chapter 30, I trust your acting. On the way back to the courtyard, Li Qiuyan opened her mouth several times to speak, but ultimately held her tongue. The way Ah Feng had treated that pitiful woman just now was too cold. It was nothing like the Ah Feng she had known since childhood. Deep down, Li Qiuyan understood. Ah Feng was now trying to make his way in the underworld, and it was better to avoid trouble than seek it. She didn't expect him to bring home a woman and add to his burdens. Still, couldn't he at least offer some comfort? The woman was so pitiful, nearly kidnapped and sold, now homeless. It took them half an hour to walk back to the compound. Chen Feng had intended to hail a cab, but Aunt Yan stopped him. Her reasoning was that walking was good exercise, helped them memorize the route, and saved money, though the real reason was simply to save money. Only Zhu Ba was in the courtyard now, sharpening a slaughter knife. Ah Chang and his sister were still on their way back. Stepping into the room, he glanced at Aunt Yan beside him and suddenly spoke up. "Aunt Yan, did I seem too cold and heartless just now?" He had long sensed Aunt Yan's feelings and, after some thought, decided an explanation was necessary. Aunt Yan wasn't his biological aunt, but she was closer to him than his own mother. He didn't want her to misunderstand. "You finally get it? That's exactly what I meant, heartless. I spent the whole trip trying to figure out how to describe your attitude just now, and here you were saying it yourself." Li Qiuyan rolled her eyes at him. "Aunt Yan, honestly, my biggest flaw back then was being too warm-hearted and considerate." Chen Feng offered a faint smile, then inexplicably pulled up his short-sleeved shirt to reveal a finger-thick scar on his lower back. "You little brat, just talk. Why are you undressing? I'm not some innocent girl who's never seen it before. Every inch of your body is familiar to me." Li Qiuyan said this, but seeing the scars on his body made her heart ache. Who knew what he'd endured in there? "Aunt Yan, look at this scar. It's a souvenir from my generous heart. I gave my cold steamed bun to an old man to eat. Such a small thing, and I nearly died for it. After that poor old man never showed up in our prison block again. Some said he was transferred to another block, others said he died." Chen Feng finished speaking and began dressing. "That's when I learned that kindness and compassion can sometimes be deadly." He didn't preach grand principles, he just told Aunt Yan a story. "Oomph. Death and bad luck? As if I don't know that already. Now you're lecturing me? Showing no respect for your elders." Li Qiuyan snorted, but she had heard him. She wasn't stupid, quite the opposite, she was a shrewd woman. Otherwise, she wouldn't have been able to run a bustling food stall all by herself on Old East Street. Seeing Chen Feng's scars and hearing his words, she understood, Feng had truly changed. He was no longer the sunny young man he once was. But if he was going to walk this path, wouldn't it be better to have a colder heart, to be more ruthless? Thinking this way, she actually felt Chen Feng wasn't ruthless enough. "Alright, that's basically what I meant. Just don't misunderstand me. Aunt Yan, go rest for a bit. You must have been scared just now. I'll make lunch to help you calm down." Chen Feng smiled. He knew Aunt Yan was being sarcastic, and some things were better left unsaid. "Oomph. I'm not some scaredy cat. If I can't handle a little thing like this, how am I supposed to stick with you?" Li Qiuyan retorted defiantly, her ample chest thrusting forward as she strode into the kitchen. Chen Feng shook his head. Aunt Yan was wonderful in every way, except she had a stubborn streak. Putting it out of his mind, he returned to his room and sank into deep thought. Tonight's operation had a plan, but there was no room for error. Every detail had to be considered. Last night's hesitation and weakness from Lao Ba absolutely couldn't happen again. Moreover, only he and Lao Ba would be carrying out tonight's operation. Ah Chang had a more crucial assignment. 10 minutes later, he pushed open the door just as Ah Chang and Zhang Yan rushed back. On the way, Ah Chang had found a phone booth to call him, learning that Aunt Yan had been safely rescued. But the moment he stepped through the courtyard gate, he slapped himself hard across the face twice. "Brother Feng, Aunt Yan, this whole damn mess is my fault." Ah Chang wasn't putting on a show, he was genuinely filled with self-reproach and dread. Thankfully, Brother Feng was formidable and had rescued her. Otherwise, he wouldn't have had the face to return. "Ah Chang, what are you doing? Auntie is perfectly fine. Besides, you can't blame yourself. These days, human traffickers are everywhere." It was Auntie's own carelessness. Li Qiuyan emerged from the kitchen and quickly pulled Ah Chang to a stop. She truly didn't blame anyone else, only herself, for being too beautiful and careless, which had made her a target for the traffickers. Zhang Yun, standing nearby, also felt guilty. She lowered her head and whispered softly, "It's partly my fault too. If I'd gone into the store with Aunt Yan, maybe Sister Yan wouldn't have been drugged. Ah Chang, Yun, this was just an accident. It's not your fault. But better safe than sorry. Keep your wits about you when you go out from now on." Just then, Chen Feng walked over and patted Ah Chang on the shoulder. "Stop taking all the blame, damn it. If anyone's at fault here, it's me for not warning you guys." After speaking, Chen Feng comforted Zhang Yun, who had turned pale with fright back at the Huaxiang furniture market. "Lao Ba, Ah Chang, come with me to the room," he called out, and Lao Ba put down his butcher's knife. Ah Chang rubbed his burning cheek and followed him into the room. Inside, Chen Feng lit a cigarette. Before he could speak, Ah Chang couldn't hold back. "Brother Feng, are we going after them again tonight?" Lao Ba stood like a wooden statue, expressionless. "Yeah, but tonight's operation is just me and Lao Ba. You've got other things to handle." Chen Feng exhaled a smoke ring. Qiang froze at the words but said nothing more. He knew Chen Feng had his reasons for this arrangement. Whatever Brother Feng ordered, he obeyed. Chang, remember the plan I told you about? Starting tonight, you're going to the Yongshan Casino. Don't worry about getting in, Wang Xian will handle that. Once you're inside, you just... After hearing this, Chang's lips curled into a mischievous grin. Brother Feng, just watch me. I'll get it done. Chen Feng chuckled. Your acting skills? I'm confident in them. After that, he went over the night's operation plan in details with Zhu Ba. Old 8, no mercy tonight. We've chosen this path, no room for soft hearts. Zhu Ba nodded firmly. Brother Feng, rest assured. Tonight, whoever stands in my way, I'll beat the out of them. He'd already paid the price last night. The knife wound still stung, and he wouldn't make the same mistake twice. It was like the first time he slaughtered a pig. After getting kicked by a pig's hoof, he learned to tilt his neck back to deliver the blow and pull the knife upward. Chapter 31, The Fish Takes the Bait. The night breeze along the riverbank was chilly. Chen Feng and Lao Ba rode a large green motorcycle, heading once more toward the Yongshan Casino. This big green bike was the Honda King that old Lu had personally repainted. What surprised Chen Feng, however, was that Master Lu hadn't just changed the color, he'd also modified the engine, boosting its horsepower by at least 1 tier. The headlights had been upgraded too. When switched on, the front lights illuminated the night like broad daylight. As Chen Feng rode the big green bike, his curiosity about the old man grew. It was a shame he hadn't asked the master more questions while in prison. Soon, they arrived once more at the dim alley just 1 street away from Yongshan. After waiting quietly for half an hour, his mobile phone rang. Brother Phone, the target's out. License plate number. Old 8, let's move. Once we're in position, act fast, grab the goods and get out. Chen Feng gave the order before slowly steering his motorcycle toward the parking lot exit. His timing was perfect. As soon as he entered the lot, he spotted Wang Xian escorting a gambler into a Santana with 2 henchmen. Within seconds, the Santana pulled out of the lot. Wang Xian and his men watched for a moment before hurrying back to the casino's rear entrance. After confirming the license plate number, Chen Feng followed slowly, keeping his headlights off as a precaution. This pursuit lasted half an hour. The Santana stopped at the entrance of a dance hall called Manhwa. A slender, bespectacled man stepped toward the venue with a broad smile. Brother Feng, he's going in, Lao Ba said anxiously from the back seat of the motorcycle. Chen Feng shook his head. No rush. Wait for him to come out. At this hour, the Queen Flower dance hall was bustling with customers, making it a crowded entrance, not an ideal time to make a move. Meanwhile, inside the Yongshan Casino, Qiang exchanged 3,000 in chips and wandered around the casino floor, playing a few rounds on the slot machines on the first level and losing 200 yuan. Beside him, a seemingly friendly young man with a crew cut had already won over 1,000 yuan in half an hour. Damn it, what a ing stroke of bad luck. Qiang cursed angrily, then turned to the young man with the crew cut. Bro, you're on a hell of a winning streak. He offered the young man a cigarette. Heh, I've been on a roll these past couple days. But playing slots down here is boring. Why don't I take you upstairs to check out the real action? The young man with the crew cut laughed heartily and slung his arm around Qiang's shoulder. You even know how to address a brother. Qiang chuckled, lighting the cigarette and taking a drag. Ah, Lang. The brothers give me face and call me Brother Lang. A glint of cunning flashed in Qiang's eyes. Damn it, you're the one I've been looking for, Ah Lang. According to Wang Xian's intel, this Lang was a low-level thug under Fan Daxiang. He usually worked as an internal security guard at the casino, but in his spare time, he liked to gamble a few hands. Today happened to be his day off, so he came to the venue to try his luck. Luo Cheng tacitly allowed his underlings to gamble at the venue as long as they didn't cause trouble. They could bet however they pleased. Some addicted to gambling ended up owning the house, which actually made them easier for him to control. Brother Lang is so generous, haha. My name is Xiao Qiang. This is my first time playing at Yongshan. Let Brother Lang show me the ropes. If I win some money, I'll treat you to a great time. Qiang's polite yet insincere reply sounded like a complete novice just learning to gamble. Under Brother Lang's guidance, Xiao Chang soon witnessed the true nature of the gambling den. Some won tens of thousands or even hundreds of thousands in mere minutes, while others lost everything in a single all-in bet, ending up deeply in debt. But these were the exceptions. For most gamblers, wins and losses were modest, a trickle that barely made a ripple. Lose a few thousand today, win 2,000 tomorrow. The biggest winner, always, was the house. After witnessing all this, Chang understood more clearly why Brother Feng had made him swear an oath. Gambling meant severing all ties. Of course, this time was an exception, especially since he wasn't here to gamble, but to act. Hey, Lang, I heard someone won tens of thousands here only to get robbed on the way out. Is that true? At 2 a.m., outside the Queen Bee dance hall, Chen Feng and Lao Ba had been lying in wait behind the glasses wearing Gambler's Santana for quite some time. Finally, their target emerged. The bespectacled man was clearly drunk, staggering and swaying as he walked out. But now he was accompanied by a burly man carrying his black leather briefcase. Chen Feng's sharp gaze fixed on the bespectacled man. Lao Ba, stick to the plan. Shu Ba didn't speak, merely nodding in acknowledgement. The plan was simple. Lao Ba would take out the bespectacled man, while Chen Feng dealt with the burly man. The entire operation would be wrapped up within 10 seconds. Once the black leather briefcase was secured, they would immediately withdraw. Soon, the burly man held the bespectacled man over. Just as he opened the car door, Chen Feng and Lao Ba suddenly lunged out, one from the front and one from the back. Caught completely off guard, the burly man and the drunken bespectacled man had no time to react before they were each struck by a knife, leaving them reeling. Seizing the moment, Chen Feng drove another blow into the back of the burly man's neck, knocking him unconscious instantly. This time, Lao Ba showed no mercy, delivering a brutal punch that knocked the bespectacled man unconscious. Chen Feng snatched the black briefcase. Let's go! Soon, Chen Feng vanished into the dimly lit street on his large green motorcycle. This time, their operation went much smoother than last night. After the heist, just like the night before, Chen Feng headed to the food stall. He stashed the 80,000 yuan in cash from the black briefcase inside the large stove in the kitchen. Over 2 nights, they'd netted nearly 200,000 yuan. Even the stoic Chen Feng felt a chill run down his spine. No wonder so many in the underworld resorted to black-on-black crimes. Robbing the rich to aid the poor was a truly lucrative venture. But the risks were equally high. If caught, death was almost certain, for such acts were a cardinal sin in the underworld. Moreover, he dared not touch this money anytime soon. Casino cash was usually marked before being deposited. With 2 consecutive robberies targeting gamblers in Yongshan, if he openly spent the money, Luo Chang would only need to be slightly observant to pick up the trail and track him down. Therefore, this risk must be eliminated. When they returned to the compound, Chang had just come back and was eating a late-night snack, waiting for them. Brother Feng, did you pull it off? Chang blurted out the moment they entered, though he'd already heard rumors while in Yongshan. A bespectacled gambler had his entire winnings 80,000 yuan in cash stolen. Though the robbery didn't occur near the casino, the timing just one night after another robbery led him to suspect the casino's involvement. Furious, he stormed back demanding answers. Chen Feng nodded. Mission accomplished. How'd it go on your end? The previous blackmailing the blackmailers operation had succeeded for 2 consecutive days. Now it all depended on how well Chang played his part, whether he could lure the small fish into the trap. Chang chuckled smugly, a confident grin spreading across his face. Ha ha ha, relax. The fish is hooked. Brother Lang will make his move tomorrow night. Chapter 32, No More Peaceful Sleep. Meanwhile, in the 3rd floor office of the Yongshan Casino, Luo Chang received a call from his boss, Zhou Jinya. Brother Jinya, I'll find the person within a day and give you an answer. I guarantee this won't happen again. Zhou Jinya's voice was icy on the other end. You have 1 day. If you don't catch them, you know the consequences. Luo Chang's face darkened alarmingly. 2 consecutive nights of guests being robbed, each time over 50,000 yuan, had severely damaged the casino's reputation. Boss Zhou Jinya had begun to doubt his competence. Damn it! Playing dirty tricks on me? Looks like my reputation as the king of hell has been forgotten. He slammed the mobile phone onto the table, a flash of viciousness crossing his eyes. Meanwhile, at Shuanqing Tea House in the western part of Old East Street, Leopard Tiger also received a call. His round, weathered face broke into a grin so wide his eyes nearly disappeared. With gamblers robbed at Yongshan Casino 2 nights running, even the prince couldn't stand by. If it happened twice more, all it would take was a few kind words at the meeting, and the prince would surely reassign the casino's management rights. Mingzi, who do you think is behind this Yongshan business? Lei Laohu's smile remained unbroken as he looked at Feng Meng with keen interest. I think it's highly likely Luo Chang himself is behind this. That bastard is treacherous, cunning, and ruthless. Robbing his own customers for extra cash? He'd absolutely do it. Feng Meng blurted out without hesitation. In truth, he wasn't alone in this belief. Many gamblers and locals on Liaodong Street shared this suspicion. As for the reasons, besides Luo Chang's notorious reputation, there was another factor: the casino knew its gamblers inside out. That included their wins and losses. How much they won when they left. With that information, if the casino wanted to target a customer, it would be easier than anything. So it was only natural for suspicions to arise. However, Yongshan Casino had always maintained a relatively good reputation. Many believed these 2 robbery incidents were likely the work of desperate criminals or motorcycle gangs. Of course, some suspected Lei Tiger was behind it, but there was no evidence. Mengzi, what's the most important thing when you're out here hustling? It's your ing brain. Where's your brain? Lei Laohu spoke with the frustration of a parent disappointed in their child. Luo Chang is cunning, but even if you gave him 100 guts, he wouldn't dare mess with the gamblers. As he spoke, a sharp gleam flashed in his narrowed eyes. Don't you think Chen Feng is behind this? Feng Meng was startled. Him? Would he dare? Lei Tiger glared at him with his narrow eyes. Why wouldn't Chen Feng dare? He just got out of prison and already crippled your man Dogtooth. He came knocking on my door demanding control of the West District gambling operations. What wouldn't he dare do? At that moment, Lei Tiger remembered something and abruptly asked, "Oh, right. Didn't you send people to watch him? What's the situation? Did you find anything?" Feng Meng paused for a few seconds before replying, "We watched him for 2 days and didn't find anything suspicious. Since that kid is working for you now, Brother Lei, I pulled the surveillance." Feng Meng lied without batting an eye. It wasn't that he hadn't found anything, it was that his own men had been completely outmaneuvered and couldn't keep tabs on the guy. Of course, he couldn't possibly tell the truth. Admitting that would either make him look incompetent or highlight Chen Feng's formidable skills. Either way, it wasn't the outcome Feng Meng desired. Mengzi's mother has made progress. His perspective has broadened considerably. Keep it up. Leopard Tiger's wide grin stretched across his face as he offered a cheerful compliment. To Feng Meng, however, it sounded utterly awkward. "Brother Lei, after all these years under your wing, I've picked up a few tricks. Rest assured, I know exactly what needs doing. It's just Dogtooth, such a waste. He died so horribly." Feng Meng bowed his head respectfully, but beneath his lowered gaze, a hint of defiance and an inexplicable look flickered. It was unclear if the cunning Lei Tiger had noticed. Dogtooth? That fool didn't know his own place. Don't try to play the victim with me. If he hadn't begged me for help back then, he'd never have gotten out. That was just his fate. Lei Tiger's parting words left Feng Meng somewhat baffled. Though he couldn't fathom Lei Tiger's intentions, one thing was crystal clear: if Chen Feng truly succeeded in helping Lei Tiger seize Yongshun, Feng Meng would never rise again. Trying to snatch food from my mouth? I'll see if you've got the guts to live long enough. Feng Meng's face darkened with malice. A thought struck him, and he grabbed his mobile phone to dial a number. Want to know who's messing with your turf? Meet me tonight at Fumanlu in the West District. Early the next morning, Chen Feng finished his routine morning workout. Returning to his room, he found Aunt Yen sitting on his bed wearing only a nightgown. The seemingly loose nightdress did little to conceal her prominent curves. "Hey, you! Stop staring and come sit down. I need to talk to you." Li Qiuyan pouted, shifting her hips to make room for him. Chen Feng gave an awkward smile and sat down close beside Aunt Yen, her unique, mature scent wafting toward him. "Feng, I can get someone to start renovating the arcade space. But where are you planning to get the gaming machines? I hear things like arcade machines and slot machines are all controlled by those big shots. Can we even get our hands on them?" Li Qiuyan had already arranged for the renovation crew. Since her food stall wasn't large, converting it into an arcade would be quick. But the gaming machines remained an unresolved concern. She couldn't shake the worry that they might spend money on renovations only to find themselves unable to purchase the machines in the end. Chen Feng didn't answer directly. Instead, he smiled faintly and asked, "Aunt Yen, how many arcade machines and slot machines do you think would be appropriate?" Li Qiuyan thought for a moment. "Our place is small. 10 arcade machines and 3 slot machines should be just right." She had already planned the exact number of machines in her mind. "All right, that number sounds about right. Aunt Yen, don't worry. Go ahead with the renovations. I'll handle the machines." Chen Feng patted his broad chest in assurance. As long as he secured the Yongshun casino deal, getting 13 machines or even having Lei Tiger set up another storefront for him wouldn't be difficult. "Look at you showing off. I know you're capable. I'll contact the renovation crew to start work soon. The cost is already settled: electrical and plumbing upgrades, plus miscellaneous work, all for just 2,000 yuan. Li Qiuyan playfully punched Chen Feng's muscular arm with her delicate fist. Then she suddenly remembered to add, "You little brat, whatever you're doing out there, don't try to be a hero. I sure as hell don't want to spend all my money on medicine." These past 2 nights, whenever the motorcycle roared out of the courtyard, her heart would skip a beat. Only after hearing Chen Feng return home could she finally relax and fall asleep. Li Qiuyan knew that once Feng stepped onto this path, she might never sleep soundly again. Chapter 33, The Rules of Old East Street. "Don't worry, Aunt Yen. I value my life." Chen Feng grinned, revealing a mouthful of pearly whites. Only in front of Aunt Yen did he ever smile so genuinely. But he hadn't told her anything about the operation. Even if Aunt Yen had boarded his ship, he didn't want the violence outside to affect her too much. This way, at least there was still a semblance of home. "Good to know. I won't bother you anymore. I'm going to contact the construction crew," Li Qiuyan said, rising to leave. "Oh, Aunt Yen, pick up a safe on your way back today. We need somewhere to store the cash at home. Also, I stashed over 100,000 in cash in the stove at the food stall. Keep it separate, that money can't be touched right now." For people like them in the underworld, cash always felt safer than numbers in a bank account. Because if trouble struck, money deposited in the bank would most likely become irrelevant to them. But cash stashed in a safe was both reassuring and convenient for a quick getaway. Aunt Yen nodded in agreement and headed out to handle it. With yesterday's cautionary tale fresh in her mind, she didn't wait for Chen Feng's reminder. She grabbed Zhuba and took him along with her. Compared to Chang, Aunt Yen felt more secure with Zhuba, the big guy. Chen Feng took Chang and Zhang Yun out for breakfast, ordering a serving of rice rolls for each of them. The shop owner was an elderly man in his 60s surnamed Liang, whom everyone called Grandpa Liang. Chen Feng had eaten at this shop since childhood, always brought here by his father. This was his first visit since moving out. "Ah Feng, you're a rare visitor, kid. Glad to see you back. Sit down, I'm treating you today." Grandpa Liang's weathered face lit up with delight as he greeted Chen Feng warmly. Chen Feng smiled warmly. "It's been years since I last had this. I just craved your cooking. How's business been lately, Grandpa Liang?" After placing the rice rolls on the table, Grandpa Liang's expression turned resigned. "With all the foot traffic on Old East Street now, business is busy, but it's all show and no profit. Between the monthly rent, utilities, and that 300 yuan management fee, I'm barely scraping by." With that, Grandpa Liang hunched his back and walked into the shop. Chen Feng frowned slightly. A tiny breakfast shop like this actually had to pay 300 yuan in management fees? This Feng Meng was truly greedy and domineering, squeezing every last drop out of people. This only strengthened his resolve to secure management rights for the West District market. First, it represented a significant source of income. Second, with the management rights in his hands, he could decide how much to charge. Seeing Chen Feng frown, Chang couldn't help but complain, "Brother Feng, you have no idea. When I used to run a street stall, that bastard charged me 50 bucks a month in management fees." Chen Feng's lips curved slightly as he spoke calmly, "From now on, you'll collect the management fees for the West District." At this, Chang's face split into a huge grin. He. "I trust what Brother Feng says. I'll waive the fees for Grandpa Liang. Stop showing off you could stuff your mouth with rice noodles and still talk non-stop." Zhang Yun shot him a glare from the side. After breakfast, Zhang Yun didn't follow them back to the old courtyard. Instead, she headed to the food stalls to assist Aunt Yen. At the food stall, the renovation crew had already started work and would finish within a week at most. However, an unexpected incident occurred that afternoon. The food stall was being renovated in an orderly fashion. Li Qiaoyan supervised the workers while busily preparing tea for them. Suddenly, a gang of thugs wielding clubs and machetes burst into the shop. Without a word, they began smashing everything in sight, sending the workers scattering in panic. Li Qiaoyan felt a wave of panic wash over her, but luckily Zhu Ba was there to shield her behind him. "Who the hell is Chen Feng? Get out here now. You're coming with us." The man speaking with such arrogance and ferocity was none other than Fan Daxiang, one of Luo Cheng's enforcers. "You'll pay for the damage you've caused." But just then, Zhu Ba suddenly drew a sharpening rod from beneath the table and strode forward in 2 strides to stand before Fan Daxiang. "Ing big oaf. I'll pay your mother. Take him down." Fan Daxiang hadn't expected Zhu Ba to show no fear whatsoever, his glare even more menacing than his own. How the hell could he stand that? He couldn't. Action was needed. First, subdue this big mouth, then deal with Chen Feng, no time wasted. As soon as he spoke, 7 or 8 thugs behind him charged forward. Zhu Ba proved fiercely formidable, swinging his sharpening rod with such force it sent 2 thugs crashing to the ground in a single exchange. But 2 fists couldn't stand against deadly blows. He took several strikes himself and was slashed by a knife. Zhu Ba possessed immense strength, but lacking extensive combat experience, he found himself at a disadvantage unless fighting for his life. Still, his sheer ferocity was genuinely terrifying. Though Li Qiaoyan couldn't assist directly, she promptly sent a message to Chen Feng via pager. Fortunately, Zhu Ba was big and could take a beating. He single-handedly held off 7 or 8 of Fan Daxiang's men for 2 full minutes. Upon receiving the message, Chen Feng rushed toward the food stalls with Chang. "Stop." Seeing the scene before him, Chen Feng's expression turned icy as his piercing gaze locked onto Fan Daxiang. "You're Ing Chen Feng." Fan Daxiang didn't call off his men's assault on Zhu Ba. Instead, he raised his axe, aiming it straight at the youth before him. Chen Feng remained silent, lunging forward in a single stride. The next moment, the dagger in his hand was pressed against Fan Daxiang's throat. "Everyone Ing stop, or I'll slit his throat." Fan Daxiang felt a sudden chill on his neck as warm blood seeped out. "Stop." Only then did he snap to attention, urgently halting his men. "You! Let Brother Daxiang go now, or you won't live to see tomorrow." One arrogant thug, convinced Chen Feng wouldn't dare slit Fan Daxiang's throat in public, hadn't even finished his curse before Chang charged forward and kicked him squarely in the groin. "You think Brother Daxiang lives too long, huh?" After getting his balls crushed, the thug let out a blood-curdling scream like a pig being slaughtered and collapsed on the ground, writhing in agony. "Who sent you here?" Chen Feng ignored the thugs, his cold, piercing gaze fixed on Fan Daxiang. "Luo Cheng from Yongshan, Brother Chang." Though Chen Feng's dagger pressed against his throat, mentioning Luo Cheng's name gave him a sudden surge of defiance. He truly didn't believe this kid would dare kill him in public. "What does he want with me?" Chen Feng frowned at the question. He already had an idea why Luo Cheng had sent someone, but Chen Feng was baffled. Their 2 operations had been flawless. How had Luo Cheng caught them? Had someone betrayed them? The thought flashed through his mind but vanished just as quickly. Chang and Lao Ba were impossible suspects. What about Wang Xin and Zhou Lu? That was highly unlikely too. Both knew that if Luo Cheng found out, their fate would be even worse. Fan Daxiang, with a dagger pressed to his throat, dared not utter a word despite his usual arrogance. He relayed Luo Cheng's exact words. Brother Cheng invites you for drinks. He wants to explain the rules of Old East Street. Chen Feng's expression turned icy. Suddenly, he twisted the dagger in his hand. A cold gleam flashed as the blade sliced down, sending blood spattering everywhere. Fan Daxiang let out a piercing scream as a finger fell to the ground. Get back and tell your brother Cheng to wait at Yongshan tonight. I'll personally seek his guidance on the rules at the venue. Chapter 34, Inviting Tiger Lei to watch a good show. Chen Feng finished speaking and kicked Fan Daxiang aside. His fierce, icy gaze swept over the thugs, and an inexplicable aura froze them in place, too intimidated to move. Chang and Zhu Beiji stepped forward to stand beside Chen Feng. Even Li Qiuyan seemed less afraid now, glaring angrily at the others. Fan Daxiang clutched his bleeding fingers, his eyes filled with venomous hatred, yet he no longer possessed the courage to fight. Chen Feng, you better not fall into my hands, you bastard. If you dare show up at Yongshan tonight, I'll cripple you. With that threat, Fan Daxiang and his men slunk away, their tails between their legs. Brother Feng, what should we do? Once Fan Daxiang and his crew were out of sight, Chang finally asked, his face full of worry. Chen Feng pondered for a moment before turning to Chang. We're moving up the plan. It's all on you now, Chang. Are you confident you can get that kid to take the risk tonight? Chang pondered for a moment, a look of difficulty crossing his face. If I go to the casino again tonight and talk to that kid, I'd have a sure thing. But now that we're exposed, going back to the casino means we'll definitely be recognized. If we miss this chance, I'd only have an 80% chance. Chen Feng patted his shoulder reassuringly. It's fine. 80% is enough. There's no such thing as a perfect plan. We'll just have to take a gamble. He didn't care that Luo Cheng suspected him. As long as tonight's plan succeeded, let him keep his suspicions, there was no evidence anyway. But if the plan failed, it meant he couldn't possibly help Lei Tiger take over the Yongshan casino within the 10-day trial period. Awaiting him wouldn't just be Luo Cheng's frenzied retaliation, but also Lei Tiger, or rather, Fong Meng's retribution. Faced with that scenario, fighting for his life would be his only option unless he fled now with Ant Yan and the others. That was the way of the underworld. No matter how meticulously planned, one slip meant defeat. Defeat meant acceptance, but the price could be death. Of course, Chen Feng couldn't choose to flee prematurely. He could only gamble that Chang's acting was convincing enough, gamble that the kid named Lang couldn't resist temptation, gamble on human greed. After discussing with Chang, Chen Feng decided that tonight, the two of them would still proceed to the Yongshan casino as planned. But this time, it wasn't to rob the gamblers. Instead, they were going to watch the show. After finalizing the plan, Chen Feng comforted Ant Yan once more. After all the commotion, the previous renovation crew wouldn't dare return to work at the shop. Li Qiuyan had no choice but to find another crew. But Chen Feng thought it over and told Ant Yan not to worry. If tonight went smoothly, no one would dare cause trouble at their shop tomorrow. Back at the compound, Chen Feng pondered for a moment before pulling out his mobile phone and dialing Lei Laohu. Uncle Lei, it's Chen Feng. Is this a good time to talk? After a dozen seconds, Lei Laohu's voice finally crackled through the receiver. Feng, what's up? Tonight at the Yongshan casino, there'll be quite a show. I'd like you to come take a look. When the time comes, I hope you can bring a few more brothers along. Barring any surprises, Yongshan should be yours. Chen Feng didn't beat around the bush. According to his plan, tonight was the night Lei Laohu needed to step up. Moreover, the final step in taking down Yongshan depended entirely on whether Lei Tiger himself had the guts to step up. Of course, he believed a seasoned veteran like Lei Tiger was well aware of the recent incidents in Yongshan and had already formed his own conclusions. Ha ha ha. Heard there've been 2 incidents of gamblers getting robbed in Yongshan these past few days. I'm dying to see who's got the guts to pull off something this big. Could it be you, kid? Ha ha ha. On the other end, Lei Laohu laughed in response, his tone sounding like he was purely there for the spectacle. After hanging up, Chen Feng lit a cigarette, took a deep drag, and tried to calm his unsettled nerves. Though Chen Feng had endured much during his 5 years behind bars, this situation was different. This was his first clash with established underworld forces since entering the criminal world, and it was a matter of life and death. It was only natural to feel nervous and anxious. Meanwhile, inside the Yongshan casino, Luo Cheng glared at the trembling Fan Daxiang before him, his eyes blazing with fury. Chen Feng? A mere greenhorn? You're suicidal. When Fong Meng had first invited him to meet, he hadn't believed a youngster fresh out of the slammer would dare mess with the Yongshan operation. Now he was almost certain Chen Feng was the one behind the trouble. If that was the case, as long as Chen Feng dared show up tonight, he would make the entire Old East Street see what happened to anyone who dared touch his turf. At 11 p.m., Chen Feng and Chang rode the modified green Honda King straight to the Yongshan casino. Yongshan Casino, the outermost section was actually a mahjong parlor, while the real gambling den lay 3 stories underground. Rumor had it the place was converted from an old air raid shelter. Due to the impact of the robberies targeting gamblers over the past 2 nights, the casino was noticeably less crowded tonight. Only 2 or 3 pai gow tables were occupied on the second floor, along with 1 baccarat table with players. At the second floor chip exchange counter, A Lang smoked gloomily, his eyes darting toward a tall, thin middle-aged man. This tall, thin middle-aged man was a regular at the Yongshan casino, nicknamed Lu San. He had been involved in the underworld years ago, but later offended someone and had his leg crippled, becoming a cripple. However, luck was on his side, and he opened a small factory, earning a considerable amount over the past 2 years. Lu San was on a hot streak today, already winning 600,000 or 700,000. Damn it! I'm done playing. Lost all night. Lu San, did you eat Bull's penis today or something? How else could you be so damn lucky? A long-haired man in his 30s shoved his remaining chips across the table, cursing as he stood up. Ha, luck's been decent. Didn't you win over 100,000 a few days ago? Lu San smirked, beckoning a dealer over to count his chips. He planned to cash out and find 2 fresh-faced girls to have some fun with tonight. Don't get too cocky. Watch your back when you leave. If you get mugged, I'll laugh my teeth out. The long-haired man snorted in defiance, turned, and walked away. The remaining gamblers had hoped to recoup their losses, but seeing this, they knew tonight was over. Shaking their heads, they left reluctantly. Damn it, a dog's mouth can't spit out ivory. Who the hell dares rob me? I'll kill him. Lu San shrugged it off. After cashing out, he grabbed his black leather briefcase and headed for the exit. Still, he casually touched the switchblade tucked at his waist. The knife gave him a significant edge. What Lu San didn't notice was that as he stepped out of the casino, someone had already arrived at the parking lot ahead of him. The moment he stepped outside, 2 thugs from the casino followed him. Mr. Lu, we'll see you to your car. Lu San smirked smugly. Not bad, showing some initiative. Take this and spend it a reward from me. He pulled several 100 yuan bills from his briefcase and shoved them into the thug's hands. But the moment he got into the car and started the engine, he felt a chill on the back of his neck, a sharp blade pressed against his skull. Don't make a sound. 1 word and I'll kill you. Start driving now. Head to the abandoned factory in Bantian village. Chapter 35, Chen Feng has arrived. Lu San froze in terror, unable to move, yet he didn't obey the order to drive. I won't move. Let's talk this out, brother. The man in the backseat barked, don't play games with me. Drive now. As he spoke, the blade's tip pressed forward slightly, piercing Lu San's scalp. Fine, I'll drive. Lu San answered frantically, but his eyes darted around as if he'd thought of an escape plan. He slowly started the car and accelerated toward the parking lot exit. Just as he was about to break free, he slammed on the brakes, ducked his head, flung open the door, and leaped out. The masked figure in the back seat was thrown forward by the momentum, startled. Damn it! He hadn't expected Lu San, a cripple, to react so quickly. The duck he thought was in the bag had flown away. He steeled himself, about to open the door and chase after him, but the sight outside made his face turn pale. The parking lot exit was now completely blocked by 2 Celian vans. Surrounding the vehicles were at least 20 casino enforcers. Leading them was none other than his own boss, the casino manager, Luo Chang. Further back, a crowd of casino patrons had gathered. Their stares fixed on the car's occupants were as cold as death. It's over. It's over. At that moment, only this thought remained in the masked man's mind, his legs trembling uncontrollably. Bang! 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 As panic seized him, the enforcers outside smashed the car windows. You bastard! How dare you mess with our turf? Drag him out! A furious shout erupted. It was Wang Xin. Before the words had even faded, he and his men yanked the masked man through the window. Thud! After tossing the masked man onto the ground, 7 or 8 thugs swarmed him, unleashing a brutal beating that made him howl in agony. Stop hitting me, I'm not, Just then, Luo Chang suddenly snatched a long knife from one of his henchmen and strolled over leisurely. You're Chen Feng, right? With that, he ripped off the man's mask. But the moment he saw the face beneath, his expression turned ashen. Because this man wasn't Chen Feng at all, he was a low-level thug under the command of Fan Daxiang, one of his own men. Though he recognized the man before him, Luo Chang remained silent. If the guests found out his own men were behind this, the reputation of the Yongshan casino would be ruined, and he, Luo Chang, the casino manager, would be the first to take the fall. Hell, Lang. You traitorous piece of. I never thought you'd dare mess with our own house's guests. I'll kill you. But just as he hesitated, Wang Xin behind him suddenly erupted in rage. He charged forward and plunged a knife into the man's thigh. Ignoring the blood gushing from his thigh, the man immediately dropped to his knees, kowtowing and begging for mercy. Brother Chang, I'm a piece of. I lost my mind, but tonight was my first time I didn't get away with it. The other 2 times, it wasn't me who stole the customers. As Lang begged for mercy, a certain smile flashed through his mind, making him feel increasingly uneasy. He felt like he'd been set up. He instinctively glanced up at the crowd and spotted the man right there, grinning at him lecherously. Brother Chang, I was set up. I was tricked. It was him. He egged me on to do it. Alang clutched at this lifeline, suddenly pointing to the right side of the crowd where Zhang A Chang stood. Damn it! You guys at Yongshun Casino pulled a dirty trick yourselves, then tried to pin it on the customer? What happened to honor among thieves? A voice suddenly rang out from among the onlookers. The outburst instantly ignited the crowd. Eyes blazed with fury as curses erupted from every direction. Most of them were regulars at Yongshun, having lost at least tens of thousands in cash at the casino. They never imagined Yongshun would turn on its own gamblers. Those who'd been on a losing streak lately were especially furious, some even brandishing weapons. Oomph. Yongshun doesn't need to show his face here anymore. His own men steal from customers, then he has the nerve to frame them? What a ing backstabber. Ing hell, no wonder I've been losing non-stop lately. Even when I win, I can't take the money home. Damn it, get Zhou Jinya out here and make him explain himself. Luo Chang, so your Yongshun Casino is a shady operation after all? If you don't give us answers, even old Goldtooth won't save you. Facing the gambler's fury and accusations, Luo Chang's face darkened, looking worse than if he'd eaten 2 pounds of. But he dared not erupt. If he provoked a confrontation, he'd alienate the patrons completely. When Golden Tooth came down on him, he'd be skinned alive if not killed outright. Tie this bastard up first. A flash of viciousness flickered in Luo Chang's eyes. Several enforcers immediately bound the trembling Alang with ropes, stuffing a gag into his mouth. Everyone, hear me out. We've got our man now. You've all heard of my reputation on the streets. I won't waste words. Once we pry this dog's mouth open and uncover the truth, I'll give you all a satisfactory explanation. Additionally, regardless of wins or losses today, all commissions are waived. As his words fell, the murmurs in the crowd died down considerably. Yan Luocheng's reputation commanded respect. Besides, none of them had been robbed personally. If they didn't want to gamble at Yongshun anymore, that was their choice, no need to antagonize Luo Chang and Zhou Jinya. I want answers now, Luo Chang. I'm Lu San, I've been around the block myself. How do you plan to handle this? Limping over, Lu San realized that if he hadn't been quick-witted tonight, he might have lost not only his money but his life too. Here's the deal. After we interrogate that bastard, he's yours to handle. Kill him, cripple him, do whatever you want. Plus, I, Luo Chang, will personally compensate you 30,000 yuan for emotional distress. How does that sound? Luo Chang gave Lu San his answer after only a moment's thought, simultaneously signaling to his henchman beside him. Soon, the henchman delivered a leather briefcase stuffed with 30,000 in cash. I don't want the man. How you handle him is your business. I'll take the 30 grand. That near-death scare nearly killed me, but for your sake, Yan Luo Chang, this matter is settled. Lu San hesitated for a few seconds before finally accepting the bag. He wasn't stupid. He hadn't really lost anything, and getting 30,000 yuan in compensation for free was already a good deal. If he pushed Yan Luo Chang too far, wouldn't that be asking for trouble? Luo Chang gave a cold laugh before bowing apologetically to his guests. My sincere apologies, everyone. I must deal with this scoundrel tonight and give you all a proper account as soon as possible. I won't keep you any longer. Though resentful, the others said nothing more. But just then, a sudden voice cut through the air. Luo Chang, weren't you going to teach me about the rules of the underworld? I, Chen Feng, have arrived. Chapter 36, come on. Kill. Chen Feng abruptly stepped forward from the crowd, his piercing gaze fixed intently on Luo Chang. According to the original plan, tonight's events should have concluded here. The rest depended on how Lei Tiger handled things. If he couldn't seize the Yongshun Casino from Zhou Jinya under these circumstances, then he, Lei Tiger, would be nothing but a paper tiger. Yet what puzzled him was Lei Tiger's prolonged absence, sparking a flicker of unease. In the end, Chen Feng stepped forward. His reason for stepping forward was simple, to make a bold statement and build momentum. Forget the saying that people fear fame like pigs fear fattening in the underworld, it worked the opposite way. The more you stepped into the spotlight, the more famous you became, and the less others dared to touch you. Tonight presented the perfect opportunity. In front of Luo Chang's 20-plus henchmen and a crowd of gamblers, he would force Luo Chang into a high-stakes showdown. Victory here would make him a household name on Old East Street overnight. With that reputation, even if he failed to help Tiger Lei seize the casino, he'd gain a crucial bargaining chip for his own survival. You're Chen Feng? Luo Chang halted, turning with a look of pure, cold malice in his eyes. Though he'd just caught that scum Alang, he knew full well the previous 2 gambler robberies weren't Alang's doing, they were most likely the work of Chen Feng standing before him. The reason was simple, Feng Meng had already spilled the beans at the Fumanla banquet table about the agreement between Chen Feng and Lei Tiger. He had no doubt about the truth of this information. Having clashed with Feng Meng over a dozen times, he knew him well, bold, ruthless, and willing to fight, but lacking in brains. Therefore, he was certain Feng Meng wouldn't deceive him, nor could he. But this young man before him, though a first-time encounter, instilled a profound sense of danger. This feeling made him extremely uncomfortable. You sent people to wreck my shop, then invited me here to hear your rules. Well, I'm here now. But I don't want to hear your rules. I just want some compensation. That's not too much to ask, is it? Chen Feng stepped forward, his voice not loud but his tone sharp and aggressive, his edge clearly visible. I wrecked your place because you showed disrespect to Brother Chang. And you cut off one of my fingers. How the hell do you think that should be handled? Before Luo Chang could respond, Fan Daxiang, the man behind him, lunged forward like a rabid dog. He pointed his bandaged right index finger at Chen Feng and barked furiously. Before he could finish, a pack of thugs had already surrounded Chen Feng. You injured my brother, so I cut off one of your fingers. That's fair. You should be grateful you're still alive, got it? Chen Feng shot Fan Daxiang a cold stare before turning his gaze to Luo Chang. What's this? The notorious Yan Luo Chang, big brother, is bullying the outnumbered with your rules? At this point, he suddenly swept his gaze across the surrounding thugs and enforcers before slowly adding, but you don't have nearly enough men for this. At those words, Luo Chang's vicious gaze sharpened. How arrogant. In the old East Street territory, it had been ages since anyone dared act so brazenly in his presence. The last person who tried to show off like this had been tossed into Binhai Bay to feed the fish. His fearsome reputation as Yan Luo Chang was forged blade by blade. Looks like tonight won't end without bloodshed. He suddenly sneered coldly, sorry, but on my turf, my rules are the ING rules. The onlookers scattered at the sight, many turning tail and fleeing, terrified of getting splattered with blood. Of course, a few seasoned underworld types remained, unfazed and watching Chen Feng with keen interest, eager to see how this young upstart would meet his end tonight. Get him. Beat him to a pulp. Teach this brat what rules mean. Before Chen Feng could respond, Luo Chang barked orders to his men. Chen Feng's expression darkened. His original plan had been to force Luo Chang into a corner in front of everyone, but he hadn't expected the other side to completely deny him the chance, instead overwhelming him with sheer force. Just then, Chang, who had been hiding in the crowd, burst forward wielding a rebar. Brother Foam, if we're going down, we go down together. If we die as brothers. Let's do this. Chen Feng shook his head sternly at him. Qian, go back. If I lose this fight, protect Aunt Yen for me. Take Sister Yun and head back to our hometown. Don't ever come back to Binjiang. With that, he shoved Chang away. Chang gritted his teeth, ready to charge forward with his knife, but was suddenly grabbed around the waist by an old man, unable to take a single step. Listen to him. If you go up there, you'll only slow down his strikes. You'll die faster. Chang turned to see that the old man was none other than Master Lu from the veteran hardware shop. In just those 10 seconds, over a dozen thugs armed with knives and clubs had already closed in on Chen Feng. Kill. Chen Feng barked coldly, drawing the short blade at his waist. He lunged forward in a single stride, bringing the blade down from above with a swift, heavy chop that slammed into the shoulder socket of one of the thugs. Thud. The melee erupted, blood spattering instantly. The struck thug let out a wail, clutching his wound as he collapsed to the ground. After felling the thug with one blow, Chen Feng swiftly parried the large blade swung by the redhead from the front with a backhand strike. Take him down. Seeing Chen Feng pinned, a long-haired thug seized the moment, lunging forward with a steel rod whipping through the air, aiming a vicious blow at Chen Feng's forehead. But he underestimated Chen Feng's speed and explosive power. Before the rebar could land, Chen Feng had already leaped upward, dodging the weapon while simultaneously delivering a powerful left hook to the thug's throat. The long-haired thug spat out a mouthful of blood, choking and collapsing unconscious. Watching the melee unfold before him, Luo Chang's sinister expression now held a hint of fear. Clearly, Chen Feng's skill and ferocity had completely surpassed his expectations. Under the assault of over a dozen men, Chen Feng had taken down 3 opponents in mere seconds. Luo Chang might have managed it too, but only by taking at least 2 slashes in the process. It certainly wouldn't have been this effortless. Brothers, show me your fighting spirit. Beat him senseless. I'll reward you 50,000. Luo Chang suddenly bellowed, and the thugs, who had been half-hearted moments before, suddenly became energized, each strike more vicious than the last. Chen Feng immediately felt the pressure mount. The moment his movements faltered, he took a blunt blow to the back. His lethal combat skills were formidable, but such techniques proved less effective in street brawls where he couldn't strike with full lethal force. A lone tiger can't withstand a pack of wolves. No matter how skilled Chen Feng was, he was still human. Facing a frenzied onslaught from over a dozen experienced thugs wielding blades, he grew increasingly overwhelmed. Just as he felled one thug with a slash, his left arm was struck by a blade. Fortunately, his evasion was swift enough that it only grazed his flesh. Come on. Kill me. Chen Feng wiped the blood from his face, his eyes suddenly blazing with the savage intensity of a starved wolf. Now was the time to fight for his life. Otherwise, he might not make it back today. Chapter 37, Wang Jiang, the Prince. Without another word, Chen Feng gripped his short blade tightly and charged forward. This time, he held nothing back. The thugs fought with equal ferocity, and cries of pain echoed as blades found their mark. Chen Feng's wounds multiplied. His clothes were now drenched in blood, some his own, but most belonging to those thugs. Thud. Suddenly, the dagger in his hand came down with brutal force, severing one thug's arm clean off at the shoulder. Ah, my arm. Damn it, help me, ah. The thug's blood-curdling scream pierced the air as blood gushed from the wound. He staggered backward, retreating step by step. The thick, pungent smell of blood filled the air, searing everyone's nerves. In that moment, the thugs who had been so aggressive moments before were all stunned. They finally realized that continuing this fight could truly cost someone their life. And so, they were terrified. Though in the underworld, it's either you slash me or I slash you, every thug must be prepared to be slashed to death. But when confronted with such a bloody scene, how many could remain unshaken? Standing outside the circle, Luo Cheng's expression darkened. He unconsciously crushed the cigarette butt in his hand. Chen Feng was damn ruthless. An inexplicable premonition took root in his heart. If they couldn't take down Chen Feng tonight, perhaps one day he himself would be the one to fall by Chen Feng's blade. By now, the few gamblers who had initially wanted to stay and watch the spectacle had long since vanished. The entire parking lot was left with only Chen Feng and Luo Cheng's men. Ah Chang had been knocked unconscious by Master Lu's punch and forcibly carried away. Though Ah Chang struggled desperately, screaming that he wanted to fight alongside Brother Feng, that he'd rather die than be left behind. Master Lu only uttered one sentence: if your Brother Feng can't even handle this fight, what the hell is he even doing? He's not worth you risking your life for. Kill. Seizing the 2 seconds of stunned hesitation from the thugs, Chen Feng lunged forward again. His blade thrust out, sinking deep into the shoulder blade of a man with a crew cut, followed by a punch that shattered his liver. Only when they saw a comrade fall did the thugs snap out of their stupor. Suppressing their fear, they charged forward one by one. They feared death, but they feared Luo Cheng's retribution even more. Having taken the money to save their lives, they had to fight to the death. This was the underworld thugs' lives were worthless. In the darkness, Chen Feng's short knife flashed in and out, slashing relentlessly. With every block and dodge, he strained to avoid vital points, yet his body still bore countless wounds. Meanwhile, 7 or 8 of the enemy's enforcers remained combat-ready, and this was before Luo Cheng had even ordered Wang Xian and the others to join the fray. At that moment, as Chen Feng braced for a blow to his back, his left hand suddenly drew a dagger. In a surprise strike, he plunged it deep, severing the tendons in one thug's hand. Damn it! I'll be damned if I can't chop you to death. A yellow-haired thug, his savagery ignited, raised his machete to strike at Chen Feng's left arm. If that blow connected, Chen Feng's hand would be severed, if not completely destroyed. But just then, a dozen high beams suddenly blazed from all directions outside the parking lot, blinding everyone momentarily. Immediately after, doors flew open on a dozen Toyota Hiace vans simultaneously. Dozens of thugs, uniformly clad in black short-sleeved shirts, poured into the parking lot like a dark tide. Everyone stop. A deep, resonant voice boomed as the high beams flickered off. Chen Feng looked in the direction of the voice and saw Lei Laohu had arrived. But besides Lei Laohu, there were 2 other middle-aged men. The man on the left bore a knife scar on his face, a black mole on his forehead, and a bald spot on his head. Chen Feng had seen this man's photo before. He was Zhou Jinya, the big shot of Old East Street Central District. Walking in the center was a square-jawed middle-aged man. His stride was like that of a dragon, his gait like a tiger, exuding an imposing aura that commanded respect without needing to raise his voice. A sharp gleam flashed in Chen Feng's eyes as he vaguely guessed the man's identity. If his hunch was correct, this imposing square-jawed man was the true power behind Old East Street Wang Jiang, known on the streets as the Prince. Chen Feng was somewhat surprised that tonight's events had actually stirred the Prince. But upon deeper reflection, it wasn't entirely surprising. For Tiger Lei to take over the Yongshun casino, he absolutely needed the Prince's approval. After all, every casino on Old East Street was, in reality, the Prince's property. Zhou Jinya was merely the casino's agent, holding only the operational management rights. Put simply, who ran the casino was entirely up to the Prince. Tonight's incident had alienated a large group of gamblers, severely damaging the casino's reputation. Wang Zhong's intervention was only natural. Spotting his boss, Zhou Jinya, and the Prince, Luo Cheng hurried forward. His previously sinister expression vanished instantly as he strode up to Zhou Jinya. "Brother Jinya, Your Highness." Smack! No sooner had he spoken than a heavy slap landed on his face, delivered by Zhou Jinya himself. Without a word of defense, Luo Cheng bowed his head respectfully. "The incident at the venue is my fault. I accept any punishment. Your matter can wait." At that moment, the Prince spoke indifferently, not even glancing at him. Instead, he lifted his eyes to Chen Feng, who was currently facing off against Luo Cheng's men. "Tiger, this is the Chen Feng you mentioned? He seems a bit hot-headed for his age." Lei Tiger quickly chimed in with a laugh. "Ha ha, what young man isn't impetuous? If he weren't, he wouldn't be young at all." He then turned to Chen Feng. "Feng, put your weapon away. Come over and address the Prince." Chen Feng, however, did not sheath his blade. Instead, he glared intently at the thugs before him. "Uncle Lei, I'm afraid of dying. Make them put down their knives first." He wasn't trying to show off or disrespect Lei Tiger, he was playing it safe to save his own skin. What did you say? I told you to put your weapon away. Don't you understand? Lei Tiger suddenly stepped forward and kicked him squarely in the backside. Chen Feng didn't dodge or resist, knowing Lei Tiger was merely testing him. Goldtooth, get your men to sheath their blades. Do you intend to draw weapons before His Royal Highness? Hearing Lei Tiger's words, Zhou Jinya showed magnanimity, smiling slightly. Well, His Royal Highness has graced us with his presence. Wielding weapons is indeed inappropriate. Everyone, sheath your blades and get back to the arena. Luo Chang rose to his feet, his lips twitching as if to speak, but he chose silence instead. As the thugs departed, Chen Feng promptly sheathed his dagger and turned to face the imposing Wang Jiang. Your Highness. The simple greeting carried respect, yet remained neither servile nor arrogant. MHM. Wang Jiang responded with a faint nod. At that moment, Lei Laohu narrowed his eyes in a smile. Ah Feng, how did you end up fighting with Ah Chang's men? Look at all this blood. As he spoke, the corner of his mouth twisted slightly. Chen Feng instantly understood Lei Laohu's meaning. The old fox wanted him to be the one to take the fall. Uncle Lei, Yan Luochang claimed this was his turf and tried to teach me the rules. But I refused to back down, so I had no choice but to take him on. Chapter 38. What goes around comes around. Hearing this, Zhou Jinya frowned and shot Chen Feng a cold glance. On the surface, the kid's words sounded like a mere clash of egos, but upon deeper reflection, they carried a different meaning. Yongshan Casino wasn't Zhou Jinya's turf, nor was it Yan Luochang's. It belonged to Prince Wang Jiang. He inwardly cursed. This kid was ruthless and cunning. Having someone like him working for Tiger Lei was no good. Ah Chang, is that how it is? Zhou Jinya withdrew his gaze and turned to Luo Chang. Brother Jinya, I suspect Chen Feng is the mastermind behind the 2 previous attacks on gamblers. I suggest we take this kid down and hand him over to me for interrogation. I'll definitely get him to spill the beans. Luo Chang's gaze turned icy as he pointed at Chen Feng. He was certain that once Chen Feng was brought to the casino basement, it wouldn't take more than 3 torture devices to extract the answers he sought. This would kill 2 birds with 1 stone, resolving the casino incident while eliminating Chen Feng, a potential threat. However, events did not unfold as he had hoped. Before Chen Feng could utter a word of defense, the prince, his face stern, spoke up. Matters concerning the casino will be discussed at the casino. His gaze swept over Chen Feng before fixing on Lei Laohu. Bring him to tomorrow's management meeting. Leopard narrowed his eyes at the order. You heard His Highness. Be at Shuanqing Tea House first thing tomorrow morning. Now get back and scrub that blood off your body. Chen Feng was suddenly filled with confusion. He didn't understand what the prince meant by a management meeting. He couldn't fathom why the prince had instructed Lei Tiger to bring him along either. Yet seeing Lei Tiger's composed expression, he surmised it probably wasn't anything bad. Understood. Chen Feng nodded in agreement. As he turned to leave, he glanced back at Luo Chang and said coolly, Yan Luo Chang, I've taken note of your rules. I hope one day Brother Chang will get to hear my reasoning. Without waiting for Luo Chang's response, he walked away without looking back. Stepping out of the parking lot, Chen Feng stumbled, nearly falling to the ground. His injuries weren't severe, but the intense slashing and fighting had left him weak and drained. Combined with the blood loss that hadn't yet stopped, his condition was far from good. Had Lei Laohu not arrived in time, he would have met his end tonight. Chen Feng felt no lingering fear or regret. He had warned Lei Laohu beforehand and was certain Lei Laohu would come to his aid, which was why he had fought so fiercely. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been foolish enough to think he could take down Luo Chang alone. In this line of work, bravery is one thing, but you absolutely must use your head. Otherwise, the fiercer you are, the quicker you'll meet your end. Chen Feng slipped into an alleyway, mounted his motorcycle, and instead of heading straight back to the compound, he sped toward the shady clinic at 69. His injuries weren't life-threatening, but without prompt debridement and hemostasis, they would become troublesome. By the time he reached the clinic, it was past 1 a.m. The iron gate was locked tight. Chen Feng pounded on it for over 10 minutes, but no one answered. The migrant workers living upstairs grew irritated by the incessant pounding. Swearing under their breath, they tossed down 2 blood-stained sanitary pads. Luckily, he dodged quickly, otherwise, they would have hit him square in the head. Just as Chen Feng turned to leave, the iron gate creaked open. Come in. Next time, remember to ring the bell on the side. The beautiful young woman, Bai Shui, wore only a light purple silk nightgown that perfectly showcased her voluptuous, curvaceous figure. Chen Feng stared blankly for a moment, then scratched his head awkwardly. Auntie Shui, sorry to disturb you so late. Bai Shui's expression remained cool and distant. She didn't respond, instead swaying her hips as she walked toward the inner examination room. Chen Feng closed the door and followed behind her. As soon as they entered the examination room, Bai Shui frowned slightly and spoke in a flat tone. Take it off. Gritting his teeth against the pain from his wounds, he stripped off his clothes, revealing a solid, muscular physique marred by 7 or 8 knife wounds where flesh hung raw and torn. Take off your pants too. Chen Feng's mouth twitched at the demand. Why take off his pants? But glancing down, he noticed 2 deep gashes on his thigh and buttocks, staining his pants crimson. He gave an awkward chuckle, setting aside his embarrassment as he turned and pulled his pants down. Strip completely. Bai Shue's cold voice rang out again, her tone as commanding as a queen addressing her servant. Chen Feng froze, hesitating for a long moment. Auntie Shue, this isn't quite right. He wasn't being squeamish. Back in prison, he'd seen more than a dozen inmates standing naked in front of each other. And stripping naked in front of a doctor wasn't a big deal either. But Bai Shue wasn't just a doctor, she was a beautiful young woman. Are you going to undress or not? If not, I'll cut it off for you. Bai Shue had already donned her white coat and approached carrying a medical tray. It held not only gauze and suture needles but also a gleaming pair of scissors. Chen Feng instinctively covered his groin. Auntie Shue, don't do anything rash. Seeing his flustered, little man reaction, Bai Shue rolled her eyes and snapped coldly, it's just a useless piece of junk. What's so shameful about it? Take it off now. I'll clean the wound and stitch it up. Chen Feng's face darkened. He muttered inwardly, useless? Ha! It could make you beg for mercy. Thoughts aside, seeing Bai Shue's stern, cold expression, he abandoned any further notions. Stopping the bleeding and getting stitches was the priority. Without further ado, he slid his hands down, letting the torn underwear fall to the floor. Bai Shue happened to walk past just then. Glancing down, she raised an eyebrow slightly. Ha! No wonder you were covering up so thoroughly. Turns out you've got something to hide. But as the words left her lips, a fleeting blush touched her mature, alluring face. Chen Feng rubbed his forehead in silence. Was this what they meant by having some capital? Clearly, it was more like having overwhelming capital. Of course, this remained unspoken. Instead, he spoke awkwardly, then I'll leave the rest to you, Auntie Shue. Bai Shue didn't respond. Her gaze had already settled on the knife wounds covering his body. As she surveyed the bloody lacerations, her expression remained cold, yet her delicate brows involuntarily furrowed. After observing for only a dozen seconds, she deftly slipped on medical gloves and began treating Chen Feng's wounds with consummate professionalism and precision. From his back, chest, and waist to his abdomen, buttocks, and thighs, 9 knife wounds in total, plus 3 blunt injuries. 2 hours later, the wounds were finally treated. Bai Shue's skill was truly exceptional. Though Chen Feng had received no anesthetic, he felt remarkably little pain. All done. Head back now. I'm going to sleep. Remember to take this trash out. Beige's snow-white neck glistened with beads of sweat. The scent of perspiration mingled with a faint, delicate fragrance, wafting into Chen Feng's nostrils. He couldn't help but inhale deeply. That single breath nearly made him lose control, forcing him to quickly pull up his pants and shirt to conceal his surging arousal. Chen Feng stood up and left 200 yuan as payment. Aunt Shue, I'll be going now. Get some rest. As he reached the doorway, Bai Shue's cold voice echoed behind him. What goes around comes around. I don't know if you killed someone tonight, but if you keep living this life, you'll die a miserable death someday. Chapter 39, I won't die faster than you. Chen Feng's footsteps faltered. Thanks for the warning, Auntie Shue. But I can't turn back now. Without another word, he stepped out of the clinic. Unbeknownst to him, behind him, Bai Shue, her eyes cold and haughty, had faintly reddened, glistening with tears. Returning to the compound, Chen Feng spotted Aunt Yan standing at the gate, looking around. She looked just like his mother waiting for him after school when he was a child, her face full of worry and a hint of reproach. You little brat. What happened to all these injuries? Come inside with me. I'll check you over. Seeing Chen Feng covered in blood, Li Qiuyan felt a surge of anger. She instinctively wanted to scold him, but the words that came out were only concern. Chen Feng grinned through clenched teeth. Just a few scrapes. Aunt Shue already took care of them. No need to check. You should get some rest. A wave of warmth washed over him. Aunt Yan's tone, filled with both worry and reproach, gave him a glimpse of the warmth of home. Aunt Shue? Oomph, you're getting used to that name fast. Let me tell you, keep your guard up around that woman. Beyond treating your injuries, don't get too close to her, understand? Chen Feng was puzzled. Why did Aunt Yan flare up the moment she heard the name Aunt Shue? Weren't they sworn sisters, best friends who'd go through fire and water together? Got it, Aunt Yan. I don't have anything to get close to her about anyway. In my heart, you're the closest to me. Though puzzled, Chen Feng didn't press further. He offered a playful quip, hoping to lighten Aunt Yan's mood. Enough with the wisecracks. When you're out handling business, if you can talk your way out of trouble, don't resort to fighting. I can't stand seeing you hurt. Li Qiuyan finished speaking and turned toward her room. I made you some noodles. Eat them while they're hot. Chen Feng gave a faint smile. All right. As he ate the noodles Aunt Yan had made, his thoughts drifted elsewhere. Would Tiger Lei secure the operating rights for the Yongshun casino tomorrow? Chen Feng felt somewhat confident, but he wasn't certain. Perhaps tomorrow's management meeting would reveal the outcome. He'd done everything he could. The rest was up to Lei Tiger. Still, Chen Feng had a vague feeling tomorrow's management meeting might not go smoothly. If Lei Tiger failed tonight to persuade the prince to hand over Yongshun to him, then tomorrow's meeting would inevitably see fierce competition for control of the casino. This wasn't just a contest between Lei Laohu and Zhou Jinya, for more than just these two big shots had their eyes on the lucrative prize of the Yongshun casino. Under the prince's wing, besides Lei Tiger and Zhou Jinya, there was also Liang Hanlong. Liang Hanlong, known on the streets as Uncle Long, was the top dog in the eastern district of Old East Street. Rumor had it he was the most capable and the toughest fighter among the big shots in Old East Street. Rumors held that Uncle Long placed honor above all else, earning him deep respect among the underworld figures of Old East Street and the entire Pingdong district. Whether those rumors were true or not, Chen Feng couldn't say. But he knew one thing for certain: Liang Hanlong would absolutely seize this opportunity to vie for control of Yongshun. While he couldn't intervene in the battles between the big shots, Luo Chang would surely find a way to challenge him tomorrow. Tonight, he had picked a fight with Luo Chang's men. This bloody battle was his baptism by fire, his claim to fame in the underworld. After tonight, the streets of Laodong would know that a formidable figure named Chen Feng had emerged. But for Luo Chang, this was nothing short of a brutal slap in the face. He would inevitably seek revenge. Moreover, Luo Chang suspected him of being the mastermind behind the gambler robberies. Tomorrow, Luo Chang would undoubtedly use this to his advantage, perhaps even leveraging it to block Lei Tiger from securing the operating rights to Yongshun. How should he handle tomorrow? Could he emerge unscathed from this meeting and secure his foothold in Laodong Street? Chen Feng pondered this for a long time until drowsiness overtook him and he returned to his room to crash. The next morning, he rose early as usual, though his body ached from injuries that flared with every movement. Unable to do push-ups or practice boxing, he dragged Ah Chang out of bed. Seeing Chen Feng, Ah Chang instantly sobered up. "Brother Feng, you're okay? I was worried sick about you. I thought you didn't make it back last night." Chen Feng shot him an annoyed glare. "Worried my ass. You were snoring like a pig." Only then did he get down to business. "Was it old Lu who took you away last night?" Yeah, that old fart. He said my presence would only slow you down when you're cutting. Said if you can't survive this fight, what the hell are you even doing here?" Just thinking about last night made Chang seethe with anger. His best buddy was fighting for his life, and he couldn't do a damn thing about it. "Brother Feng, that old bastard's pretty sneaky. He knocked me out when I wasn't looking." Truthfully, he was a bit alarmed. When old Master Lu pinned him down, he'd struggled with all his might but couldn't break free. That kind of strength didn't belong to a 60 or 70-year-old man. Hearing Ah Chang's account, Chen Feng felt equally puzzled. How had this Master Lu happened to appear in Yongshun? Could it be that he wanted to help him? He quickly dismissed the thought. His death row master had said the old man hated trouble and was petty. He'd never meddle in others' affairs. Yeah, he's right. From now on, show Master Lu some respect. Don't call him old geezer. That old man's no ordinary fellow. Chen Feng replied casually, not dwelling on it further. Today, he had only one thing on his mind: surviving the management meeting. After breakfast, Chen Feng tucked his short knife under his pillow, carrying only a dagger on his person. He mounted his big green Honda King and sped straight for Xuanqing Tea House. "Who are you here to see?" the receptionist asked warily as he entered the tea house lobby. "I'm Chen Feng. I'm here to see Uncle Lei." No sooner had he spoken than Feng Meng descended the stairs with a group of henchmen, his expression sour. Their eyes locked. Chen Feng remained expressionless, but Feng Meng's gaze betrayed an unmistakable flash of hostility. But that was only natural. He'd crippled Feng Meng's henchman Dogtooth the moment he arrived and was now trying to seize control of the venue. It would be strange if Feng Meng didn't harbor hostility. In that moment, Chen Feng began to suspect that Feng Meng had secretly tipped off Luo Chang, leading the latter to suspect him. "Boss Lei is waiting for you upstairs," Feng Meng declared in a deep voice. "Got it. Thanks," Chen Feng replied indifferently, striding directly upstairs. After taking a few steps, he heard Feng Meng's cold snort. "Chen Feng, don't think you can climb the ranks just by slashing people. Watch your back, you won't even know how you died when it happens." "Thanks for the warning, Brother Meng. Rest assured, I'll die faster than you." Chen Feng didn't even turn his head, merely responding coldly before continuing up the stairs. Whether Feng Meng's words were a threat or a warning, he didn't care. As long as he could walk away unscathed today, one Feng Meng was nothing he feared. Upon reaching the second floor, a burly man with a stern expression led him to the door of Lei Tiger's office. "Ah Feng, you're early. How's last night's injury?" "Not too bad, I hope?" The moment he entered, Lei Tiger greeted him warmly, his eyes crinkling with amusement. Chen Feng smiled back. "Thanks for your concern, Uncle Lei. Just some scrapes and bruises, nothing that'll stop me from cutting people down." Leaping Tiger slapped his shoulder and roared with laughter. "Ha ha ha. Youth is resilient. Perfect timing at today's meeting, you'll take care of someone for Uncle Lei. That'll seal the deal for Yongshun." Chapter 40, Should Such People Die? Half an hour later, Chen Feng settled into a Santana sedan. Behind him was Lei Tiger's personal vehicle, the Tiger Head Benz. Their destination was Jinhu Villa, a gated community 10 kilometers away on Old East Street. In 1995, villa communities were scarce in Binjiang City. Jinhu Villa was undoubtedly the most shrouded in mystery. Rumor had it that its residents either had connections to the red tape world or were feared underworld tycoons. The intertwining of red and black made Jinhu Villa off-limits to ordinary citizens of Binjiang City. Chen Feng was surprised that the management meeting of Liaodong Street's bigwigs would be held in such a place. Seated in the back of the Santana, his eyes half closed and brow furrowed, Chen Feng's mind was consumed by the words Lei Tiger had just spoken. To suddenly eliminate someone right under the noses of all these big shots and bosses, even someone as bold as Chen Feng felt a twinge of unease. Moreover, this man held considerable status. If he really went through with it, could Chen Feng even walk out of Jinhu Manor alive? Yet, aside from agreeing to Lei Tiger's terms, he had no choice. According to Lei Tiger, though, the risk was minimal because this man deserved to die. Why did he deserve to die? Because the prince deemed him worthy of death. And he was chosen because of his skill. He could handle the job cleanly and efficiently, setting an example to deter others. That was why the prince had instructed Lei Tiger to bring him along last night. Before he knew it, they had arrived at Jinhu Villa. Chen Feng opened his eyes and peered through the car window. A wide, tree-lined avenue stretched out before him, flanked by rows of luxurious, high-end villas. The sight of green trees, red walls, pavilions, and courtyards reminded him of his ex-girlfriend Su Qing's words, "Money really is wonderful." By the time he snapped back to reality, the vehicle had already entered the depths of the villa district, pulling up to a luxurious private courtyard clubhouse. The parking lot outside the clubhouse held over a dozen vehicles, including 3 or 4 top-tier luxury cars like the Tigerhead Benz, BMW E32, and Lexus LS400. The least expensive among them were all Santanas. Outside the clubhouse gates, a dozen burly enforcers in black stood flanking the entrance. Their imposing presence clearly marked them as far from ordinary thugs. These men were undoubtedly hardened veterans who had weathered bloody storms, some with blood on their hands. "Ah Feng, Mengzi, come inside with me. The rest wait outside." After getting out of the car, Lei Tiger, puffing on an aged cigar, waved his large hand. The dozen or so men he brought stood respectfully and neatly by the car. Chen Feng and Feng Meng flanked Lei Laohu as they entered the clubhouse. The club's lobby was vast, its 5-meter-high ceiling adorned with an opulent crystal chandelier. Though intrigued, Chen Feng had no time to admire the extravagance. Beyond the lobby lay another set of doors flanked by 4 security guards in black suits. These 4 didn't appear as intimidating as the bouncers at the main entrance, but Chen Feng sensed a distinct danger emanating from them. They carried an aura reminiscent of a former Special Forces cellmate, an aura only those who had crawled out of piles of corpses on the battlefield possessed. Chen Feng keenly noticed the slight bulges at their lower backs, obviously concealed weapons. Not knives, but guns. They would search every person entering the venue. No one was permitted to carry weapons inside, a rule set by the prince. "Hey, Tiger." Lei Laohu narrowed his eyes and smiled. "Yeah, cut the crap. Search him. Hurry up, don't dawdle." With that, an internal security guard mechanically patted Lei Laohu down. "Brother Tiger, this way please." Next, Feng Meng was also subjected to a full body search. But when it came to him, the security guard showed no mercy, thoroughly patting him down from top to bottom, inside and out. When it came to Chen Feng, Lei Laohu casually glanced back before turning away as if nothing had happened. "Come in." Chen Feng nodded and stepped through the door. His specially crafted dagger remained undetected, for he hadn't concealed it at his waist but hidden it in a secret location. Entering the venue, Chen Feng scanned the room. Though called a meeting hall, it was essentially a hidden, luxurious banquet hall. A dozen or so people were already seated around a large round rosewood table at the center. Those present were likely prominent figures from Liaodong Street. Behind the table stood a half-meter-tall statue of Guan Yu. The first thing Lei Laohu did upon entering was lead Chen Feng and Feng Meng to pay respects to Guan Yu, lighting a stick of incense. Chen Feng naturally paid his respects with equal devotion. In the underworld, paying homage to Guan Yu was non-negotiable. His death row master had once explained that paying respects to Guan Yu was really about honoring the rules, seeking peace of mind, and revering one's beliefs. Chen Feng didn't fully grasp the meaning, but he followed the ritual. Perhaps, in time, he would come to understand its deeper significance. After paying respects to Lord Guan, the atmosphere in the room instantly grew lively. "Haha, Tiger brother, you've put on weight again. Looks like business is booming lately. Mengzi, why the long face? After the meeting, swing by my place. Got 2 new foreign chicks in town. I'll give you a 20% discount, huh?" Everyone rose to chat with Lei Tiger and Feng Meng. Among these underworld figures, bragging and idle talk revolved around nothing but business and women. No one acknowledged Chen Feng. He stood quietly behind Lei Tiger, occasionally meeting curious glances with a faint smile. Moments later, Wang Jiang, the Prince of Jiang, strode in with the bearing of a dragon and the stride of a tiger, accompanied by 3 middle-aged men. The room instantly fell silent. One of them was Zhou Jinya. Chen Feng didn't recognize the other 2, but judging by their aura and attire, they were undoubtedly big shots on par with Lei Tiger. Wang Jiang scanned the room before taking the seat of honor. The three men behind him seated themselves on either side of him. Lei Laovu smiled and sat down as well. Your Highness. Once everyone was seated, they all rose and shouted in unison. Sit down. Wang Jiang, firmly seated in command, waved his hand, and the group settled back into their seats. Chen Feng glanced over casually. He had to admit, Wang Jiang's commanding presence and composed demeanor did carry a certain air of royalty. Is everyone present? Wang Jiang asked calmly. All present. A burly man in black behind him nodded respectfully. Wang Jiang's gaze swept over the group with an air of authority before a faint smile touched his lips. June is almost upon us. The old East Street has seen its share of troubles. Seeing everyone living so comfortably makes me feel I haven't disappointed you in calling me your highness. As his words fell, the crowd erupted into enthusiastic applause, the atmosphere even more fervent than at a leadership speech. Ha ha ha. With your highness protecting old East Street, it's only getting better and better. The first to flatter him was Zhou Jinya, while Luo Chang behind him wore a broad smile, as if nothing had happened the night before. Around the large round table, the others chimed in with expressions of profound gratitude, as if Wang Jiang were their benefactor who had given them new life. Yet in the next instant, Wang Jiang's expression turned grim, his eyes flashing with undisguised murderous intent. Indeed, but some still aren't satisfied with such good fortune. They don't know how good they have it, choosing instead to be traitors and destroy everyone's livelihoods. Tell me, do such people deserve to die? Chapter 41, Own Up to Your Mistakes. The words hung heavy in the air, freezing the atmosphere in the entire hall. Reactions varied, some silently puffed on cigarettes, others wore expressions of fury, and a few fiddled with prayer beads. Yet no one spoke in response. Deep down, they all knew exactly what Wang Jiang was referring to. About 2 months prior, several thugs under Tan Laosan, a leader of the Yayan society in the port district, had overdosed on illegal substances while partying at Liaodong Street's Fengqing KTV. One of them had died on the spot. Authorities were notified, and 2 bags of illegal substances were discovered in the private room. This led to the closure of the KTV, which was Wang Jiang's first business venture and one of the few entertainment venues he still personally managed. Zhou Simon, Wang Jiang's woman and the KTV's manager, was taken away for questioning on the spot and suffered greatly at the hands of the Enforcement Bureau. Had Wang Jiang not leveraged his connections for a timely rescue, Zhou Simon would have been compromised inside. Afterward, Wang Jiang investigated and discovered this was all part of Tan Laosan's scheme. Tan Laosan, seeking to establish his presence in Liaodong Street, deliberately targeted Wang Jiang, intending to use Zhou Simon as leverage. However, he underestimated Wang Jiang's influence in Pingdong District. Hidden behind this incident was a traitor, otherwise Zhou Simon wouldn't have been taken away. Yet despite the passage of time, the traitor remained undiscovered. The other bosses assumed Wang Jiang had abandoned the investigation. Little did they know he'd use this case as his opening salvo at today's meeting. Though they remained silent, they all knew deep down that the prince must have uncovered something. Today, he was clearly making an example to strike fear into others. The only question was, who would be the unlucky chicken? A double agent? What the hell are you talking about, Your Highness? Who the hell has the guts to pull something like this? After half a minute of silence, a middle-aged man in a white shirt with a mustache beside Wang Jiang spoke first. His mouth twisted into a crooked smile as he spoke, his dark gaze slowly sweeping over every person in the room. His gaze lingered briefly on Lei Laovu before moving past Feng Meng and settling on Chen Feng. Chen Feng remained expressionless, yet he dared to stare back at the mustachioed man. This man with the mustache was named Li Koan. He had always been by Wang Jiang's side. It was said that he had once taken a knife of the Wang family, which was why Wang Jiang kept him close. Though Li Koan held no territory in Old East Street, he controlled 5 or 6 businesses, bathhouses, dance halls, restaurants, and 2 billiard parlors. These details had been briefly relayed to him by Lei Laovu before departure. As for why Lei Laovu singled out Li Koan specifically, the reason was simple. This Li Koan was the man Lei Laovu intended to eliminate, or rather, the man the prince demanded be eliminated. Wang Jiang didn't respond to Li Koan's words. Instead, he suddenly suppressed his anger and calmly scanned the crowd. Brothers, tell me, have I, Wang Jiang, ever treated you unfairly over the years? Look me in the eye and answer me. As he spoke, his expression shifted, his square face etched with profound disappointment. All these years, when you guys were cutting down rivals and seizing turf, running nightclubs and gambling dens, who the hell cleaned up your messes? It was me, brothers. And now someone dares to bring in Port District thugs to plant their flags and steal our business. Wang Jiang paused, pinching the bridge of his nose. Tell me, does this kind of person deserve to die? Do they deserve to die? The last sentence was shouted. The entire hall seemed to tremble twice from his roar. People like that deserve to die, and not just die, but die with 3 stab wounds and 6 bullet holes. At that moment, a burly middle-aged man beside Lei Laovu spoke up, his face twisted with anger. After finishing his words, he glared fiercely at Li Koan. You stinking Tyrannosaurus. What the hell are you staring at me for? What, you think I'm a traitor? When I was serving the prince, you were still picking through trash. Li Koen suddenly flew into a rage, slamming his fist hard on the round table and roaring like a madman. But everyone present knew that when Li Koen was at his most frenzied, he was actually at his most rational. His moods were unpredictable, and those who hadn't known him for years couldn't fathom his thoughts. So no one took it seriously. If he was acting crazy, they'd just treat him like a mad dog. Yet at that very moment, Lei Tiger narrowed his eyes and grinned. Brother Koen, reason doesn't win by shouting loudest. Take a look at this photo, does it look familiar? Ha ha ha. Amidst his laughter, he pulled a photograph from his pocket and slammed it onto the table. Li Koen, who had been raving like a mad dog, froze instantly upon seeing the photo. He stopped barking and yelling. Lei Tiger, you ing pervert. Spying on me with women? What, is ing women illegal? I didn't your mother. Li Koen froze for only a dozen seconds before erupting again. The photo was blurry, only vaguely showing him and a woman in bed together. It proved absolutely nothing. But deep down, he knew exactly who that woman was and he couldn't let the prince find out. The others around the round table hadn't seen the photo, but they knew Li Koen's temperament. The more he raged, the more confident he must be. This ing mess might be a setup by some big shots, bluffing them to make the real traitor slip up. Leopard Tiger remained smiling despite the direct insults hurled at him, saying nothing, though his eyebrow twitched slightly. Brother Koen, admit your mistakes. Show some respect when talking to Brother Tiger. We're all brothers here. Don't curse with damn your mother gave birth to you too. Just then, a jarring voice cut through the air. It belonged to Chen Feng, standing behind Lei Tiger. You, little. Who the hell do you think you are to speak here? Damn it, Ming, teach him some manners but don't kill him. The man he called Ming was the muscular, dark-clothed guy behind the prince. Truth be told, Ming had once been his subordinate. Li Koen hadn't expected Lei Tiger's men to openly defy him like this. The kid was ing clueless about his own mortality. But what shocked him even more was that Ming didn't flinch. He stood like an iron pillar behind Wang Jiang, not even batting an eyelid. Akan, explain yourself. Who is this woman? And what did Tan Laosan offer you? Why are you turning against me? We've been brothers for over a decade. Just then, Wang Jiang suddenly fixed Li Koen with a cold stare. Ming passed the photos around. Let everyone see. Ming nodded and waved the photo around for everyone to see. Isn't that Tan Laosan's wife? Holy, Koen, you're something else, you even hooked up with that woman. A bald man twirling a string of beads at the round table spoke with mocking amusement. Hearing this, everyone's expressions changed. Li Koen was going down today. They hadn't even been able to make out the faces in the photo clearly. Who the hell knew whose wife that woman in bed was? But the bald guy insisted it was Tan Laosan's wife. That made it crystal clear someone was out to get Li Koen. Lei Tiger? Or the prince? Damn it! Lei Lahu, you bastard, you're framing me. Li Koen belatedly sprang to his feet. Your Highness, you must believe me. I've served you for over a decade, how could I possibly be a traitor? Chapter 42, Chen Feng strikes, each blow piercing the heart. Faced with Li Koen's furious rant, Lei Tiger grinned so widely his face split, yet he said nothing. But everyone present knew that when Lei Tiger laughed like this, it meant he was truly enraged, even contemplating murder. Wang Jiang stared at Li Koen, his words deliberate. Koen, I don't believe you'd betray me either. But how can I trust you now? Li Koen was stunned. This photo proved nothing about his collusion with Tan Laosan. Yet he saw deep disappointment and distrust written across Wang Jiang's face. He couldn't fathom why this was happening, but he knew for certain someone was trying to eliminate him, perhaps Lei Lahu, or someone else entirely. Having navigated the underworld for so many years, he'd weathered every storm imaginable. Taking down Li Koen wouldn't be so simple. Your Highness, give me 3 days. Within 3 days, I'll find the real mole and give you an answer. Wang Jiang didn't respond. Instead, he furrowed his brow in deep thought, looking troubled and lost in his own thoughts. Your Highness, why not give Koen 3 days? If he can't deliver answers within that time, we can deal with him then. It was Zhou Jinya who spoke up then. Let him investigate. See what he uncovers. If it turns out he's the one behind this, I, Liang Hanlong, will personally take care of him. The burly middle-aged man beside him chimed in. 2 of Wang Jiang's 3 top lieutenants had already spoken, leaving only Lei Tiger smiling silently. The prince suddenly asked, Tiger, what about you? What's your take? Lei Tiger chuckled. Ha, everyone knows me. I've always valued harmony and believe that harmony brings prosperity. But when it comes to traitors, one can't afford to be soft-hearted. At that moment, he suddenly pulled out a cassette tape. Koen, Xiao Feng was right earlier. People must own up to their mistakes. Come, let's all listen to what's on this tape. No sooner had he finished than Ming, standing behind the prince, brought over a tape recorder and loaded the cassette. Your Highness, shall we play it? You ing bastard. What the hell are you trying to frame me with now? Prince, don't believe him. He's rigged this tape. He's trying to kill me. Though Li Koen had no idea what was on the tape, Lei Tiger bringing it out now meant it was undoubtedly something extremely damaging to him. Playing this could seal his fate. He might not even make it out of this hall alive. Look at you, getting all worked up. Lei Tiger's mouth twisted into a sinister grin. Chen Feng stood silently behind him, watching the two big shots clash. He understood perfectly well Li Kuan had to die today. Not even Jesus could save him. Whether he was a traitor or not, he had to die. Ah Ming, play the tape. Wang Jiang paused briefly before waving his hand decisively. Zzzzzzz. A burst of static filled the air, followed by the voices of two men. The exchange was brief, consisting of only two sentences. Brother Kuan, I gave you all my women to sleep with, but you failed to get the job done. Give me an explanation for this. Tan Laosan, you idiot. Why did you let the enforcement squad get involved? Don't you have anyone under you? You can't even handle a woman, yet you blame it on me? You moron. Static crackling. Li Kuan was completely stunned. Where the hell did this recording come from? He had indeed met Tan Laosan privately, but he had never spoken these words to him. Hell. Lei Laohu, you betrayed me. I'll kill you. After a brief freeze, Li Kuan grabbed Lei Laohu by the collar. If he didn't act now, he'd be finished today. Sit down. Wang Jiang barked coldly, the murderous intent in his eyes impossible to hide. Without needing orders, the black-clad Ming behind him slammed Li Kuan's head face down onto the table. Li Kuan's eyes bulged with fury. Wang Jiang. Jiang. Think about all these years. How many things I've done for you. How many knives I've taken for you. And now you believe some outsider over me. But no matter how loudly he shouted, Wang Jiang showed no reaction, only staring coldly at him. In the hall, everyone's gaze toward Li Kuan shifted. Some eyes burned with fury, others flickered with shock and disbelief. But regardless, in their eyes, Li Kuan was already a dead man. Li Kuan betrayed us, colluding with Tan Laosan, but I just couldn't bring myself to do it. Kuan, why the hell did you have to screw me over like this? You've put me in an impossible position. After a long silence, Wang Jiang suddenly stood up. But rules are rules. No one can break them. So, brothers, what should we do? You take care of it. Don't give me any face. Li Kuan's face drained of color as he heard the words. In that moment, he knew he was finished. He understood Wang Jiang's ruthlessness better than anyone. Once Wang Jiang gave the order, there would be no survivors. With that realization, he grew strangely calm. He'd long prepared himself for death in this line of work. He just hadn't expected to go down so humiliatingly. Yet, after Wang Jiang's words fell, no one moved. It wasn't that they pitied Li Kuan and couldn't bring themselves to do it. They simply didn't want to be the ones to stick their necks out. They all understood that Li Kuan's death wouldn't matter much. What mattered were the ruthless, battle-hardened brothers under his command. Especially his sworn brother, Stone. That bastard was a rabid dog, not only a formidable fighter, but ruthless and brutal. If he got you in his sights, you wouldn't sleep soundly for the rest of your life. Seeing no one move, Li Kuan suddenly burst into maniacal laughter, a strange confidence welling up inside him. Today, he might just survive. Ha 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 ha. You all chickened out, you bastards. Wang Jiang, I refuse to accept this. You just want to take back the turf I control, right? I, Li Kuan, can give it to you. But before he could finish, a dagger plunged viciously into his heart from behind. The attacker was none other than Chen Feng. For while Li Kuan was laughing, Lei Laohu had already signaled him with a single word, kill. Put. Blood spurted as Li Kuan slowly turned his head. You, Lei Tiger. Brother Kuan, take care on your way out. Chen Feng's face remained expressionless as he drew his dagger and plunged it downward once more, striking Li Kuan's heart with pinpoint accuracy. 1 stab, 2 stabs, 3 stabs, 4 stabs, 9 stabs in total, each piercing straight through his heart. Before anyone could react, Li Kuan's eyes widened as he collapsed onto the round table. At that moment, everyone, Luo Chang, Zhou Jinya, the bald man, even Lei Laohu froze in shock. This brutal attack was 2 ruthless 9 consecutive stabs, not a word spoken, until Li Kuan lay completely limp. Chen Feng wiped the blood splattered across his face. Your Highness, any more traitors? Point them out. Not a single one of them is leaving here alive today. Chapter 43, I have no regrets. Li Kuan died with eyes wide open, the thick stench of blood filling the hall. Chen Feng wiped his dagger clean on Li Kuan's white shirt, then stepped back behind Lei Laohu as if nothing had happened. A heavy silence fell over the hall. Though they were all seasoned veterans who had witnessed brutal battles, the scene before them still sent a chill through their hearts. They were stunned by the young man's ruthlessness, yet couldn't help but feel a sense of shared misfortune. Consider Li Kuan a veteran of the underworld for over a decade, a man revered as Brother Kuan throughout Old East Street. Yet here he was, a figure of such stature, gone in an instant. Then, Prince Wang spoke coldly, Chen Feng, is it? You're ruthless. Did I ever say I wanted to kill Kuan? He was my brother for over a decade. You didn't even ask before you killed him? The words left Chen Feng momentarily flustered. Unable to gauge Wang Zheng's intentions, he glanced at Lei Tiger with a look of alarm and suspicion, seeking some indication of his stance. But Wang Zheng's next words eased the tension in Chen Feng's heart. But he deserved it. You did well. You let Cohen go peacefully, without much suffering. The cleanup is yours. Find a feng shui treasure spot and send him on his final journey. Chen Feng didn't respond immediately. Instead, he glanced at Lei Laohu. Go ahead. Lei Laohu's broad face broke into a broad smile. Make sure it's done cleanly. Chen Feng nodded firmly. Your Highness, rest assured. I'll see Brother Cohen back to his hometown. With that, he and Ming dragged Li Cohen's body out through the back door of the hall. Ming spoke calmly, Kid, know what to do with this? Need a hand? Chen Feng smiled. No need, thanks, Ming. It wasn't politeness, he simply couldn't trust anyone else to handle it. He had killed the man, and the aftermath had to be dealt with by his own hands to ensure peace of mind. He couldn't leave any evidence behind, nor dare give anyone a handle to use against him. Alright, I'll leave it to you then. Ming didn't press the matter, turning to walk away. But after taking 2 steps, he suddenly spun back. Kid, you're ruthless enough. But in this game, ruthlessness alone won't get you ahead. The most important thing is knowing when to cut your losses. Got it? Chen Feng was taken aback. He detected a strong warning in those words. He just didn't know whether this warning came from Ming himself or from the prince. Brother Ming, I understand. Seeing him nod, Ming finally turned and left. Chen Feng didn't dwell on it. He sent 2 messages via pager to Chang Van, come to Jinhu Villa immediately. Back door of the private club. Half an hour later, Chang finally arrived driving the van. Under Master Lu's hands, the beat-up van had been repainted silver gray, and the tires had been replaced with new ones. When Chang saw Li Cohen, already dead beyond any doubt, his face turned ashen. In just a few days, Brother Feng had blood on his hands again. But Chang wisely asked no questions. He understood that on this path, such things were inevitable. One day, he, Zhang Chang, would surely have blood on his hands too. Soon after hoisting Li Cohen into the van, the two drove for over an hour. Along the way, Chen Feng briefly recounted the events at Jinhu Villa to Chang. The van came to a halt at a secluded seaside cliff in the port district. The location was ideal, no shallow waters. A body tossed over would sink within days, devoured by sea creatures. Li Yan's body had been disposed of here last time. Chen Feng retrieved a burlap sack from the van. Together, they stuffed Li Cohen and several large rocks into it, then tied it shut tightly. Brother Cohen, it's time to go. Remember, it was me, Chen Feng, who killed you. When you get down there, be sure to check in with King Yama. After speaking, Chen Feng and Chang pushed the sack off the cliff into the sea. It stirred only a ripple on the surface. Gazing out at the distant sea, Chen Feng lit a cigarette. Chang, since I got out, I've already killed 2 people. Do you think I'm too ruthless? Do you regret following me? Though 5 years behind bars had hardened his heart, the feeling of taking a life was truly unbearable. Those who frequently took lives knew well that the mad rush of excitement was fleeting, while the pain afterward could linger for a lifetime, becoming an inescapable shadow. Brother Feng, I don't regret it. Chang lit a cigarette too. Brother Feng, don't overthink it. Killing Li Yong avenged Uncle Yuan Shan. Killing Li Cohen was forced by Lei Tiger and the prince. Besides, scum like Li Cohen deserved to die anyway. Chen Feng took a deep drag on his cigarette and smiled faintly. Yeah, they all deserved it. You don't need to console me, kid. Once I chose this path, I stopped fearing killing. I'm just wondering, when my time comes, will they toss me into the sea to feed the fish? Bury me in concrete? Or... Before he could finish, Chang spat several times. Spit, spit, spit. What the hell are you talking about, Brother Feng? Spit it out into the sea. Chen Feng chuckled and turned to get into the car. Just then, his belt-mounted mobile phone buzzed. Lei Tiger's booming laughter filled the line. Ha 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 ha. Great work, Feng. Yangshuan's taken care of. Be at Fumanlo at 8 p.m. tonight. I'll formally introduce you to the brothers in the West District. Chen Feng's lips curved upward slightly. Alright, Uncle Lei. I'll be there on time. He didn't know how Lei Laohu had persuaded the prince to hand over control of Yangshuan's operations after he left, but that didn't matter anymore. What mattered was that by taking Yangshan, he, Chen Feng, had finally established a foothold in Old East Street. Before he could speak, Chang in the passenger seat had already heard the voice from the mobile phone. Excitedly yelping, he rolled down the window and began singing Beyond's Glorious Days. A lifetime of wandering and struggle, believing we can change the future, but who can truly make it happen? Oh 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 oh. Listening to Chang's off-key, broken Cantonese wail, Chen Feng's mind was already mapping out the next steps. Helping Lei Tiger secure a foothold in Yongshan was only the first step. Next, he needed to get the arcade up and running as quickly as possible. Only with his own business could he gain the confidence he needed. As for securing control of the West District in Old East Street, it was far from certain. Fong Mang would never relinquish it easily. Halfway there, passing an abandoned factory site, Chen Feng and Ah Chang scrubbed the beat-up van inside and out, making sure not a single trace of blood remained before driving off. On the way back, Chen Feng took Ah Chang to the market, buying 2 cases of Pearl River beer and a large bag of Maba glutinous rice. "Brother Feng, you're back." At the back gate of the compound, Zhu Ba had heard the brakes and come out to wait, holding a boning knife in his hand. He sharpened that boning knife multiple times every day. Ah Chang once asked him why he spent every spare moment honing it. Zhu Ba's answer was simple: he needed this knife to avenge his old man, to stab every last one of them to death. "Old 8, give me a hand carrying these 2 crates of beer inside." Ah Chang got out of the van and opened the door. "Alrighty," Zhu Ba replied, diving into the cargo area. Just then, an abandoned license plate caught his eye, and he froze in place. "Feng. Brother Feng, where did you guys get this license plate?" Chapter 44, Red Star Arcade. Zhu Ba remembered it clearly. This was the exact license plate number when his father had been thrown out of that van by those scumbags. "Brother Feng, this license plate, it's those bastards. Their van had this exact plate." Chen Feng froze upon hearing this. Connecting the dots about the van's origin, he realized the killers of Uncle Dashan were members of the Dianan gang. "Old 8, calm down." With that thought, he patted Zhu Ba's broad shoulders, as sturdy as a black bear's. "This van was seized from those human traffickers in the Dianan gang. If you remember correctly, then, your enemies have been found. They're members of the Dianan gang, but we still need to identify exactly who they are." Chen Feng hadn't expected that by sheer accident, he'd stumbled upon a clue to the murderer who brutally killed Uncle Dashan. With this lead, uncovering the real culprits wouldn't be difficult. His immediate concern, however, was that Zhu Ba might lose his temper and act recklessly. "Brother Feng, I'm going to kill them. Every single member of the Dianan gang. I won't spare a single one." Sure enough, upon hearing this, Zhu Ba's eyes immediately turned bloodshot, gleaming with a terrifying ferocity. His usually honest, simple face was now twisted with viciousness and cruelty as he gripped his boning knife tightly. Chen Feng's heart tightened. If Old 8 was left to his own devices in this state, or if he wasn't given an outlet for his rage, trouble was bound to happen. But right now, they weren't ready to take on the Dianan gang. Hell, even facing Luo Cheng's forces, they stood no chance. "La Ba, what the hell are you doing? Don't scare the out of me. Don't act on impulse. Let's hear what Brother Feng has to say first. We'll avenge your grievance together, the 3 of us." Seeing this, Ah Chang instinctively took 2 steps back. Zhu Ba's fury genuinely unsettled him. The man looked like a wild beast enough to make anyone tremble. "Old 8, we will avenge our grievances, but we must also preserve our lives. Don't you still want to make something of yourself? Don't you still want to bring Uncle Dachang's ashes back to our hometown for a grand funeral?" Chen Feng stared straight into Lao Ba's bloodshot eyes and pounded his broad chest forcefully. "If you want revenge, listen to me. Stop fixating on killing. We're venturing into the underworld to avenge blood, not become murderous maniacs. Understand? Bury that hatred deep inside. Don't let it consume your mind." Chen Feng's tone had never been so stern. He feared for Zhu Ba not just that he might act recklessly, but that his very nature might be corrupted by vengeance, turning him into a bloodthirsty monster. In the underworld, such incidents and such people are far from rare. Chen Feng had heard from his executioner master that within the Big Circle gang, there was once a boss who was a seasoned veteran who valued rules and loyalty. But after his wife and son were murdered by enemies, he underwent a drastic change in character. He became a ruthless, utterly merciless executioner, his methods of killing exceptionally brutal. In the end, he met a gruesome death at the hands of a traitor. After a long silence, Zhu Ba's emotions finally settled. "Brother Feng, I was wrong. But I couldn't help it. Every night, I have nightmares. I dream of my father covered in blood." As he spoke, tears began to fall from Zhu Ba's eyes. "Cry. Scream. Letting it out will ease the pain. We will avenge Uncle Dashang." Chen Feng didn't know how to comfort him. Such a blood feud, such pain, could only be overcome through one's own strength. It had taken him 2 or 3 years just to bury these memories deep within himself. Meanwhile, the arcade renovation was back on track. Li Qiuyan arrived early with Zhang Yun and a new construction crew. Chen Feng took Zhu Ba over to check on the progress. At the current pace, it would be completely finished in 3 to 5 days. Then, once the machines were installed, they could open for business. Just then, Aunt Yen finished discussing electrical rewiring with the workers. Spotting Chen Feng, she flashed him an auntie-style smile. "You little rascal, what do you think? Pretty efficient, huh?" Chen Feng smirked. "I trust Aunt Yen to get things done. By the way, no one will dare cause trouble these next few days. Just focus on the renovations, Aunt Yen." That was precisely Aunt Yen's biggest worry. If the arcade got vandalized again, it would be game over. Chen Feng's words eased her mind considerably. She'd have the workers put in overtime these next couple of days to finish a day ahead of schedule. "Feng, have you decided on a name for the arcade?" Li Qiuyan suddenly asked. Chen Feng thought for a moment. "How about Blade Edge Arcade?" Li Qiuyan shook her head immediately, rolling her eyes. No way. This isn't a place for fights. Calling it Blade Edge? Don't scare the customers away. Pick something more cheerful. Chen Feng agreed Aunt Yan had a point, the name shouldn't be too aggressive. Then Aunt Yan's beautiful eyes sparkled as she blurted out, how about Red Star? Red Star Arcade. Perfect. That name's great, red and vibrant, a rising star. It's meaningful and rolls off the tongue. Let's go with Red Star. Chen Feng's lips curved upward in satisfaction with the name. Now that they had a name, everything was ready except for the machines. He'd take advantage of meeting Lei tonight to settle that matter. Typically, arcade machines, especially slot machines in each neighborhood, were controlled by established factions. Without their permission, even if you managed to get machines, the arcade wouldn't be able to operate. Otherwise, the machines would either be confiscated or you'd have to hand over most of the profits. Chen Feng stayed at the shop until noon. When Ah Chang and the others arrived, he had the owner of the Hunan-style food stall diagonally across the street bring over a few dishes. The owner, surnamed Yang, had previously been in competition with Aunt Yan's food stall, so the two had never gotten along. Still, Yang harbored no ill will. Now that Li Qiuyan had stopped running her food stall and was ordering dishes from his place, he naturally welcomed her with a smile. Sis Qiuyan, what kind of business are you planning to start? You've even dismantled the kitchen stoves. Mr. Yang set down the tray and asked curiously. Li Qiuyan shot him a cold stare. Mind your own business. We're not competing with you anyway. Mr. Yang walked away feeling rejected, but he didn't mind. Without the competition from the Sichuan food stall, his business had picked up significantly these past few days. He planned to focus on laborer boxed meals in the coming days, aiming to lure away the construction workers who had previously patronized Li Qiuyan's Sichuan food stall. After lunch, Chen Feng left Ah Chang and Zhu Ba to help out at the shop while he rode his flashy green Honda King straight to Veterans Hardware. At that moment, old Master Lu was sitting at the shop entrance, sipping ice-cold beer and nibbling on snacks. Beside him, a radio played somehow modified to pick up foreign stations, occasionally spilling out excited moans from foreign women. Spotting Chen Feng, old Lu downed his beer in one gulp before bursting into mocking laughter. You little punk, you're no good either, huh? Almost bit the dust last night, huh? Ha ha ha. Chapter 45, Calling Brother Feng. Chen Feng gave an awkward smile, not bothering to argue. Last night, he really had nearly been finished off. If not for Lei Tiger arriving just in time, he would have been worn down to death. Old Lu, thanks for last night. I'm curious, why did you help me? He chuckled and pulled up a stool to sit down. Help you? When did your old man ever help you? I was just there for the show. Don't flatter yourself, kid. Old Master Lu pretended to be clueless upon hearing this. Chen Feng smiled faintly. Whether you admit it or not, I'll remember your kindness. His original intention had been to ask the old man why he'd taken Ah Chang away for no apparent reason. But since the old man didn't want to elaborate, Chen Feng didn't press further. Whatever his motives, the old man clearly meant him no harm. Get out, get out, get out. Stop trying to get sentimental with me, old man. If you've got nothing to do, get lost. Oh, and that wolf tooth club your little buddy Ah Chang ordered from me is ready. Take it with you. The old man looked impatient as he got up and went back inside. When he came out again, he was holding a half-meter-long wolf tooth club. Take it. But use this brutal weapon sparingly. He set the club down, left the wine untouched on the table, and slammed the door shut as he went inside. Chen Feng shook his head in silence, picking up the club. He was startled by its weight, at least 15 Jin. The club head was formed by two semicircular halves, one densely studded with steel spikes, the other a solid steel ball. The sheer design of this thing was terrifying enough. One swing of it would either shatter bones or send flesh flying, truly a weapon of death. Even with his strength, the weight made it difficult to wield effectively. Only Lao Ba could handle it with ease. Chen Feng wrapped the wolf's tooth club in old newspapers and secured it to the back of his motorcycle. Old man Lu, let's go. He gave a quick nod, placed 200 yuan on the counter, and sped off on his motorcycle. That brat. Who knows what that guy sees in you, losing all sense of shame to ask an old man like me for help. Oomph. I refuse to help some greenhorn who needs assistance just to survive on Old East Street. All I can say is I must be blind. As soon as Chen Feng left, old Master Lu opened the door, gazing into the distance and muttering curses under his breath. At that moment, a woman of average looks but curvaceous figure emerged from the door. Had Chen Feng been present, he would have recognized her instantly. This was the very woman he de-rescued from the Dianan Ganges van earlier. Grandpa Lu, I'll clear the dishes. Old Master Lu looked at the woman and sighed for some reason. Xiao Man, have you made up your mind? Once you go there, you'll be on your own. Hearing this, the woman paused with a bowl in her hand, a flicker of hesitation in her eyes. But finally, she bit her lip and spoke softly. I've made up my mind. Thank you for taking me in these past few days, Grandpa Lu. I've thought it through. Since I have nothing to lose, I might as well take a chance. In the future. I hope we can meet again. With that, she gathered her dishes and retreated into the room. Ah, such pitiful souls. Too bad this old man's past his prime. Old Master Lu watched her retreating figure, sighed, then lay back in his wicker chair, closing his eyes to rest. Back in the courtyard, Chen Feng handed the wolf's tooth club to Zhuba, but warned him, don't take this thing out unless you absolutely have to. It's only for when you really need to get your hands dirty. Old Eight agreed readily, but clutched the club tightly, swinging it with such force that it whipped through the air. This frightened Ah Chang, who backed away fearing he might get accidentally hit. By 7 p.m., Chen Feng prepared to head to Fumanlu restaurant early. He changed into an olive green short-sleeved shirt and glanced at the custom dagger by his bedside. He decided not to take it. This was a banquet, not a fight. However, he still tucked the dagger into his waistband. His master, a death row inmate, had taught him, in the underworld, never part with your blade. Never leave yourself defenseless. Chen Feng agreed wholeheartedly. Better safe than sorry. You never knew what kind of people you might encounter out here. Better not to get caught off guard. Upon arriving at Fumanlu, Chen Feng didn't rush inside. Instead, he circled the restaurant once, familiarizing himself with the surrounding roads before entering. The restaurant wasn't large, but its antique decor gave it an air of sophistication. Rumor had it that the owner of Fumanlu had once been a formidable figure in Old East Street, though he had gradually faded from the underworld scene. Guided by a beautiful waitress, Chen Feng headed straight to a large private room on the second floor named Spring in Full Bloom. He knocked on the door and heard Lei Laovu's voice, come in. As he pushed the door open, Lei Laovu grinned at him, while the dozen or so people seated around the table met him with varied expressions. Most eyes were filled with curiosity, while a few carried faint hostility and defiance. Just then, Lei Tiger suddenly declared, what the hell are you all staring at? Get moving. Call him Brother Feng. Feng, come on in. Sit right next to me. Brother Feng. The entire group of henchmen stood up and spoke in unison. Except for Feng Meng, seated to Lei Laovu's left. He remained as steady as an old dog, sitting in his chair smoking a cigarette, not even glancing at Chen Feng. Chen Feng gave the underlings a faint smile and a nod, accepting the title Brother Feng without false modesty. In this line of work, sometimes you had to be humble, and sometimes you had to take charge. Right now, they called him Brother Feng not out of politeness, but because that title represented the status Lei Tiger had granted him. If he played it coy, it would not only make him seem cowardly but also disrespect Lei Tiger's authority. Uncle Lei, sorry I'm late. Chen Feng walked to the empty seat to the right of Lei Laovu. Instead of sitting down immediately, he picked up a glass of baijiu and downed it in one gulp. He then poured another glass. Guys, I know the rules. I'm late, so I'll do 3 shots as punishment. And so, 3 shots of baijiu went down in quick succession. Only then did Lei Tiger smile. Sit down, Feng. I called everyone here today for 3 things. First, I'd like to formally introduce you all to Feng. From now on, he's one of my men. Drink a few more cups tonight, and you'll all be family. As he finished speaking, Lei Tiger narrowed his eyes and gave Chen Feng a knowing look. Chen Feng understood immediately. He stood up, holding his wine glass. From now on, I'll be working for Uncle Lei's gang. Everyone, please look after me. If you need any help, just say the word. Whatever I can do, I'll do it. After speaking, he downed his drink in one gulp. Regardless of whether the underlings followed suit, he sat back down. The others, however, were quick to pick up their glasses and down their drinks in one gulp. They understood clearly that Chen Feng's future standing would likely rival that of Feng Meng. Even setting aside status, Chen Feng's feat last night at the Yongshun parking lot single-handedly taking on over a dozen thugs demanded their respect. Just then, Feng Meng suddenly raised his cup. Brother Feng, no fight, no friendship. We're brothers now. This toast is for you. Chapter 46, Lei Laovu's Arrangements. Chen Feng was somewhat surprised that Feng Meng would proactively toast him. I'll need Brother Meng's continued guidance going forward. This toast is also for you, Brother Meng. Though he didn't believe Feng Meng would truly bury the hatchet over a drink, he knew it was the proper thing to do. He didn't overstep, addressing him respectfully as Brother Meng and keeping his tone humble. Truthfully, Chen Feng didn't want to clash with Feng Meng. In this line of work, it was always better to have more friends than enemies. But there was no way around it. To establish himself in Liaodong Street and seize control of the West District turf, a clash between them was inevitable sooner or later. Alright, you two can continue your conversation privately over drinks later. Only after both men set down their cups did Lei Tiger speak up. Second item, celebrating our victory. We've taken over the Yongshun casino. As I, Lei Tiger, promised earlier, I'll give everyone a 10% cut of the casino's profits. That deal stands. Starting next month, every brother gets a 500 yuan raise in monthly pay. Management levels get a 1,000 yuan bump. At this announcement, the dozen or so underlings instantly grew excited. Holding their cups aloft, they began to flatter him, declaring that following Boss Lei held promise for their futures and that they would never betray his trust. The dozen or so men present were all low-level henchmen under Lei Laode. Previously, each received a monthly salary of 1,500 yuan, with additional pay for handling tasks. Don't underestimate 1,500 yuan in 1995, the average white-collar worker in Binjiang City earned less than 2,000 yuan monthly. Factory workers, on the other hand, toiled themselves to the bone with overtime shifts and barely scraped together 1,000 yuan a month at best. Now, with their pay raised to 2,500, they were definitely considered high earners. You have to admit, Lei Tiger had a certain grandness about him. At least he was generous and approachable with his underlings on the surface, anyway. Truth be told, among the 3 district bosses on Old East Street, only Lei Laohu would treat his junior managers to meals, drinks, and women. As for Zhou Jinya and Liang Hanlong, their underlings would struggle to even catch a glimpse of them under normal circumstances. Lifting his glass, Lei Tiger declared, "Come on, brothers, let's drink up. Follow me, Lei Tiger, and we'll all prosper together." A dozen henchmen immediately stood, raised their cups, and downed their drinks in one gulp. With the first 2 matters settled, it's time to reward merit. Leopard Tiger patted Feng Meng and Chen Feng on the shoulders before turning to the rest of his crew. Feng deserves the most credit for taking down the Yongshan casino. And Mengzi has worked tirelessly with me these past years. His contributions are no small matter. Both will be rewarded today. His gaze settled on Chen Feng. Feng, you took down Yongshan. Logically, the casino should be handed over to you to manage. But you're still green, and you don't have many men under you. You wouldn't be able to handle this place. Therefore, the casino will be placed under Mengzi's management. Mengzi, state your position. Can you handle taking charge of Yongshan? Feng Meng couldn't hide the delight and pride on his face. He quickly raised his cup. Brother Lei, I'll say this once, anyone who dares touch this place, I'll take out their entire family. Mark my words. He downed the entire cup in one gulp. Hearing this, Brother Lei roared with laughter and slapped Feng Meng on the back. Ha ha ha, alright. I know your capabilities and determination. It's settled then. Tomorrow, you'll come with me to take over the place. He gestured for Feng Meng to sit down. Brother Meng, we're all behind you. At that moment, a henchman sporting a shoulder-to-shoulder dragon tattoo stood up first, raising his glass to toast Feng Meng. The rest of the henchmen followed suit, lifting their cups and clinking them together in a hearty toast. Ah Feng, you won't mind this arrangement, will you? A faint smile touched Lei Tiger's lips as he suddenly turned to Chen Feng. Chen Feng returned the smile indifferently. Brother Lei is right. I'm new here, lacking experience. Besides, I don't really understand casino operations. I couldn't handle it. Truthfully, he had ambitions for the casino, but not yet. The profits from the Yongshan casino far exceeded what mere management fees could offer. Yet Chen Feng knew full well he lacked the capability to run the casino himself. Even if Lei Laohu offered to hand it over to him now, he would refuse. The reason was simple, he genuinely couldn't handle it. Taking it on would bring endless trouble and put him in grave danger. Not to mention, Feng Meng would undoubtedly play dirty behind the scenes. If he wanted to rise up and make big money, he had to take it step by step. Taking too big a leap would get him screwed. Yeah, that's right. Did you all hear that? Learn from Brother Feng. He's got drive, capability, and common sense. Come on, everyone, give him a toast. Lei Tiger flashed a satisfied grin. Feng Meng was the first to raise his glass. Brother Feng, I toast you. Since we're all working for Brother Lei, come by the place more often. Seeing Brother Meng raise his glass, the henchman chimed in, calling him Brother Feng as if it were the most natural thing in the world. Ah Feng, you've earned your stripes. As promised, Uncle Lei will give you the barbershop your old man left behind. Management of the West District is yours too, but you'll have to handle staffing yourself. After speaking, Lei Laohu took a sip of his drink and looked at Chen Feng. Thanks, Uncle Lei. Chen Feng raised his cup and drained it in one gulp before pouring another. Uncle Lei, I plan to open an arcade, but I haven't secured the machines yet. I'd like to get them from you. I understand the rules. I'll hand over 20% of my monthly profits, plus a separate management fee. Lei Laohu laughed heartily. That's great news. Expanding our West District's business ventures. But his laughter faded as his tone shifted. However, all the arcades on Old East Street were originally under Li Kuan's management. Though he's out of the picture now, he has a mad dog of a cousin. Running an arcade there could spell trouble. Are you sure you can handle it? Chen Feng's brow furrowed slightly. That was something he hadn't anticipated. But he was determined to take over the arcades. As for that mad dog, Oyu, now that Chen Feng had become his cousin Li Kuan's man, Oyu would seek revenge regardless of whether he opened the arcade or not. He'd just have to take his chances. Uncle Lei, rest assured. If that mad dog bites indiscriminately, we'll chop him up. Chen Feng deliberately let a ruthless expression cross his face, the murderous intent in his eyes unhidden. This wasn't just to secure Lei Tiger's backing, it was also a warning to the henchmen present that Chen Feng was not someone to be trifled with. Hearing this, several of the henchmen at the table were genuinely shaken. In this line of work, anyone could spout big talk, but this level of ruthlessness and guts was beyond their reach. They silently resolved that from now on, they'd have to give Brother Feng face. Lei Tiger immediately agreed. Alright, since you're confident, Uncle Lei supports you. Let me know how many machines you need later and I'll give you a 20% discount. Thanks, Uncle Lei. Chen Feng beamed with gratitude, downing another glass of liquor. Lei Tiger's surprisingly straightforward agreement caught him off guard. But he saw no need to overanalyze Lei Tiger's motives now. Either way, the arcade deal was settled. After wrapping up the business, Lei Tiger excused himself, saying he had other matters to attend to. He left the rest of the evening for them to enjoy freely. Once he was gone, his henchmen finally let loose, launching into boasts and idle chatter while taking turns toasting each other in a boisterous drinking frenzy. Feng Meng, unexpectedly entrusted with the crucial management role at Yongshun today, was happier than anyone, drinking with great enthusiasm. He even pulled Chen Feng aside for a few drinks, recounting how he'd followed Lei Laowu back in the day and taken bullets for him on multiple occasions. Feng, call me Brother Meng. As your elder, I'll teach you a lesson. In this line of work, sometimes you just gotta take the hits. Got it? Chapter 47, We're risking our lives. By the time they left Fumanlu, it was already 11 p.m. Chen Feng didn't take Feng Meng's blatant warnings and hints too seriously. If he was afraid of this and afraid of that, he wouldn't have chosen this path in the first place. In truth, Lei Tiger's arrangement tonight was quite clever. By having Feng Meng manage Yongshun, the loss of control over the West District became insignificant. Moreover, Feng Meng himself was responsible for security at 2 of Lei Tiger's nightclubs, so he had plenty of avenues to make money. If he knew when to be satisfied, he wouldn't have continued causing trouble for Chen Feng. He should have even thanked Chen Feng, since Chen Feng's efforts to take down Yongshun were essentially doing him a favor. As for the grudge against Dogtooth, Feng Meng had no reason to antagonize Chen Feng over a lowly underling. Of course, this was all just analysis and speculation. If Feng Meng really decided to stir up trouble, Chen Feng's approach was simple: go all out. Tonight, Chen Feng hadn't drunk much, barely half a liter of baijiu at most. A pound of liquor was practically a mouthwash for him. His limit lay somewhere between 3.5 to 4 pounds, not something cultivated through practice, but innate. He'd only tasted baijiu for the first time when his death row master took him as an apprentice. That single encounter stunned his master so profoundly that, despite later procuring numerous rare liquors through connections, he never allowed Chen Feng to touch a single drop again. At the time, the master bluntly stated that with his drinking capacity, it would be a waste if he didn't join the underworld. But that day, the death row master set a rule for him: never get drunk, and never let anyone know the extent of his drinking capacity. In the underworld, drinking is revered, for deals are sealed over liquor, yet it can also ruin everything, even cost lives. Chen Feng didn't understand it back then, but now he saw it clearly. Before drinking, Lei Tiger's henchmen were just street punks from Old East Street. After drinking, Old East Street belonged to them. Though spoken in drunken ramblings, Chen Feng could now discern these men's personalities, habits, and weaknesses from their behavior when intoxicated. Now Chen Feng understood drunkenness was truly dangerous. Especially in the underworld, because when you drink too much, both your body and mind become completely defenseless. As soon as Chen Feng returned to the courtyard, the light in Aunt Yan's room went out, and a bowl of egg noodles was left waiting for him in the living room. A wave of warmth washed over Chen Feng. Aunt Yan had been busy renovating the arcade all day, yet she waited up for him at night to cook noodles for him. In this world, Aunt Yan was the only one who could still make him feel a bit of warmth. After finishing the noodles, Chen Feng called Ah Chang and Zhu Ba out of their rooms. In a few words, he relayed Lei Laowu's arrangements for tonight at Fumanlu. Starting today, we're officially establishing ourselves on Old East Street. Ah Chang, Lao Ba, let's hear your thoughts. Chen Feng lit a cigarette and looked at Ah Chang. Brother Feng, I've thought it through. The first thing we need to do is expand our crew. Right now, it's just the 3 of us. Managing an entire street is out of the question, just guarding the arcade is tough enough. Plus, we've only just established ourselves. Those jealous punks on Old East Street will definitely come looking for trouble. Without more hands, it's going to be impossible. Ah Chang frowned deeper as he spoke. Don't mistake him for someone who never takes anything seriously. He'd given this some real thought. In this line of work, 3 things matter: manpower, guts, and territory. Right now, they had the guts and the territory, but damn it, they were short on manpower. Chen Feng nodded thoughtfully upon hearing this, holding off on an immediate response. Instead, he turned to Zhu Ba. Old 8, don't keep it bottled up. Share your thoughts too. My brain's not the sharpest tool in the shed. I don't have any grand ideas. Whatever Brother Feng says to do, this old 8 will do it. Zhu Ba, fiddling with the boning knife in his hand, answered without a second thought. Ever since childhood, his old man had told him that all the food he ate went straight to his muscles instead of his brain, dooming him to a life of manual labor. Zhu Ba believed his father was right: if something could be solved with his hands, there was no need to use his brain. Chen Feng chuckled. Truthfully, he didn't think Zhu Ba was slow-witted. Compared to Chang, Zhu Ba was actually more observant. He just wasn't good at expressing himself. We do need to address the manpower issue, but we can't just hire anyone. A team values quality over quantity. Chen Feng paused, then continued. Honestly, 3 of us could manage for now. Here's my plan: the West District Street mainly involves collecting management fees. 1 or 2 people patrolling the streets should suffice. Ah Chang, you've been running your stall on Old East Street for years and know the locals well. I'll put you in charge of this. I'll also ask Lei Tiger to lend us 2 young guys to assist you. What do you say? Ah Chang nodded with a smile. No problem. I guarantee the monthly fees will be collected without fail. Handing this job to him was indeed the right move. He knew most of the vendors on Old East Street by face, making dealings much smoother. Ah Chang, remember one thing, we're not like those bastards from Dogtooth. Collect the management fees according to the standard rates. And once the fees are collected, follow the rules. If any hotheads cause trouble for the shops, you gotta be tough and settle things. Seeing Ah Chang agree readily, Chen Feng offered a couple more reminders. He wasn't overflowing with sympathy, trying to be kind to the merchants of Old East Street. Collecting money and delivering results, that was the code of the underworld. These shops might not be big players, but each one paid him management fees ranging from tens to hundreds of dollars. That meant he had to deliver on his end. Never underestimate these lowly small fry. If pushed too far, even the lowliest can take down a big shot in the underworld. Ah Chang nodded emphatically. Brother Feng, rest assured. I get it. I'm just a street vendor, you don't even have to spell it out. Chen Feng gave a faint smile before turning to Zhuba. Old 8, you're in charge of the arcade. I'll be around too. Just remember this, treat customers like bosses, but deal with troublemakers like they're nothing. Zhuba spoke little, but his tone was unwavering. Brother Feng, I'll handle it. After settling matters on both fronts, Chen Feng spoke slowly. You're working for me, so you won't be shortchanged. But we're just getting started, cash flow is tight, and expenses are piling up. For now, everyone gets 3,000 a month. Once the arcade business picks up, you'll be making way more than that. After assigning tasks, it was time to discuss money. Everyone in this line of work was in it for the cash, no one would risk their life without proper compensation. Brotherhood and vendettas alone won't sustain a crew. You had to make sure the brothers earned well and had something to look forward to. What? 3,000? Ah Chang's mouth twitched. Brother Feng, that's too much. Look at those office workers, they don't even make 3,000 a month. I think 1,500 is about right. He wasn't complaining about the amount, he just felt awkward asking Brother Feng to shell out so much right after establishing their turf. Old 8, however, showed no reaction. Whatever Brother Feng gave him, he took. If Brother Feng thought he was worth that much, then Zhuba was worth that much. Chen Feng looked at Ah Chang. 3,000 isn't too much. Ah Chang, remember we're risking our lives here. Chapter 48, The Peculiar Aunt Shui. After a lengthy discussion, the division of labor and compensation were settled. Ah Chang and Lao Ba would each get 3,000 a month, with extra pay for dangerous missions. As for Aunt Yen and Zhang Yun, he had plans for them too. Aunt Yen handled the accounts and logistics, so she deserved a larger share, also set at 3,000 a month. Zhang Yun assisted Aunt Yen with odd jobs, so she D-starred at 2,000 for now. The rest could be discussed later. For now, everything was just beginning. 2 days later, the renovations at Spark Game Hall were finally complete. Though the machines hadn't been installed yet, the storefront sign and neon lights were already in place. They were just waiting for the machines from Lei Laohu to arrive today, so they could officially open tomorrow. 10 arcade machines plus 5 slot machines totaled over 28,000 yuan. Chen Feng had delivered the payment to Lei Laohu yesterday. Xiao had also taken charge of managing the shops in the Western District. Chen Feng requested 2 henchmen from Lei Laohu, one named Ah Xing and the other Xu Zai, to accompany Ah Chang on patrols. Both were new recruits, but they proved sharp and disciplined, unlike the thugs under Dogtooth's command who used every excuse to take advantage of the merchants. Over the past couple of days, whether someone deliberately stoked the flames or not, Chen Feng's reputation quickly spread throughout Laodong Street. Some said a ruthless newcomer named Chen Feng had emerged in the West District, single-handedly taking down over a dozen of Yen Luocheng's thugs. Others claimed he'd killed both Dogtooth and Li Yong within 2 days of his release from prison, avenging his father. Rumors even swirled that he'd taken out Li Kunken, a top lieutenant close to the king himself. All sorts of rumors swirled, some true, some false. Some believed them, some didn't. Regardless, Chen Feng's reputation on the streets was firmly established. Brother Feng, Dogtooth is really dead. I thought you said you crippled him and let him go. At Old Man Liang's breakfast shop that morning, Ah Chang frowned at Chen Feng, sensing something was off about the story. He'd heard about it last night from Mouse, who mentioned Dogtooth had died at the clinic a few days prior. Dead is dead. He deserved it. Chen Feng wiped his mouth. But I didn't kill him. That night, I only crippled his limbs. If he really died, it must have been Fong Meng's doing. That bastard Fong Meng wouldn't be trying to pin Dogtooth's death on you, would he? And then there's people saying Li Yong's death. Brother Feng, don't tell me that bastard Fong Meng is pulling strings behind the scenes. Upon hearing this, Chang grew increasingly alarmed. If that were true, and Fong Meng played dirty by using these incidents to rat them out to the cops, they'd be finished. Chen Feng's brow furrowed slightly as he spoke in a deep voice. The rumors circulating in the underworld these past few days are indeed suspicious, but Fong Meng probably isn't behind it. First, he just took over Yongshan and wouldn't have time for this. Second, he wouldn't dare. Ah Chang's expression darkened further. If it's not him, then it must be Luo Chang. Luo Chang is the most likely suspect. That man is ruthless and cunning. Plus, he already suspected me in the previous Yongshan incident. After speaking, Chen Feng left the breakfast money and pulled Ah Chang to his feet. Let's go back and discuss this later. For now, we'll set this aside. Without evidence, Luo Chang won't get his way so easily. He said this, but deep down he knew full well that in the underworld, evidence was never a factor. If Luo Chang really wanted to play dirty, he could easily pin something on Li Yong or Dogtooth, report it to the enforcement squad, and have Chen Feng thrown in jail. Once inside, with a few well-placed connections and some leverage, even if they couldn't pin a crime on him, they could still make him suffer inside. At this thought, a murderous glint flashed in Chen Feng's eyes. Luo Chang was a threat that had to be eliminated quickly. Back at the Red Star Game Center, the renovation crew had already left. Aunt Yan was cleaning up with Zhang Yun. Feng, will the machines arrive today? Aunt Yan's first words upon seeing him were about the machines. She'd been anxious about this for the past 2 days and wouldn't feel at ease until the moment the arcade opened. Chen Feng smiled reassuringly. Don't worry. They'll definitely be here before 2 in the afternoon. You little rascal, you better not let me work for nothing. After saying this, Li Qiuyan pulled him aside and gave him a thorough once-over. Your injuries aren't even fully healed, and you're smoking like a chimney. Go to the clinic later to get your bandages removed and get checked out. But don't tell that woman everything, you hear me? Chen Feng smiled. Alright, I'll go now. Though his injuries weren't severe, the knife wound still throbbed faintly, slightly hindering his movement. He gave a few instructions to Ah Chang, telling him to watch the shop and take charge of counting and inspecting the machines if Lei Laolu's equipment arrived. After settling these matters, Chen Feng strolled leisurely to Clinic 69. The iron gate stood open, so he walked straight in. The moment he stepped inside, he was stunned by the sight of Bai Shui before him. At that moment, Bai Shui wore a pale purple gown, her long, shapely legs encased in black stockings and adorned with crystal high heels. This ensemble perfectly accentuated her stunningly mature charm, a blend of elegance and sensuality that stirred a desire to conquer in any man who laid eyes on her. At first glance, no one would suspect the woman before them was a doctor at an underground clinic. Chen Feng couldn't help but inhale deeply, captivated by the faint, alluring scent of her perfume. Auntie Shui, are you heading out on business? Yes, I have matters to attend to. If you're here for a dressing change, please come back in the evening. Bai Shui gave him a faint glance before picking up her bag and preparing to leave. Chen Feng chuckled wryly. Seems I've come at an inconvenient time. Auntie Shui, I'll return this evening. Yet something puzzled him. Bai Shui was dressed so formally it didn't seem like she was meeting friends or going on a date. It felt more like she was heading to meet someone important. Curious though he was, he kept his questions to himself and turned to leave. Just then, Bai Shui abruptly asked, I heard you're hanging out with Lei the Tiger now? Chen Feng turned back. Yeah, I guess you could say that. Leopard isn't a good man. Hanging around him, you'll get into trouble sooner or later. Bai Shui walked slowly toward him in her high heels, her hips swaying naturally as she approached. Honestly, you're not cut out for this underworld life. You're too impulsive. You came out and killed someone to avenge your father. Did that feel good? Do you think you're some all-powerful boss now? Chen Feng's heart skipped a beat at her words. What did Bai Shui mean by this? It wasn't surprising that a doctor from an underground clinic like her would have some underworld connections. What was strange was Bai Shui's tone and attitude. She seemed utterly certain that he had killed someone. Chen Feng froze for a moment before flatly denying it. Auntie Shui, I didn't kill anyone. Whether you killed someone or not is none of my concern. Realizing she'd said too much, Bai Shui's expression turned colder, though a trace of unhidden irritation flickered in her beautiful eyes. Chen Feng didn't respond. Instead, he changed the subject. Auntie Shui, you seem very concerned about my affairs? This woman's attitude toward him was baffling. On the surface, she was indifferent, yet each time she left, she would offer him some kind of warning. Moreover, she seemed to know a great deal about his affairs. Bai Shui glanced at him. It's not concern. I just don't want to see my old friend's only son die so quickly. Chapter 49, The Worldly Ways of the Underworld. Chen Feng and Bai Shui walked out of the clinic together, parting ways at the entrance, one to the left, one to the right. On the way, Chen Feng was deep in thought, feeling that this beautiful young woman, Auntie Shui, was hiding some secret. Though their exchanges had been sparse, Chen Feng sensed from her scattered remarks that this woman possessed considerable knowledge of the underworld's affairs and unwritten rules. But perhaps he was overthinking it. After all, running an underground clinic meant Bai Shui inevitably dealt with underworld figures daily. But how did she, a woman with no connections, manage to keep an underground clinic running smoothly? This puzzled Chen Feng, for when he had reviewed the West District management fee ledger a couple days prior, Bai Shui's clinic was conspicuously absent from the list. In other words, Bai Shui had never paid a single cent in management fees, yet her clinic thrived in the West District of Liaodong Street. Upon closer reflection, Chen Feng concluded that this woman was certainly not as simple as she appeared on the surface. Before he knew it, he was back at the Red Star Arcade. In the short time he'd been gone, 15 machines had been delivered and unloaded. Several people were busy debugging and installing them, with Chang and Zhuba watching nearby. The arcade was divided into 2 sections. The outer area housed the game machines, separated by a blue velvet curtain. Behind it stood 5 slot machines, with a back door leading further into the rear. This setup kept things orderly while providing some concealment. In case of surprise inspections, it allowed customers to slip out the back door. After all, slot machines were illegal, so proper evacuation and concealment measures were essential. The old loft space remained intact, though the bed upstairs had been converted into a break room with an added desk. Overall, though compact, the venue had everything it needed. Before long, all the machines were installed and calibrated. Chen Feng instructed Ah Chang to slip each of those men a pack of Shuangxi cigarettes. These guys were all part of Lei Laohu's outer circle. Even though they were low-level henchmen, when you're in this line of work, you can't skimp on the proper courtesies. Give someone face today, and tomorrow they might return the favor in a big way. After the henchmen departed, Chen Feng and his group stood together at the entrance, gazing at the large sign reading Red Star Game Hall. Each of them broke into a smile. Chen Feng turned to Aunt Yen. Aunt Yen, are the invitations ready? Li Qiuyen chuckled. All set. Little Yun wrote every single character herself. You know, that girl actually has quite elegant handwriting. Zhang Yun blushed at the compliment. Sis Yen, please don't flatter me. You've been doing all the work these past few days. I haven't been able to help much, and I'm even taking a salary from Feng. I feel so embarrassed. Last night, Aunt Yen had mentioned a monthly salary of 2,000 yuan. She'd been stunned, feeling she did little work, offered little help, yet received so much money. Don't feel bad. Once the arcade opens, you'll have plenty to do. Li Qiuyen teased, easing Zhang Yun's awkwardness before turning her attention to Chen Feng. Are you sure you want to send invitations to Zhou Jinya and Lian Hanlong? They're big shots in Old East Street. Do you think they'll grace you with their presence? Send them. Of course we send them. Whether they come or not is their business. When Chen Feng had Aunt Yen prepare the opening invitations a couple days ago, he'd already considered it. Besides Lei Laohu and Feng Mang, who absolutely had to be invited, the other 2 big shots from Old East Street also needed invitations. First, given his current standing on Old East Street, he was now barely qualified to associate with these big shots. Second, it was a gesture of goodwill toward the underworld figures. Regardless of whether they honored the invitation, he needed to inform them of his business venture and establishment in Old East Street. Such were the unwritten rules of the underworld. I'll take your word for it. You're in charge. Will you deliver the invitations yourself? Chen Feng took the small leather case containing the invitations from Aunt Yen. Yeah, I'll head over to Tiger Lei's place first. Old 8, you're thorough. Go with Ah Chang to double-check the machines. He gave one last reminder before hopping on his flashy green motorcycle and heading straight for Shuanxing Tea House. It was just past 10 in the morning. Lei Tiger was having dim sum at the tea house with 2 or 3 old hands. A true Cantonese at heart, he was particular about his morning tea. The table was laden with assorted delicacies: steamed chicken feet in black bean sauce, abalone siu mai, shark's fin soup dumplings, and roasted squab. A pot of aged pu'er tea brewed nearby. Good morning, Uncle Lei. Chen Feng greeted him as he entered, then nodded with a faint smile to the middle-aged men beside Lei Laohu. Good morning, everyone. Lei Laohu sipped his tea, grinned, and nodded before introducing Chen Feng to his old-timer friends. This is Chen Feng. What do you think? Isn't he a fine specimen with the bearing of a great general? Ha ha ha, I wasn't bragging, was I? The young man seems capable. I hear you've been making quite a name for yourself on Old East Street these past few days. A middle-aged man with a cigar in his mouth glanced at Chen Feng. His tone was lukewarm, showing little regard for the young man before him. To seasoned veterans like him, what kind of tough guy hadn't he seen? Over the years, many newcomers had emerged on the scene, but how many had truly risen to their level? Chen Feng smiled, replying with neither humility nor arrogance, "It's all thanks to Uncle Lei and the senior brothers giving me opportunities." He could clearly sense the man's disdain and contempt, but he didn't let it bother him either. At this point, he truly wasn't worth the other man's attention, so there was no need to dwell on it. Leopard Tiger gestured toward the sofa across the room, motioning for him to sit. Ah Feng, coming so early, got something on your mind? Chen Feng promptly pulled out the invitation and handed it over with both hands. Uncle Lei, Red Star Game Hall is opening tomorrow. I came specifically to invite you. If you're free, please come by for a drink. Lei Laohu took the invitation and laughed heartily. Ah, sounds great. I'll definitely be there tomorrow. Then I'll be waiting for Uncle Lei's presence, Chen Feng said before turning to the 2 middle-aged men. If you gentlemen have time, please join Uncle Lei in honoring us with your presence. We've prepared a modest celebration. We'd be grateful for your guidance and advice for us young folks. Both middle-aged men nodded slightly in response. Chen Feng was merely being polite. He'd never interacted with them before and didn't expect these seasoned veterans to actually show up. Besides, Uncle Lei didn't seem inclined to introduce them. Better to keep it polite and leave it at that. Oh, Uncle Lei, I've also prepared invitations for Brother Goldtooth and Uncle Long. But I fear a direct visit might cause misunderstandings. Would you kindly deliver these 2 invitations for me? Chen Feng produced 2 more invitations. Leopard Tiger chuckled. You're a thoughtful young man. I like a kid who knows the ropes. Leave them on the table. I'll pass them along for you. Thanks, Uncle Lei. I'll be heading out now. Enjoy your meal. Alright, go ahead. After bidding farewell, he turned to leave, heading to Yongshan to deliver the invitation to Fong Meng. No sooner had he stepped out of the tea house than his mobile phone buzzed. Answering the call, he heard a coarse, arrogant voice. You're Chen Feng, right? Heard your arcade's opening tomorrow. I've got a big surprise waiting for you. Chapter 50, let's do this. After hanging up, Chen Feng's face darkened. If he hadn't misjudged, the caller was likely OU, nicknamed Mad Dog on Liaodong Street, Li Kuan's cousin. Having become his cousin, it was only natural he'd want revenge and vent his anger. Additionally, Chen Feng opened a new arcade, encroaching on Stone's turf. That Mad Dog won't let him get away with it. The day he took care of Li Kuan, he knew this Mad Dog would come after him. That's why he'd specifically tasked Ah-chan with gathering detailed intel on the man these past few days. The conclusion was clear: Stone truly was a mad dog that wouldn't let go once it bit down a real pain in the ass. Those targeted by him usually met a grim fate unless, of course, they were too tough for him to crack. Rumor had it this man came from the underground boxing scene, skilled, aggressive, and ruthless. He operated without rules, often targeting entire families. Moreover, the henchmen under his command were all fierce and brutal in their actions. In the old East Street area, few bosses dared to confront him head-on, not even Yan Luochang. Chen Feng wasn't afraid of a fair fight. What he dreaded was this mad dog resorting to dirty tricks when cornered, targeting those closest to him. Rumor had it that last year, this mad dog kidnapped his rival boss's wife and children to seize territory. In the end, he had his men gang rape the wife and even killed a 10-year-old child, dumping the body into the sea. Faced with such atrocities, Chen Feng dared not take any risks. His heart racing, he abruptly changed course and sped toward the arcade. As for delivering Fong Meng's invitation, he'd handle that later. A phone call would suffice for now. 10 minutes later, back at the arcade, Chen Feng finally breathed a sigh of relief. Aunt Yan and the others were busy working in the shop. Seeing Chen Feng looking frantic, Ah Chang rushed over, thinking something terrible had happened. Brother Feng, what's wrong? Chen Feng waved his hand dismissively. Nothing for now. Aunt Yan, Sister Yun, everyone stay inside from now on. Ah Chang and Lao Ba, keep your weapons close at hand. Hearing this, everyone grew tense. For Chen Feng to be so on high alert, it couldn't be a minor matter. Mad Dog will definitely cause trouble tomorrow when we open. That man has no limits. I'm worried he might target you all. To be safe, unless absolutely necessary, don't go out alone starting now. Chen Feng briefly explained the situation. Don't panic, everyone. I'm just preparing for the worst. Seeing the panic on Aunt Yan and Sister Yun's faces, he added reassuringly. The weakness of being outnumbered was glaringly obvious now. If he had a strong force under him, a group of brothers willing to fight and kill, he wouldn't be so passive. Ultimately, it came down to his shallow roots. Otherwise, even a rabid dog, no matter how ferocious, wouldn't have them on edge like this. Chen Feng thought to himself, the recruitment drive must be accelerated. Brother Feng, what if Mad Dog brings his men to raid the place when we open tomorrow? We're outnumbered, we won't stand a chance. Ah Chan's face was etched with worry. If Mad Dog assembled his full crew tomorrow and came to take over the place, 20-odd tough guys against just the 3 of them, they wouldn't stand a chance. Without a countermeasure, they'd have only 2 paths, either back down or get crushed. But whichever path they chose, they could kiss their careers goodbye. There'd be no place for them left on Old East Street. Anyone who tries to take our turf, I'll smash their skull in. Old Ape beside him wore a vicious expression, his eyes blazing with ferocity. He'd been seething with pent-up rage these past days, and hearing about tomorrow's confrontation actually stirred a surge of excitement within him. Kid, spit it out. Don't keep us all on pins and needles. Aunt Yan knew Chen Feng best. Seeing him deep in thought, she knew he had a plan. Well, he won't dare make a move during tomorrow's opening. If he does, he's not a mad dog, he's a dumb dog. A broad daylight brawl would be disastrous. Without his cousin Li Kuan backing him, his connections won't protect him. After speaking, Chen Feng looked at the others. But since he called to threaten us, he will definitely make a move and he'll go all out. He knew Mad Dog wasn't just out to wreck his arcade, he was out for revenge against Li Kuan. Once he started, blood would be spilled, maybe even lives lost, before he'd call it quits. Brother Feng, should we ask Boss Lei to step in? You're practically one of his top lieutenants now. As your boss, he wouldn't just stand by and watch your place get wrecked, right? Before Chen Feng could finish, Ah Chang suddenly spoke up. If Brother Lei was willing to intervene, things would be much easier. Aunt Yan agreed with Ah Chang's reasoning. That's right, Feng. Why don't you call Boss Lei right now? Be nice about it. Chen Feng glanced at them but shook his head. You guys think it's a good idea, but Lei Tiger won't help with this. At most, he might give Mad Dog a call, but it won't do any good. We'll have to get through this on our own. When he proposed opening the arcade a couple days ago, Lei Tiger's message had been crystal clear. Running the arcade was fine, but that Mad Dog? Chen Feng would have to deal with him himself. Once we get through this hurdle and Red Star Arcade opens smoothly, we'll have truly established ourselves on Old East Street. From then on, anyone who wants to mess with us will have to think twice about whether they have the strength to back it up. It was the principle of striking first to prevent 100 blows later. After hearing Chen Feng's words, the group fell silent. Only then did they grasp his meaning. In their current predicament, relying on others was futile. They had no choice but to confront the threat head-on. Hell yeah! Brother Feng's right. Take down Mad Dog, and no one on Old East Street will dare mess with us. This realization only fueled Chan's ferocity. In this line of work, everyone's life is on the line. What the hell did they have to fear? Zhuba followed with a deep voice, let's do it. My Wolf Tooth Club will be ready for action tomorrow. Zhang Yun clenched her delicate fists. I'm not afraid either. Brother Feng, tell me, how can I help? Aunt Yin chimed in, her voice unwavering. I'm all in too. Brother Feng, just tell us what to do. We'll follow your lead. At that moment, Chen Feng was taken aback. He hadn't expected everyone to be so gutsy at a time like this. A surge of warmth filled his heart. All right. Let's do it. As the words fell, a mischievous grin suddenly spread across his lips. Even though it's a head-on clash, all's fair in war. We need to pull some tricks to have a chance at winning. Seeing his mysterious expression, Chang couldn't help but ask, Brother Feng, have you already thought of some dirty trick? Spill it already. I love playing dirty, ha ha ha. Chen Feng pondered for a moment before slowly saying, we'll open normally tomorrow during the day. At exactly 7 p.m., we'll close the doors. Then, Chapter 51, Arcade Grand Opening. The next morning, Red Star Arcade opened as scheduled. Above the modest storefront hung bright red lanterns. Aunt Yen and Zhang Yun arranged flower baskets and laid out a 5-meter-long red carpet at the entrance. Chang and Zhuba each lit a string of firecrackers. The crackling explosions echoed throughout the western section of Old East Street. Thick smoke billowed, and the festive atmosphere drew crowds of onlookers from the street. It happened to be the weekend, so there were plenty of students and working-class folks out and about, the very customers arcades rely on. I was wondering why that food stall across the street closed down. Turns out they're opening a game arcade. Whoa, they've got some guts. Red Star Arcade? That name's pretty legit, Wonder how long it'll last. Opening a game arcade on Old East Street without flying Brother Cohen's flag? I bet it'll shut down in no time. You guys don't know. Brother Cohen's back in his hometown. You know who that young boss smoking over there is? That's Brother Feng, the hottest shot in Old East Street right now. The crowd at the arcade entrance grew thicker, especially with a bunch of young punks chattering away. Anyone unaware would think they were some big shots. Brother Feng? Ha ha ha. That'll crack your ass open laughing. His dad got hacked to death. He's just some greenhorn fresh out of jail. I bet you he'll shut down within a week. Some Old East Street punks recognized Chen Feng. Many still remembered the day Qin Yuanshan was hacked to death in the street by a gang of thugs. But who would have thought that 5 years later, his son Chen Feng would emerge as a thug himself and open a game hall? Grand opening! Grand opening! Red Star Arcade is now open. Hey neighbors, brothers, and friends. Today marks the grand opening of Red Star Arcade. We're running a week-long grand opening special, 20 cents per token. Get a free soda just for walking in. Play all you want, or just come in for a soda to show your support. As the smoke from the firecrackers cleared, Chang, who'd somehow procured a megaphone, cheerfully bellowed his announcement. His shout proved surprisingly effective. Hearing such a bargain, plus the free soda, many young onlookers rushed inside. But the arcade was too small. All 10 game machines were quickly filled. Aunt Yen sat at the front desk collecting money and exchanging tokens, while Zhang Yun busied herself handing out sodas. Even those who hadn't exchanged tokens got a free soda from Zhang Yun. Within 10 minutes, all 3 cases of soda were gone. This instantly boosted the arcade's popularity. It was the first day of business, and profit wasn't the priority. Building a customer base was the key to success. Chen Feng stood at the entrance, watching the lively scene inside the arcade. A slight smile touched his lips. No matter what, this was a good start. Just then, a Tiger head Benz, a Toyota Crown, and a Santana pulled up and stopped in front of the arcade. Chen Feng looked up to see Lei Laovu stepping out of the back seat of the Tiger head Benz, beaming with a broad smile. 2 burly men in black followed closely behind him. Simultaneously, a middle-aged man emerged from the Toyota Crown, also accompanied by 2 henchmen. Seeing the middle-aged man, Chen Feng was somewhat surprised. He hadn't expected Uncle Long, the big shot of the East District, Liang Hanlong, to show up in person. The third vehicle, the Santana, yielded Feng Meng, flanked by 2 yellow-haired thugs with dragon and tiger tattoos covering their arms. Chen Feng immediately stepped forward to greet them, with Zhu Ba and Chan quickly following behind. Uncle Lei, Uncle Long. Welcome. Your presence elevates the whole atmosphere of this little venue. After greeting Uncle Lei and Uncle Long, he turned to Feng Meng. Brother Meng, welcome. Let's have a few drinks later. Red Star Arcade, great name, Feng, haha. It's a bit small, but packed with people. Uncle Lei wishes you booming business and rolling wealth. At that moment, Lei Tiger patted his shoulder and slipped a red envelope into his hand. Chen Feng accepted it without hesitation, clasping it with both hands. Thanks, Uncle Lei. May your blessings come true. Feng, may your business thrive. Drop by the East District sometime. Liang Hanlong also presented a red envelope. Chen Feng accepted it, but felt a bit puzzled. Inside this envelope was noticeably thicker than the one Lei Tiger had given him. However, he showed no sign of unease, smiling and nodding. Thank you for your support, Uncle Long. I'll definitely visit the East District when I get the chance to learn from you. Finally, Feng Meng also handed over a red envelope. Chen Feng accepted it with a smile and prepared to arrange for them to head to Fumanla first. He had already reserved a private room yesterday. But Lei Laohu and Liang Hanlong both excused themselves, saying they had business to attend to and needed to leave first. Only Feng Meng went ahead with his two yellow-haired henchmen. It was nearly noon, and most of the first wave of customers had finished playing and left. Outside, only a handful of people remained at the arcade machines. Inside, 2 slot machines were operational, surrounded by about 7 or 8 people placing bets. But the stakes were small, just a few dozen coins per spin, no need to add credits. Brother Feng, do you think that Mad Dog is just bluffing? Knowing Boss Lei came to show support today, he got scared and didn't dare cause trouble? After seeing off a customer, Chang lit a cigarette and asked. Chen Feng shook his head. No way. I checked Mad Dog's file. If he made threats, he'll definitely act on them. Don't let your guard down. Stick to the plan. Close the doors sharp at 7 p.m. tonight. Regardless of whether Mad Dog showed up today, they had to be fully prepared according to the plan. Got it. Brother Feng, you take Shuba to Fumanlu. I'll call Xing and Mouse over soon to keep an eye on the place. Chang nodded. He wouldn't be joining the lunchtime gathering anyway. He couldn't stand Feng Meng's type. Since they weren't on the same page, he might as well stay and keep watch. Alright, call me if anything comes up. After saying that, Chen Feng exchanged greetings with Aunt Yen, hopped on his motorcycle with Shuba, and sped off toward Fumanlu. Get thee out, everyone! Clear the place! Just then, a group of burly, menacing thugs burst into the arcade. A buzzcut thug waved his hand, and 6 or 7 henchmen drew their weapons. The few customers in the shop froze in terror. The buzzcut guy kicked over a student playing an arcade game beside him. Only then did the others snap out of it, abandoning their coins and scrambling out the door. What the hell do you think you're doing? Chiang immediately grabbed a rebar rod from under the counter and charged forward to block them, only to be struck on the calf by a club wielded by a burly thug, sending him crashing to the floor. The buzzcut guy spat a thick lob of phlegm on Chiang. Ha! Who the hell gave you the guts to open a game arcade on Old East Street? Did you ask our boss, Mad Dog? Smash it to pieces. But before the buzzcut guy could finish, a figure suddenly lunged forward. With a thud, he was kicked flat on the ground. The next moment, a sharp dagger pressed against the buzzcut man's throat. Mad Dog? If he dares show his face, I, Chen Feng, will make him a dead dog. Chapter 52, Feng Meng's Probe. You got the balls to kill me? Come on. What the hell are you all standing around for? Attack! I don't believe he'd dare draw that blade. Though Chen Feng's blade pressed against his throat, the buzzcut man remained defiantly arrogant and vicious. It wasn't that he wasn't afraid of death, but he genuinely didn't believe Chen Feng would kill him. This gang had grown accustomed to Mad Dog's ruthless arrogance. In Old East Street, no one dared challenge their brutality or firepower. But the moment the buzzcut man finished speaking, Chen Feng's knife moved. One swift, precise slash severed the tendons in his right hand. Blood spattered as the buzzcut man let out a piercing scream, ing hell. He had gambled correctly. Chen Feng wouldn't kill him in public. But he had underestimated Chen Feng's ruthlessness. Thwack! Another slash, cleanly severing the tendons in his left hand. Only then did the thugs react, grabbing their weapons and lunging toward Chen Feng. Nobody move. If you don't want him dead, back off. Seeing this, Chen Feng seized the buzzcut man's throat with one hand while pressing the knife against his chest with the other. He had taken down the buzzcut man so swiftly because he recognized him as their leader. These thugs might be aggressive, but they'd never risk the buzzcut guy's life. Taking advantage of their stunned moment, Chang rose, steel bar in hand, standing behind Chen Feng. While Zhuba pulled the half-meter-long spiked club from the cabinet and stood before Chen Feng like a butcher with murder in his eyes. The odds were now 3 against 7, with one of their men severely injured. Chen Feng's piercing gaze locked onto the buzzcut man. You think a handful of you can take over this place? Not a chance. Get lost. Go tell Mad Dog that if he tries any more trouble, I'll make sure he ends up a dead dog. With that, Chen Feng drove his knife into the buzzcut man's thigh, carefully avoiding vital arteries. Aha! My leg! The buzzcut man screamed in agony, yet not a single word of surrender escaped his lips. You had to admit, he was a tough bastard. Chen Feng sheathed his knife and kicked the man 2 meters away. Get lost. 2 thugs scrambled to help the buzzcut man up. Brother Bing, what now? F them. Let's go, kill them all. The rest of the thugs, their faces twisted with fury, were about to attack when the buzzcut man, gritting his teeth against the pain, roared. Everyone, get the hell back. The gangsters halted in their tracks, lowering their weapons. Chen Feng, you're ruthless. Wang Bing remembers this grudge. Mark my words, pride comes before a fall. You better clean your neck and wait for it. After spitting out the threat, Wang Bing let 2 thugs help him up and turned to leave. Shuba, wielding his wolf tooth club, tried to stop them, but Chen Feng halted him. Let them go. These guys are probably just mad dogs sent to test us. If we really fight, our place will take the hit. Once Wang Bing's gang had disappeared into the distance, Chen Feng turned to Chang. You're getting bolder by the minute, kid. Didn't you see how many of them there were? What happened to your little tricks? Forgotten them already? Ha ha ha, I just got carried away in the heat of the moment. Qian gave an awkward laugh, knowing Brother Feng was worried about him getting hurt. Only then did Aunt Yen and Zhang Yun, who had been hiding behind the counter, emerge trembling. Whether from sheer fright or stunned by Chen Feng's ruthless display, Zhang Yun kept her head bowed, unable to meet his gaze. Aunt Yen, you and Sister Yun head back to the compound this afternoon. Prepare everything according to plan. That mad dog will definitely come back tonight. After giving his orders, Chen Feng had Lao Ba escort them back to the compound first. Ah Chang, you stay here. Keep the arcade open. It just opened today, can't close so early. Have Shuzi and the others come help you. Ah Chang nodded at the instruction. Don't worry, Brother Feng. I know what to do. After settling these matters, Chen Feng finally stepped out and headed toward Fumanlu. Despite the incident at the arcade, he still had to visit Feng Meng. After all, he was an invited guest, he couldn't just leave him hanging. He soon arrived at Fumanlu. Inside the private room, besides Feng Meng, were several junior managers he'd met last time. They usually managed different venues and weren't officially under Feng Meng, but they treated him with utmost respect. Sorry, guys, I'm late. I'll drink 3 shots as punishment. Chen Feng entered the private room. The food and drinks had already been served. He smiled at everyone before taking his seat. Congratulations on your new store opening, Brother Feng. Wishing you booming business and rolling wealth. The young managers and thugs were quite savvy. They immediately stood up, raised their cups, and downed them in one gulp. Chen Feng motioned for everyone to sit back down. Suddenly, Feng Meng spoke up from the side. Ah Feng, we've come to know each other through conflict. You managed to humiliate Luo Chang and help Brother Lei take down Yongshan. I'm impressed. He downed his drink and then said with a serious expression, Brother Feng, since we're brothers now, your business is my business. I just heard that your Red Star Game Hall is in trouble. Chen Feng replied casually, just a few punks. Nothing to worry about. Though he said this, suspicion began to stir within him. Feng Meng's information seemed a bit too well connected. You call that a minor issue? I hear they're mad dog's men. You don't know what you're getting into. That mad dog is no joke. Take my advice, don't try to handle this alone. If you need help, don't hesitate to ask, Brother Feng. Chen Feng frowned at this, unsure what Feng Meng was really up to. He didn't believe Feng Meng would offer such unsolicited help. If this guy didn't kick him while he was down and instead stabbed him in the back, that would be generous enough. I appreciate your offer, Meng, but if I can't even protect my own turf, I might as well quit this business altogether. I don't want my brothers laughing at me. Chen Feng raised his glass and downed it in one gulp. Everyone, eat and drink. Don't just listen to me and Brother Meng. Today, you all drink freely. Make sure you eat and drink well. Feng Meng saw him change the subject and didn't press further, though a fleeting coldness flashed in his eyes. The toasts followed in rapid succession. Chen Feng drank his share, but the total amounted to less than half a pound. With a fierce battle likely looming tonight, he chatted briefly with Feng Meng and the others before hastily wrapping up the opening banquet. But as they dispersed, Feng Meng pulled Chen Feng aside and whispered in his ear. Feng, why didn't you invite Sister Yen tonight? Back when Dogtooth collected management fees, his attitude was terrible. I was hoping to clear things up with Sister Yen tonight. We're all family now, after all. A chill crept into Chen Feng's heart, but his expression remained impassive. Heh, no need for that. Aunt Yen has a fiery temper. We don't want any misunderstandings to arise. He'd long heard rumors that this lecherous Feng Meng had designs on Aunt Yen. Little did he expect that after a few drinks, the guy would start testing the waters right in front of him. Ah, you're right about that. Feng Meng chuckled bitterly, gave a quick farewell, and turned to head downstairs. Chen Feng watched Feng Meng's retreating figure with icy eyes, his resolve hardening silently. Feng Meng. Best you keep your dirty thoughts to yourself. Otherwise. Chapter 53, Wang Xian's Choice. Old East Street, Golden Palace Karaoke Nightclub. This nightclub had once belonged to Li Kuan, always managed by Mad Dog. It was essentially Mad Dog's old lair and headquarters. In a luxurious private room, Mad Dog sat shirtless on the sofa, flanked by 2 busty women wearing only bikinis. A vicious dog with its jaws wide open was indeed tattooed on his chest. One of the women occasionally stroked the dog's head on his chest. Mad Dog seemed to be thoroughly enjoying it, his eyes closed as if lost in thought. Before the sofa, 3 burly thugs stood with grim expressions. Mad Dog, that Chen Feng is way too cocky, but he's got some serious skills, brutal moves, not your average thug. With that kind of fighting ability, he must have had professional training. The man in the middle with a large black mole on his face, Biaozi, only dared speak once Mad Dog opened his eyes. So you're telling me he single-handedly took down Ah Bing right under your noses? Mad Dog shoved the woman beside him aside. His already menacing face twisted into a look of pure ferocity. Yeah, he just burst out of nowhere. He moved too fast. We were getting ready to crash the party and didn't have time to react. If we'd gone head-to-head, we would have taken him down for sure. Biaozi answered Mad Dog's interrogation truthfully, though deep down he refused to accept it. When it came to fighting and killing, he was no slouch either. He had several lives on his hands. Mad Dog pressed further. How many of them were there? Counting that kid Chen Feng, only 3 were capable of fighting. There were also 2 women working the counter and handling payments in the shop. Pretty fresh-faced, Mad Dog. You definitely like them. Diao answered, his eyes gleaming with unabashed lechery. Just 3 ING guys, and they dare challenge me? Those fools don't know when to quit. Mad Dog, whether from excitement or rage, grabbed the girl's big waves roughly. What did you say? 2 fresh-faced women? Ha 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 ha. Tonight, after we take down that punk, whoever cripples Chen Feng gets to have their fun first. Diao and his crew nearly drooled at the prospect. Usually Mad Dog took his fill first, leaving them only to clean up afterward. This time, they actually got a reward? Mad Dog, I'll round up the crew right now. Tonight we avenge Brother Cohen, take down that punk, and smash the damn Red Star Arcade. Diaozi nodded immediately, and the other 2 thugs chimed in, kill him. Avenge Brother Cohen. Seeing their faces twisted with righteous fury, anyone watching might have thought Li Cohen was their own blood brother. Smash your mother's arcade? I've told you guys a million times you gotta use your brains in this line of work. That Red Star place might be small, but it's a money-making operation. If you wreck the machines, you think I'm gonna pay for the damage? Mad Dog cursed, kicking Biaozi in the ass. Only then did he remember to ask, how's Abing? He's not gonna die, is he? Biaozi clutched his butt. Mad Dog, Ah Bing's tendons in both hands got severed. Even if they're stitched back together, he'll probably never be able to swing a knife again. Useless piece of trash. Here's 5,000. Take it to him later. Mad Dog frowned, pulled a large envelope from his leather bag, and placed it on the table. Inside was exactly 5,000 in cash. Diaozi's mouth twitched, his face twisted with reluctance. He seemed to want to say something but held back in the end. Grabbing the money, he gave a quick farewell and led his 2 henchmen out of the private room. That old bastard Wang Jiang don't think killing my useless cousin means he can take over my business. Push me too far, and I'll send you down to meet Akuan. Now, only Mad Dog and the 2 busty women in bikinis remained in the private room. The big busted girl cowered on the sofa like a frightened bird, terrified by his fierce aura. Damn it, can't you see I'm boiling mad? Strip. I need to blow off some steam. The 2 women nodded like chickens pecking at grain, swaying their waists as they crawled toward Mad Dog. Meanwhile, at the Red Star Arcade, business had slowed considerably after the midday commotion. Still, a handful of street punks drifted in for a few rounds of arcade games. It wasn't because they were brave or fearless. Rather, in these times, arcades getting smashed up and people getting stabbed were commonplace. Street punks like them were used to it. Sometimes, amidst the chaos, they could even snag a few things. Slot machines, however, were deserted. Frankly, most slot players were gamblers. They feared nothing except a venue that couldn't protect them. If they win points playing and then something happens to your place and they can't cash out, what the hell's the point of playing? Ah Chang called over Mouse and Ah Xing. The 2 were killing time playing arcade games while he puffed on a cigarette, thinking about tonight's brutal fight and whether they could survive it. Chen Feng returned to the arcade, exchanged a nod with Ah Chang, then headed straight for the loft. He pulled out his mobile phone and dialed Wang Xian's number. Can you talk? After a long pause, Wang Xian's voice finally came through. Go ahead, Brother Feng. Chen Feng cut straight to the chase. Tonight, we take down Mad Dog. Wang Xian froze for over 10 seconds before replying, Feng. Brother Feng, that Mad Dog is seriously dangerous. Why are you taking him on? I mean, no offense, but I just think. But before he could finish, Chen Feng cut him off. Cut the crap. I'm short on manpower. Help if you want to, or hang up if you don't. On the other end, Wang Xian fell silent. Help or not? How to choose? Damn, this was tough. He'd heard the rumors these past few days that Chen Feng had taken out Mad Dog's cousin, Li Cohen, at the prince's meeting. He hadn't believed it at first, but now he knew it was true. Honestly, he felt both fear and respect toward Chen Feng now. Just days after getting out of prison, Chen Feng had already pulled off several major incidents, taking out Li Yong, the bloody battle at Yongshun parking lot, and eliminating Li Kuan. Though some were rumors circulating in the underworld, he understood Chen Feng's ruthlessness and methods better than anyone. Moreover, the fact that Chen Feng would take such risks to save Ah Chang's sister immediately upon release proved his loyalty and sense of honor. These past few days, he kept thinking, in this underworld, following a big shot like Chen Feng would be a hell of a thrill. Though dangerous, it offered a chance to rise. But sadly, in Chen Feng's eyes, he was nothing more than a traitor who stabbed his own boss in the back. Chen Feng would never take him in. So should he help? After hesitating for over 10 seconds, Wang Xian suddenly steeled himself and snapped, "Let's do it." "Yeah. Brother Feng, tell me what you need me to do." Chen Feng was taken aback. He'd only been testing the waters, never expecting Wang Xian to agree so readily. With Wang Xian's support, tonight's battle gained a few more points of certainty. Without hesitation, Chen Feng laid out the plan. "Tonight at 6:30, I need 2 Celian vans. Bring 3 or 5 trusted men, gear up, and park in the alley across from Red Star Arcade. Stay in the vehicles until I signal. Then." Chapter 54, Life Comes First. After hanging up, Chen Feng descended the stairs. Ah Chang stubbed out his cigarette and approached. "Brother Feng, old 8 just came by and said everything's ready." Chen Feng nodded, patting Ah Chang on the shoulder. "Ah Chang, scared?" Ah Chang grinned. "Scared? Hell yeah. But what good does fear do? Right now, I only care about one thing: taking down as many of them as possible tonight." He didn't hide his fear from Brother Feng. He was genuinely scared. What if something went wrong? What would happen to his sister? What about his parents back home? But now wasn't the time for fear. He, Ah Chang, wasn't much of a fighter. If he lost his nerve, how could he keep hanging with Brother Feng? Scared? That's good. Tonight, don't get carried away. Forget all those dirty tricks I taught you. Since you're out here hustling, what's the most important thing? Chen Feng smiled faintly at the words, lit a cigarette, and blew out a smoke ring. "In this life, loyalty is what matters most, Brother Feng." "I get it." Ah Chang blurted out without hesitation. "You don't know. In this life, your life is what matters most. If you lose your life, what the hell are you living for?" Chen Feng shot him a withering look, his smile fading into a grim expression. "Remember this, your life is the most important thing." Tonight's fight left him uncertain. Even with thorough preparations, he remained anxious. The gap between their forces was simply too vast. Mad Dog's side had at least 20 direct underlings who could fight and fight hard. Add in some street punks filling out the numbers, and they might have over 30 men. Their side, even with Rat, Xing, and Wang Xian's few brothers, numbered at most a dozen. This was a true street fight. Numbers held absolute advantage. "Got it, Brother Feng. They won't take my life, Ah Chang." After speaking, Ah Chang lit a cigarette, his eyes gleaming with a certain resolve. The two brothers gazed out at Liaodong Street. After taking a deep drag on their cigarettes, they suddenly shared a knowing smile. It wasn't until nearly 5 in the afternoon that the last customer of the day left. Only then did Zhu Ba return, shouldering 2 large burlap sacks. Aunt Yen and Zhang Yan followed behind him, carefully supporting the sacks as if afraid the contents inside might break. "Feng, are we really going to use that stuff? What if it ends up killing someone? What then?" Li Qiudian watched Zhu Beijian carry the sacks up to the attic before approaching Chen Feng and murmuring softly. One of the sacks contained items she and Yun Yun had meticulously crafted one by one, following Chen Feng's instructions. Even while making them, she'd felt uneasy, let alone the thought of actually deploying them later. Chen Feng smiled faintly. "Nothing will go wrong. Aunt Yen, you and Sister Yun go upstairs first and arrange everything." Li Qiudian opened her mouth to say something, but the words died on her lips. At 6 o'clock in the evening, Wang Xian arrived with 4 trusted henchmen. They pulled up in 2 Celian vans in the alley opposite the Red Star Arcade, half an hour earlier than the time agreed upon with Chen Feng. Wang Xian had not only brought 4 men but also 7 leather jackets, each lined with thick cowhide. These jackets significantly reduced the lethality of machete strikes. Though thick and hot to wear, they could save lives in street fights. Chen Feng had Ah Chang and Mouse take 1 each, leaving the rest for Wang Xian and his crew. Chen Feng didn't wear one, not because he was recklessly brave when fighting for survival, extra protection was always better, but because the leather jackets were limited, and he couldn't let the brothers who helped him be at a disadvantage. Another reason was that while the heavy leather jackets might not significantly hinder others, they would definitely slow down his knife fighting speed. Shuba didn't take one either, as he was too large for any of them to fit. In street combat, speed and explosive power were paramount. At this desperate juncture, Chen Feng refused to carry any unnecessary baggage. After finalizing their plans, the group hurriedly ate dinner. It was exactly 7 o'clock. "Bro Feng, do you think that Mad Dog won't show up tonight?" Ah Chang sat beside Chen Feng, tapping the rebar in his hand against the ground with a sharp clang. "He'll definitely show up." After saying this, Chen Feng smiled and turned to Zhu Ba. "Old Ba, what was it like the first time you slaughtered a pig?" Zhu Ba froze, caught off guard by Brother Feng's unexpected question. "Nothing special. I cut fast and hard. After it was done, I just got ready to wash the pig and scrape off the hair. All I could think about was the big piece of fatty meat I'd get to eat later. Damn happy. At this point, he suddenly looked at Chen Feng and Ah Chang, flashing a silly grin. Brother Feng, once we make big money, I'll invite you to my hometown for the new year. I'll personally slaughter the New Year pig for you guys, stew a huge pot of pig offal soup. He. It had been many days since Juba had last smiled, ever since his father, Zhu Dashan, passed away. Alright, we'll go together then. I'll help you hold down the pig. I'll boil the water and scald the pigskin for you, ha ha ha. Chen Feng and Ah Chang laughed too, their laughter booming loudly. Up in the attic, Aunt Yan and Ah Yun were whispering to each other, sharing women's secrets. At 11:30 p.m., the sounds of rolling shutters closing began to echo along both sides of Old East Street. Neon lights flashed brightly, but the streets gradually grew quiet. Outside the Golden Palace nightclub, Mad Dog held a cigarette between his teeth as over 30 intimidating thugs and punks stood in 3 rows. Listen up, you bastards. Show some ing attitude. Get this over with quick. Our girls at Golden Palace are waiting for you to come back and have a wild time, ha ha ha. Yoo-hoo! Yoo-hoo! Mad Dog let out a maniacal laugh, then waved his hand. The gangsters let out a series of arrogant shrieks and poured into the 4 Celian vans parked at the entrance. Engines roared to life, blinding headlights slicing through the darkness as they sped toward the western district of Old East Street. Meanwhile, at Xuanqing Tea House, in a luxurious mahjong room, Lei Tiger was shuffling tiles. Stinky Tiger, Mad Dog's about to make his move. Didn't that Chen Feng call you uncle? Aren't you going to lend a hand? Sitting downstream from him was Liang Hanlong, the top dog of the East District. He spoke slowly. Ha 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 ha. Every youngster in Old East Street should call me uncle. One more won't make a difference. Besides, young people need to take a few knives and suffer a bit to learn the rules and obey. Leopard Tiger didn't even lift his head, just grinned as he studied his tiles. Brother Tiger's right. Too many young punks have popped up these past couple years. ING hell. They don't know their place anymore. Lots of them don't give a damn about us old-timers. Think they can be big shots just cause they've got some firepower. Another balding middle-aged man chimed in angrily. He used to be a big shot in Old East Street, but his reputation had faded in recent years. Liang Hanlong shook his head at the words, though no one noticed that as his hand dropped the tiles, a signal flashed on the pager at his waist. Outside the Red Star Game Hall, a series of frantic, piercing honks shattered the surrounding silence. Chen Feng stood up, stubbed out his cigarette. They're here. Proceed as planned. Chapter 55, Midnight Brawl. Clang. 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 Shuba yanked down the rolling shutter, locking it tight. Turning, he shouldered his wolf tooth club, eyes blazing with fury. At that moment, Brazilian vans pulled up 50 meters from the Red Star Arcade. Over 30 thugs clad in black and armed with weapons streamed out of the vehicles, encircling the Red Star Arcade. Each wore a white cloth band tied around their arm, a common method in street brawls to distinguish friend from foe and avoid friendly fire. Mad Dog stepped out of the van, cigarette dangling from his mouth, as the thugs automatically parted to make way for him. His gaze swept across the arcade entrance, landing squarely on Chen Feng standing dead center. You're ing Chen Feng, right? You know who I am? Smack. Chen Feng lit a cigarette and replied coldly, a Mad Dog. Though 3 or 4 meters away, he could tell this Mad Dog was no pushover. Those prominent ears, paired with his menacing aura, set him apart from ordinary thugs. Any guy who'd been in enough fights knew the rule: if you see a guy with those ears, better not mess with him. The Mad Dog raised his triangular bayonet, pointing it at Chen Feng. ING hell. 3 little punks trying to stand up to me? Chen Feng, huh? I'm asking you, how did Brother Cohen die? He betrayed the prince. He deserved to die. As for how he died? You can ask him yourself when you're dead. Chen Feng replied coldly, saying nothing more. In front of so many people, he would never admit it was his hand that ended the man's life. In the underworld, there were plenty of big shots and tough guys who'd taken lives, but none would ever boast about it on the streets unless they were tired of living. As for the reason? It was an unspoken rule of the underworld: kill silently, speak and invite disaster. Beyond that, Chen Feng acted cautiously. After all, his foundation was still too weak. Without a respectable background, he couldn't afford to give anyone the slightest opening to slander him. You! Kill him! Kill him for me! Mad Dog's face twisted in rage at the command, his vicious aura surging. His menacing expression was more exaggerated than a real Mad Dog's. Don't kill him! I'm taking him back. Let this punk learn where my nickname Mad Dog comes from. With a sweeping gesture, over 30 thugs drew their weapons: machete axes, spiked clubs, steel rods, baseball bats. Among them stood a burly man wielding a 2-meter-long Guan Yu broadsword, towering over the rest. Judging by the setup, barring any surprises, a brutal massacre of 30 against 3 was about to unfold. Chen Feng remained unflinching, cigarette dangling from his lips as he drew his custom-made dagger, its red tassel strapped tightly wrapped around his wrist. Ah Chang, La Ba, get ready! The 2 men beside him reacted instantly. Ah Chang gripped a sledgehammer in his left hand and a twisted steel bar in his right, while Juba shouldered a thick wolf's tooth club, his eyes blazing with ferocity. Without a word, they nodded firmly. Yoo-hoo! The thugs across the street suddenly roared in unison, 7 or 8 of them leading the charge with knives raised. Go! Chen Feng barked the order, flicking his cigarette but hard at the first thug charging forward. At the same moment, Chang suddenly threw his head back and bellowed, "Throw 'em!" No sooner had the words left his mouth than 7 or 8 beer bottles flew out from the windows of the arcade's loft. The thugs on Mad Dog's side froze. Seeing people upstairs actually hurling beer bottles at them, they thought, what the hell is this? Throwing bottles in a street fight? Do you think this is some schoolyard brawl? Ha ha ha. Several thugs dodged the bottles, cursing and laughing. Bang! Boom! But the next moment, their laughter vanished. As the bottles shattered upon impact, a dull crackling sound filled the air, followed by bursts of flame spreading rapidly. The closest thugs were instantly engulfed in flames. Taking advantage of their few seconds of panic and confusion, Mouse and Ashing upstairs hurled the remaining dozen or so homemade Molotov cocktails down in one go. Bang! Boom! Bang! Boom! Explosions echoed one after another, setting the street ablaze with rolling smoke. Over 30 thugs were instantly thrown into chaos. Many had gasoline splashed on their clothes. With their garments ablaze, they couldn't extinguish the flames in time and could only howl as they fell to the ground, rolling around. Mad Dog, they're using Molotov cocktails. Someone caught the strong smell of gasoline and realized what was happening, roaring the warning to Mad Dog. Chen Feng, you son of a... playing dirty tricks on me. Through the thick smoke, Mad Dog saw the cold smile on Chen Feng's lips, and rage nearly burst from his eyes. Kill him. Charge forward, damn it. Cut them down. He snapped into action, directing the unscathed thugs to charge forward. The area near the arcade entrance was the safest spot. Once they broke through, they could take down Chen Feng and his 2 men right at the shop entrance. With Mad Dog's command, the thugs untouched by the Molotovs regained their composure. Roaring with fury, they prepared to charge forward. But just then, blinding lights suddenly flared from the opposite alleyway as 2 Celian vans accelerated out. Crash! 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 6 or 7 thugs couldn't dodge in time and were instantly sent flying. You all! Attack! Slash them down! By then, Mad Dog and Gaozi, along with 4 or 5 others, had already charged to the arcade entrance. They paid no heed to those behind them, instead launching a frenzied attack on Chen Feng and his 2 companions. I'll smash your pig skull. Shuba struck first, his wolf tooth club smashing into the charging bald man's shoulder. The blow tore flesh and bone from the bald man's shoulder and arm, sending him crashing to the ground with a blood-curdling scream. Xingxian's situation was more dire. He was immediately flanked by 2 thugs wielding cleavers. He blocked the blow from the front, but a slash tore into his back. Fortunately, his leather jacket protected him, and the cut wasn't deep, likely just a flesh wound. Chang rolled forward, swinging a piece of rebar upward to slam it hard into the crotch of the thug in front. Ah! F! Ah! The thug clutched his groin, howling in agony as a stream of yellowish-white fluid soaked through his pants. On the other side, 2 sea lion vans charged back and forth 3 times before finally coming to a halt. Wang Xin, wearing a black mask, led the charge out of the vehicle. Brothers, follow me. Take down one and get a 2,000 reward. With a roar, he swung his blade at a bearded man. With Wang Xin and his 4 men joining the fray, the entrance to Red Star instantly descended into chaos. Mad Dog's men, with only 16 or 17 remaining unburned by the Molotovs, still held a numerical advantage over Chen Feng's group. You, die for me. Seeing one thug cut down by Chen Feng's short knife, Mad Dog charged forward with his triangular bayonet, thrusting it with all his might. Clang! Chen Feng blocked the thrust with his dagger, sparks flying. The instant the dagger deflected the bayonet, Chen Feng spun sideways and swung his blade in a backhand strike, aiming for Mad Dog's right hand. The strike was swift and unexpected. Mad Dog couldn't dodge in time. As the blade descended, he suddenly grabbed a long-haired henchman beside him and thrust him in front of himself. Slashing sound. The blade sliced through the long-haired man's shoulder blade, flesh and bone torn apart. He let out a blood-curdling scream as Mad Dog flung him to the ground. Chen Feng's eyes narrowed with fierce intensity as he fixed Mad Dog with a glare. Mad Dog, today is your downfall. Chapter 56, When the tree falls, the monkeys scatter. The fierce battle at the arcade entrance had raged for over 10 minutes. A flicker of fear finally crossed Mad Dog's savage face. He hadn't expected that of his 30-plus burly brothers, only 11 or 12 remained fighting now. Across from them, Chen Feng alone could tie up 5 or 6 of their thugs. He dared not face Chen Feng one-on-one anymore, forcing his men to surround and hold him down. Then there was that hulking brute wielding the wolf tooth club. Anyone struck by it was finished. Add to that the sudden appearance of 4 or 5 masked knife-wielding attackers, and Mad Dog suddenly realized that, without even noticing, he had been pushed into a defensive position in tonight's fight. In that moment, he felt a twinge of regret. Not that he regretted going head-to-head with Chen Feng, but that he hadn't brought the entire crew over tonight. He regretted not bringing the 5-shot revolver. Amidst the bloody chaos inside a grocery store diagonally across from the Red Star arcade, a dozen menacing knife-wielding thugs stood ready for battle. The leader, a burly middle-aged man, peered through the window at the situation outside Red Star. After hesitating for over 10 seconds, he picked up his mobile phone and dialed a number. The middle-aged man spoke in a low voice. "Uncle Long, we should probably pull out. That kid's tougher and more cunning than you think." "What's going on?" A rough, deep voice came over the line. The kid had Molotov cocktails ready. Before Mad Dog's men could even start, 7 or 8 of them got burned. Then 2 vans ambushed who knows when made 2 passes and scattered Mad Dog's crew. Right now, Mad Dog's men have lost their nerve. Mad Dog's likely finished tonight. After a moment of silence, the voice on the other end gave the order, "Withdraw. Take your men straight to Golden Palace nightclub. Remember, if you encounter Wang Zhang's people, disperse immediately. Avoid confrontation." "Understood, Uncle Long." The middle-aged man hung up, glancing once more toward the Red Star arcade. At that moment, another thug by Mad Dog's side collapsed, his eye gouged out by Chen Feng's dagger. Clutching his face, he howled in agony. "Chen Feng, you've got some balls. If I don't finish you off tonight, I'm not Mad Dog." Mad Dog stared into the cold, fierce eyes of the man before him, his gaze meeting the glint of the blood-dripping dagger. A wave of unease washed over him, a feeling he hadn't experienced in a long time. "Kill." Without a word, Chen Feng raised his dagger and advanced step by step toward Mad Dog. When he was just 2 steps away, he suddenly lunged forward. The dagger in his hand swung downwards, slashing viciously toward Mad Dog's face. Clang! Mad Dog blocked the blow with his military bayonet, barely deflecting the strike. But his feet stumbled and his body swayed. Seizing the moment, Chen Feng executed a flying sidekick. The powerful blow sent Mad Dog tumbling backward. He rolled twice before crashing into the rolling door. "I told you tonight would be your downfall." Without giving him a moment to catch his breath, Chen Feng let out a cold snarl and charged forward, unleashing a flurry of slashes with his short knife. Mad Dog was no slowpoke, but he could only dodge 2 blows. The third strike landed squarely on Mad Dog's left palm, severing 2 fingers clean off at the base. "Ah! I'll your mother!" The Mad Dog let out a frenzied roar of pain, retreating while bellowing, "Biao, get over here. Slash him to death for me." But before his words faded, Biaozi, who was about to strike Ah Chang, suddenly had his eyes blinded by 2 handfuls of lime. At that moment, Shuzi, who had tumbled down from the loft, rolled like a donkey and thrust his spear into Biaozi's thigh, blood spurting instantly. "Block him for me." Mad Dog truly panicked this time, violently pulling a nearby henchman forward to block the short knife. But he never expected Zhu Ba, wielding his spiked club, to suddenly charge forward. Without warning, the club smashed into Mad Dog's back. Put! As Mad Dog hit the ground, a stifling pain gripped his chest, and he coughed up a mouthful of bloody phlegm. Seeing this, Chen Feng lunged forward, switching his short sword from a slashing to a thrusting motion. The blade sank into Mad Dog's shoulder blade. His left hand swept across his waist, and a dagger was already pressed against Mad Dog's throat. One hand tightened around Mad Dog's throat while the other held the blade. "Everyone stop." Chen Feng's shout wasn't particularly loud, but both sides instinctively halted their attacks and stepped back, parting ways. "Mad Dog's down. You still wanna fight?" Of Mad Dog's men, only 5 or 6 remained capable of wielding blades. The rest lay on the ground either howling in pain or moaning in a half-dead state. On Chen Feng's side, every man bore wounds. The worst injured was Wang Xian, a knife stabbed deep into his lower abdomen. He lay on the ground, blood still gushing from the wound. "You! Let Mad Dog go!" A long-haired fool, not the sharpest tool in the shed, still yelled. At his shout, a ruthless glint flashed across Chen Feng's face. Suddenly, he slashed Mad Dog's right Achilles tendon with his knife. "Ah! I'll your mother, Chen Feng! You bastard, you'll die a horrible death." Mad Dog's furious shouts were useless. Chen Feng showed no mercy, slashing again to sever the tendon in Mad Dog's left leg. Witnessing this, Mad Dog's men fell silent, no longer daring to shout or scream. "You have 2 minutes. Drop your weapons. Take your men away. I don't want anyone dying at my doorstep." Chen Feng spoke again. By now, Mad Dog had no strength left to rage, even breathing was a struggle. In that moment, he finally understood he was truly Ed. Clang, clang, clang. The few who had been hesitating saw Mad Dog lying there, barely clinging to life, looking like a dead dog's ass. They all dropped their weapons. With their boss Ed, what the hell were they fighting for? Surrendering now wasn't cowardice, it was knowing when to quit. The fact they hadn't bolted immediately was already showing some loyalty. A red-haired thug spoke up in a low voice. "We'll listen to you, but there are too many of them. We can only take the seriously injured ones. The rest? We can't handle them." Chen Feng didn't press the issue, nodding his agreement. Soon, several thugs loaded the critically injured onto a vehicle. Then, the red-haired thug who'd spoken earlier drove right back. "Mad Dog, don't blame us. In this line of work, you take your losses. I won't touch your Thai wife, but the cash on her, consider it our brother's settlement money." Red Hair finished speaking, glancing at Chen Feng without any hostility. "In this line of work, today you cut me, tomorrow I cut you, it's all about money and status. There's no room for grudges or personal vendettas. Besides, Chen Feng had won today. Letting them leave unscathed was already generous. If it had been Mad Dog, anyone disarming would have lost skin if not worse. As soon as Redhead's car pulled away, the thugs sprawled on the ground stopped wailing. One by one, they staggered off, enduring their injuries. Not a single one spared Mad Dog a glance. The proverb "when the tree falls, the monkeys scatter" couldn't be more apt. The dimly lit street fell silent once more. This brutal battle had finally ended. Meanwhile, in the third-floor office of Shuanxing Tea House, Lei Tiger received a call. "Tiger, you lost tonight's bet. That kid is beyond your control. Either take him out or give the young ones a chance." After hanging up, a complex smile flickered across Lei Tiger's face. "Killing one Mad Dog is nothing. He's still far from ready to take my place." Chapter 57, A Mad Dog's Life is Worth Its Weight in Gold. Chen Feng briefly arranged for the cleanup, instructing Mouse and Xing to stay behind and handle the scene. Qiang and Juba both had knife wounds, but they were superficial cuts. They took Wang Xian's men straight to Clinic 69. Chen Feng, meanwhile, drove a van carrying the most severely injured Wang Xian straight to Binjiang Orthopedic Hospital. Going to the hospital carried the risk of being spotted by the cops, but there was no choice. Wang Xian's injuries were too severe. Without immediate surgery, he might not make it. Aunt Shue's skills were exceptional, but her facilities were too limited to perform surgery. "Brother Feng, am I going to die?" In the van, Wang Xian clutched his lower abdomen. The wound continued to bleed profusely, refusing to stop despite his pressure. His clothes were already soaked red. "What? Scared?" Chen Feng turned his head, lit a cigarette with his right hand, took a deep drag, then offered it to Wang Xian's lips. The guy was seriously hooked. He could barely speak. He took a hard drag and even blew a smoke ring. "Scared? I'm scared enough to cry. I've only been in Binjiang for a few years. I haven't even had my fill of women. Brother Feng, if I die." Wang Xian struggled to speak, tears unconsciously welling up at the corners of his eyes. Chen Feng silently puffed on his cigarette, saying nothing more. He didn't know if Wang Xian's tears were regret, fear, or repentance. Such is the way of the underworld. No matter how fierce or arrogant you are, when death truly approaches, you'll cower. Fortunately, the Red Star Arcade wasn't far from the hospital. Within minutes, Wang Xian was rushed into the emergency room. "Sir, this is clearly a knife wound. By regulation, we are required to report such cases to the police." After a brief examination and applying pressure to stop the bleeding, a doctor wearing gold-rimmed glasses spoke with a stern expression. "This isn't a knife wound. It happened while working on a construction site. Dr. Zhou, please take another look." Chen Feng pulled a wad of cash from a leather briefcase and shoved it into the pocket of the bespectacled doctor's white coat. The doctor frowned, about to protest, but then saw the young man lift his shirt to reveal a blood-stained short knife. Right. It's a wound from construction rebar. We'll arrange surgery immediately." Chen Feng smiled. "Then thank you, Dr. Zhou." After Wang Xian was wheeled into the operating room, Chen Feng paid a deposit of 10,000 yuan and left his mobile number at the nurse's station before hurrying away. He had plenty to attend to tonight and couldn't wait around for Wang Xian's surgery. All he could do was wish him luck. If the bastard was lucky enough to pull through, he might consider returning those photos to Wang Xian. By the time he returned to the Red Star Arcade, it was already 2 a.m. Qiang and Juba had finished treating their wounds and returned from the clinic. As for Wang Xian's henchmen, they had rushed straight to the hospital. They had acted behind Luo Cheng's back tonight, secretly joining Wang Xian's operation. Though they all wore masks, Wang Xian's severe injuries would undoubtedly arouse Luo Cheng's suspicion. They had to figure out how to explain this. In truth, Chen Feng had offered them a choice: let Wang Xian bring them all over to join his side. As for Luo Cheng's side, Chen Feng would handle things for them. In the underworld of Binjiang these days, while a henchman switching sides was considered a major taboo, it wasn't entirely unheard of. As long as the new boss was powerful enough and willing to spend some money, throwing a banquet for both sides could smooth things over. However, many bosses were reluctant to poach others' men. This way it cost a fortune, incurred enmity, and tarnished one's reputation on the streets. "Ah Chang, La Ba, are your injuries okay?" Chen Feng glanced at the two men and lit a cigarette. "Just a few scrapes." Ah Chang smiled, though his wound still stung. He'd taken a knife to the buttocks, making sitting or standing unbearable. "Brother Feng, I'm tough. No big deal." Shuba had actually sustained several injuries, but luckily they were all from clubs, not knives. His solid, muscular build made him unusually resilient. "Glad to hear it. Aunt Yen, Sister Yun, are you both okay? Didn't get too scared?" Chen Feng nodded, then turned his gaze to the two women. They had also contributed tonight, hurling several Molotov cocktails. "I'm no scaredy cat. What's there to be scared of?" Aunt Yen shot him a glare, not noticing her own heaving chest trembling slightly, a clear sign she'd been deeply shaken. I'm not scared. "I'm fine," Zhang Yin said weakly, her face still pale. Chen Feng silently blew a smoke ring. "Chang, how's Mad Dog? He's not going to die, right?" Ah Chang replied in a low voice, Dr. Bai stopped the bleeding and treated the infection. He's bandaged up inside now, hooked up to an 4 drip. He definitely won't die. But Dr. Bai said, the treatment costs 500 a day. If we can't pay, he'll pull the 4 tube and make us take him away. Shuzi, standing nearby, voiced his confusion. Brother Feng, why bother treating him at such a cost? If you ask me, we should have just finished him off and dumped him in the sea to feed the fish. Idiot. Kill him? Kill him? Do you think Brother Feng is some underground kingpin in Binjiang City who can cover everything up? Ah Qiang kicked Shuzi in the shins in exasperation. Chen Feng glanced at the others and said, Ah Chang's right. In this line of work, if you can avoid bloodshed, you better avoid it. Especially with someone like Mad Dog, a big shot in the underworld. If he dies at our hands, it'll bring a ton of trouble. Truthfully, he was quite satisfied with Mao and Ah Xing's performance tonight. These two greenhorns, participating in such a fight for the first time, had jumped down from the loft to join the fray only after the outcome was all but decided. Yet they'd acted with sharp wit and plenty of guts. Chen Feng had already made up his mind to recruit these two young men into his fold. Once the current busy period was over, he planned to discuss the matter with Lei Tiger. If he could also recruit Wang Xian and his 4 brothers, his crew would be fully staffed. Not only would they be able to secure control over the Red Star Game Hall, but he also planned to seize the other 3 game halls in the West District. With Mad Dog dead, those 3 establishments were effectively ownerless. Even if he didn't make a move, other factions would. If Chen Feng, who had ventured out into the world, lacked the guts to seize this opportunity, he might as well quit the game altogether. Brother Feng, what should we do now? We scattered Mad Dog's men, but he runs so many joints. There must be tough guys left behind. They might come looking for revenge. Ah Qiang pondered for a moment before voicing his concern. But he wasn't exactly scared. Their crew had just taken down Mad Dog, reputed to be the most formidable force in Old East Street. Their momentum was sky high. Whoever the hell showed up now, they were ready to take them on. Won't happen. With Mad Dog dead, his men are probably scrambling to grab territory and businesses, vying to become the new boss. Chen Feng saw it clearly, the underworld had changed. Bosses no longer valued loyalty, and henchmen ignored honor. With a boss like Mad Dog gone, few underlings would bother avenging him. Sure, maybe 1 or 2 might try, but they posed little threat to him. Then what about Mad Dog? Aunt Yan asked. Chen Feng's lips curved upward at her words. Feed him well and keep him comfortable. That Mad Dog's life is worth a fortune. Someone will pay a high price to buy his dog's life. Chapter 58, Rising to Fame. After finishing his cigarette, Chen Feng had Aunt Yan retrieve several bundles of cash from the safe and place them on the table. After tonight's fight, our Red Star name is firmly established in Old East Street. We've got the arcade business covered, and the crowd will only keep growing. Chen Feng's gaze swept across the assembled crowd as he spoke. This was earned with knives and blood. Those who fought and bled deserved their share. His words stirred a surge of emotion in everyone present, even Zhang Yan felt a rush of excitement. For this operation, everyone gets 2,000. Chang and Lao Ba carried the heaviest load today, you two get an extra 1,000. As he finished speaking, he gave Aunt Yan a nod. She promptly placed stacks of cash, already divided into predetermined amounts, in front of the men. Chen Feng wasn't short on money now. When his brothers delivered, he made sure they were fully compensated. That way, they'd be motivated to work hard and follow him wholeheartedly, especially the newcomers. Take this money, but don't blow it all. Those with parents back home should send some to them. If you're single, save some. This is money we risked our lives for, don't waste it. Chen Feng's words were directed more at Shuzi and Ah Xing, young guys fresh out of school who had zero control over their money. These street-level henchmen made money fast and spent it even faster. Their earnings usually went straight to food, drink, women, and gambling, leaving them penniless in the end. Many had been in the game for 7 or 8 years, ending up covered in scars and riddled with illness, yet unable to afford medical care. That was the tragedy of the underworld. Chen Feng didn't want the brothers who followed him from the start to end up like that. Ah Qiang and Lao Ba didn't hesitate, stuffing the money into their pockets and giving Chen Feng a firm nod. Zhang Yun looked a bit embarrassed, but Aunt Yan insisted on slipping it into her hand. Thanks, Brother Feng. Working with you is a real thrill, ha ha ha. Shuzi and Ah Xing took their shares with excitement. Tonight's fight was the biggest job they'd pulled since joining the gang, and the biggest payout they'd ever received. As for Wang Xian and his 4 brothers' share, he'd set that aside separately. Wang Xian deserved top credit for tonight's victory and had suffered serious injuries. Chen Feng understood this well. He planned to formally recruit Wang Xian into his crew, and this money couldn't be shortchanged. After distributing the money, Chen Feng began arranging the next steps. From now on, Aunt Yan would handle the arcade's accounts, while Zhang Yun would take care of logistical tasks like purchasing first aid kits and maintaining the arcade's cleanliness. This way, neither woman would need to show their faces in public. As for keeping an eye on the arcade, that would fall to Mouse and Ah Xing. Their usual patrols only took about half an hour, so it wouldn't conflict with watching the place. As for Ah Chang, Chen Feng decided to have him focus more time on gathering intelligence. Gathering intelligence, to put it bluntly, meant tailing people. He didn't specify who they were tailing. Some matters needed to remain confidential until they were resolved. The fewer people who knew, the better. As for Zhu Ba, he was assigned to work directly under Chen Feng. First, it was for safety. Now that he'd taken on the mad dog, his reputation had grown, but so had the risks. Tall trees catch the wind, the bird that sticks its head out gets shot. In this line of work, caution was paramount. Safety always came first. Beyond that, he planned to apply the special training techniques his death row master had taught him to old age, rapidly maximizing his combat effectiveness in the shortest time possible. Tonight's battle had proven Lao Ba was a natural-born warrior, lacking only combat techniques and real-world experience. Moreover, Lao Ba was meticulous and reserved a reliable presence to keep close. No one objected to Chen Feng's arrangements. After everything was settled, Xing and Mao stayed behind to guard the shop from the loft, while Chen Feng and the others returned to the courtyard to rest. Everyone had fought all night, nerves stretched taut. Finally able to relax, they returned to their rooms, extinguished the lamps, and soon fell asleep. But Chen Feng couldn't sleep. He had to sort through everything, one thing at a time. Plan before acting. This was the survival wisdom his executioner master had taught him in the underworld. The first matter was dealing with Mad Dog's aftermath. Mad Dog had fallen tonight, but beyond controlling the old East Street arcade, he owned several other businesses. Those were the real assets. With his downfall, every faction on Old East Street, no matter how big or small, would undoubtedly set their sights on these juicy assets. Chen Feng wanted a piece of the pie too, but he knew full well that despite his newly earned reputation, his strength and roots were still far too weak. He couldn't seize those businesses, and even if he did, he wouldn't be able to protect them. You can't have the meat, but you can still have the broth. Mad Dog is now in his hands. Holding Mad Dog, he could sell him for a good price. After all, those factions wanting to divide up Mad Dog's assets all need his signature and seal for the official paperwork. But how to sell Mad Dog for profit, and to whom, required careful consideration. He didn't want to end up with nothing to show for it and a mess on his hands. Chen Feng pondered for a long time, his furrowed brow gradually smoothing out as a rough plan took shape in his mind. If his guess was correct, Mad Dog and Li Kuan's businesses would most likely end up in the hands of Prince Wang Jiang. Why did the prince insist on Li Kuan's death? Was it merely because Li Kuan had betrayed them? Certainly not. The most crucial reason was that the businesses under Li Kuan's control were incredibly profitable. Therefore, Mad Dog was someone he could only hand over to Wang Jiang. This also meant Chen Feng wouldn't get much in return, as he held no bargaining power against the prince. To put it bluntly, at the prince's command, he'd have to scram to deliver Mad Dog. Once he grasped this reality, Chen Feng felt a strange sense of relief. If benefits came his way, he'd take them. If not, he'd consider it a small favor done for the prince, one that might prove useful someday. The second matter Chen Feng considered was the potential threat posed by Luo Chang. After he had taken down the Yongshan casino, causing Zhou Jinya to lose control of the Yongshan operations, Luo Chang had long suspected Chen Feng as the real mastermind behind it. Given Luo Chang's ruthless and vengeful nature, he would undoubtedly seek revenge at the first opportunity. Moreover, Luo Chang had a powerful backer in Zhou Jinya. Chen Feng feared even more that Zhou Jinya might personally target him, which would spell serious trouble. Fortunately, Chen Feng still held an ace up his sleeve regarding Luo Chang, Zhou Lu. Now that he had firmly established his foothold, it was time to leverage this woman. The thought of women brought a cold smile to Chen Feng's lips. Luo Chang had many women and enjoyed provoking them. As far as Chen Feng knew, rumors circulated in the underworld that Luo Chang had provoked a woman he shouldn't have. Perhaps this woman was the key to taking down Luo Chang. After another moment of deep thought, exhaustion overtook him. He collapsed onto the bed and fell asleep. Regardless, tonight, Chen Feng had truly made a name for himself on Liaodong Street. Chapter 59, Lei Tiger's Warning. The next morning, Chen Feng rose early. The bustling morning scene had returned to Liaodong Street. At the entrance of the Red Star Game Hall, the bloodstains had vanished as if nothing had happened the night before. After breakfast, Chen Feng dragged Ah Chang to the arcade. Shuzi and Ah Xing had already cleaned up the mess and inspected all the machines. Now, the two sat at the entrance smoking cigarettes, offering them to young passers-by to attract customers. Honestly, their approach worked surprisingly well. By early morning, 6 arcade machines were already open. While the machines didn't bring in much money, the crowd was gathering again. "Good morning, Brother Feng." "Good morning, Brother Chang." The two men stood up with smiles upon seeing Chen Feng and Ah Chang approach, greeting them respectfully. Well. Saw you two soliciting customers from a mile away. Ha. Never would have guessed you two had such a knack for street solicitation." Chang walked over, grinning as he teased them. Jokes aside, he genuinely liked these two underlings. They got things done and were sharp. Young men like this would be well liked even if they weren't in the underworld, working regular jobs elsewhere. Good work. Keep an eye on the shop. Ah Chang, grab 2 packs of red plum cigarettes for the counter. Later, find a sign and write down our opening special 5 coins for 1 yuan. put it by the door. Chen Feng nodded and gave a final reminder. Just then, the mobile phone strapped to his waist suddenly rang. Ah Feng, you did great last night, ha ha ha. Uncle Lei didn't misjudge you, you're a tough one. Swing by the tea house later and Uncle Lei will have a chat with you. Lei Tiger's booming laughter echoed through the phone. Chen Feng wasn't surprised Lei Tiger contacted him so quickly. Considering last night's major incident, Lei Tiger calling this morning already showed remarkable restraint. Alright, Uncle Lei. I'll be there in 20 minutes. Chen Feng hung up, informed Bao Chang, and rode his green Honda King straight to Xuanqing Tea House. On the third floor of Xuanqing Tea House, in Lei Tiger's private lounge, he was enjoying his morning tea. At the long table beside him, a woman in a light blue cheapo was brewing tea. She was exquisitely delicate, with dewy skin, appearing barely 20 years old. She possessed the gentle grace of a woman from the water towns of Jiangnan. Her movements flowed with grace and beauty, pouring high and sipping low, skimming foam and rinsing the lid, performing the Guan Yu patrols the city and Han Xian counts the soldiers' techniques. Each step was executed with perfect precision. Chen Feng knew nothing about tea or tea ceremony, but the sight was truly pleasing to the eye. Especially the woman's graceful, curvaceous figure alluring without a hint of vulgarity. Ah Feng, come over. Have some tea and snacks. As soon as he entered, Lei Laohu smiled and gestured for him to sit down. Chen Feng didn't hesitate, taking a seat opposite Lei Laohu. The woman then smiled as she handed him a teacup. Feng, drink your tea. Her voice was sweet. As she stood up, she came very close, her faint perfume wafting toward him. The tight, full curves outlined by her cheapo lightly brushed against Chen Feng's arm. Whether intentional or not, her fingers lightly brushed across his palm. Chen Feng remained outwardly composed, but a thread of caution rose within him. This woman was far too bold, pulling such a stunt right under Lei Laohu's nose? What did she think she was doing? He certainly didn't believe he possessed such irresistible charm that this woman would lose control upon first meeting him. Ah Feng, relax. Eat and chat. Tell me about last night. Uncle Lei hasn't wielded a knife or fought in years. I envy you young folks, your firepower is bloody fierce, ha ha ha. Lei Tiger seemed oblivious to the woman's subtle maneuvers, his cheerful gaze fixed on Chen Feng. Taking down Mad Dog last night was pure luck. Chen Feng recounted the events of the previous night to Lei Tiger in broad strokes, holding nothing back. He included Wang Xian's support, though he framed their relationship as that of longtime brothers. After all, to bring Wang Xian into the fold, he might need Lei Tiger's help with that matter. Ha ha ha, well done. Brave and resourceful. Feng, you were born for this line of work. Leopard Tiger listened with great admiration. After taking a sip of tea, his gaze suddenly fell upon the woman in the cheapao. Xiao Xiao, what do you think of Ah Feng? At the question, the woman visibly stiffened, though she quickly regained her composure, smiling without showing her teeth. Just as Uncle Lei said, Ah Feng is both brave and resourceful. He took down that mad dog, truly formidable. He reminds me of your younger self. Congratulations on recruiting such a capable young talent, Uncle Lei. Lin Xiaoxiao finished speaking and poured Chen Feng another cup of tea. Heh, you're getting better at choosing your words these days. Not like before, when you'd say anything that came to mind. Lei Laohu chuckled non-committally, but Lin Xiaoxiao felt a tightening in her chest upon hearing this, her hand holding the teapot trembling slightly. Alright, you may go now. Lei Laohu waved her off. Yes, Uncle Lei. I'll head back to campus now. Lin Xiaoxiao nodded and stood up. As she walked out, her eyes casually glanced at Chen Feng. Chen Feng noticed but pretended not to see. Feng, last night's incident caused quite a stir. That Molotov cocktail you threw sent flames sky high, throwing the entire Old East Street into panic. Word spread not just on the streets, it's caught the attention of the authorities too. At that moment, Lei Tiger set down his teacup. The smile faded from his face and his tone turned serious. Chen Feng frowned at the words. Uncle Lei, I was forced into it. What? Is the enforcement squad about to make a move? Last night's commotion had indeed been substantial, and he too worried it might have alerted the authorities. But in reality, no one had died last night, and no one had called the police. Even if the authorities had heard some rumors, they shouldn't have reacted too strongly. After all, under the cover of night in Binjiang, street brawls like this often went unchecked by the authorities as long as they didn't escalate into major incidents. Such incidents were too common, and investigating them was a hassle. And once a case was opened, if no conclusive results were found, the higher-ups would be restless. Leopard Tiger spoke slowly. The police were indeed going to respond last night. But I got word and tipped off a contact at the station. For now, the matter has been suppressed. Chen Feng's face flushed with regret as he replied earnestly, I'm sorry for the trouble, Uncle Lei. Well, at least you know it's trouble. You're still too young. This life isn't easy. If all you know is fighting and killing, you'll never rise above. Don't go around provoking the cops for no reason and end up behind bars. Once you're locked up, even your firepower won't save you. Got it? Lei Tiger nodded slightly, his tone reminiscent of an old school boss imparting wisdom to a younger brother. Chen Feng replied earnestly, Uncle Lei, your words are wise. I'll be more careful from now on. He didn't know if the Enforcement Bureau had made any moves, but one thing was clear, Lei Tiger was giving him a stern warning. What's this about lessons, Feng? You're overthinking it. You're under Uncle Lei's wing now. Of course I'll handle these troubles for you. Lei Laohu's eyes crinkled into slits as he smiled, then suddenly asked, with Akoan and Mad Dog both down, the old East Street business is about to get reshuffled. Got any thoughts on that? Chapter 60, Mad Dog's Request. Ideas? Of course he had them. Wasn't this whole game about money and power? With the old East Street businesses up for grabs, who wouldn't want a piece of the action? But thoughts were one thing, he certainly wouldn't voice them to Lei Tiger. He wasn't stupid. Lei Tiger had just given him a stern warning. This question was clearly a test. Uncle Lei, Li Cohen and Mad Dog's operations are too massive for me to handle alone. But following you, Uncle Lei, whatever you say, however you want to play it, I'll back you all the way. Chen Feng's words were straightforward, yet they amounted to saying nothing, simply tossing the question back. Yeah, you're right. Steady progress is the way to go. You've got your hands full with just one arcade now. But hey, there are still 2 or 3 more arcades over in the West District. We can't let outsiders get their hands on them. We need to keep those 3 arcades firmly in our control. After speaking, Lei Tiger lit a cigar and smiled at Chen Feng. Uncle Lei, those 3 arcades may have belonged to Mad Dog before, but they're actually run by a few old-timers in the West District. Those guys aren't easy to deal with. Chen Feng was telling the truth. Mad Dog might have fallen, but the second in command at each of the other 3 arcades were no pushovers either. Take the Yonggui arcade closest to Red Star, for instance. Its second in command, Li Yonggui, had 7 or 8 henchmen under him. Though few in number, these henchmen were tough, no-nonsense fighters. Beyond that, rumors suggested Li Yonggui had a background in construction. He had deep connections with construction crews and could summon a truckload of tough guys from the job site with a single call. Feng, no need to be modest. You took down Mad Dog, surely you can handle a couple of country bumpkins? Besides, don't worry about cleanup. Uncle Lei will handle it. Go ahead and do what you gotta do. Lei Tiger gave a fake smile, patting Chen Feng's shoulder to show his confidence in the man's abilities. But inside, Chen Feng only sneered coldly. This Lei Tiger was truly a smiling tiger trying to send him into a life or death situation with just a few words, without offering a single tangible benefit. But what could he do? Might trumps right. This old hand, Lei Tiger, was clearly using his authority to bully him. With a single sentence, he was sending Chen Feng and his brothers into a life or death struggle, yet he had no choice but to comply. Chen Feng had his own plans. He certainly wouldn't let Lei Tiger take advantage of him completely. Since Uncle Lei has spoken, I'll take this job. After a moment's hesitation, he nodded firmly, his tone resolute as if ready to walk through fire for his boss. His solemn and decisive acceptance stemmed not only from Lei Tiger's coercion but also because the task perfectly suited his own agenda. After all, only by delivering results first could he gain leverage. When you had neither money nor power, you had to stake your life on the line. Lei Tiger nodded in satisfaction before asking, Feng, do you know why I'm assigning this task to you instead of Mengzi? Mengzi manages too many venues to handle them all. I'm new, full of drive, and everyone in the underworld knows Mad Dog fell at my hands. Taking over those venues would be perfectly justified. Chen Feng paused before answering. Leopard Tiger gave no immediate response but smiled. You're right on all counts. But the most crucial reason is that you're smarter than him. Still, Feng, remember this, in the underworld, never rely on petty cleverness. Don't let your cleverness be your downfall. Understand? Chen Feng straightened up at the warning. Thanks for the advice, Uncle Lei. Alright, go ahead. Oh, and how are those 2 kids, Mouse and Xing? Are they working out? If not, I can get you 2 seasoned hands. Chen Feng immediately replied, no need. Besides patrolling the streets, they're also helping me keep an eye on the arcade. They're sufficient. He didn't sing the praises of those 2 kids in front of Lei Tiger, lest the old fox get any other ideas. Alright, do as you see fit. Lei Laohu didn't suspect anything. They were just 2 low-level thugs on the periphery, he didn't care much about them. Then it hit him. Uncle Lei, I'm short on hands. To take over the arcades in the West District, I need a few reliable brothers. I'd like to ask you to step in and bring Wang Xin and his crew over. He didn't beat around the bush, laying out his plan directly. Feng, you know poaching is a major taboo in this world, right? Lei Laohu wore a look of reluctance. Before Chen Feng could respond, he continued. But you've made a name for yourself now. You're practically a big shot. Since Wang Xin is your brother, it makes sense for him to follow you. Here's what we'll do. In a couple of days, I'll talk to Old Gold Tooth. I'll personally host a meeting. Then you and Luo Cheng can discuss it yourselves. Thanks, Uncle Lei, Chen Feng quickly replied. After exchanging a few more pleasantries, Lei Tiger recounted some of his fiery exploits from years past, lamenting how rapidly times had changed before dismissing Chen Feng. Chen Feng wasn't particularly interested in Uncle Lei's rise to power. But from Lei Laohu's words, he keenly sensed something. The smiling tiger wanted to go straight. Or rather, he was getting old. As people age, they often dwell on the past, especially big shots in the underworld. Not only do they reminisce, but they also become cautious and suspicious. And Lei Tiger was precisely that. But once you step into the underworld, it's like diving into the depths of the sea. How many who set foot on this dark path truly manage to walk away clean and find a peaceful end? After leaving Xuanqing Tea House, Chen Feng didn't head straight back to Red Star. Instead, he made a detour to Bai Shui's number 69 clinic. To his surprise, Bai Shui's attitude toward him had softened just a little this time. At least she wasn't maintaining that perpetual cold stare. Still, it was only a slight improvement. Her tone remained haughty as ever. "You're here to see Mad Dog, right? He's in the cellar. Oh, and by the way, pay today's treatment fee 500 yuan. Bai Shui pointed to a tile on the far right side of the innermost treatment room, her ample figure thrust forward. Chen Feng was startled. He hadn't expected such a small, shady clinic to harbor hidden secrets, even a cellar. It seemed his earlier suspicions were correct. This woman was definitely no ordinary person. Descending into the cellar, Chen Feng paused in surprise. Rather than a cellar, it was actually a basement. Besides a bed, it was stocked with large quantities of rice, flour, and various medicines. Soon, he spotted Mad Dog, tightly bound to the bed with his mouth gagged. After just one day apart, Mad Dog had changed beyond recognition. Gone was his former arrogance and ferocity. His eyes were lifeless, and his pitiful state made him look worse than a street vagrant. But the moment he recognized Chen Feng, he suddenly became agitated, struggling violently and shaking his head relentlessly, his throat emitting muffled whimpers. Chen Feng walked over and yanked the cotton cloth from his mouth. Mad Dog stopped struggling and instead grew suddenly calm. "Chen Feng, you finally came. I admit defeat at your hands." Yet immediately afterward, as if recalling something utterly terrifying, his face drained of color and his entire body began to tremble. "Chen Feng, I beg you for one thing. Kill me if you must, but for God's sake, don't hand me over to Wang Jiang. I'm begging you." Chapter 61, Choosing a Backer. It was a full 2 hours before Chen Feng emerged from the clinic. This time, Bai Shui didn't lecture him about turning over a new leaf. She simply urged him to get rid of Mad Dog as soon as possible. Chen Feng gave an awkward smile in response, leaving 500 yuan for the treatment fee before departing. On his way back to the Red Star Game Center, he received a call from the hospital. Wang Xian had been resuscitated in time, the surgery was successful, and his life had been saved. Hearing this news, Chen Feng felt immense relief, not just for Wang Xian, but perhaps more so because he sensed that Guan Yu, the patron saint of warriors, had looked out for him. In the underworld, luck truly mattered sometimes. But he didn't rush to the hospital to see Wang Xian. Instead, he returned to the Red Star Arcade and went up to the attic alone. Because he had just learned something from Mad Dog that was both thrilling and extremely dangerous. Mad Dog was in possession of a black ledger belonging to Wang Jiang and a certain boss in the Red Gang, though it was not the original but a photocopy. According to Mad Dog, Li Koan had gone to great lengths to obtain this ledger. One reason Wang Jiang wanted Li Koan dead was his suspicion that Li Koan had tampered with it. It detailed every financial transaction between Wang Jiang and the underworld boss over the years. Every transaction was meticulously documented, involving not only money but also women and even records of some sordid, perverted incidents. Mad Dog was willing to hand over the ledger to Chen Feng, but only on one condition: Chen Feng had to help him escape in Jiang. Chen Feng hadn't agreed to Mad Dog's request yet, but he had no choice but to reconsider. At the very least, he couldn't hand Mad Dog over until he figured things out. If he got his hands on this ledger, it would be a double-edged sword. Used well, it could yield unexpected gains. Used poorly, it would become a death warrant. He might not even know how he died. Chen Feng must weigh the pros and cons thoroughly, yet no matter what, he must secure that ledger. Because the moment Mad Dog delivered this news, Chen Feng had already been dragged into this vortex whether he took the ledger or not. But Mad Dog, desperate to save his own skin, refused to reveal the ledger's hiding place. His condition was that he would only disclose its exact location after leaving Binjiang alive. Chen Feng didn't rush to press him. Mad Dog was in his hands now. Extracting the information wouldn't be difficult. Half an hour later, Chen Feng summoned Ah Chang to the attic. "Brother Feng, got a job for me?" Ah Chang knew from Chen Feng's expression that something was up. Chen Feng nodded. "Yeah. Remember this guy, Lu Jianjun?" Ah Chang froze for a moment before recalling that Lu Jianjun was the deputy chief of the West District Enforcement Office on Old East Street. Back when Chen Yuanshan was ambushed and hacked, it was Lu Jianjun who dispatched the police, promptly apprehending Dogtooth's gang of thugs. Had they arrived any later, Chen Feng might have been hacked to death on the spot. But back then, Lu Jianjun was just a beat cop. Of course I remember him. That Lu Jianjun was a decent guy. After you went in, he actually came by beauty salon a few times. I heard he was trying to find evidence to get Dogtooth's gang a harsher sentence back then, but unfortunately, it didn't work out in the end. Mentioning Lu Jianjun, Ah Chang's eyes softened with nostalgia, still holding admiration and gratitude for that young beat cop from years ago. Later, when he sold pirated DVDs on the street and ended up in the station multiple times, it was Lu Jianjun who saved him. Otherwise, he wouldn't have known how much suffering he would have endured in the detention center. Yeah, Lu Jianjun was decent back then, but people change. Chen Feng nodded, then pulled out 2,000 yuan in cash from his briefcase along with the old point-and-shoot camera he'd used before. Your task for the next few days is to keep tabs on him. I need to know everything about him outside of his work at the station where he goes, who he meets, and the current situation with his family. Ah Qian looked puzzled. Brother Feng, you wouldn't be planning to. Before he could finish, Chen Feng cut him off. I want to be his friend. Since we're talking about friendship, I should learn more about his daily life, what he likes, what matters to him. Brother Feng, I get it. I'll handle this properly. I won't take the money I just paid this sewer bill yesterday. It's just surveillance, it won't cost much. Ah Qian was quick-witted and grasped the situation immediately. Chen Feng wanted to befriend Lu Jianjun to secure a legitimate connection for their operations. Take the money. Separate things. The sewer fee was your own expense. But when you're handling business for us, you should use company funds. After stuffing the cash into Ah Chang's hands, Chen Feng cautioned, be careful not to slip up. Lu Jianjun worked his way up from B-cop to station chief, he's got skills. Truthfully, Chen Feng had planned this from the moment he stepped out. In this line of work, without a powerful patron in the system, even minor issues could lead to trouble with the cops knocking on your door. The most direct way to befriend these officials was to pave the way with money, but they didn't take just anyone's cash. When you lack reputation and clout, money alone won't get you anywhere. But now it was different. Chen Feng was now a big shot in Liaodong Street. He was confident many men in uniform would be eager to be his friends. And Lu Jianjun was undoubtedly the most suitable candidate at the moment. Got it, Chang said solemnly. I've got it covered. After that, he went downstairs and returned to the courtyard to pack a few essentials. He also informed Zhang Yun that Brother Feng had sent him out of town on business and wouldn't return for several days, sparing her any worry. Chen Feng descended from the attic and glanced around casually. By now, the arcade was packed with people playing the machines. Many young folks without machines to play stood nearby smoking while others played. After all, they could get free Hongmei cigarettes here, might as well take advantage. Not a single person was playing the slot machines inside. First, it was morning, so it was normal for them to be empty. Secondly, slot machine players tended to stick to familiar establishments where they felt safe from police raids and could actually walk away with their winnings. Chen Feng understood the logic. Given time, once his reputation grew stronger, the slot machine business should pick up. But he couldn't wait. He had several brothers under him who needed to eat. If the arcade didn't make money, relying solely on management fees wouldn't cut it. Brother Feng, how long are we running this promotion? We're giving out cigarettes and soda, and the tokens are so cheap. Sure, we've got plenty of players, but we're not making any money. Ah Xing approached, looking displeased. He and Fei had spent the entire morning struggling to attract customers on the street corner, handing out 3 or 4 packs of cigarettes. Glancing at the handful of loose change collected at the counter, it barely totaled 80 yuan. Our sign says grand opening week specials, so we'll run it for a week. No worries, we just need to build up the crowd. There's no rush. Chen Feng handed Ah Xing a cigarette. He'd never expected the arcade machines to make much money anyway, the real profits would come from the slot machines. Brother Feng, I have an idea, not sure if it's feasible. Just then, Mouse, who had just exchanged 30 tokens for a worker at the counter, approached with an excited look on his face. Chen Feng lit his cigarette. Nothing's off limits, any idea that makes money is a good idea. Just spit it out. Chapter 62, Partnership Sealed. Shuzi immediately chimed in, Brother Feng, I have a cousin who lives next door. His name is Huang Dasun. He's played every game in the arcades on Old East Street. Everyone calls him Shunzi. He took a drag, baring his big buck teeth, then grinned as he continued. He knows a bunch of friends who love slot machines. Some of them even have factories rich and love to gamble. Why don't we get my cousin to hook us up with some big spenders for our place? Chen Feng's lips curved upward slightly as he patted Mouse on the shoulder. You're sharp, kid. Having connections like that is smart. Invite him over now, we can negotiate the terms. He'd been fretting over how to boost the arcade's business quickly when Mouse delivered this good news. The kid really seemed to have a knack for bringing luck. Chen Feng had researched that guys like Huang Dasun, who brought customers to arcades, were similar to the stackers in casinos. But while the bankers earned commissions on the mud chips, these arcade touts took a cut from the players' losses. Upon hearing this, Mouse got all hyped up. Alright, Brother Feng, I'll go find him right now. He could be at any arcade at this moment. He stubbed out his cigarette and prepared to leave, but Chen Feng called out, does that Huang Dasun have any way to contact him? Why not send him a message or give him a call? Shu Zi looked slightly embarrassed. He does. He's got a cell phone and a pager. But I don't have his number. No worries, I'm fast on my feet. Going through every arcade won't take long. Chen Feng smiled. Alright, go ahead. Later, have Sister Yun get you and Ah Xing each a pager. It'll make staying in touch easier. Mouse beamed from ear to ear. Thanks, Brother Feng. I'll get moving right away. Xing beside him was equally thrilled and grateful. Thanks, Brother Feng. Young people who'd been hardened by life's hardships knew how to be grateful, and he and Mouse were just such young men. They used to work in sweatshops, pulling all-nighters as piece-rate injection molders, earning only 700 or 800 yuan a month. Unable to endure the workshop foreman's harassment and exploitation, they'd taken to the streets determined to stand up for themselves, to fight their way to a better life. Now, not only did they earn 2,000 yuan monthly, but last night's sewer fee alone equaled 2 or 3 months' wages back then. And now they were even getting pagers. He genuinely regarded Chen Feng as a good older brother. It's just a pager, no need to thank me. We're brothers. You're with me to make money and rise up, right? We'll fight together, and we'll get it all someday. Chen Feng smiled without saying more. It was enough to keep his men pumped up while they were feeling grateful. Xing might not be as sharp as Mouse or as talkative, but he was dependable. He knew exactly what needed to be done. Before long, Chang returned with Huang Dasun. Huang Dasun surveyed the arcade, frowned upon seeing only 5 slot machines, and his eyes flashed with disdain. Such a small venue with mediocre surroundings would be tough to attract big clients. Brother Dasun, what's with that look? Think red stars beneath you? Let me tell you, don't put on airs when you meet Brother Feng. With his reputation these days, he probably doesn't need a hustler like you. Shuzi, who had witnessed this, muttered irritably at Huang Dasun. What the hell do you know, kid? Take me upstairs to talk to your Brother Feng. Huang Dasun shot Mouse a dismissive glance before impatiently following him up the stairs. Chen Feng sat at his desk smoking. When he saw Huang Dasun, he didn't bother to stand up. He could see the contempt in Huang Dashuan's eyes, even a hint of mockery. But he understood. A small arcade like Red Star wasn't exactly a place to impress. After all, big spenders preferred the larger venues. Have a seat. Chen Feng gestured for Mouse to fetch a chair for Huang Dasun. Huang Dasun raised his head and waved his hand. No need for that. Mouse already told me what you're thinking, but don't blame me for being blunt. Even if you get big customers here, you probably won't keep them. So? I'm not really interested. After inspecting the place, he genuinely had no desire to partner with Red Star. Bringing customers here only to lose them meant he wouldn't make a dime. Don't be so quick to dismiss it. Let's get acquainted first. My name is Chen Feng. Chen Feng offered a faint smile, rising to his feet and extending his hand. Huang Dasun found it laughable. Did simply stating his name mean he was ready to partner up? But when the name Chen Feng registered in his mind, he suddenly froze. You're Chen Feng? The one who took down Mad Dog last night. He remembered now. While wandering the arcade today, he'd overheard several punks discussing how Mad Dog had been taken down by Chen Feng. When those punks mentioned Chen Feng, their eyes lit up. They said he was now the hottest newcomer on Liaodong Street, fierce, ruthless, and sharp as a tack. Some even idolized him, with rumors swirling that if Brother Feng raised his flag now, at least dozens of punks would follow him. Looks like Brother Dashuan's got his intel tight. I am the Chen Feng you mentioned, Red Star, Chen Feng. At those words, Huang Dashuan's expression shifted instantly. His contemptuous gaze melted into obsequious deference. Don't call me Brother Dasun. Brother Feng, you flatter me. Just call me Shunzi. A man's reputation is like a tree's shadow. Huang Dasun hadn't fully grasped the situation before, but now he knew the man standing before him was Chen Feng, the rising boss who'd taken down Mad Dog. This was definitely not someone like him who could afford to cross. Alright, Shunzi, let's get down to business. Chen Feng smiled faintly. This operation is small now, but it won't stay that way. Partner with me, and you'll profit handsomely. Huang Dasun didn't quite buy it. Small operations rarely retained high-stakes players. Still, he put on a cheerful smile. Brother Feng, I believe you. I know plenty of slot machine players. If any are suitable, I'll definitely bring them your way. Though he said this, it was merely polite talk out of respect for Chen Feng. He certainly didn't dare cross Chen Feng, but he wouldn't sacrifice his own livelihood either. If he referred players who had a bad experience, they wouldn't trust Huang Dashuan's word in the future. How could he attract customers and make money then? Shunzi, we're all smart people here. Let's cut to the chase. If you bring me a customer, I'll give you a 30% cut. Plus, I'll set all my machines to a 40% win rate. I guarantee your customers will have a blast. Chen Feng stubbed out his cigarette, his smile fading as he spoke earnestly. 40% win rate? Are you sure, Brother Feng? Huang Dasun froze. He knew better than anyone that the highest payout rate for any slot machine on Old East Street barely reached 25%. If Chen Feng really did this, it would certainly keep players coming back, but it wouldn't work long term. First, the profit margin would be too low. Second, it would antagonize other establishments. Eventually, this arcade might not even survive. Of course, I'm certain about what I said. But this win rate is only for the initial phase. It'll last no more than half a month before gradually decreasing. Shunzi, if you want to partner up, give me a straight answer. Chen Feng's expression was serious. Once he made a promise, he intended to keep it. After hesitating for over 10 seconds, a gleam of determination flashed in Huang Dashuan's eyes. He suddenly spoke up. Alright. Brother Feng, you've got guts. Since you've made your offer, Shunzi here isn't one to be unreasonable. I'll take the job.